Under the azure sky at Northwest Wuhan University, within the logistics department at exchange window number 7, Li Xiuxian found himself drowsily dozing off. Due to the summer vacation, few students frequented this place to exchange resources. That moment, a young man approached, observing Li Xiuxian's slumber. He walked over and tapped on the window, saying, "Teacher Li, are you playing chess with the King of Dreams again?" Li Xiuxian opened his eyes and, upon recognizing the young man before him, couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, it's you. You seem to exude an aura of lethal intent. I presume you've been on a mission again. What spoils have you gathered?" The young man, known as Zhou Haoran, was about to enter his junior year. His martial arts prowess was commendable, having reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier of bone tempering, and he was on the verge of breaking into the 3rd tier of martial artists. Zhou Haoran smiled and replied, "Not too bad. I eliminated a few cultists from the evil god sect and collected some loot to exchange for resources here." Li Xiuxian nodded. "Very commendable. With your current state, you're likely to break into the 3rd tier soon, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran laughed. His recent gains were indeed sufficient for him to ascend to the 3rd tier of blood condensation. Martial artists are categorized into 9 tiers. The 1st tier is body refining, the 2nd tier is bone tempering, the 3rd tier is blood condensation, and so forth, culminating in the 9th tier, which is the celestial cycle. The lower 3 tiers focus on body refinement, the middle 3 on energy cultivation, and the upper 3 on chi mastery. Although the 2nd and 3rd tiers are somewhat comparable, reaching the 3rd tier signifies a significant enhancement in lethality, making them incomparable. Zhou Haoran nodded. "Indeed, Teacher Li. I would like 2 bottles of bone tempering pills, 2 bottles of blood chi pills, and 1 protective vitality pill." Li Xiuxian responded, "2 bottles of bone tempering pills cost 60 credits, 2 bottles of blood chi pills cost 100 credits, and 1 protective vitality pill costs 10 credits, totaling 170 credits." With a pained expression, Zhou Haoran produced his student ID and handed it to Li Xiuxian, saying, "Teacher Li, I have 150 credits here. I will use cash for the remainder." Li Xiuxian grinned. "You'll need an additional 600,000 in cash." Zhou Haoran, slightly distressed, retrieved a card and presented it to Li Xiuxian. Li Xiuxian swiftly completed the transaction and handed the 5 bottles of pills to Zhou Haoran, saying, "I wish you success in your breakthrough. You're almost catching up to me." Li Xiuxian was a 4th-tier martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stationed in the logistics department. After all, those who reach the 5th tier typically mentor students, not linger in administrative roles. Zhou Haoran nodded. "Thank you, Teacher Li. I'll take my leave now." Li Xiuxian nodded, watching Zhou Haoran depart, and couldn't help but muse, "Youth is truly delightful." This remark quickly drew a retort from a nearby window. "Little Li, you are still quite young yourself." At just 25 years of age, Li Xiuxian was indeed youthful. Although his martial arts aptitude might not rival that of the exceptional talents, he was neither the weakest nor the strongest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an instructor. At Northwest Wuhan University, Li Xiuxian earnestly nodded. "Indeed, you make a valid point. This handsome fellow is, after all, quite young." After exchanging a few playful remarks with the teachers from other offices, Li Xiuxian settled into a chair, closing his eyes to rest. However, his thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. Having traversed to this planet, reminiscent of Earth, for a year now, Li Xiuxian had graduated from Northwest Martial University, where he remained as an instructor, possessing the cultivation of a 4th-rank martial artist. Unlike Earth, this azure planet not only advanced in technology but also embraced martial arts, and the martial practitioners held a prominent status, free from the chaos typically associated with martial prowess. As a 4th-rank martial artist, Li Xiuxian understood the underlying reasons for this elevated status. Martial practitioners bore responsibilities that ordinary individuals could not fulfill. A century ago, the era of martial arts commenced, leading to the establishment of 2 prominent martial universities, the Kyoto Martial University and the Shenzhou Martial University. These institutions primarily served to suppress the realm of the gods and to guard the passageway of the azure planet. The realm of the gods, often referred to as the Great Wilderness, spans an unknown expanse, teeming with resources yet fraught with peril, particularly from the malevolent deities and their followers. The high regard for human martial artists stems from the existence of the Great Wilderness, as they are tasked with safeguarding its entrances, thus ensuring a secure living environment for the common populace. Those who have not attained the status of a 3rd-rank martial artist remain oblivious to the affairs of the Great Wilderness. Northwest Martial University is one of the 9 key martial universities, distinguished by its formidable faculty, second only to Kyoto and Shenzhou Martial Universities. Underscoring its exceptional stature. Li Xiuqian's appointment as a teacher at Northwest Martial University was a natural progression, given his own graduation from the institution and his subsequent attainment of fourth-rank status, fulfilling the criteria for his role. As a transmigrator, Li Xiuqian was not without his own unique advantage. However, this golden finger had proven utterly ineffectual over the past year, leading him to the brink of despair. Seated with his eyes closed, one should not mistakenly assume he was merely dozing. His mind had indeed wandered far from that place. Yanglio, stretching over 10 miles, features shallow waters only half a meter deep, while deeper sections reach 3 to 4 meters. It flows from the shimmering moon reflection pool to the crystal river and the middle reaches. Amidst the shallow waters, a thumb-sized koi emerged, cautiously surveying its surroundings and inhaling the fresh air. Suddenly, it spotted a large bird swooping down, prompting an immediate retreat into the water, where it concealed itself beneath a large stone, observing its aquatic companions. With a sigh, this koi represented Li Xiuqian's golden finger, akin to a doppelganger, yet its utility was utterly lacking, being merely the size of a thumb. Even the act of surfacing for air required utmost caution, which was quite distressing for him. The origins of this golden finger were indeed peculiar. In his previous life, Li Xiuqian had met his demise due to a fishbone while eating, and upon his arrival in the azure planet, he awakened this koi, which resonated with his consciousness. When not under his control, this koi behaved indistinguishably from ordinary fish and shrimp. Even when he exerted control, it seemed to serve no purpose beyond foraging for food. Once the bird departed, Li Xiuqian swam towards a nearby patch of algae, voraciously consuming it. The algae's unique texture, influenced by the koi's essence, was notably appealing to him. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Li Xiuqian decided to return to the stone, where he lay in contemplation, pondering the true utility of his golden finger. In the span of a year, he had progressed from a minuscule fry to the size of a thumb, yet it seemed to bear little significance. Alas, if only I could cultivate, he mused. Cultivation. Wait a moment. Since Tianlan Star is a world of martial arts, and the great wilderness harbors ferocious beasts, why can't I cultivate? With this thought, Li Xiuqian began to recall the various cultivation techniques he was familiar with, ultimately settling on the foundational body forging technique. This method, designed for non-warriors, could elevate a person's strength to 300 kilograms, thereby allowing one to break through and become a first-tier warrior. Naturally, the greater the strength achieved prior to this breakthrough, the more advantageous it would be for the warrior. However, upon preparing to commence his training, he soon realized the naivety of his expectations, for he was a koi, not a human. The 9 movements of the foundational body forging technique were beyond his capability. Nonetheless, Li Xiuqian did not surrender to despair. Although a koi could not practice human martial arts as a 4th-tier warrior, he possessed a fundamental understanding of cultivation principles. While he could not modify the formidable techniques, he believed that he could adapt the foundational body forging technique. Closing his eyes, he contemplated the first movement that could be executed by a fish, continually iterating upon it through the lens of his martial arts theories. Chapter 2. The koi avatar. As time progressed, the first movement gradually emerged in his mind, and the koi avatar began to replicate this motion.
Li Xiuqian executa peculiar gesturas.
Seemingly oblivious to the surrounding fish and shrimp, as if they had grown accustomed to his eccentricity. Before long, a wave of fatigue washed over him, confirming that his method of body refinement was indeed correct, for it evoked a similar sensation he experienced when first practicing the foundational body refinement technique. With this realization, Li Xiuqian pressed on, initiating the derivation of the second movement. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for the second movement swiftly evolved into one perfectly suited for the koi avatar. The koi, initially engaged in the first movement, gradually transitioned its form into the second. However, this new posture could not be maintained for long and soon faltered. Li Xiuqian felt a surge of joy. Though the second movement lasted only briefly, his derivation was not in vain. Only upon mastering the first movement and achieving a certain level of physical strength could he advance to the subsequent one. The third movement remained uncharted, and his consciousness was abruptly drawn back to his original form. In the logistics department at window number 7, Li Xiuqian opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and smiled, inquiring, "What would you like to exchange for today, dear student?" Outside the window, a student chuckled and replied, "Teacher, I wish to exchange for 3 bottles of body refinement pills. The body refinement pills, a grade 1 warrior's elixir for physical enhancement, required 1 academic credit per pill, totaling 30 credits for 3 bottles. Li Xiaoxian responded with a smile. 3 bottles of body refinement pills will amount to 30 credits. The student nodded eagerly, producing his student ID for submission. Upon inspection, Li Xiaoxian noted that the student was Yuan Tao, now a sophomore, evidently preparing to advance to a grade 2 warrior. Li Xiaoxian took the student ID and promptly processed the transaction, swiftly retrieving 3 bottles of pills and handing them, along with Yuan Tao's ID, through the window. Yuan Tao graciously accepted the pills and ID, expressed his gratitude, and departed from the logistics department. With a sense of idleness settling in, Li Xiaoxian resumed his meditative state. The logistics department served as a tranquil occupation, where as long as work was not delayed, one could engage in any activity without scrutiny. However, the situation at the entrance to the Great Wasteland posed a challenge. Apart from the incapacitated instructors, all teachers were mandated to heed deployment orders and guard the entrance. In the absence of such orders, they could not afford to grow complacent or neglect their martial pursuits, as each year they were summoned to the Great Wasteland to vanquish formidable adversaries of the same rank. This time, Li Xiaoxian chose not to continue his exploration of body refinement techniques. Instead, he focused on practicing, eager to observe the effects of the Koi's training with the body refinement technique. As the Koi's form engaged in the practice, he found himself nearing his limits in less than half an hour. Yet, bolstered by a formidable martial spirit, he managed to endure for an additional 30 minutes. Emerging from his training, Li Xiaoxian eagerly consumed the nearby aquatic algae, noting not only an increase in his appetite but also a pervasive soreness throughout his body. After a significant interval, the Koi avatar finally regained its composure. Whether it was mere illusion or reality, Li Xiaoxian sensed a considerable augmentation in his strength. Thus, he devised a method to measure this newfound power. As a Koi, lacking hands, I pushed a fist-sized stone beneath a larger rock, managing to nudge it slightly without any significant movement. Li Xiaoxian mused to himself that upon returning, he would find a similar stone to measure its weight, thus gauging his own strength. How astute of him, he chuckled inwardly. Having made up his mind, Li Xiaoxian continued his physical training, aptly naming his regimen the Koi body refinement technique, suitable for his kind. Time passed without interruption, as he diligently controlled his Koi avatar in practice, alternating between consuming and refining. By evening, he sensed a slight increase in his physique. Whether it was merely an illusion of weakness, he couldn't ascertain, yet he found himself pushing towards the previously immovable stone, only to discover that he could now overturn it with ease. Li Xiaoxian's eyes widened in disbelief. The rapid improvement was astounding. The stone's weight was uncertain, but it must have weighed at least 3 kilograms. He had never anticipated that his form could exert such force, a delightful surprise indeed. Glancing at a small fish nearby, he contemplated, as a Koi with teeth, could he perhaps consume meat? The energy derived from flesh would surely surpass that of algae. With this thought igniting his determination, he swiftly swam towards the little fish, which was considerably smaller than himself. 1 swift gulp would suffice. Approaching the fish, he lashed out with his tail, realizing that his biting strength was insufficient. Instead, he rendered the fish unconscious with a powerful swish of his tail, allowing him to feast. The dazed fish floundered in the water, completely unprepared for the strike, and was sent flying. Li Xiaoxian quickly followed, attempting to bite down, only to find his teeth ineffective, forcing him to swallow it slowly. Once the fish was fully consumed, he let out a satisfied burp and resumed his training. As he practiced, he noticed an increase in the energy provided by his food, which filled him with joy. It wasn't until the fish was thoroughly digested that Li Xiaoxian felt relieved, swimming back to the stone to push it once more, which he did with ease. Elated, he concluded that consuming meat was indeed the correct path. Following this newfound method, he caught another small fish before returning to the larger stone, where he concealed himself and let his consciousness revert to his true form. In the logistics department, Li Xiaoxian awakened, glancing at the time. Just a few minutes remained until the end of his shift. He chose not to re-enter his Koi avatar and instead engaged in casual conversation with several mentors at other windows. Shortly after, Another mentor from Window 7 arrived, and after completing the handover, Li Xiuxian cheerfully greeted him before heading outside the campus. Teachers at Northwest Marshall University could reside on campus, utilizing assigned dormitories, but those with external housing also had the option to live off campus. Li Xiuxian purchased a modest 300-square-meter villa outside of school, where he resides with his younger brother, Li Shiyuan, who has just graduated from high school. Thanks to Li Xiuxian's guidance, he has successfully gained admission to the prestigious Northwest Marshall University. With the start of the semester fast approaching, Li Xiuxian makes it a point to return home after work to spend time with his brother and offer him advice on his training. The Moonlight Community, the closest residential area to Northwest Marshall University, is home to numerous mentors from the institution, and Li Xiuxian's villa is nestled within this neighborhood.
Villa número 108.
Positioned further down the line of houses is where Li Xiuxian calls home. Upon entering, he is greeted by an enticing aroma that brings a smile to his face. Indeed, he finds his brother Li Shiyuan in the kitchen, busily preparing a meal. "Brother, your culinary skills have spoiled me. Once you head off to Northwest Marshall University, I fear I shall go hungry," he jested. Li Shiyuan rolled his eyes in response. "My cooking skills are merely a reflection of what I've learned from Sister Qingya. If you want to indulge in delicious meals, you should just win her heart, and you'll feast daily." Li Xiuxian felt a sense of exasperation. His brother was utterly lacking in decorum. He had no desire to plunge into the abyss of matrimony. Although Zhao Qingya was undeniably beautiful, with fair skin, striking features, and long legs, and her culinary creations were indeed delightful, he was a warrior, uncertain of what peril awaited him in the wilderness. It was perhaps best not to ensnare such a young lady in his tumultuous life. Chapter 3. Perilous Escape. Li Xiuxian shook his head and said, "Do not concern yourself with my affairs, dear brother. However, once you arrive at Shenzhou Marshall University, do remember to bring back a sister-in-law for me. By the way, are you certain you do not wish for me to accompany you?" Li Shiyuan entered with several plates of food, shaking his head in response. "I will be going with 2 classmates. There is no need for you to see me off." Li Xiuxian nodded. "Very well. I am rather reluctant to send you off anyway. With your extraordinary talent of achieving 3 breakthroughs in skin tempering at the age of 18, it should be quite easy for you to find a commendable mentor. I am at ease regarding that matter. Should you find yourself lacking in cultivation resources, do not hesitate to call me." While eating, Li Shiyuan replied, "I understand, no need to nag. I have heard you say this numerous times." Li Xiuxian shook his head helplessly. His younger brother had already reached adulthood and was now a true first-grade warrior, no longer requiring his concern. It would be better for him to focus on enhancing his own strength. After finishing their meal, Li Xiuxian inquired, "Is there anything you do not understand about the 5 Tigers' strength? Regardless, once you reach Shenzhou Marshall University, you will have the opportunity to change your cultivation method. Go and rest now." The 5 Tiger Strength was a martial technique cultivated by Li Xiuxian, classified as a dynamic skill, capable of being perfected to the 6th grade. Techniques above the 6th grade were beyond his current reach. While some may be unfamiliar with the 5 Tiger Strength, many recognized its accompanying sword technique, the 5 Tiger Cut, a name well known among practitioners. Despite its common-sounding name, its power was formidable, with peak mastery enhancing one's strength 3-fold. Li Shiyuan nodded. "I have heard that Shenzhou Marshall University offers the Overlord Strength. I wish to switch to that." The Overlord Strength at Shenzhou Marshall University, alongside the Nirvana Strength at Kyoto Marshall University, represented the most powerful martial techniques available to practitioners below the 7th grade in the Huaxia region. However, it also required specific conditions for cultivation, necessitating 3 instances of skin tempering at a non-warrior level. For non-warriors, each instance of skin tempering strengthened their foundation, leading to greater future accomplishments. Li Xiuxian himself had undergone skin tempering once, achieving a power level of 300 kilograms, which allowed him to directly break through to the 1st grade warrior level. Although he had been accepted into Northwest Marshall University and graduated as a 4th grade warrior, he paled in comparison to those who had undergone skin tempering twice, as they typically graduated at the peak of the 4th grade and soon broke through to the 5th. For 4th grade warriors, refining their internal organs was a significant challenge. It took Li Xiuxian a year to barely refine 3 organs. Under normal circumstances, Breaking through to the 5th grade would require no less than 3 years of effort. After their meal, Li Xiaoxian encouraged his brother to rest, took it upon himself to clean the dishes, and then proceeded to the training room on the 3rd floor. He picked up the long sword from the weapon rack and began practicing the 5-tiger cut. The 5-tiger cut consists of 9 strikes, with the first 8 strikes each enhancing strength by 0.3 times, while the final strike offers a direct enhancement of 0.6 times. Li Xiaoxian had mastered 5 of these strikes, each capable of delivering a 1.5-fold increase in power, which was commendable. He felt that he was close to mastering the 6th strike, likely to achieve it in the near future. However, mere practice seemed insufficient. He needed to seek out practical combat experience. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Xiaoxian paused, frowning as he thought, "It seems I am still lacking in what is needed for a breakthrough." Nevertheless, once Xiuyuan is settled at Shenzhou Martial University, I shall venture into the wilderness for further training. Stepping out of the meditation chamber, he greeted Li Xiuyuan before washing up and retiring for the night. In truth, his consciousness was immersed in the koi avatar. Under normal circumstances, Li Xiaoxian would dedicate 2 to 3 hours to cultivation. However, at this moment, his eagerness regarding the koi avatar compelled him to invest his consciousness into it almost daily. At Yanglu River, beneath a large stone, Li Xiaoxian directed the koi to swim forth, sensing that the small fish within him had digested its meal, although its strength had not significantly increased. Furrowing his brow, he mused, "It seems that only through cultivation can one augment their power. In that case, I must hasten my growth here. This place feels extraordinary, and I hope to uncover some treasures either upstream or downstream." With this thought in mind, Li Xiaoxian lunged toward a nearby clumsy little fish, executing a swift tail flick to devour it, followed by further cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for Li Xiuyuan to depart for Shenzhou Martial University. Over the course of the preceding half-month, Li Xiaoxian had engaged in merely 2 hours of training in swordplay or agility each day, with the remainder of his time consumed by work or immersing his consciousness in the koi avatar. Through diligent practice, Li Xiaoxian's koi avatar had experienced considerable growth, expanding from the size of a thumb to that of a palm. Not only that, but its strength had also reached 50 jin, with its tail flick power escalating to 80 jin. Furthermore, its teeth had developed significantly, acquiring a certain degree of biting capability, eliminating the need to swallow fish and shrimp whole, thus facilitating easier digestion. Although his size now commanded respect in this vicinity, he still lagged behind in the deeper waters. Nevertheless, given his speed, he felt no fear of being captured by predators. With a decision made, Li Xiaoxian resolved to explore other areas before Li Xiuyuan's departure, in hopes of gaining a better understanding of this world. Acknowledging the dangers downstream, he opted to venture upstream instead, having observed that his current location was in shallow waters, bordered by deeper regions. With a flick of his tail, he swiftly swam upstream, only slowing his pace upon entering the deep waters, where he remained vigilant, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Upon entering the deep zone, Li Xiaoxian surveyed his surroundings and noted that the water here exceeded a meter in depth, significantly deeper than his previous area. He also encountered several large fish, at least as sizable as himself. However, he had come to scout, not to disturb the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Although these fish matched his dimensions, their actual combat prowess was inferior to his own. A single flick of his tail could easily dispatch them. After 2 hours, Li Xiaoxian paused, spotting an unusual plant standing about 10 centimeters tall, adorned with 6 leaves, though it seemed to have originally possessed 9, with 3 devoured by some creature. Swiftly he darted over, biting down on the plant and swiftly making his way back to his lair while clutching it. Just then, an ominous sense of danger arose from behind, prompting Li Xiaoxian to accelerate towards the downstream. As his strength increased, so too did his speed, yet he was acutely aware that the entity pursuing him was no less formidable. Indeed, it was significantly stronger. Had he been the diminutive version of himself, barely the size of a thumb, escape would have been impossible. However, in his current form, he still possessed a chance. Nevertheless, he realized that if he did not relinquish the plant, he would be relentlessly pursued. While fleeing, Li Xiaoxian quietly contemplated, "Given my current stamina, It seems unlikely that I can escape entirely, yet if I were to leave a portion of this entity behind and take only part of it with me, would that creature choose to guard the plant or continue its pursuit? He decided to test this hypothesis. With determination, he bit through the plant in his mouth, seizing the portion adorned with 3 leaves while decisively discarding the remaining segment. He then propelled himself downstream with greater speed. Behind him, a catfish measuring an arm's length glanced at the discarded plant, then at the fleeing Li Xiuxian. Ultimately, it cast a fierce glare in his direction before seizing the plant and returning to its lair. Feeling the threat recede, Li Xiuxian exhaled in relief but swiftly made his way back to his den, remaining vigilant against any formidable creatures lurking in the depths, for discretion is the better part of valor. Chapter 4. Unexpected joy having returned to his sanctuary beneath the great stone, where a small crevice served as a hiding place, Li Xiuxian prepared to stow away the remaining plants. He lay on the ground, exhaling in relief, aware that he had taken a considerable risk. Yet, gazing at the plants beside him, a smile broke across his face. It is often said that treasures of heaven and earth are guarded by extraordinary beasts. He pondered whether these plants could be deemed such treasures. After a moment's hesitation, he bit off a fragment of a leaf, chewing and swallowing it. An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body, startling him, prompting a swift retreat as he began to cultivate. The initial movement of the koi body refining technique soon proved ineffective, compelling Li Xiuxian to move on to the second movement without hesitation. At last, he alleviated the pent-up energy within him, though a tearing pain surged through his body, urging him to cry out. Time slipped away, and only when he felt the energy depleted did he release a sigh of relief, lying motionless on the ground, every part of him aflame with discomfort. After what seemed like an eternity, he gradually regained his composure, swaying as he moved toward the great stone. To his astonishment, the once expansive space beneath the stone had shrunk. It dawned on him that he had grown. Reflecting on this, he approached a smaller stone nearby and noticed its diminished size before hesitating. He then confronted a stone weighing roughly 100 pounds and effortlessly pushed it aside. With his tail aimed at the stone, he swung it with a deft flick, sending the stone flying, though pain shot through his tail in response. Hissing, Li Xiuxian inhaled sharply but quickly felt exhilarated. He had yet to reach the first stage of skin tempering, and he anticipated that the pain would lessen thereafter. Currently, his tail's force was approximately 300 pounds. The energy from just half a leaf had granted him an increase of 200 pounds in strength. With another leaf, he could reach 600 pounds and undergo the first skin tempering. At that moment, excitement coursed through him, and he lost track of time. He hurried beneath the great stone, placing the remaining half-leaf in his mouth. Just as he prepared to swallow, he sensed an approaching presence. Thus, he held the leaf in his mouth, stowed away the remaining plants in the crevice, and sealed it with a stone before lying down, returning his awareness to his true form. In Villa 108, in Li Xiuxian's room, Li Xiuxian knocked on the door and called out, "Brother, are you not up yet?" "I'm about to leave." Li Xiuxian replied, "I will be up shortly, just a moment." As he spoke, he felt something in his mouth and instinctively spat it out, staring in astonishment at what lay in his hand. It was indeed the half-leaf of the plant. After a moment of realization, he found a pill bottle to contain it, placing it in his bedside cabinet before proceeding with his morning routine. Before long, he finished getting ready and, upon seeing the dashing Li Xiuxian, remarked, "Not bad at all. A spirited young man, indeed. You will surely captivate many girls at the Shenzhou Martial University." Li Xiuxian rolled his eyes, reluctant to engage in conversation with his frivolous brother, who incessantly praised his own good looks. Such narcissism was truly unparalleled. "Brother, it's about time. Let's go," Li Xiuxian announced, preparing to escort Li Xiuxian to the airport. After all, the distance between Shenzhou and the northwest was considerable, and the flight would take several hours, for the expanse of Tianlan Star, akin to Earth in his previous life, was vast. Tianlan Star was divided into 4 continents, each inhabited by nations of yellow-skinned people, with Huaxia occupying the largest territory on the eastern continent. Huaxia was subdivided into 10 regions, the central area being Shenzhou and Zhongzhou, with 8 surrounding regions: southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. High-speed trains and flights connected the northwest to Shenzhou, and Li Shouxian, not lacking in funds for air travel, ensured his brother would not be deprived. He had generously placed all his savings of 20 million into the card he had given Li Shouxian. Most of these savings had been amassed during their ventures in the Great Wasteland, where fierce beasts' meat and blood cores could be sold for a fortune, as well as spoils acquired from the barbarian tribes there, which could similarly be sold or exchanged for credits. Throughout the journey, Li Shouxian chattered incessantly, reminiscent of a doting mother. Yet this time Li Shouxian did not mind. He listened earnestly, though his mood was somewhat somber. Upon reaching the airport, Li Shouxian watched as his brother boarded the plane before turning to leave, his heart heavy with reluctance. He hastily consumed a meager meal before returning home. With no work obligations today, he had taken a day off to see his brother off, as the start of the semester at Wuda was just 2 days away. Once home, an idea struck him. He retrieved a vial of elixirs from his nightstand, pouring out half a leaf with a smile. In his cultivation room, he swallowed the leaf, which soon transformed into a surge of immense energy. He quickly directed the energy into his internal organs, commencing the refining process. This time, rather than refining each organ individually, he planned to refine them all simultaneously, uncertain if half a leaf's energy would suffice. Unfortunately, disappointment washed over him. Although the energy was substantial, it dissipated too quickly, lasting merely 10 minutes. However, he sensed that with 10 such leaves, he could successfully refine his internal organs. With this newfound realization, a smile crept upon Li Shouxian's face. Without further contemplation, he took out a strength-enhancing pill, which was the best elixir for those not yet martial artists, left behind by Li Shouxian. He placed it in his mouth, unhesitatingly lay down on his bed, and closed his eyes, channeling his consciousness into his koi avatar. Beneath the large stone, Li Shouxian opened his eyes, feeling the elixir in his mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it, swimming out from beneath the stone to begin his second action. The familiar sensation enveloped him, and he knew he had commenced body refinement. Although the effect of this elixir could not compare to that of the leaf, its abundance was its advantage. As long as one had the funds, could be procured in any quantity. As a potency-enhancing elixir was refined, Li Shouxian opened his eyes, sensing a subtle increase in strength. However, this augmentation was not as pronounced as that derived from the leaves of the plant. He mused that with just 5 more elixirs, his strength could indeed reach 600 pounds. Contemplating this, Li Shouxian resolved to return to his original form without hesitation. Yet, glancing at the remaining 2 leaves, he hesitated momentarily, then swam over to one of the leaves, biting off a piece to take with him. Upon his return, his mouth was filled with 2 potency-enhancing elixirs. Without a moment's pause, Li Shouxian commenced the practice of the second movement. However, he soon sensed a struggle with the second motion. Consequently, he practiced while simultaneously devising the third movement. With the foundational body-forging technique to bolster his progress, he swiftly approached the completion of the third movement by the time the 2 elixirs had been fully absorbed. Swimming beneath a stone, he took a bite of the plant's stem, a wave of sweet flavor flooding his mouth. This time, he did not take any back with him. Instead, he began practicing the third movement. Initially, the third movement posed some difficulty, but the energy supplied by the plant stem allowed him to adapt swiftly. Remarkably, the stem contained even more energy than the leaves. Chapter 5. Pinnacle of the 4th rank time slipped away unmeasured as Li Shouxian emerged from his meditative state, acutely aware of the substantial fortification his body had undergone. The exhilarating sensation of his inaugural skin tempering coursed through his senses, affirming that he had successfully completed the process. His koi avatar had grown to a length comparable to his forearm, with its strength undoubtedly exceeding 600 pounds. At this moment, he was certain that the force behind his tail strike had also intensified. Contemplating the remaining half of the plant, he hesitated momentarily, ultimately shaking his head. He bit into the last leaf, initiating his training anew, for the energy contained within it should suffice for his second round of skin tempering. As he executed the third movement, the familiar sensation of his body tearing apart returned, yet concurrently, his strength surged, blending pain with profound exhilaration. In a world brimming with such extraordinary natural treasures, Li Xiaoxian realized that as his koi avatar grew more formidable, he would be able to amass greater resources to nourish his true self, thereby augmenting its strength. The vast wilderness posed great perils, not only from ferocious beasts but also from barbaric tribes and even deities that could manifest at any moment. Entities that only innate grandmasters could confront, and only those of the highest mastery could vanquish directly. To ensure his own survival, Li Xiaoxian recognized the necessity of swiftly attaining the status of innate grandmaster. While he may have been powerless before, now, with the koi avatar, he pondered the wonders that lay beyond this small river. In time, an overwhelming force filled his being, and Li Xiaoxian discerned that he had successfully completed his second and third rounds of skin tempering, signifying that his diminutive form now housed the strength of 1,000 pounds. Ceasing his training, he returned to his rocky refuge, feeling the space around him constrict further. He mused to himself, "This place is perhaps not suitable for prolonged stay. I shall need to seek new grounds upon my next visit." With that thought, he grasped the remaining stem of the plant, lowered himself to the ground, and directed his consciousness back to his true self. Upon awakening, Li Xiaoxian felt something clasped in his mouth, and without needing to conjecture, he recognized it as the stem he had brought along. The thought ignited a thrill within him. This stem contained significantly more energy than the leaves. Measuring over 4 centimeters in length, its energy content likely equaled the total of 10 leaves. Without hesitation, he ventured to the training chamber. After consuming the plant stem, he commenced his practice of the 5-tiger technique, which could elevate him to the 6th rank of martial artist, sparing him the need to switch techniques until he reached the 7th rank. As he followed the guidance, a torrent of energy flowed relentlessly into his internal organs, even rejuvenating the 3 organs he had previously tempered, indicating that the prior process had not been entirely thorough. The energy within the stem surpassed that of the leaves, and its durability was considerably greater. This session of training extended for an astonishing hour and a half before the stem's energy was wholly expended. Upon concluding his practice, Li Xiaoxian opened his eyes and murmured, "If this energy were to be dedicated to my koi avatar, it would have likely wasted a substantial portion. Yet, there is no alternative. Swift enhancement for the koi avatar is imperative." Shaking his head to dispel any lingering thoughts, Li Xiaoxian began to attune himself to his own condition. A faint smile of joy graced the corners of his lips as he realized his internal organs had been refined. Yet he had not yet reached the stage of internal energy manifestation. This indicated that Li Xiaoxian had attained the pinnacle of the 4th rank, merely a step away from successfully breaking through to become a 5th-rank martial artist. 5th-rank martial artists wield significant internal energy, rendering them substantially more formidable than their 4th-rank counterparts. At this level of cultivation, Li Xiaoxian couldn't help but chuckle at the prospect of entering the 5th rank, contingent upon his ability to acquire the remaining herbs. However, at this moment, he refrained from channeling his consciousness into his koi avatar, whose strength surpassed 1,000 pounds. The next step would necessitate a greater quantity of body-refining elixirs, prompting a need to venture out for procurement. He still possessed a considerable amount of credits, as the instructors for 4th-rank martial artists at Wu University granted 20 credits each month. Li Xiaoxian had accumulated 6 months' worth, totaling 120 credits in his teacher's account. Resolving to act on this thought, he tidied himself up and swiftly made his way towards Wu University. He soon arrived at the logistics department, where he unhesitatingly exchanged all 120 credits for body refining and body quencher elixirs. Both types of elixirs were priced equivalently at 1 credit per elixir. Li Xiaoxian procured 6 bottles. In the outside market, each elixir fetched a steep price of 50,000 huayuan, meaning that 120 elixirs would amount to a staggering 6 million huayuan. At Northwest Wu University, credits could be exchanged for resources at a rate of 30,000 huayuan per credit, but converting credits into cash yielded a value of 10,000 huayuan per credit. Thus, purchasing resources within the school proved significantly more economical than outside. At window number 7, another instructor, by Xiaolong, inquired with a smile, "Xiaoxian, are you truly living this way? Planning to use all your credits to secure resources for your younger brother? With these resources, your brother, as a 1st-rank martial artist, will advance effortlessly, I presume?" Li Xiaoxian nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it's prudent to prepare ample resources. Better safe than sorry." By Xiaolong's side, that young lad seems quite impressive. After 3 rounds of skin refinement, he has achieved a strength of 1,000 pounds. If he can break through his limits, his future is boundless. It's a pity we lack the treasures to facilitate such breakthroughs. Li Xiuxian nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, for his brother, Li Xiuyuan, had already transcended those limits, achieving a strength of 1,200 pounds. Though he remained unaware of how his brother accomplished this feat, he refrained from inquiring further as an elder brother. Well then, teacher Bai, I shall take my leave. I have classes to attend tomorrow. Thank you for today. Bai Xiaolong shook his head. I understand you have matters to attend to. Off you go. Li Xiuxian smiled as he exited the logistics department. Just outside the school gate, he spotted 2 freshmen, a young man and woman, carrying their luggage as they approached the university, both of whom he recognized. Since fate had brought them together, he thought it inconsequential to spare a moment. He approached them, greeting, Tianming, Xiaoya, have you both enrolled at Northwest Wu University? The 2 freshmen, Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoya, were former classmates of Li Xiuyuan in high school and shared a strong bond. Following Li Xiuxian's admission to Northwest Wu University, Li Xiuyuan had stayed with Zhao Tianming's family. Later, upon becoming an instructor at Northwest Wu University, Li Xiuxian purchased a home and facilitated Li Xiuyuan's transfer to Liangzhou No. 1 High School through his connections. To their surprise, 2 close companions had also been admitted to Northwest Wu University, which brought joy to Li Xiuxian. Upon hearing someone speaking to them, Zhao Tianming and his friend looked up in confusion and exclaimed, Xiuxian, it's you. I almost forgot you are a mentor at Northwest Wu University. Li Xiuxian replied with a smile, Come, let me first take you to find the mentor responsible for arranging your accommodations. Otherwise, you will surely struggle to locate it before the semester begins. Zhao Tianming nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you, Xiuxian. Is Xiuyuan at home? Once we're settled, we would like to visit him. Li Xiuxian chuckled, You have arrived too late. He flew to Shenzhou this morning, and he is probably nearing his destination by now. Upon hearing this, the 2 friends felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They shook their heads and remarked, It is truly enviable that he has been admitted to Shenzhou Wu University, while we barely managed to gain entry to Northwest Wu University. The disparity is profound. It is said that graduates from Northwest Wu University generally achieve the rank of 3rd or 4th tier martial artists, with the best attaining the 6th tier, whereas Shenzhou Wu University boasts 5th and 6th tier martial artists, and has even produced 7th and 8th tier talents. This stark contrast arises from the significant differences in faculty strength between the 2 institutions. At Northwest Wu University, a 4th tier martial artist can serve as a mentor, 5th and 6th tier practitioners may teach classes, and only those above the 7th tier are permitted to select and individually instruct students. Chapter 6. A chance encounter with fellow countrymen. Unlike the martial arts academy in Shenzhou, where only those of the 5th rank can become mentors and 6th rank can teach, the disparity is quite pronounced. For a genius like Li Xiuyuan who has surpassed his limits, it is highly probable that he may be taken as a disciple by an innate master. Though there are innate masters at the Northwest Martial University, they are often preoccupied and lack the time to mentor students. Li Xiuxian smiled and remarked, You are already doing quite well. Let us first arrange accommodations for you, and then familiarize yourselves with the campus. As for the matter of the koi avatar, that could be postponed. After all, encountering a friend of his younger brother, it would be unbecoming to leave them stranded here. The 2 nodded eagerly. Encountering acquaintances upon their arrival at the university was certainly preferable to navigating it alone. Wang Xiaoya inquired, Xiuxian Gu, if you have matters to attend to, feel free to go ahead. Li Xiuxian was about to respond that he indeed had business and should take his leave, but he held back, knowing that cultivating one's skills should not come at the expense of neglecting his brother's friend. At the entrance of the university, a guard stood vigil. The guards at Northwest Martial University were also of the 2nd rank. Li Xiuxian greeted him and took the opportunity to introduce Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoya. As they entered the university, Li Xiuxian provided them with insights about the campus environment and architecture. They soon located the registration office, as early enrollment was permitted at Northwest Martial University. Thanks to Li Xiuxian's connections, the 2 were swiftly assigned dormitory accommodations, although there were still 2 days until the official start of classes, allowing them ample time to explore the campus. After settling them in, they returned to the entrance. Li Xiuxian proposed, "Let us go to my home and share a meal together, as well as become better acquainted with the area." Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoye readily agreed. Having been neighbors in the past and now fellow students at Northwest Marshall University, it was prudent to foster a good relationship. Upon arriving at the 108 villa, Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoye were astonished at the three-story residence. "Xiuxian Gu, you truly are remarkable to reside in such a grand villa," they exclaimed.
Li Xiuxian shuklat.
"Once you advance to the third rank, acquiring a house like this will be quite simple. With your talents, it should not prove too difficult." Wang Xiaoye nodded, stating, "Xiuxian Gu, I will strive diligently to cultivate my skills and achieve the third rank soon, so I can purchase a large villa and allow my parents to enjoy a comfortable life." Their families were relatively well off, yet they had exhausted all their savings to ensure their admission to the Martial Arts Academy. Wang Xiaoye's family even sold their house, a true testament to their sacrifices. In truth, this echoed Li Xiuxian's own experience, as he had once sold everything to gain admission to Northwest Marshall University, parting with all possessions aside from the essentials for himself and his brother, including the family home left by their parents. Zhao Tianming, unsure of how to console Wang Xiaoye, merely opened his mouth to speak but found no words. His family was in a slightly better position and had not reached the extent of sacrificing everything, leaving him at a loss for comfort. Li Xiuxian smiled and said, "Your academic performances are commendable. Therefore, strive to excel in all subjects this semester. There are credit rewards, and accumulating credits should be sufficient for you to advance to the second rank. Upon advancing to the second rank of martial artist, you shall be granted 50 credits and the opportunity to undertake tasks. It is advisable to form teams, as these assignments are rather manageable and will enable you to earn money and resources swiftly. Naturally, if you are fortunate enough to have an exceptional mentor, you may also acquire a substantial amount of resources, thereby enhancing your cultivation expeditiously." Zhao Tianming inquired, "Brother Xiuxian, as a mentor, are you able to take on students?" Li Xiuxian chuckled, "I am merely a fourth-rank martial artist, incapable of even serving as a substitute teacher, let alone guiding students. I hope you can find a seventh-rank mentor. Their resources are plentiful, and even a mere trickle would suffice to elevate your cultivation to the third rank." Wang Xiaoye softly remarked, "I am a first-rank martial artist with 2 instances of skin refining. Surely there must be a mentor for me?" Zhao Tianming also turned to Li Xiuxian, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Li Xiuxian, taken aback, asked, "You both are first-rank martial artists with 2 instances of skin refining?" They nodded eagerly, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting his next words.
Li Xiuxian smilat. Aksalien.
"Let us go out for a meal. Afterwards, I will introduce you to someone. I hope you will conduct yourselves well." At the Northwest Marshall University, Li Xiuxian undoubtedly had acquaintances among 7th-rank mentors, and he was even acquainted with an 8th-rank mentor who had yet to accept any students this year, creating an opportunity. Given this, it would be more prudent for him to allow these 2 promising compatriots a chance rather than letting someone else benefit. Of course, Li Xiuxian had no connections that could confer undue advantage. He was merely a humble 4th-rank martial artist, while the mentor in question was a distinguished 8th rank, a significant disparity indeed. Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoye, both astute individuals, smiled upon hearing Li Xiuxian's words, fully aware that their talents were indeed commendable. Initially, Li Xiuxian intended to take them for a meal, but upon noticing their distracted demeanor, he understood their minds were elsewhere and shook his head. "Since you are not inclined to dine, let us first meet someone. I urge you to perform admirably." Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled, and they shyly smiled. They recognized that had it not been for their preoccupation, Li Xiuxian would have taken them to eat, but their urgency caused them to be somewhat absent-minded, leading to Li Xiuxian foregoing the meal to seek out a mentor. Observing their expressions, Li Xiuxian said with a smile, "There is no need for such anxiety. Martial artists must compete fiercely for resources, martial arts, and the courage to lead the way. I hope you maintain this spirit." They exchanged determined glances and nodded resolutely. "Yes, Brother Xiuxian." At Northwest Marshall University, in the Villa District, outside Villa number 66, Li Xiuxian brought Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoye to the door and knocked. "Who is it?" came a commanding female voice from within. The door soon opened to reveal a strikingly confident woman standing at the threshold. "Teacher Li, what brings you here?" The woman, named Jiang Shengnan, was an 8th-rank martial artist of formidable strength, having met Li Shouxian during their time in the vast wilderness. Li Shouxian chuckled, saying, "I heard that Teacher Jiang is taking on disciples, so I brought 2 promising candidates for him to see." Jiang Shengnan, initially puzzled, soon realized it was about accepting students and turned his gaze towards the individuals behind Li. Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoya felt a wave of tension wash over them, for the moment that would determine their fates had arrived. Jiang Shengnan remarked, "A first-grade warrior with secondary skin tempering is quite commendable. I shall accept this young lady, and as for the other one, he is also promising. I wonder what kind of weapon you prefer." Li Shouxian turned to Zhao Tianming and inquired, "Tianming, what weapon do you favor?" Zhao Tianming promptly replied, "In response, Teacher and Brother Shouxian, I favor guns." Jiang Shengnan nodded, stating, "Since Teacher Li has brought you here, I cannot refuse his kindness. However, I intend to accept only one student. This young lady is exceptional. As for the young man, I shall recommend him to De Gongqiang." De Gongqiang, an 8th-grade warrior at the school, known as Lu Dagong, possessed remarkable shooting skills and formidable combat prowess. Although he had 7 or 8 students, this was inconsequential. Having guidance from an 8th-grade mentor is invaluable. Li Shouxian then patted Zhao Tianming's shoulder and urged, "You should express your gratitude to Teacher Jiang." Chapter 7. Conquering enemies and seizing authority. Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoya finally came to their senses and hurriedly expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang." The title of teacher was naturally invoked by Wang Xiaoya, as Jiang Shengnan had already consented to become her mentor. Li Shouxian chuckled and suggested, "Teacher Jiang, shall we dine together?" Jiang Shengnan shook her head and replied, "I will first take the student to find De Gongqiang. We can discuss other matters later." This authoritative figure, Jiang Shengnan, was known for her decisive nature, and Li Shouxian understood this well. He merely smiled and presented 4 bottles of elixirs to Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoya, saying, "Here, make sure to cultivate diligently with your mentor." The 2 glanced at the elixirs thrust into their hands, contemplating a refusal, but Jiang Shengnan interjected, "Enough, that's settled. Li Teacher, would you care to join us?" Li Shouxian shook his head, preferring not to accompany them, as he was not well acquainted with De Gongqiang. It would be more prudent to return and secure resources instead. "Teacher Jiang, I shall not accompany you. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave," he stated. Jiang Shengnan nodded and addressed Zhao Tianming, "Follow me." Li Shouxian remarked with a smile, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Tianming, Xiaoya, ensure you cultivate diligently with your mentor. I shall take my leave now." Zhao Tianming and Wang Xiaoya quickly nodded in agreement. "Brother Shouxian, please attend to your business." Li Shouxian smiled, exchanged farewells with Jiang Shengnan, and proceeded towards the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy for these 2 youngsters, who would likely graduate as peak 5th-tier martial artists, far surpassing his own abilities. Upon returning to the villa, Li Shouxian cast a wistful glance at the 8 remaining bottles of elixirs in his possession, realizing they had diminished by a third. Just as he lamented this loss, a call from his brother interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, brother. I have arrived at Shenzhou Martial University." "Oh right, understood. What? Tianming and Xiaoya have come to Northwest Martial University? Had I known, I would have delayed my departure by a day. Alright, I shall hang up now." After finishing the call, Li Shouxian couldn't help but chuckle. Since his brother had arrived, it was time to reclaim the remaining half of the plants. With 2 elixirs in his possession, he lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the koi avatar. In the Yanglu River, the koi avatar opened its eyes, flicked its tail and swam outward. As soon as it emerged, a sense of danger enveloped it. A large bird was swooping down from the sky. Li Shouxian was taken aback, swiftly dodging, then leaping out of the water, delivering a powerful tail strike to the bird's head, a force exceeding 1,000 pounds crashing down upon it. The bird plunged headfirst into the water. Li Shouxian would not let it escape. He continued to strike its head with his tail, employing techniques from the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. After a prolonged struggle, the bird could no longer withstand the assault, not even letting out a cry before being subdued in the water. Once the bird had ceased to breathe, Li Xiuxian exhaled in relief, yet he pondered what to do with it. If it remained here, his lair would no longer be safe. Such magnificent birds often travel in flocks. Should one be slain, the others swiftly become aware and may seek vengeance. A fierce glint sparkled in Li Xiuxian's eyes as he sank his teeth into the bird's neck, greedily swallowing its blood. After a brief while, feeling overwhelmed, he swam upstream, but upon entering the depths, he succumbed to the water's embrace. Shortly after his departure, the bird's carcass was discovered by its companions, who gathered in the shallows, chirping incessantly. Li Xiuxian, though hearing the commotion, found solace in the deep waters, approximately 2 meters below, where the birds, being only about 1 meter tall, could not penetrate. At that moment, he engaged in meditation at the riverbed, the water pressure facilitating the refinement of the elixirs and the avian blood within him. As he progressed through the third movement, he realized it was becoming insufficient, yet the foundational body tempering technique comprised 9 movements. Thus, he began to extrapolate the subsequent fourth, fifth, and sixth movements, incorporating numerous elements such as flesh refining and bone tempering, for he had already honed his physical form and skeletal structure, making such adaptations feasible. With the completion of 2 elixirs, the fourth movement commenced, and he felt a slight increase in strength, although he soon recognized that his gains were tapering off considerably. After stretching his limbs, he swam towards a familiar location, intent not only on seizing half of that plant but also on claiming the lair of the creature residing there. Before long, he arrived at the site of the previously discovered flora, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a cave encircled by resilient rocks. Indeed, this was an excellent place to establish his stronghold. He must secure it as his sanctuary. His presence attracted the attention of a catfish lurking within the cave, which instantly darted out, aiming to bite him. Li Xiuxian, sensing its approach, swiftly evaded by flicking his tail and then retaliated with a powerful strike that sent the catfish hurtling away. However, it was evident that the catfish was robust, as it lunged at him once more. Without hesitation, Li Xiuxian delivered another fierce blow to its head. With a resounding thud, the catfish was launched again. And at the eastern lake's rocky edge, Li Xiuxian did not falter. He sprang forward, executing the first stroke of the 5-tiger breaking the door technique with his tail. Though his tail lacked sharpness, he relied on powerful swipes. Each strike against the catfish's head was forceful, catching the creature off guard. It had not anticipated that the one it once frightened would now exhibit such ferocity. Yet, at this juncture, Li Xiuxian felt compelled to press on, sensing the catfish's vitality waning. Approximately half an hour had passed when the catfish finally fell silent. Li Xiuxian let out a sigh of relief, believing his adversary had succumbed. However, to his astonishment, the creature executed a sudden roll and sprang towards him. Caught off guard, Li Xiuxian was knocked down, witnessing the catfish open its gaping maw in his direction. A shiver coursed through his body as he narrowly escaped its bite, only to be struck again by its tail, which sent it flying. This time, he did not pause. He relentlessly battered its head until it was utterly pulverized, finally allowing himself to breathe easy as he began to feast upon its flesh. Determined not to be deceived again, he regrettably noted the creature's massive size, which rendered his efforts to consume it a lengthy endeavor. Observing the remaining 2/3 of the catfish's body, Li Xiuxian hastily retreated into the catfish's cavern. The entrance was not large, but once inside, it revealed a hidden sanctuary. The cave soared to a height of 2 meters, featuring an air vent the size of a basin, though thick vegetation obscured it, making it nearly impossible to detect under ordinary circumstances. Fortunately, this provided a means of ventilation, significantly enhancing his safety from the predatory birds outside. The cave was a natural formation, spanning 5 square meters, ample space for him to thrive for an extended period. Li Xiuxian pushed the remnants of the catfish onto a nearby stone platform, which bore several items, including a plant, though its leaves had long since withered, stirring a pang of sorrow within him. Chapter 8. The 5th-ranked warrior. In addition to this peculiar plant, there were several other items. A piece of iron, 3 jade stones, and a dagger that appeared exceptionally sharp, undoubtedly of human craftsmanship. Li Xiuxian mused quietly. Could there exist beings akin to humans in this world? If so, this world promises to be quite intriguing. Might I be able to cultivate into a spirit? With this thought igniting a spark of excitement within him, Li Xiuxian laboriously leaned toward the piece of iron, scrutinizing it intently, only to find it devoid of any distinguishing features. He shook his head and turned his gaze to the jade stones, yet discerned nothing remarkable there either. Nevertheless, the mere presence of these items suggested their extraordinary nature. Still, he shook his head and swam outward, having discovered that the catfish he had just consumed could transform into energy. Upon exiting the cavern, Li Xiuxian commenced his fourth movement, swiftly digesting the energy within him. The surrounding fish and shrimp, witnessing his actions, scurried away in fright, having seen him eliminate their ruler with ease, a rather terrifying sight for them. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after refining the energy within, his physique expanded slightly, though he remained a distance away from the size of the previous catfish. It was then that he recalled the possibility of cultivating within the cave, chuckling wryly as he scanned his surroundings, quickly locating a sizable stone. With considerable effort, he pushed the stone to the entrance of the cave, devising a method to seal the entrance after he had entered, reassured by the presence of ventilation within. Once the cave was secured, Li Xiuxian attuned himself to the strength within and the muscles he had refined, a smile breaking across his face as he glanced at the remnants of the catfish nearby. Ultimately, he sighed, deciding it prudent to return to enhancing his own cultivation. Who could say whether the energy from this plant might dissipate entirely? As his consciousness returned, Li Xiuxian rose, checking the time to find he had 3 hours until work. With that in mind, he resolved to practice, for the plant stems he possessed should be refined sooner rather than later. Observing the increased quantity of plant stems, he proceeded to the training room, swallowing one whole before beginning to practice the five-tiger technique, his sole martial art. As he diligently practiced the five-tiger technique, a palpable energy began to coalesce around him, swirling in a specific direction while the energy within him was continuously digested and integrated, enhancing his physical strength once more. Internal energy involves harmonizing all bodily forces into a singular momentum, which remains latent throughout the body until summoned, at which point it crystallizes into formidable power. The fifth-ranked warrior is fundamentally a process of nurturing this energy. Once it circulates freely throughout the body, any technique can reach its pinnacle, a state known as energy transformation, which characterizes the sixth-ranked warrior. As his training progressed, a distinct energy began to form within him, and Li Xiuxian realized that his internal energy had manifested, albeit in a nascent and feeble state, this energy capable of residing in various parts of his body. When utilizing internal strength, it can be transferred in accordance with the techniques employed. As long as one amplifies their qi, enveloping their entire body, they can achieve the sixth rank of strength transformation. However, it is evident that Li Xiuxian has yet to reach such a level. After 2 hours, Li Xiuxian rose to his feet and delivered a punch into the air. Bang! The air reverberated with a thunderous sound, a testament to Li Xiuxian channeling his internal strength into his arm. Based on the force he just exerted, my power should be approximately 12,000 kg. Having just attained the 5th rank of martial artist, the power at this stage should be around 10,000 kg. It appears I have grown considerably stronger. Now, Li Xiuxian can truly be considered an internal martial artist. The 4th rank involves refining the internal organs, while the 5th rank cultivates genuine combat power through internal strength. It is no wonder that only those at the 5th rank can become instructors. Li Xiuxian had no intention of changing jobs. He still relished his position in the logistics department, where he could leisurely complete his tasks while nurturing his koi avatar, securing benefits for his true self and facilitating his own rapid growth. After finishing his training, Li Xiuxian quickly took a shower, dined outside his community, and hastened to the logistics department. With the start of the school year approaching, the logistics department became increasingly busy, yet the number of individuals exchanging resources remained low, allowing Li Xiuxian the opportunity to nurture his koi avatar. In the following 2 days, Li Xiuxian's koi avatar remained inactive, continually enhancing its strength with the body refinement pills and bone-tempering pills at his disposal. Soon, the day of school commencement arrived. Li Xiuxian chose not to join the bustling crowd, as the logistics department was exceedingly busy, and he found himself quite overwhelmed. "Teacher, I would like a bottle of blood condensation pill and 2 bottles of qi blood pill." "Ah, you've made quite the progress, Haven to you?" It hasn't been long since I last saw you, and you've already broken through to the 3rd rank. At this pace, graduating at the 5th rank is quite feasible. Hehe, thank you for your kind words, Teacher Li. You've been busy lately, I presume? Moderately so. By the way, at the 3rd rank, try to consolidate your chi and blood as much as possible. Don't rush to break through to the 4th rank. Wait until your chi and blood reach their limits before advancing. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Li. Here are your pills. Now be on your way, and don't hinder those behind you. The young man chuckled, received his student ID and pills, and departed. This fellow was Zhou Haoran, who had been advancing rapidly since breaking through to the 3rd rank, prompting me to advise him against hastily reaching the 4th rank. Zhou Haoran was quite renowned at school. Despite his mediocre talent, he had ventured out on missions, diligently accumulating resources to bolster his cultivation, resulting in formidable combat power. Such individuals, provided they do not perish along the way, have boundless potential for future achievements, and it is wise to forge connections with them. After a long day of toil, upon returning home in the evening, Li Xiuxian received a phone call from his younger brother. His brother had performed admirably, being accepted as a student by a congenital master. Although that master had already taken on numerous students, he was still a formidable figure, far beyond the capabilities of a mere 9th-rank martial artist. After concluding the call, Li Xiuxian lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and directed his consciousness into his koi avatar. In the depths of the cave, Li Xiuxian pushed aside the massive stone and swam out, indulging voraciously in the fish and shrimp that awaited him, having already devoured the half-body of a catfish with great relish. Once satiated, he resolved to return to his lair to continue his cultivation, deeming it prudent to refrain from venturing out for the next few days. With the new semester underway at Northwest Martial University, both the logistical and administrative departments were bustling with activity. He required ample time for rest, for without it, his work would become exceedingly arduous. Upon returning to his sanctuary, after 2 hours of diligent practice, Li Xiuxian retreated into his true form and succumbed to slumber. At dawn the following day, he embarked on yet another busy day. However, as he commenced his duties, he received grave news that compelled him to elevate his cultivation level in anticipation of looming dangers. Reports indicated that at the entrance to the Great Wilderness, under the watch of Northwest Martial University, a considerable assembly of barbarian tribes was gathering, signaling a potential assault on the entrance once again. This intelligence was not exclusive to Li Xiuxian. His fellow instructors were equally informed. Nevertheless, the operations at Northwest Martial University continued to run smoothly and methodically. Li Xiuxian was merely advised to prepare for the forthcoming fortnight, as it was anticipated that the barbarian tribes might launch an attack on the Great Wilderness entrance within that time frame. Although their ranks consisted predominantly of 4th and 5th-tier warriors, whose impact might be minimal, the barbarian forces were not solely composed of high-level combatants. They too had their share of lower-tier soldiers, who would be countered by the less experienced practitioners. Chapter 9. Exploration of the upper reaches. A week later, the bustling activities of the school year came to a halt. All the teachers and students preparing to guard the entrance to the Great Wilderness paused their respective tasks to ready themselves for the journey ahead. Li Xiuxian aimed to rapidly enhance his cultivation, focusing on 2 avenues. The first being internal energy, which required resources for advancement. The second was his swordsmanship, which had already achieved a high level of proficiency with the 5th strike. Progressing further in this skill proved to be quite challenging. With no apparent options for improvement, he turned his attention to his koi clone. Over the week, Li Xiuxian had exhausted all the pills in his possession, resulting in significant growth of the koi clone. This increase in size greatly amplified his strength, now surpassing 500 gene. Such power was formidable. A single punch could potentially obliterate an ordinary person, let alone the fish and shrimp of the Yanglu River. No longer concealing his might, he flicked his tail and exited his cave dwelling, sealing the entrance with a large boulder before swimming upstream. The upper reaches of the Yanglu River led to the Yingyue Pool, shaped like a full moon, where the moon could be reflected in its depths. The pool was 8 meters deep and 10 meters in diameter. Li Xiuxian's goal was to reach the furthest upstream, yet he was unfamiliar with the Yanglu River. His journey had 2 purposes: to reach the uppermost point and to search for treasures akin to a particular plant, which he would refer to as spiritual entities. After swimming 2 kilometers, he noticed the water becoming noticeably shallower. He mused that he must be nearing the upper reaches. Unfortunately, the shallow area was not extensive, and he quickly found himself in a deeper section of the river. While he was not surprised by the familiar riverbed, his heart began to race with excitement. He wondered if this deep water would harbor a ruler like the one in his previous location, along with a similar plant. As it turned out, he was indeed correct. However, the deep water extended for 5 miles, and it was home to more than one dominant creature. As the saying goes, where there are rare treasures, extraordinary beasts will surely guard them. Conversely, places inhabited by such beasts also conceal heavenly materials and treasures. After swimming for quite some time, Li Xiuxian spotted a particularly robust lobster. Faced with this creature, he found himself uncertain of how to proceed, as its shell was exceedingly tough. Yet, his arrival caught the attention of the lobster, and he noticed beside it a blood coral that had been gnawed down by a third. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Cautiously surveying the surroundings, he indeed spotted a nearby cave, where fish and shrimp seemed to skulk in and out, suggesting it was the lobster's lair. With determination, Li Xiuxian lunged towards the lobster. The half-meter-tall creature, upon seeing him, showed no fear and charged back with its formidable pincers. Recognizing the sharpness of its claws, Li Xiuxian deftly sidestepped the attack, then swung his tail, delivering a powerful blow to the lobster's head. With a resounding thud, the lobster was sent flying, crashing against the rocks. Unfazed by whether it survived, Li Xiuxian pounced, relentlessly striking its head with his tail until it lay motionless. However, having suffered once, he did not truly cease his efforts. Instead, he voraciously seized the 2 formidable pincers, discovering that they remained inert. Only then did he proceed to push the carcass toward the cave. This cave appeared rather shabby. Compared to his own abode, it resembled a mere hollow. Li Xiuxian did not indulge in any picky preferences, for it was a prize wrested from the great lobster. After securing the lobster's remains, he approached the blood coral, hesitating briefly before decisively severing a piece to bring into the cave. Once he had placed the blood coral inside, Li Xiuxian emerged from the cave without hesitation, for he had just spotted several familiar items surrounding the blood coral. They were jade stones, akin to the 3 he had previously encountered in the catfish's lair. Li Xiuxian discerned that these items, having been collected by another, must surely possess value. There were 5 jade stones here. He was uncertain of their purpose but decided to gather them, for they might prove useful. Collecting all 5 jade stones, he carried them into the cave, holding them in his mouth to return them to his true form for safekeeping, as transporting them back to his original lair proved somewhat challenging due to the limited space of his mouth. Observing the cave, he noted its modest dimensions, yet it contained some items of interest. A few pieces of silver lay within, leaving Li Xiuxian somewhat speechless. He had no use for such trinkets. Shaking his head, he retrieved the remaining blood coral and made his way back to his true form, swaying slightly as he continued onward. He intended to explore this deep water area thoroughly before returning to his own cave for cultivation. The value of blood coral was exceedingly high. If cultivated, it held the promise of elevating Li Xiuxian to the pinnacle of a 5th-tier warrior. Should he acquire additional spiritual materials, he would undoubtedly break through to the 6th tier. Attaining the 6th tier would place him at the zenith of mid-tier warriors, requiring only the refining of his dantian to cultivate true qi and ascend to the 7th tier, a qualitative leap from 6th to 7th. With true qi, he could enhance his blades, augmenting their power, which a 6th-tier warrior could not achieve.
Li Xiuxian suam upstram.
Traversing the lengthy deep water zone until he finally beheld a complete 9-leaf plant, much to his delight, as it was unguarded by any aberrant beasts. Beneath the 9-leaf plant lay a solitary jade stone. He was uncertain of its utility but knew it must possess some advantage. Swiftly, he gathered all the items to bring back to his true form before continuing his exploration. Soon, he emerged from the deep water zone to find a 3-meter deep pool before him. A mere glance at the pool sent a shiver of dread through him, sensing a terrifying aura within, prompting him to hastily swim downstream. Upon returning to his cave, Li Xiuxian surveyed his surroundings and found nothing amiss. He then lay down, his consciousness returning to his true form. In his chamber, Li Xiuxian sat up from his bed, swiftly retrieving 3 jade boxes from the bedside table. Within these boxes were the 9-leaf herb, the blood coral, and 6 jade stones. Ignoring the jade stones, Li Xiuxian promptly ingested half of the blood coral and hurried to the cultivation chamber to commence his training. The energy of the blood coral was abundant. He devoted 6 continuous hours to cultivation. By the time the energy of the blood coral was completely depleted, Li Xiuxian had ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. He refrained from further elevating his cultivation level, choosing instead to acclimate himself to his significantly enhanced power, converting it all into combat prowess. The method for transforming this power lay in the practice of the 5-tiger breaks the gate blade technique. Regrettably, he found himself stuck at the 5th blade, unable to unleash the 6th no matter how diligently he practiced. Yet during his training, perhaps influenced by the graceful movements of the koi, he inadvertently developed a peculiar footwork. Intrigued, Li Xiuxian devoted himself to refining it. Astonishingly, after 2 days of contemplation, he successfully devised a new set of steps. While this footwork did not increase his speed, it proved remarkably effective in evading attacks, allowing him to glide away like a slippery koi, effortlessly dodging adversary strikes. On this day, Li Xiuxian paused with a smile, noting that there were still 4 days remaining before his journey to the great wilderness. He felt confident that this time would suffice for him to break through to the 6th tier of martial artist, as the energy encapsulated within the complete 9-leaf grass was immense. Over the next 2 days, aside from addressing the residual effects of his cultivation advancements, he occasionally immersed his consciousness into his koi avatar. Since he could not venture upstream, he resolved to explore downstream instead. Chapter 10. The Art of Demonic Cultivation. Li Xiuxian guided his koi avatar downstream, hesitant to venture upstream due to the looming terror that resided there. However, he felt that downstream remained uncharted territory, likely harboring spiritual entities. The spiritual treasures he would uncover would undoubtedly enhance the combat prowess of his koi avatar. Once his cultivation reached a certain pinnacle, he would dare to explore upstream, for such formidable beings surely guarded valuable treasures. Yet, it seemed as if his fortune had waned. Despite swimming a considerable distance, he encountered no significant finds, though he did come across a plethora of formidable fish and shrimp, even crossing paths with several water snakes. At this moment, Li Xiuxian found himself wavering, contemplating whether to continue downstream as twilight rapidly approached. Perhaps emboldened by his skills, he pressed onward, soon reaching the confluence where the Willow River met the Crystal River. Here, the currents were tumultuous, teeming with powerful life forms. Li Xiuxian felt a pang of frustration. What was the matter with the Willow River? It seemed to be obstructed at both ends by formidable creatures. Furrowing his brow, he surfaced to gaze upon the Crystal River, only to realize how diminutive the Willow River truly was. The Crystal River was vast, at least in Li Xiuxian's eyes. Where they intersected, it spanned 5 or 6 meters wide, and he dared not measure its depth, as powerful beings lingered there. With a wry smile, Li Xiuxian turned upstream, the moon now illuminating the night sky. Suddenly, a splash echoed behind him. Turning to investigate, he was astonished to see a 2-meter-long black fish emerge from the water, surveying its surroundings for threats. Finding none, it opened its enormous mouth and began to rhythmically breathe in the moonlight. Li Xiuxian stood in awe as he witnessed moonbeams streaming into the fish's mouth with each breath, casting a silvery glow upon the creature. Realization dawned upon him. This was indeed a form of cultivation. He focused his mind, carefully observing the black fish's breathing pattern. As a martial artist, Li Xiuxian quickly discerned the breathing technique from the fish's rhythmic movements and mouth openings. However, to ensure he grasped it fully, he remained in place, continuing to observe, regretting his earlier lack of diligence. As midnight approached, when the moon shone its brightest, Li Xiuxian flicked his tail and swam toward midstream. Once distanced from the black fish, he surfaced cautiously, scanning the area for any threats before letting out a sigh of relief. Opening his mouth, he began to emulate the black fish's breathing method, initially struggling to find a rhythm. Yet, guided by human consciousness, he knew that if he could not master this fundamental act, he would not be deserving of his humanity. Breathe, breathe, breathe. With each rhythmic inhalation, Li Xiaoxian gradually sensed a cooling essence entering his mouth, splitting into two parts, one fortifying his body and the other accumulating within him. Li Xiaoxian was filled with astonishment, for he realized that he had succeeded. However, in his excitement, he abruptly awoke from his meditation. Glancing at the sun that was about to rise on the horizon, he felt a twinge of regret before diving back into the water. He swiftly swam towards his dwelling, and though this journey downstream did not yield any spiritual objects or jade stones, it gifted him with something far more valuable: the cultivation methods of animals, or one might say the techniques of demon cultivation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a stone, for he noticed a faint glimmer beneath it. Though he could not discern the exact reason, he instinctively felt it was something of great worth. He hastened over, examined the stone, and with a forceful push, he quickly moved it aside. Staring at the objects beneath, he was taken aback, for he realized he already possessed these items. Indeed, he had as many as 9. Could it be that this jade held some special benefits? Whatever the case, he decided to collect them for further study. As Li Xiaoxian picked one up, intending to return it to his original form, he noticed something peculiar. The lunar essence he had absorbed seemed to resonate with the jade stones. A cool breeze emanated from the stones, flowing into his koi form, merging with the previously absorbed moonlight, and gradually amplifying his strength. After a moment of stunned silence, he understood the purpose of these jade stones. They were unexpectedly meant for cultivation. However, without prior knowledge of demon cultivation techniques, he had been unable to utilize their potential. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were indeed 3 stones in total, which he held in his mouth. The influx of energy into his body intensified, filling him with joy. Looking around and seeing nothing else of interest, he prepared to swim back. Suddenly, he halted, glancing back at the stone he had pushed aside. Without hesitation, he flicked his tail and struck it, shattering the stone. Though the impact stung, he had no other recourse. Soon, the stone crumbled, revealing a metallic substance the size of a thumb. What this material was remained a mystery to Li Xiaoxian, yet he decided to take it back with him. With 3 jade stones still in his mouth, he swam towards his dwelling. Upon returning, he did not encounter any further treasures and went directly to his cave. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought all the jade stones from his original form. Besides the 3 he had collected, he spread the remainder across the ground, lying atop them as the energy surged into his body at an accelerated pace. A smile crept across his face. Although the absorption of lunar essence was not as rapid, it was indeed a method of enhancing his cultivation. Surely it was better than not practicing during the day. In the sanctum of his cave, Li Xiaoxian diligently refined his footwork, bestowing upon it a melodious name: the swimming fish step, inspired by the graceful movements of the koi. He felt a surge of confidence that with this technique, even a 6th-grade martial artist would struggle to land a blow on him. As the koi step was fundamentally based on evasion, he pondered whether his tail whip attack could inspire a new leg technique. Perhaps it was worth a try? As soon as the thought took root, Li Xiaoxian wasted no time in acting upon it. Swinging both legs was certainly out of the question, so he opted for a single leg instead. His mind raced with the imagery of a koi fish flicking its tail, pondering the intricacies of the movement. Without hesitation, he thrust his leg forward, producing a sharp crack. After a moment's contemplation, he began to alternate his leg swings in a fluid motion. Gradually, he developed a sensation as if his legs were devoid of bones, continuously snapping through the air, accompanied by a series of sharp sounds. Time seemed to lose meaning as Li Xiaoxian engaged in this exercise, and eventually he came to a halt. He felt fully acclimated to the pinnacle of a 5th-tier martial artist, realizing he was on the verge of breaking into the 6th tier. Yet, before proceeding, he was eager to test the potency of the leg-swinging technique he had just perfected. Fixing his gaze on a force-measuring device in the distance, Li Xiaoxian focused intently and leapt into the air, directing his leg towards the apparatus. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, and it wasn't until the 6th strike that he finally ceased, collapsing onto the ground and rubbing his sore legs. Ah, the pain! It was evident that he needed to devise a means to enhance his legs' resilience. Otherwise, such a formidable combat technique would be rendered futile, and he risked debilitating his legs in the process. Chapter 11. The 6th rank warrior, this leg technique proved remarkably effective. Despite the pain, each strike accumulated power, akin to the 5 tiger breaking door blade, which amplifies each cut by a factor of 0.3. However, this leg technique was extraordinary, enhancing each kick by 0.5. Li Xiaoxian unleashed a total of 6 kicks, resulting in a 3-fold increase in power, albeit at the cost of nearly incapacitating his legs. Thus, without risking injury, he could execute only 5 kicks, yielding a 2.5-fold enhancement. This outcome filled him with immense joy. The pain in his legs was a small price to pay. Should his legs endure, he could continuously unleash leg attacks, undoubtedly a hidden trump card. Li Xiaoxian rubbed his legs and rose with a grin, saying since it's derived from the koi's tail flick, let us name it the Divine Dragon Tail Sweep. After all, a koi that leaps over the dragon gate transforms into a dragon. The name was thus established. A set of fish glide steps and a set of divine dragon tail sweeps, both formidable combat techniques that, if employed in real battle, would rival those of some 3rd-rank warriors. At this moment, Li Xiaoxian consumed the 9-leaf grass and began his cultivation. He had fully mastered his own power and was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th rank. In this brief period, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th rank and was now ready to advance to the 6th rank, an achievement that would surely astonish many if revealed. As time flowed, dawn arrived swiftly. Li Xiaoxian eventually halted his training, astonished at the lengthy duration of his session. The 9-leaf grass was indeed potent. After stretching his fatigued limbs and without even taking a bath, he collapsed onto a nearby lounge chair and succumbed to sleep, clearly exhausted. By evening, Li Xiaoxian awoke, checked the time, quickly washed up, grabbed a bite to eat, and comfortably reclined on his bed, reveling in the invigorating energy coursing through him. A smile graced his lips. He had indeed reached the 6th rank. Now, he awaited entry into the great wilderness, eager to plunder its riches, confident that the barbaric tribes would welcome him with open arms. With this thought, Li Xiaoxian's eyes fluttered shut as his consciousness entered the koi's body. At the Yanglu River, within his cave dwelling, Li Xiaoxian opened his eyes, sensing a significant increase in the energy within him. He understood that by lying upon the jade stone, he could continuously absorb energy from it. Rising, he expelled the jade stone from his mouth, exited the cave, and, under the deepening night sky with the moon high above, he surfaced, inhaling the moonlight in rhythmic gulps. He discovered that, compared to absorbing energy from the jade stone, the pace of enhancement from the moonlight was swifter, and the moonlight also tempered his physical strength, rapidly augmenting his bodily resilience. Li Xiaoxian gradually immersed himself in his cultivation, losing track of time. Suddenly, a tingling sensation prickled at his scalp. He swiftly opened his eyes and swam toward the depths. At that moment, a large bird had descended upon the water's surface, its talons reaching for him, threatening to eviscerate him. With a swift turn, he evaded the oncoming attack. He narrowly evaded the attack, yet a massive stone nearby was shattered to pieces by the great bird, sending a chill down his spine and awakening him to the perilous nature of this world. He hastily retreated into the cave, narrowly escaping the bird's onslaught. With a lingering sense of dread, he gazed at the relentless creature outside the cave, foreboding feelings resurfacing within him. As anticipated, the bird, without hesitation, clawed at the stone wall of his sanctuary, dislodging chunks of rock. Li Xiaoxian felt a sense of helplessness, repeatedly transferring the items around him to his main body, hoping to avoid waste. 9 pieces of jade, an unidentified black iron shard, a small fragment of an unknown ore, and a dagger, which he nearly harmed himself with while grasping it by the hilt, were all sent to his main body. Having completed these actions, Li Xiaoxian braced himself for the cave to be breached and for his potential capture. Just as the cave seemed on the verge of collapse, 2 resounding roars echoed from the upstream and downstream of the Yanglu River. The great bird, startled, took flight, casting a terrified glance in the direction of the river before hastily departing. Just as Li Xiaoxian exhaled in relief, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, though this time it bore no threat of death. A large tortoise appeared at the entrance of his cave, its head lowered, and a voice he could comprehend resonated in his ears. "Little one, the Blackfish General of the Clearwater Dragon Palace summons you to join the Moonlit Dragon Palace and become a member of the Dragon Clan." What say you? Li Xiuxian gazed at the tortoise in astonishment, nodding vigorously, his heart racing with disbelief. The moonlit dragon palace and the black fish general. What manner of world was this? The black fish general must be the very fish from which he learned the breathing techniques, and the moonlit dragon palace likely represented the power upstream. He pondered the role the tortoise played in this realm. The tortoise regarded Li Xiuxian with curiosity, as if struck by a thought, and softly spoke, "Little one, come forth. I shall impart to you the method of mental communication." Li Xiuxian recognized that the tortoise had no reason to deceive him, for the great bird clearly feared the creature, indicating its formidable strength. Even in his cave, he could not evade it. Emerging from the cave, the tortoise observed Li Xiuxian's koi form and remarked, "Ah, you have just begun your cultivation. It seems you are still in the early stages of foundational training. You must strive harder." With that, the tortoise's head lunged towards Li Xiuxian, startling him into a reflexive flinch. However, the tortoise's speed left him no chance to evade. Soon, he realized his anxiety was unfounded, as a method of mental communication manifested in his mind, requiring the energy within him to activate. Closing his eyes, he contemplated for a moment and attempted to communicate mentally. Venerable one. The tortoise chuckled in satisfaction. Your comprehension is commendable. You may call me Commander Tortoise. From now on, you shall be one of my subordinates. Li Xiuxian looked at himself and couldn't help but respond. But I am a fish. The turtle commander chuckled heartily, saying, "Ha ha ha. Follow me, and let us converse as we walk." In truth, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals are merely a collective term for the aquatic forces of the Dragon Palace. If you wish to shed this designation, strive to reach the mid-stage of chi refinement and become a commander like myself. Li Xiuxian promptly inquired, "Commander, may I ask what exactly this chi refinement stage entails?" The turtle commander replied, "The cultivation realms are typically classified as foundation establishment, chi refinement, elixir formation, and spirit refinement. You have only just attained the foundation establishment stage, while I am currently at the chi refinement stage. The foundation establishment phase, often referred to as the 100-day foundation, will take you 2 months to complete, thanks to General Blackfish's breathing techniques. Upon achieving the foundation establishment, you will need to open your demon abode, condense your magical power, and attain the chi refinement stage, which is the true essence of the demon race. Now we have arrived. Let us go meet Prime Minister Turtle." As Li Xiuxian was engrossed in the conversation, he halted when he heard the turtle commander mention the meeting. They had reached the deep water area over 3 meters deep upstream, beyond which lay the true upper reaches and the moonlit dragon palace. The turtle continued, "We are now officially entering the moonlit pool, where the moonlit dragon palace resides. I hope you will observe carefully and refrain from speaking too much." Li Xiuxian nodded rapidly, assuring, "Rest assured, Commander Turtle, I shall observe more and speak less. I will not bring you any trouble." Chapter 12. The Moonlit Dragon Palace. The turtle commander, with a sense of satisfaction, led Li Xiuxian into the moonlit pool. It was then that Li realized, in comparison to the river he hailed from, the moonlit pool was truly vast, stretching beyond the limits of his vision. Upon entering the pool, Li Xiuxian encountered several patrolling shrimp soldiers and crab generals, who had not transformed but instead wielded weapons with their large pincers, presenting quite an amusing sight. The turtle commander remarked, "For our aquatic kin to transform, one must reach the alchemy realm. Yet, at that level, one could already command troops in a grand river like the Clear Water River."
Li Xiuxian nodded rapidly.
He perceived the envy in the turtle commander's eyes when he spoke of the alchemy realm and the generals of the Clear Water River, indicating that both the realm and the position held significant prestige. Soon, they arrived at a stone wall where a door was inscribed with the words Moonlit Dragon Palace. 2 imposing shrimp soldiers and crab generals stood guard. Li Xiuxian pondered silently, realizing that the crystal palace differed somewhat from his expectations. It felt more akin to a cavern. The turtle commander respectfully addressed the guards. "Might I trouble you two to inform Chancellor Turtle that a new cultivator from the aquatic realm has arrived to report?" The 2 guarding commanders cast a disdainful glance at Li Xiuxian and replied to the turtle commander, "The Chancellor is not present. You shall have to wait." Aware that they sought some form of benefit, the turtle commander prepared to offer something when Li Xiuxian interjected. "It would be wise to inform him. I am recommended by General Blackfish of the Clearwater River to enter the Moonlit Dragon Palace. Should General Blackfish learn of your negligence towards his recommended creature, what do you suppose his reaction would be?
Li Xiuxian smirka.
The shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not particularly sharp-witted, quickly softened their demeanor upon hearing Li Xiuxian's affiliation with General Blackfish, and with forced smiles, they said, "Apologies, young brother. Please wait a moment while I go relay the message." Li Xiuxian scoffed, "You've kept us waiting outside for so long, and you think it can be resolved just like that?" The two guards grew anxious and hastily retrieved several jade stones from their storage pouches, offering them to Li Xiuxian. "Young brother, we were in the wrong. Please forgive us." Li Xiuxian nodded, satisfied with their earnestness. "Your acknowledgement of error is commendable. Now, please go and announce my arrival." However, he felt somewhat helpless upon seeing the 10 jade stones before him, as he lacked a pouch to store them. Ultimately, he swallowed them whole, swiftly transferring them to his true form, executing the act with remarkable speed, and retaining his dignity. This action, however, only heightened the regard in which the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and the turtle commander held him. The absence of a storage pouch indicated one possibility. Li Xiuxian possessed a primal divine ability. Within the Moonlit Dragon Palace, an elder bearing a turtle shell chuckled. "What an intriguing young fellow. He seems quite intelligent and possesses dragon lineage. He could indeed be cultivated with great care." While the exterior of the Dragon Palace appeared unremarkable, its interior was impressively expansive. After all, the Moonlit Dragon Palace, regardless of its size, was still a dragon palace, serving as the residence of the Moonlit Dragon King. In summary, the Moon Reflection Pool is governed by the Clearwater River, which is not only fed by the Willow River but also several smaller streams and numerous hidden waterways, all flowing towards the Clearwater River. Li Xiuxian was soon granted an audience with the legendary Tortoise Prime Minister. True to the tales, he bore a tortoiseshell on his back, presenting a comical visage. However, the aura emanating from him commanded respect, making Li Xiuxian wary of underestimating him. Bowing respectfully behind the Tortoise Commander, he greeted, "I pay my respects to the Tortoise Prime Minister." The Tortoise Prime Minister nodded and replied, "You are quite impressive, young one. I sense the dragon blood coursing through your veins, which makes you an ideal candidate to cultivate the dragon transformation technique. With the Dragon King in seclusion, I shall impart this knowledge to you, hoping to awaken the dragon lineage within you." Li Xiuxian was taken aback by such a fortuitous opportunity and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Prime Minister." The Tortoise Prime Minister chuckled. "Those with dragon blood are considered descendants of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Palace of the Lintian River has decreed that all bearers of dragon blood should be nurtured to their fullest potential. You are indeed fortunate." While Li Xiuxian had never heard of the Lintian River Dragon Palace, he assumed it must be quite prestigious, especially since the Dragon King of the Moon Reflection Pool was of the alchemy stage. The Clearwater River, too, must possess its own merits, suggesting that the Dragon King of the Lintian River would be even more formidable. With this thought, Li Xiuxian quickly bowed again. "Thank you, Tortoise Prime Minister." The Tortoise Prime Minister extended a hand and lightly touched Li Xiuxian's forehead, transmitting a surge of information into his mind. Were it not for his human consciousness, he might have been overwhelmed by the influx of knowledge. After assimilating the information, Li Xiuxian bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Prime Minister." The Tortoise Prime Minister nodded. "Excellent. This is all your fortune. Cultivate diligently. Although your dragon blood is rare, there is still a chance for transformation. In time, you may lead a territory." Li Xiuxian's eyes sparkled at the mention of transformation. While he was uncertain of his ability to achieve it, the prospect of becoming a regional dragon king, akin to the Moon Reflection Dragon King, thrilled him. Although the Moon Reflection Dragon Palace was merely a minor one, its resources were considerable. He had already learned that the jade stones he had found were actually spirit stones, rich in spiritual energy and meant for enhancing cultivation. He had discovered over 10 spirit stones in the Willow River, which was said to be the most barren of the rivers, largely devoid of demon formations and in a state of neglect. What of the other rivers? And those hidden waterways? Might they contain even more spirit stones? If he could indeed lead a territory, his cultivation would surely ascend with remarkable speed. Once more, his gaze fell upon the dragon transformation technique. a method primarily focused on achieving dragon-level cultivation. Alas, it was only suitable for those at the alchemy stage. Even at its pinnacle, it could only awaken the bloodline, granting a fish dragon form. It seemed that the Moon Reflection Dragon King also possessed a fish dragon form. With this realization, Li Xiaoxian felt a surge of excitement and thanked the Tortoise Prime Minister once more. The Tortoise Prime Minister instructed, "Commander Tortoise, this young one will henceforth accompany you. His offerings shall be 5 spirit stones each month, and upon breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, it shall increase to 10 spirit stones monthly." The Tortoise Commander nodded eagerly, feeling joy for Li Xiaoxian, as even the typical shrimp and crab soldiers at the foundation stage only required 2 spirit stones, and those advancing to the early stages of Qi refinement needed merely 5. Li Xiaoxian observed the excitement in the eyes of the Turtle Commander, as if he had come to a profound realization. It appeared that the bloodline of the Dragon Clan bestowed far more than merely the transformation technique. It also encompassed a plethora of resources for cultivation. The Turtle Chancellor chuckled, "Very well. Take the little one down. Remember, allow him ample opportunity to familiarize himself with the Dragon Palace. He is not permitted to undertake any tasks until he reaches the Qi refinement stage. Understood?" The Turtle Commander nodded eagerly, for Li Xiaoxian practiced General Blackfish's breathing technique, and he would likely break through to the Qi refinement stage within a mere 2 months. As Li Xiaoxian followed the Turtle Commander down, an entity emerged from the depths of the Dragon Palace, an aquatic being with the head of a fish and the body of a man, exuding an overwhelming aura. He was none other than King Ingyue of the Dragon Clan. The Turtle Chancellor promptly bowed, stating, "I pay my respects to your Majesty, King." King Ingyue responded with delight. "What brings such joy?" The Turtle Chancellor replied with a smile, "We have discovered a carp possessing the dragon bloodline. Though its lineage may not rival that of your Majesty, with proper nurturing, the resources for your transformation into a flood dragon will certainly suffice." King Ingyue, astonished, exclaimed, "Is that true? Then we must nurture him diligently. Let us double his resources. When he reaches the Qi refinement stage, provide him with a water spirit pill each month to expedite his cultivation." Chapter 13. Bloodline of the Dragon in the Moonlit Dragon Palace. The Turtle Chancellor gazed incredulously at the Moonlit Dragon King, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The water spirit elixir was a treasured possession of the Moonlit Dragon King, and he was astonished that it was now being employed to cultivate that young one. The Moonlit Dragon King chuckled. "Do not look at me so astonished, my old friend. I am on the verge of breaking through to the divine refinement realm. Once I achieve this, I shall ascend to a superior aquatic domain as a Dragon King, and you will continue to serve as my Chancellor." Upon hearing this, the Turtle Chancellor was overjoyed and promptly replied, "Then we must devote ourselves to nurturing that young one. Low-grade spirit stones hold little value for us. We can afford to offer more. However, we must also keep a tight rein on the words of the other aquatic races and devise a strategy." The Moonlit Dragon King shook his head. "There is no need to concern ourselves with the other aquatic races. He possesses the bloodline of dragons, and among the aquatic beings, those with dragon lineage inevitably achieve great heights. If they are unwilling to accept this, they can consult their ancestors." The Turtle Chancellor nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us adjust the spirit stones to 15. After he enters the Qi refinement stage, we shall increase it to 30. After all, we are not lacking in these." The Moonlit Dragon King assented. "You may make the arrangements. I wish to forge a precious artifact. Once I break through to the divine refinement realm, there will undoubtedly be many vying for prime aquatic territories, and I must craft an exceptional treasure." The Turtle Chancellor quickly nodded and inquired, "Shall I issue orders to seek out more refining materials?" After a moment of hesitation, the Moonlit Dragon King replied, "Indeed, dig deep and seek the finest refining materials available. Whoever discovers them shall receive a generous reward." The Turtle Chancellor bowed respectfully. "Understood, my lord." Li Xiaoxian followed the Turtle Commander outside and overheard him chuckling. "No wonder General Blackfish has taken a liking to you. It is because you possess the dragon bloodline, a remarkable heritage." Li Xiaoxian, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Commander, what is so special about the dragon bloodline?" The Turtle Commander elaborated, "The dragon bloodline grants one the opportunity to transform into a dragon, marking you as a descendant of the dragon lineage. The sub-dragon clans are numerous, with the Flood Dragon being the most prominent. If you can elevate yourself to the Flood Dragon clan, you will undoubtedly prosper. In the celestial realm, power is divided among 3 factions, with the land administered jointly by the human and demon races, while the aquatic domains are governed by our dragon lineage, the mightiest of all races. However, the dragons maintain amicable relations with other races, offering little assistance. Now, let us discuss the Moonlit Dragon Palace, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Clearwater Dragon Palace, the lowest tier of dragon palaces. Nevertheless, the area governed by the Moonlit Lake is substantial, boasting 3 Grand Commanders and 9 leaders, each commanding 20 aquatic soldiers. Thus, the Moonlit Lake's military strength totals around 200, a mere fraction of the countless low-tier dragon palaces present in this celestial realm. Young one, when you achieve greatness, do not forget about me. Li Xiuxian nodded, astonished by these figures. If we estimate a mere 10,000 palaces, each with 200 aquatic beings, that amounts to approximately 2 million, not to mention the higher-ranking dragon kings. The aquatic forces in this realm must number in the millions. The turtle commander shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but the Clearwater Dragon Palace alone commands 3,000 aquatic soldiers, and there are likely close to 1,000 dragon palaces akin to the Clearwater River in this celestial realm. Li Xiuxian was somewhat perplexed, uncertain as to how this individual possessed such extensive knowledge, which piqued his curiosity regarding the identity of the turtle commander. The turtle commander candidly stated, I am a distant relative of the turtle prime minister, so it is only natural for me to possess certain insights. Furthermore, this task was entrusted to me by him, with the expectation that once you ascend to the status of Dragon King, I too shall share in the fruits of your success. Li Xiuxian felt a sense of satisfaction at the honesty displayed by this character and replied with a smile, Very well, once I become the Dragon King, you shall serve as my turtle prime minister. The turtle commander was overjoyed. Such a commitment was indeed a source of great delight for him. After all, water beings with dragon blood, once discovered, would undoubtedly receive rigorous cultivation, and becoming a Dragon King was a certainty. The turtle commander continued, Come, let me guide you to a cave dwelling where you can focus on your cultivation. You will not be assigned any tasks, and after you break through to the Qi refining stage, it is entirely possible that the Dragon King will personally nurture you. Li Xiuxian, taken aback, inquired, Will I really receive such devoted cultivation from the Dragon King? Feels almost surreal. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky. He had initially been a mere koi, having learned a bit of body refinement through his original form, and subsequently, by chance, acquired the technique of breathing and absorption, only to find himself enlisted as a soldier in the legendary Dragon Palace. As if that were not astonishing enough, he had unexpectedly discovered that he possessed dragon blood. This world held a profound reverence for dragon lineage, and he found himself inexplicably favored for cultivation by the dragon clan, which felt utterly fantastical. The turtle commander led Li Xiuxian to a spacious cave dwelling not far from the Dragon Palace. This shall be your dwelling from now on, he announced. I will reside next door. Should you require anything, simply notify me. Your primary focus should be on cultivation. I shall bring your provisions shortly. I hope you dedicate yourself to your training. Li Xiuxian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, turtle commander. If you have matters to attend to, please do not let me detain you. The turtle commander departed, leaving Li Xiuxian to contemplate the whirlwind of events that had transpired so rapidly, catching him off guard. With a sigh, he anticipated the arrival of his resources, allowing him to immerse himself fully in his cultivation. During the day, he would return to refine his original form, and at night, he would absorb the moonlight to accelerate his progress. Before long, the turtle commander returned, bearing 15 spirit stones, far exceeding his own collection, which filled Li Xiuxian with immense joy. The more spirit stones he possessed, the quicker his cultivation would advance. Perhaps they would also benefit his original form in the future. The turtle commander imparted some important information, detailing where he could go and where he ought to refrain from venturing, along with some insights on cultivation before turning to depart, as he had his own duties to attend to. Once the turtle commander had left, Li Xiuxian sealed the cave, lying down and directing his consciousness back to his original form. In the celestial blue star, upon awakening, Li Xiuxian murmured incredulously to himself, What a peculiar world this is. If I utilize the resources of the great wilderness to cultivate my koi avatar and then, as the Dragon King, give back to my original form, would my progress not be accelerated? Rising to his feet, he made his way towards the training room, where he retrieved a battle blade and a dagger before stepping outside. With merely a day remaining until the final deadline, Li Shouxian understood the necessity of arriving at the great wilderness a day in advance, just to be prudent. Upon reaching Wu University, he headed directly to the sports hall. His arrival went unnoticed by others, but he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Zhou Haoran, who frequently visited his window to exchange resources. Noticing Li Shouxian's presence, Zhou Haoran promptly inquired, "Teacher Li, are you going as well?" Li Shouxian nodded and replied, "I haven't ventured to the great wilderness this year. I must make this trip. But what about you? I suppose you haven't received a summons this time?" Zhou Haoran chuckled, "You know I can't sit idle. I plan to gather more resources to expedite my breakthrough to a 4th-rank warrior." Li Shouxian smiled, "Judging by your current state, it seems you may well reach the pinnacle of a 3rd-rank warrior by this semester. Graduation with a 5th-rank status is within reach, quite commendable." Zhou Haoran sighed, "A 5th-rank warrior. Alas, that still pales in comparison to those from the 2 prestigious academies. I've heard many of them graduate as 6th or 7th-rank warriors. How could the disparity be so vast?" Chapter 14. Departure to the great wilderness. Li Shouxian was taken aback by Zhou Haoran's immense ambition, yet he held a favorable view of him. Among their cohort, the most formidable graduates were merely 5th-tier warriors, and even now only 6th-tier warriors had emerged. "You must strive harder. Having a 6th or 7th-tier warrior from our Northwest Martial University would indeed be a matter of great pride, and I would bask in that glory too." Zhou Haoran chuckled bitterly, "Teacher Li, please do not jest. I am already grateful to have graduated as a 5th-tier warrior." Li Shouxian shifted the conversation, observing the increasing number of teachers and students, and inquired with curiosity, "I wonder which teacher is leading this time?" "Zhao Kaixian." Jiang Shangnan replied from a distance, leaving both Li Shouxian and Zhou Haoran astounded. Zhao Kaixian was one of the 4 vice presidents of Northwest Martial University, a genuine innate master of unparalleled strength. Apart from the president, who was a grandmaster, the university boasted 4 innate masters as vice presidents. These masters represented the apex of the university's combat prowess and were seldom mobilized. It was evident that this situation was dire.
Li Shouxian cautionat.
"You still have time to withdraw, young man. The impending assault by the barbarian tribes is likely to be fierce. Otherwise, a master wouldn't be dispatched. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Zhou Haoran locked eyes with Li Shouxian. "Who do you underestimate? What if the battle is intense? Even if I were to perish, I would take a few barbarians with me." "Well said, Zhou Haoran. Such a mindset is commendable. Indeed, once one has embraced the path of a warrior, retreat is not an option. One must carve a path through bloodshed. A warrior dares to lead and should face the battlefield head-on." Zhou Haoran's fervent declaration resonated with many students around them. The highest among them were merely 4th-tier warriors, yet they brimmed with an intense fighting spirit. This overwhelming zeal even influenced several teachers, who couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about their own fervor in their youth. Had their enthusiasm truly waned? No, their passion remained, though dulled by the loss of many comrades in the great wilderness. Now, the students' fervor rekindled that long-buried fire within them. The teachers' eyes gleamed with determination. They resolved that even if they were to perish in the great wilderness, they would safeguard these children, for they represented the future of humanity. Li Shouxian watched with a smile, recognizing that these youngsters were indeed remarkable, yet he himself was equally infused with a fighting spirit, perhaps no less than theirs. As the time approached, a middle-aged man entered, drawing everyone's gaze. He was Zhao Kaixian, the vice president of the school. Zhao Kaixian bore the appearance of a typical middle-aged man, exuding a certain charm, yet the aura he emanated was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Li Shouxian clenched his fists, gazing at Zhao Kaixian, his heart swelling with ambition. After all, he was an innate master, a rarity among humanity. In the past, his aspirations seemed distant, but now, becoming an innate master felt merely a matter of time. As long as his koi avatar matured, his original self could potentially ascend to the realm of Grandmaster and beyond. Zhao Kaixian smiled and said, "Everyone is here, so let us embark. I hope we all return safely." With that, He took the lead into the gymnasium, prompting Li Xiuxian and the others to hasten after him. Inside the gymnasium, upon entering, they discovered an unexpected sight. A tunnel leading to other destinations, the closest route to the Great Wilderness Passage from Northwest Marshall University. Zhao Kaixian opened the tunnel entrance and asked, "Have you all made your decisions? This is the final opportunity. Once you enter this tunnel, there will be no room for regret." No one expressed remorse or hesitation. Li Xiuxian glanced at his companion, Zhou Haoran, whose eyes were ablaze with a fierce determination. He refrained from saying much. If possible, he would lend a hand to these students. Seeing no one falter, Zhao Kaixian smiled and, without further ado, stepped into the tunnel. The nearly 200 teachers and students followed suit without hesitation. For Li Xiuxian, this was his first time entering this place. Previously, he had always approached the Great Wilderness from outside, as this was a covert passage. Only martial artists of the third rank or above were aware of the matters concerning the Great Wilderness. It had been 2 or 3 years since Li Xiuxian had broken through to the third rank, and he had predominantly ventured into the Great Wilderness alone. Upon entering the tunnel, they soon saw a subway train speeding towards them, halting before the group. Many of the teachers and students, seeing the subway for the first time, were astonished to discover this underground transit. After Zhao Kaixian led everyone aboard, Li Xiuxian realized they were not the only passengers. The train comprised 20 cars, of which they occupied merely 2, the remainder filled with soldiers. Just as they boarded, the subway commenced its journey, and a middle-aged soldier approached Zhao Kaixian with a smile, saying, "Kaixian, you are leading the team this time. These students, alas." Zhao Kaixian replied with a smile, "They are all martial artists. As martial artists, they should defend their homeland. Your military has it harder than we do, with so many ordinary soldiers heading to the battlefield. The Great Wilderness is an extraordinary place, where firearms are rendered ineffective, yet bows and crossbows remain viable. These ordinary soldiers may be just that, ordinary, but their strength surpasses the average human, and they can indeed wield bows and crossbows. During enemy offensives, many ordinary barbarian foot soldiers are sent forth, and these foot soldiers are considerably more formidable than regular humans. In sufficient numbers, they can overwhelm martial artists." Li Xiuxian held a deep admiration for these soldiers, sighing at the scarcity of human resources. If only they could slay the gods, for each god slain would yield an abundance of resources for humanity. In such instances, a multitude of martial artists would emerge, and occasionally a high-ranking martial artist would also rise, resulting in the emergence of 1 or 2 grandmasters. The term slaying gods refers to the eradication of the malevolent deities of the Great Wilderness, which are also categorized by rank. Before achieving divinity, they are known as divine beings, roughly equivalent to human martial artists of the upper third rank. Above them are demigods, akin to human grandmasters, and at the pinnacle are true gods, synonymous with human grandmasters. It is the true gods that are targeted in these slayings. Demigods, although referred to as gods, represent a nascent realm with scarce resources. However, if Li Xiuxian could vanquish a demigod, the resources obtained would certainly suffice for him to ascend to the pinnacle of the innate grandmaster realm. Yet, given his current strength, annihilating a demigod is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, should there be divine beings present, they could indeed be slain. Their divine essences and crystallized faith are invaluable treasures. While they may not benefit those who have yet to attain the innate grandmaster stage, they would undoubtedly prove advantageous to innate warriors. The barbarian tribes also possess a hierarchy, with their 9th-tier totem warriors corresponding to the 9th rank of human martial artists. Above the 9th-tier totem warriors lies another realm, known as the extraordinary warriors, or the divine servants. Reflecting upon this, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Xiuxian's eyes. If these ordinary soldiers exhibit such bravery, then with his cultivation enhanced, should he not also seek to eliminate more formidable barbarian adversaries? Turning to the side, he addressed Zhou Haoran with a smile. "Haoran, remember to stay close to me. If danger arises, do not hesitate to call for my aid." Zhou Haoran cast a grateful glance at Li Xiuxian. Although this teacher was merely a 4th-tier warrior, their frequent exchanges at the resource exchange window had fostered a sense of familiarity. Yet, it struck Zhou Haoran as remarkable that a teacher of such modest rank would undertake the mantle of his protector. It was not that Zhou Haoran looked down upon Li Xiuxian, but rather he perceived that for his teacher to safeguard him, it would require an extraordinary effort. Chapter 15. The initial encounter with the barbarians. Zhou Haoran chuckled and remarked, "Teacher, do not sacrifice your life in the name of protecting me. You must also ensure your own safety." Li Xiuxian comprehended the underlying meaning in his words and refrained from elaborating further. He had no intention of revealing his true cultivation level prematurely. To others, he merely appeared as the logistics instructor for 4th grade martial artists. The two fell into silence, the only sound being the rumble of the subway as it advanced. The expressions of all present grew grave, for they were nearing the entrance to the great wilderness. Soon, the subway came to a halt, and Zhao Kaixian, accompanied by a middle-aged officer from the military, was the first to disembark. The martial students and faculty from the Northwest Martial Arts Academy followed closely, with soldiers trailing behind, including numerous martial artists from the military. Li Xiuxian accompanied the martial artists into a vast, enclosed square. On one side of the square stood a formidable metallic gate, guarded by 2 innate masters. It was apparent that this was the entrance to the great wilderness. Zhao Kaixian and the military officer approached the 2 innate masters to engage in conversation, their expressions somber and unreadable. This was not Li Xiuxian's first visit to this place, yet he surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. The square was expansive, capable of accommodating 50,000 individuals without feeling congested. The alloy gate caught his attention. Its quality was of a caliber far beyond the battle knife he possessed. Human alloy weapons are categorized into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and finally supreme alloy. The battle knife in Li Xiuxian's possession was merely of medium alloy, as superior alloy could conduct true energy and was considerably more expensive. The gate before him was constructed from the supreme alloy utilized by innate masters, possessing remarkable properties for both energy conduction and hardness, with a price tag far beyond Li Xiuxian's current means. It was said that beyond supreme alloy lay divine weapons, crafted from divine gold, existing solely in the realms of deities, a concept far removed from Li Xiuxian's reality, one he could only ponder. Before long, the 4 masters concluded their discussion, and Zhao Kaixian approached the gathered faculty and students. "There are a total of 198 of you embarking on this journey to the great wilderness. I implore you to return safely, every single one of you. I am Zhao Kaixian, and I hope we shall triumph and return victorious, just as my name suggests. Now, without further ado, martial artists, follow me to the battlefield." Li Qingyang and the others responded in unison, "Yes, Principal." With a thunderous sound, the alloy gate swung open, and Li Xiuxian and the others followed Zhao Kaixian into the fray, determined to confront whatever peril awaited them, even if it meant traversing a landscape of blades and flames. Upon entering through the iron gate, Li Xiuxian beheld a fissure that appeared to have been torn asunder, stretching diagonally into the distance. Yet, despite its appearance, the structure remained remarkably stable, devoid of any sense of impending collapse. This iron gate served as humanity's last bastion, fortified with explosives buried beneath it to deter any formidable barbarian forces, ready to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation if necessary. Emerging from the fissure, they were greeted by the sight of a grand city, imbued with an ancient aura reminiscent of bygone eras. The city was heavily guarded by a formidable military presence, and Li Xiuxian was acutely aware that the 4 major legions of the Northwest Military District, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, were all composed of martial artists. Each battle regiment consists of 500 soldiers. In times of peace, they take turns accompanying the martial arts students and teachers from the Northwest to guard the entrance to the great wilderness. However, when conflict arises, they all mobilize. Zhao Kaixian instructed all students and faculty to return to their quarters and await the call for battle. Li Xiuxian followed the martial arts instructor to the training base, casually selecting a house to rest in. Here, day and night are distinct, yet each cycle lasts 72 hours, equivalent to 3 Earth days. Upon their arrival, it was daytime, with the sun shining brightly, although the ultraviolet radiation was quite intense. Spending several years here would certainly result in a noticeable darkening of one's skin upon returning home. As dusk approached, a commanding shout echoed from outside. All combat personnel ascended the city walls to fend off the barbarian assault, while all masters stood ready to combat the extraordinary warriors and demigods of the barbarian horde. Li Xiuxian sprang into action, gripping his battle blade, and swiftly made his way towards the city walls. This city was named Zunliangzhou, sharing its name with the largest city in the northwest region of Tianlan Star, Liangzhou. Liangzhou is vast, with walls constructed from premium alloy metals, impervious to rapid breaches even by the extraordinary barbarians. Furthermore, the presence of Grand Masters ensures that, under normal circumstances, they cannot penetrate the defenses. Li Xiuxian, a sixth-tier martial artist, moved with impressive speed and quickly reached the walls, where he gazed down at the densely packed barbarian forces, a chill running down his spine. The majority of these barbarians were totem warriors, interspersed with a small number of ordinary barbarians, primarily to support the assault of the totem warriors. Taking a moment to assess the situation, he gasped in astonishment. The totem warriors numbered approximately 30,000, alongside around 20,000 ordinary barbarians, totaling nearly 50,000 troops. Although the human martial artists were outnumbered, the fortifications of the city provided a significant advantage, and the prowess of human experts was not to be underestimated. The demigods of the dark gods were disunited, each pursuing their own interests, as their quest for power led to competition for followers, precluding any possibility of harmony. The current assault was led by the Flame True God, whose rank equated to that of a Grand Master, commanding 8 demigod subordinates, all possessing combat capabilities akin to innate Grand Masters. The Flame True God was known for his volatile temperament and, along with the Hurricane True God, represented the two principal deities near Liangzhou, both serving under the banner of the Radiant Sun God, and acting as the vanguard for the assault on the city. The Radiant Sun God is a being surpassing the human Grand Master level, and it is said that a powerful being of the human celestial realm is capable of instilling fear, rendering the barbarians helpless. Suddenly, the barbarian army launched their assault, primarily comprised of totem warriors. While the city walls were formidable, for 3rd and 4th tier totem warriors, scaling them was merely a light leap. However, for 2nd tier and below totem warriors, reaching the walls proved exceedingly difficult. There were few warriors above the 3rd tier, thus the walls remained effective. With his battle blade in hand, Li Xiuxian unhesitatingly charged at any totem warrior that leapt onto the walls, dispatching them with a single stroke. As a 6th-tier martial artist, he faced no threat unless confronted by a 7th-tier totem warrior. Suddenly, a 6th-tier totem warrior ascended the walls and charged at a nearby human martial artist. But no 6th-tier defenders were present in that vicinity. Li Xiuxian swiftly dispatched his nearby adversary and charged towards the opponent, who was on the verge of striking down a 3rd-grade martial artist. He intervened just in time, urging the nearly slain warrior to flee to safety. "Hurry to another location. I will hold him off. Go." Without hesitation, he wielded the 5-tiger breaking gate blade against the 6th-level totem warrior, who came roaring towards him. With a bone knife gripped tightly in hand, glimmering with a sharpness that rivaled Li Xiuxian's own battle blade, the warrior's ferocity was palpable. Li Xiuxian was taken aback. The dragon transformation technique passed down from Prime Minister Gue contained rudimentary methods of weapon refinement. This bone knife was undoubtedly crafted from exquisite materials, capable of producing at least a low-grade magical artifact. His metal battle knife lacked such properties, a realization gleaned from the memories of the dragon transformation technique. A spark ignited in Li Xiuxian's eyes. He was resolute in his determination to slay this foe and seize the coveted bone knife. The clash of blades resonated with a clear metallic ring as their weapons met, and Li Xiuxian noticed 2 deep gashes had been carved into his own blade. By the heavens, this is a divine weapon. I must acquire it. For the 3rd strike, I shall send you to your demise. Chapter 16. The tale of defeat in the midst of battle. Li Xiuxian wielded his alloy warblade against the opponent's bone knife. Despite the emergence of several nicks, his weapon remained intact. Li Xiuxian stepped back a few paces, while his adversary found himself pressed against the city wall. With determination, he unleashed the 4th strike of the 5 tigers breaking the gate technique. The opponent, brimming with confidence in his bone knife, charged forward without hesitation. However, the barbarian soon sensed a shift in the tide, for each of Li Xiuxian's strikes grew increasingly formidable. Realizing the efficacy of his opponent's combat style, he became more cautious. The 2 warriors retreated a few steps once more, but this time, Li Xiuxian held a more significant advantage. Seizing the moment as his foe withdrew, He surged forward without a moment's hesitation. The fifth strike. With the fifth application of the 5 tigers breaking the gate, Li Shouxian's strength surged by 5 times, granting him the upper hand. The barbarian, despite his bone knife, began to feel the strain. The sixth strike. With the barbarian backed against the city wall, inspiration struck Li Shouxian, and he unleashed the sixth blow, an impressive one. 8-fold increase in power that overwhelmed his opponent, sending the bone knife careening away. Li Shouxian's war blade descended mercilessly upon the barbarian's shoulder, eliciting a pained cry as the adversary retaliated with his bone knife. Aware that this strike alone would not secure victory, Li Shouxian deftly evaded the counterattack, retreating a few steps before launching another strike, the sixth once more, inflicting yet another wound upon the barbarian. Panicking, the barbarian realized that this diminutive foe was far from easy to vanquish. Indeed, he might very well perish here. Thus, he prepared to flee. Yet, Li Shouxian was resolute in preventing his escape. With a decisive sixth strike, as the barbarian focused solely on evasion, he lost his chance to counter, resulting in the severing of his right arm, the bone knife falling alongside it. Li Shouxian advanced with the grace of a koi, swiftly snatching up the fallen bone knife with his left hand while hurling his war blade with precision into the barbarian's back, causing him to tumble lifelessly from the city wall. Opting not to pursue, Li Shouxian recognized that beneath lay a throng of barbarians, and with his blade embedded firmly in the enemy's heart, the foe was assuredly beyond salvation. Feeling the weight of the bone knife in his hand, Li Shouxian made a few deft motions, swiftly dispatching several Tier 3 and Tier 4 totem warriors who approached. Not far away, the third-tier martial artist whom Li Shouxian had saved exclaimed, "Thank you, Teacher Li." While eliminating foes, Li Shouxian's gaze shifted to the speaker, one of the students from Wu University, who recognized him. "Be cautious. If danger arises, call for me if it's within the 6th tier," he advised. The student nodded vigorously, astonished, for while Li Shouxian was ostensibly a logistics instructor, he appeared far more capable than most of the martial arts department's substitute teachers. However, now was not the time for contemplation. The student charged towards another oncoming barbarian. Li Shouxian, equipped with superior weaponry, similarly sought out opponents of equal caliber, as there were numerous level 6 totem warriors among the barbarians, fiercely committed to the fray. The totemic warriors of the barbarians fervently worshipped their deities, and when commanded by their gods, they would never dare to disobey. Just as a 6th-level totem warrior leaped onto the city wall, Li Shouxian's bone knife struck with lethal precision, piercing through the warrior's throat and rendering him utterly lifeless amidst his astonished gaze. Regrettably, the barbarian wielded a bone spear instead of a bone knife, which proved largely ineffectual against him, yet he retained it for future crafting purposes for the koi avatar. The battle raged on, as aside from Li Shouxian's relentless slaying of totem warriors, the others showed no mercy either. Positioned advantageously on the city walls, they made it exceedingly difficult for the advancing barbarians. In the sky, 10 masters observed the few demigod beings from the divine race and 2 extraordinary barbarians, neither side engaging in combat but instead fixating their gaze upon one another. The barbarians, while slightly taller than the human race, bore no significant differences, whereas the divine beings were an entirely different matter. They possessed innate divinity and required only followers to wield combat prowess equivalent to that of a third-grade martial artist. However, the appearance of the divine beings was peculiar. Some resembled great trees, others animals, and some even decomposed corpses, showcasing a myriad of forms. A demigod resembling a fiery raven proclaimed, "You should become followers of the flame true God and cease your futile resistance. The radiant sun deity shall soon vanquish your celestial warriors and launch a massive offensive against your territory." Zhao Kaixian replied with a smirk, "Do not waste your breath here. We are well aware of our powerful warriors, who are not those vile gods you can easily slay. The radiant sun deity is but an empty threat. We, the human race, fear not." The fiery raven demigod retorted angrily, "Just wait. Soon you humans will become followers of the radiant sun deity, exterminating these heretics." With that, he charged towards Zhao Kaixian, while other demigods and extraordinary barbarian warriors launched their assault on the 10 human masters. Zhao Kaixian and his comrades showed no fear and met the charge with their weapons drawn. Amidst the fray below, Li Xiaoxian suddenly sensed a tremendous aura and battle unfolding above, stirring a sense of aspiration within him. In the azure sky of his world, reaching the Master Realm would grant him the ability to traverse the skies, albeit at a significant expenditure of true essence. It was true flight, something Li Xiaoxian had long envied in his 2 lifetimes. Previously, he had doubted his potential to achieve the Master Realm, but now, with a world of possibilities before him, he was certain he could evolve into an innate master. Just then, a barbarian's voice echoed nearby, drawing Li Xiaoxian's attention. A barbarian warrior brandished a massive bone club, aiming a strike at a teacher from Wuda. This barbarian undoubtedly possessed the prowess of a 7th-grade martial artist. While the human teacher was merely at the peak of the 6th grade, a person Li Xiaoxian recognized. Without hesitation, he charged forward, not to throw away his life, but to test the might of his dragon tail technique. The barbarian warrior relentlessly swung his club at the teacher, who, undeterred by injury, valiantly defended against the onslaught. The arrival of Li Xiaoxian illuminated the face of the teacher, yet upon recognizing the visitor, a flicker of disappointment crossed his features. He was well acquainted with Li Xiaoxian and had presumed his prowess was merely that of a 4th-tier martial artist. As he witnessed Li Xiaoxian charging forward, he could not help but exclaim, "Teacher Li, retreat quickly." However, it appeared that Li Xiaoxian was oblivious to his words, soaring into the air as if propelled by an unseen force, his legs whipping through the air with the ferocity of whips. Bang! 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 In the astonished gaze of the teacher, Li Xiaoxian unleashed a barrage of 6 kicks, each more formidable than the last, striking the back of the barbarian with relentless force. By the 3rd kick, blood spewed from the barbarian's mouth, and by the 5th, the creature was unable to react, sustaining severe injuries that culminated in the 6th kick shattering its heart. As the barbarian crumpled to the ground, the battered teacher finally came to his senses and hastened to deliver a finishing blow. After executing the final strike, he turned to Li Xiaoxian, who sat on the ground, clutching his leg, and could not help but commend him with a thumbs up. "Teacher Li, you are truly impressive. You have vanquished this 7th-tier totem warrior with such skill. It's remarkable." Li Xiaoxian, gingerly touching his leg and managing to rise, responded, "Zhang Laosher, how do you fare? Can you endure? Are you able to continue fighting?" The teacher, Zhang Shouzuan, was a martial arts instructor at the Northwest Martial University, a pinnacle 6th-tier warrior. Chapter 17. The outstanding Wang Mingyang. Zhang Shouzuan chuckled and remarked, "It's all good, it's all good. I can't believe you've inadvertently reached the 6th rank of warrior and mastered such formidable combat techniques. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves forward." Li Xiaoxian rubbed his legs and replied, "Teacher Zhang, you are merely a few years older than I, right? You are indeed impressive, but my legs are in agony." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shouzuan suggested, "Why not forge alloy leg guards?" Li Xiaoxian shook his head, saying, "First, I lack the funds. Second, I have no time." Zhang Shouzuan pondered briefly before smiling. "All right then, can your legs still move? So, let us continue to vanquish our foes." Li Xiaoxian nodded, "Let us slay on." The two pressed forward against the barbarian horde. Though a few of the barbarians charged at them sporadically, the human warriors atop the city walls were numerous, swiftly repelling the assaults. By the dawn of the following day, the barbarian forces finally retreated. This was merely the first wave of attacks, and typically such offensives would persist for at least 2 or 3 dozen waves. As the barbarians withdrew, Li Xiaoxian opted not to return, instead sitting atop the city wall, back to back with Zhang Shouzuan, resting to regain their strength. Occasionally, Li Xiaoxian would project his consciousness into the body of the koi fish to avoid detection, but once assured of safety, he returned to his original form. This was not a time for cultivation. Merely recovering was already quite commendable. As evening approached, the second wave of attacks commenced. Li Xiaoxian and Zhang Shouzuan, like the other warriors, continued to slay the barbarians. However, this time many human warriors charged directly into the fray, the majority being those of 6th rank and above. Exchanging glances, Li Xiaoxian and Zhang Shouzuan leaped down from the city wall, plunging into the midst of the barbarian forces, not seeking to target the strongest but rather those they could best. Regrettably, there was no time to collect their spoils, yet after this battle merit would be rewarded. granting substantial military accolades, which could be converted into academic credits. However, many treasures redeemable with military merit could not be exchanged for academic credits, such as powerful techniques and elixirs. Li Xiuxian's prowess was indeed formidable. If not for the pain in his legs from executing the dragon's tail maneuver, he could have easily contended against 7th-rank totem warriors. Spotting a barbarian charging towards him, Li Xiuxian wasted no time in attacking, wielding his bone knife with unwavering resolve. The barbarian, upon noticing Li Xiuxian's advance, deftly evaded, retaliating with a bone spear aimed at Li Xiuxian. The two warriors of similar strength engaged in a fierce exchange. Li Xiuxian felt the pressure intensify, surprised by the formidable combat prowess of his opponent, who he discerned was merely a 6th-rank totem warrior, on par with his own rank. Yet, the barbarian's combat effectiveness mirrored his own, indicating that within their tribe, the opponent was a prodigious talent, moving with remarkable speed. The barbarian also sensed the alarming potential of his adversary. If he did not eliminate this threat, the growth of such an opponent would undoubtedly pose a significant menace to their tribe. Yet their cultivation and strength were evenly matched, making it impossible for either to gain the upper hand under normal circumstances, which caused a sense of urgency to arise in both of their hearts. However, this territory belonged to the barbarians, and although Li Xiuxian and his companions had descended to engage in battle, their numbers paled in comparison to those of the barbarians, leaving them in a somewhat passive position. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Mangu, realizing he could not defeat Li Xiuxian alone, began to rally his comrades. The barbarians, having grown up in the vast wilderness, lacked any warrior spirit. The notion of fighting alone was simply unfeasible. After all, they could encounter ferocious beasts, and often their combat prowess was insufficient to vanquish such foes, thus necessitating cooperation in battle. This was the survival strategy of the barbarians in the wild, and so, at Mangu's call, several nearby barbarians charged forth with their sights set on Li Xiuxian. Upon seeing them approach, Li Xiuxian instantly unleashed his ultimate technique, the 6th strike of the 5-tiger door-cutting blade, repelling his adversaries. He then beckoned to Teacher Zhang and swiftly ascended the city wall. Just as they reached the top, a considerable number of barbarians had already gathered, all intent on confronting Li Xiuxian. Zhang Shouzuan, gazing at the throng of barbarians, couldn't help but exclaim, "What exactly did you do to incite such hatred?" Thankfully we escaped quickly. Otherwise, being surrounded would have spelled disaster. Li Xiuxian forced a wry smile and pointed towards Mangu, his expression laden with caution. "Do you see that fellow? Even with my absolute strength, I cannot best him. I merely achieve a stalemate. My dragon tail sweep is not available for use, and as you know, among geniuses, there is an innate desire to eliminate one another." Zhang Shouzuan cast a disdainful glance at Li Xiuxian, thinking him excessively self-absorbed. Yet, recalling how Li Xiuxian had annihilated a 7th-level totem warrior, he couldn't help but acknowledge his brilliance. Li Xiuxian regarded Mangu with a sense of superiority, his eyes brimming with contempt as he raised his left hand, extending his middle finger. Nevertheless, his right hand remained firmly gripped around the bone knife, a profound seriousness lurking in his gaze. Mangu, incensed by Li Xiuxian's gesture, summoned his nearby companions, pointing towards Li Xiuxian, and the group charged towards the city wall. Zhang Shouzuan remarked with a chuckle, "Why provoke them if you weren't prepared for the consequences? Now look, they're coming for you." Unfazed by the impending confrontation, Zhang Shouzuan considered the barbarians. Regardless of their strength, he welcomed the fight, for the human race had never feared them, and they had never been formidable opponents. Observing the unfolding scene, several 6th-grade martial artists approached from a distance, eyeing the charging barbarians as if they were prey. Zhang Shouzuan laughed heartily. "Old Wang, you've arrived too." Wang Mingyang responded with a hearty laugh. "Did you think only you could come? Am I not allowed? Did you provoke these fellows? You seem rather bold now." Zhang Shouzuan sighed, "If only I possessed such strength. It was this fellow beside me who attracted them here. What do you think? You mentioned that there are 7 of us and 10 of them. Can we defeat them?" Wang Mingyang chuckled, stating that as long as they are not 7th-level totem warriors, it should be manageable. Otherwise, no matter how many there are, they shall remain here. Zhang Shouzuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wang Mingyang's formidable strength, asserting that even some 7th-level totem warriors would not be his match. Thus, if he claimed victory was possible, Zhang felt assured. Wang Mingyang ranks among the top 10 in the 3rd tier of the Huaxia nation, having previously vanquished peak 7th-tier warriors, proving his remarkable prowess. Consequently, he felt little trepidation facing the adversaries below. Although he belongs to the ranks of powerful warriors, he holds only a military title and prefers to engage in battles alone, which has led to him fighting independently each time, a privilege bestowed upon geniuses. In truth, Wang Mingyang is relatively young, merely 24 or 25 years of age, yet the others subtly regard him as their leader, for he stands as the mightiest among them. Even if 7th-level totem warriors were to arrive, he possesses the capability to deliver a decisive blow. After all, they are all martial artists, revering strength above all. Wang Mingyang smiled and said, "All right, enough talk. Let us first deal with the adversaries below. Shall we descend directly or wait for them to come up?" Chapter 18. United Forces Against the 7th-level. Li Shouxian remarked. The leader possesses immense strength. An ordinary peak 6th-grade warrior stands no chance against him. Therefore, we must exercise caution. Zhang Shouzuan and several other warriors nearby chuckled and informed Li Shouxian, "You may be unaware of this individual's identity. His name is Wang Mingyang, a prodigy who, despite being a 6th-grade warrior, has vanquished 7th-grade totem warriors." Li Shouxian was taken aback, astonished by the revelation of such formidable prowess. He exclaimed, "Greetings, Brother Wang. With someone as powerful as you among us, what are we still doing here? We should swiftly eliminate that individual." Wang Mingyang inquired, "Is their combat strength truly that formidable?" Zhang Shouzuan replied with a smile, "Young Brother Wang, do not underestimate him. Although he is merely a novice 6th-grade warrior, he has indeed defeated 7th-grade warriors." Wang Mingyang, somewhat surprised, responded, "It appears this young fellow is also a genius. If he claims so, then this barbarian must indeed be a remarkable talent. We should eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Let us proceed," he declared. "Now that we have identified the barbarian's prodigy, we cannot afford to let him escape. It is not in my nature to passively endure. We shall attack." The 7 warriors exchanged glances before swiftly charging towards the 10 adversaries below. For them, there was little to fear. Wang Mingyang led the charge directly towards the barbarian, while the others sought their respective opponents, advancing against the barbarian forces. The barbarian, upon noticing a shift in challengers, sneered dismissively, "We have 10 on our side, while they only possess 7. We hold the advantage. Even among 6th-grade totem warriors, I doubt many could best me. My previous opponent merely hindered his companions, or so I believe." Had he known of Wang Mingyang's illustrious record, he would have thought otherwise and fled. Soon, both sides clashed in battle. This was a battleground for 6th-grade warriors or 6th-grade martial artists. Typically, 7th-grade totem warriors would not appear here, but exceptions could arise. The barbarian quickly realized his misjudgment. He discovered that the adversary before him was extraordinarily powerful, and he was utterly outmatched, leaving him in a state of shock. Since becoming a totem warrior, he had faced few rivals at his level. Yet he was taken aback by the formidable presence that had emerged during this expedition against humanity. Though the opponent's combat power was indeed formidable, he was essentially on par with a peak 6th-grade totem warrior, yet he found himself utterly defenseless. Li Shouxian swiftly dealt with his opponent, and while observing the battle involving Wang Mingyang, he couldn't help but be amazed, for Wang Mingyang was effortlessly overpowering his adversary. Witnessing this, Li Shouxian internally compared himself and realized that even if he were to reach the pinnacle of 6th grade, he might still not measure up to Wang Mingyang's prowess. This revelation indicated that he must adopt a more formidable combat strategy. It remains uncertain whether the merits gained from this battle will suffice for the exchange of superior martial arts techniques. Should this endeavor prove fruitless, I shall turn my gaze towards the realm of the Koi and ascertain whether warriors dwell within that world. If such martial practitioners exist there, they must surely possess formidable strength, for it is a realm of celestial heroes. With this thought in mind, Li Shouxian hastened his efforts, eager to conclude this conflict and venture into that world to discover whether there are any tomes of martial arts cultivated by the human race. Before long, the 10 barbarian tribesmen, including the formidable Mangu, were vanquished entirely. Perhaps Mangu was indeed a prodigy among his kin. After his demise, a 7th-level totem warrior emerged before them. However, this warrior was not at the pinnacle of his power, and upon witnessing his cultivation, the onlookers exhaled in relief. The sight of his furious countenance elicited laughter from the crowd, for they too possessed their own champions. Wang Mingyang had previously slain a pinnacle 7th-level totem warrior, and thus, confronting one who had yet to reach such heights was a trivial matter. Yet, for the sake of caution, Wang Mingyang refrained from acting alone and called out, "Everyone, join forces." This was not merely an assessment of the enemy's weakness. It was also a strategy to conserve their strength for the ensuing battle, as slaying a 7th-level totem warrior required considerable exertion. Li Xiuxian, brandishing a bone knife, advanced without hesitation. Though his legs still ached and he could not employ the dragon's tail, the ancient blade in his grasp, augmented by the 6th strike of the 5 tigers breaking the door technique, bestowed upon him formidable combat prowess. The 7th-level totem warrior of the barbarians, witnessing the approach of these adversaries and glancing at the nearby corpse of Mangu, felt a surge of rage. He thrust his bone spear toward Wang Mingyang with unyielding resolve. Wang Mingyang, with his remarkable speed, was the first to reach the opponent, engaging him in combat. The others were not slow either. After a few exchanges, they joined the fray. Though they were all 6th-tier warriors, under Wang Mingyang's leadership, they exhibited extraordinary strength, their combat capabilities proving to be overwhelmingly powerful. Previously, Wang Mingyang had single-handedly felled a pinnacle 7th-level totem warrior. Now, with such a multitude assisting him, his prowess was further amplified. The barbarian's 7th-level totem warrior sensed the shift in dynamics, yet he found himself ensnared amidst the throng, unable to break free. Soon, he pinpointed his target. Li Xiuxian, the one with the lowest cultivation, became his focus. Without hesitation, he charged toward Li Xiuxian, thrusting his bone spear directly at him. Li Xiuxian felt a weight of trepidation. Although he had previously vanquished a 7th-level totem warrior using the dragon's tail technique, he had never faced one head-on. Nonetheless, he summoned all his strength and, without hesitation, unleashed the 6th strike of his technique, for he had yet to grasp the essence of the 7th strike. In total, the 5 tigers breaking the door technique comprised 9 strikes, and he had already performed commendably thus far. However, when his bone knife clashed with the opponent's bone spear, he discovered that the adversary's strength was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Although he was forced back significantly, he managed to thwart the opponent's advance. At that moment, a smile crept across his face. It turned out that his combat prowess was quite impressive. With this thought, he stomped his foot on the ground and charged forward once more. Yet, the opponent found himself ensnared by Wang Mingyang, and it was evident that the barbarian had sustained injuries. After all, Li Xiuxian had forced him to retreat, and shortly thereafter Wang Mingyang had approached, inflicting a substantial wound on his back, which rendered him barely able to maintain his footing. Observing the adversary's condition, Li Xiuxian felt confident that, given the opponent's current fighting capability, he too could deliver a fatal blow. Nonetheless, he refrained from claiming credit for Wang Mingyang's achievements. They were merely providing support. Wang Mingyang was the true main attacker. The impending defeat of this foe was primarily attributable to Wang Mingyang's efforts, while they had merely impeded the opponent's progress. Indeed, it was not long before Wang Mingyang's battle blade pivoted toward the enemy, who attempted to parry with his bone spear. Unfortunately, his current strength was inadequate, and he was effortlessly sent flying by Wang Mingyang's weapon. Chapter 19. Grandmaster of Martial Arts, the barbarian sensed that the bone spear in his grasp had vanished, prompting him to hastily evade. However, it was too late. Wang Mingyang's battle blade had already swept across his neck, and propelled by immense force, his head flew off. Wang Mingyang dusted off his hands and declared, "Well, the battle has concluded. Let us assist others and expedite the end of this grand conflict." He stood as their leader. As his words echoed, the group soared in various directions, each selecting their targets to commence their individual skirmishes. Above them, formidable warriors engaged in combat, notably Zhao Kaixian, the vice principal of the Northwest Martial University, who clashed with several powerful adversaries in the void. Zhao Kaixuan's triumphant war anthem was a unique martial art of his own creation, boasting formidable combat capabilities. His opponents were no mere pushovers either, as they were all exceptionally powerful demigods. These demigods, having ascended to their divine status through the power of belief, wielded peculiar abilities reminiscent of ancient Chinese sorcery, as well as the legendary powers of Western deities. The martial artists, too, possessed formidable true energy, especially when harnessed within their weapons, which rendered their combat prowess exceedingly fierce. In battles against demigods, each side exhibited its own strengths. Beside Zhao Caishian stood an equally formidable master martial artist, Li Xiantian, a congenital grandmaster from the military, whose combat prowess was unparalleled, wielding a spear with extraordinary finesse. His demigod opponent was also quite formidable, yet relatively speaking, he found himself at a disadvantage, for Li Xiantian ranked among the top 10 of all congenital grandmasters. Zhao Caishuan's adversary was of similar caliber. However, unlike Li Xiantian, he did not dominate the fight but merely achieved a stalemate, rendering his combat effectiveness rather average. The lethal techniques from the triumphant war anthem continuously emanated from Zhao Caishian, relentlessly targeting the opposing demigod. Yet, he soon realized that his moves were insufficient to overcome his foe, though the opponent was equally unable to best him. As a masterful warrior, Zhao Caishian remained composed. Suddenly he bellowed triumphant war anthem, King's Triumph. This was a signature move of his, executed without hesitation as he charged toward his opponent. The demigod sensed the overwhelming power of this attack and attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared, unable to escape in any direction. The demigod roared in response, "Sunlight illuminates, true fire of the fierce sun. Kill." As these words left his mouth, flames enveloped him, creating barriers against Zhao Caishuan's onslaught from every direction. The two warriors commenced a fierce struggle. In truth, the primary battlefield lay with them. Should they vanquish their opponents, the battles below would inevitably cease. Observing Zhao Caishian unleashing his utmost power, the others ceased their reservations, particularly Li Xiantian, whose strongest abilities erupted forth as he pierced through the demigod's divine realm with a single thrust of his spear. Although the divine realm of the demigod was not particularly impressive, its shattering would lead to the latter's demise, even for a true deity. The demigod gazed vacantly at the pierced realm of his divine kingdom, disbelief etched upon his features. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to an unwilling demise.
Li Xiantian smiled finally.
Seizing the crumbling divine kingdom and swiftly crystallizing it within his grasp, containing the essence of the demigod's faith along with the resources of the divine realm. The sudden dispatching of their comrade left all the battling demigods in a state of panic, while the human side rejoiced, their gazes towards Li Xiantian brimming with admiration. With this turn of events, the humans had effectively secured victory. After all, with Li Xiantian's formidable prowess complemented by the other master warriors, vanquishing another demigod was a rather effortless task. Witnessing this scene, the remaining demigods retreated a step, having fended off their opponents momentarily. They recognized the war was lost. Yet, without a command from their true gods, retreat was not an option. Exchanging glances, the few remaining demigods refrained from striking first. Their objective was to buy time, awaiting the orders of their true god, which unwittingly rendered them targets for the humans. The human masters unleashed their merciless assault, and the demigods, quickly retaliating, found themselves at a disadvantage against Li Xiantian. Thus, before the eyes of several demigods, another was slain, and their kingdom seized, intensifying the panic in their eyes. At that moment, their true god was already obstructed by a human master, unable to issue commands in time, helplessly witnessing the demise of two demigods, his frustration mounting. Addressing the formidable master before him, he bellowed, "Humans, do you truly seek to annihilate us?" The human master, scratching the back of his head, replied, "Did you not initiate the conflict? How is it that we are now the ones fighting to the last breath? It appears we are already engaged in such a struggle." With that, his fist propelled forward towards his opponent. This individual was a powerhouse of the military district known as Iron Fist, or the Iron Fist Master, renowned for his formidable unarmed combat prowess. He had previously slain two true gods, reaching the zenith of his strength, the peak of a master. This true god was indeed formidable as well, but could only muster defense against Iron Fist's onslaught. Each time he attempted to command the demigods to retreat, Iron Fist would silence him. After all, fighting such a powerful opponent left no room for distraction. A moment's lapse could mean death. Li Shantian was acutely aware of the unfolding events, relentlessly pursuing the remaining demigods, his spear continuously piercing their backs. In a short span, yet another demigod fell. At this juncture, Zhao Kaixian seized the opportunity, unleashing the Royal Triumph technique, which resulted in the immediate downfall of another demigod, nearly overwhelming him with exhilaration. Just as the human warriors reveled in their slaughter, a demigod, gritting his teeth, glanced at his fellow demigods, yet the others failed to grasp his intent. Upon witnessing this scene, he could not help but let out a sigh. However, soon after, an overwhelming aura began to swell within him, and a cruel smile crept upon his lips. "Hehehe, do you wish for my demise? Then let us perish together." As these words fell from his lips, he charged directly towards Li Shantian, revealing his divine realm, clearly prepared for a self-detonation of it. This sight startled Li Shantian momentarily, yet he thrust his spear forward without hesitation. In that instant, he felt no fear, nor a hint of trepidation. Instead, he sensed a profound change within him. A distinct energy surged through his true chi, enhancing his combat prowess significantly, particularly as a faint layer of true essence enveloped his spear. In that moment, he realized that under the pressure of impending self-destruction, he had manifested true essence, indicating that he had ascended to the realm of a Grand Master, a transcendence of levels. With the emergence of true essence, his fighting strength magnified, and most importantly, the lethality and destructive capacity of this essence was formidable. Chapter 20. Humanity's triumphant victory. Li Shantian's breakthrough heralded the definitive conclusion of this grand conflict. His ascent occurred amidst the tumult of battle, and seizing the opportunity of his newfound power, he swiftly annihilated the semi-divine adversaries. Even the great wilderness evil god could hardly contest this, for there was no transgression on his part. Achieving a breakthrough in the throes of combat was a testament to his prowess, and eliminating foes post-breakthrough was entirely warranted. This practice was not exclusive to humanity. The divine beings employed similar tactics, utilizing faith to amass strength to a certain threshold, only to achieve instantaneous breakthroughs in the heat of battle, thereby vanquishing their opponents, a stratagem executed on numerous occasions. Humanity had suffered greatly from this, and thus, in every confrontation, they remained vigilant against such maneuvers, often holding back in order to ensure their own safety. Yet, this particular battle witnessed a semi-divine self-detonation of their divine realm. Coupled with Li Shantian's own mastery having reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage, his only obstacle being the inability to condense his vital energy. He had, in the life and death moment, grasped the secret of this energy. Naturally, he infused his innate vital energy with the essence of his newfound power, propelling his cultivation directly into the Grandmaster realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, he directed his spear at the remaining semi-divine foes, striking them with a few swift thrusts. The adversaries, caught off guard, were instantaneously immobilized in the void, their divine realms transforming into energy crystals, which Li Shantian grasped in his hand. With no time to waste, his gaze shifted towards the battlefield where the Iron Fist Grandmaster clashed with the Flame True God. He declared, "I shall assist the Iron Fist Grandmaster. You all expedite the annihilation of those barbaric tribes to bring this conflict to a swift conclusion." The assembled Grandmasters nodded in unison, their eyes directed downward as they descended with utmost haste. Li Shantian, without hesitation, surged towards the location of the Iron Fist Grandmaster. The Flame True God, sensing the tide had turned, particularly upon seeing Li Shantian charging towards him, swiftly disengaged from the Iron Fist Grandmaster and fled deeper into the great wilderness. Simultaneously, his voice resonated throughout the battlefield. "All subjects, retreat. The divine war has been lost. Preserve your strength for future battles." He could not afford to utter anything else, for any alternative would incite the barbaric tribes to continue their relentless slaughter. Despite the formidable might of the human warriors, the sheer numbers of the barbaric tribes were overwhelming. The barbaric tribes fought with reckless abandon, yet the Grandmaster-level human warriors were not to be underestimated. If a true battle ensued, the barbarians would find it impossible to withstand the onslaught. It was one thing to face a solitary opponent, but surrounded by countless foes, Even the most powerful could be worn down. Currently, there were multiple grandmasters, and should the fight persist, the barbarians would find no advantage. It would be wiser to concede defeat and allow the tribes to conserve their strength. These barbarians were not mere instruments of war. They were the source of their faith's power. Should these formidable beings be eradicated, their wellspring of belief would also be severed. Within the great wilderness, there existed not only barbaric tribes but also numerous ferocious beasts. These creatures, having attained a certain degree of power, possessed intelligence and were exceedingly savage, most of them preying upon the barbaric tribes. Certainly, the notion that their food is merely the barbarian is a misconception, for the barbarians are the most populous race in the vast wilderness, and their likelihood of being devoured is exceedingly high. Their warriors possess the fortitude to withstand the ferocious beasts, yet if these warriors perish, their tribe will lose its very foundation. This great battle has gathered 80% of the warriors from the surrounding tribes, leaving the remaining 20% utterly incapable of fending off the nearby feral creatures. Although these beasts lack intellect, their predatory instincts will undoubtedly lead them to the barbarian encampments. As the barbarians engaged in combat overheard this, their morale plummeted, especially upon witnessing the descent of formidable masters from the sky, which shattered their fighting spirit. Li Xiaoxian, observing the scene, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to Wang Mingyang, who stood nearby, and inquired, "Brother Wang, should we pursue them? It would be splendid to acquire abundant cultivation resources from them." Wang Mingyang halted his advance, shaking his head in response. "Now is not the time for pursuit. Did you notice? Though they are retreating, their formation remains intact. This indicates that if we were to charge, they would undoubtedly fight to the death, resulting in our own losses. The lives of human warriors are far more precious than theirs, so we must refrain from chasing them down. However, should they stray alone, we shall strike without hesitation, for their speed may not match ours." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kaixian appeared not far from him, nodding with a smile. "Little Wang is quite right. The lives of us humans hold far greater value than those of these creatures. We must not risk injury for their sake. However, while you may not pursue, we certainly can." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, racing after the barbarians. Soon after, he unleashed a mighty strike, resulting in the demise of dozens of barbarian warriors. The ordinary barbarians caught in the wake of his attack suffered severe injuries or death, for their physical structure differs from that of humans, resembling them closely, albeit taller. Humans do not hold back in battle. Not only Zhao Kaixian but also other masters joined in the pursuit, fully aware that such actions could deplete the powers of the divine beings. The deities feast upon the faith of the barbarians, and they too are reliant on them. Should the barbarians be completely eradicated, their belief systems would collapse. If the divine realm lacks its subjects, it would not only lead to a fall from grace but could also threaten their very existence. Moreover, the divine realm is not entirely stable, as all deities engage in fierce competition for greater numbers of followers, as well as other resources found in the wilderness. The crafting of divine artifacts requires those precious minerals. However, the artifacts of the deities are infused with immense faith power, rendering them unusable by humans. Nevertheless, they can be reforged, allowing for the extraction of valuable materials to forge weapons for the human race. As for the power of faith, it is entirely extracted by the human race through esoteric methods, which they then utilize to concoct various elixirs. However, these elixirs can only be employed by those who have reached the master realm. Those below this level would face severe backlash upon usage. The Huaxia Kingdom is currently engaged in research aimed at allowing those beneath the master rank to utilize these faith-infused elixirs, thereby facilitating the cultivation of more human martial artists. Regrettably, no breakthroughs have been achieved thus far. Nevertheless, the fact that masters can utilize them is already commendable. The rapid advancement of masters is largely due to their capacity to vanquish demigods, thereby acquiring substantial amounts of faith power. This faith power can be condensed into elixirs through specialized means, and once consumed by masters, their cultivation will experience significant enhancement, particularly benefiting their true energy. However, the power of faith also harbors its own drawbacks. Although advancement within the master realm is swift, reaching the peak of master and subsequently breaking through to the grand master level presents considerable challenges. It can be stated that while there are numerous masters within the Huaxia Kingdom and across the entire celestial blue star, the number of those who can ascend to the Grand Master tier is relatively scarce, and even fewer exist above that level. This phenomenon arises primarily due to the overuse of faith power in the form of elixirs. Chapter 21. After the Great War, in the aftermath of this monumental conflict, humanity ultimately emerged victorious. Yet, as they surveyed the battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies, a profound sorrow enveloped every face, for among the fallen were many humans. Some were mere soldiers whose contributions, though auxiliary, were no less significant than those of the warriors. Whether they were martial champions or humble troops, all were heroes of the human race. In the midst of this somber atmosphere, Li Xiuxian fell silent, feeling the weight of grief that permeated the air. It was no wonder that the esteemed masters had pursued the enemy with unyielding resolve. They surely wished to avert such a tragic sight. At that moment, a 9th-tier warrior stepped forward to address the gathering, having observed the pervasive sadness that cloaked them. Yet, this was not a time for mourning. They needed to swiftly assess the battlefield. Esteemed comrades, he began, let us first gather the bodies of our fallen heroes. Then we shall expedite the cleansing of this battleground. However, when encountering the barbarian foes, let us strike decisively, lest we face unforeseen peril. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd as they sheathed their weapons and descended from the city walls, hastening to collect the remains of their comrades. As warriors, they moved with remarkable speed, and soon all human bodies were gathered. Next came the retrieval of spoils. For the totem warriors, the most prized possession was the sanctum of their totem, beneath which lay a totem pearl, an object capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation. However, it required a minimum of 3rd-tier cultivation to utilize, meaning one must attain a 7th-tier martial prowess before being able to harness its potential. This battle was orchestrated by the military, thus all spoils would be claimed by the armed forces. Nevertheless, the military would award merit points to the participants, which could be exchanged for an abundance of resources and martial techniques. The merit points awarded for slaying totem warriors were as follows: 2 points for a 1st tier, 5 for a 2nd tier, 10 for a 3rd tier, 25 for a 4th tier, 50 for a 5th tier, and 100 for a 6th tier. However, for 7th tier totem warriors, the points surged to 500, while 8th tier warriors yielded 1,000 points, and 9th tier warriors afforded 2,000 points. Their transcendent or demigod counterparts represented yet another echelon, granting 5,000 points. Should multiple individuals engage a single totem warrior, the merit points would be apportioned based on their contributions. In this encounter, Li Xiuxian had vanquished 1 7th-tier totem warrior, 5 6th-tier warriors, and numerous foes below the 5th tier. The merit points accumulated from those below the 5th tier alone reached 322. When combined with the 5 6th tier and 1 7th-tier totem warriors, his total merit points amounted to 1,000. After the battlefield was cleared, Li Xiuxian joined his comrades in tallying their merit points, for there existed a specialized method of record-keeping atop the city walls. Despite this being an era dominated by martial prowess, devices powered by faith had been developed to meticulously document their achievements. These devices do not require any external force to operate. They harness the power of belief inherent in this world to convey messages. However, the power of belief is precious and cannot be utilized in abundance. Consequently, employing this power to manufacture weapons such as guns is impractical. Although it is possible to create them, the limited access to belief power renders mass production unattainable. For Li Xiuxian, accumulating over 1,000 merit points is akin to receiving timely assistance in a snowstorm. He has already attained the rank of a 6th-grade warrior, and with his koi avatar, he can acquire substantial resources. What he lacks, however, are cultivation techniques for warriors of the 7th grade and above. With these merit points, he can exchange them for a technique suited for a 3rd-grade warrior, one of considerable caliber, which would be a significant boon for him. Once he concludes his affairs, he strides purposefully towards the exchange office in the city, which is affiliated with the military. Indeed, the Northwest Martial Academy does possess 3rd-grade cultivation techniques, but unfortunately, their quality is not up to par with his aspirations. He could certainly wait until he accumulates more merit points to obtain a more powerful technique. Yet he is uncertain when he will complete his 6th-grade advancement. Should he succeed, he finds himself without formidable techniques to pursue. Therefore, It may be wiser to exchange his current merit points for the techniques he needs, allowing his koi avatar to provide resources while he rapidly cultivates. With this thought in mind, he resolutely enters the Grand Exchange Hall, where several ordinary soldiers in military attire are busily attending to their duties, clearly fulfilling the role of exchange personnel. However, the hall is filled with people, and the line stretches long. Everyone is orderly, with no one cutting in, which expedites the process significantly. As he takes his place at the end of the line, another individual enters. Li Xiuxian recognizes him as the military prodigy, Wang Mingyang. He quickly waves and calls out, "Brother Wang, over here." Upon seeing his comrade in arms, Wang Mingyang approaches without further ado and cheerfully inquires, "What are you planning to exchange for?" Li Xiuxian grins and replies, "I intend to exchange for a third-grade cultivation technique. If I have any merit points remaining, I will acquire some elixirs for cultivation." Wang Mingyang glances at him and chuckles. "It seems you have made quite a haul this time. I happen to know a few excellent techniques for third-grade cultivation that I can recommend." Li Xiuxian eagerly responds, "Brother Wang, coming from the military, you must know which techniques are superior and which are not. I would be grateful for your guidance." Wang Mingyang observes the weapon in Li Xiuxian's hand and smiles. "I see you wield a battle saber. In that case, I will share with you several saber techniques, which include not only the saber methods but also corresponding inner cultivation principles. The first technique is the overbearing blade technique, which comprises merely 3 strokes. However, its execution is exceedingly formidable. Each strike accumulates tremendous power, and should you master this technique, your combat prowess would be quintupled. Regrettably, if one lacks sufficient mental fortitude, practicing this technique could lead to fatal consequences. The second technique is the willow leaf blade technique, characterized by its agility yet possessing considerable combat strength. This technique incorporates lightness skills, known as willow fluff dance, which is particularly suited for female warriors, although male practitioners may also engage with it without issue. The third technique is the mountain-splitting blade technique, which similarly includes inner power principles. This style emphasizes grand and sweeping movements, which may not align with your capabilities. These 3 techniques are the only ones I can recommend, and fortuitously, your merit points are sufficient for their acquisition. Li Xiuxian furrowed his brow in contemplation before raising his gaze to Wang Mingyang, inquiring, "Surely, the overbearing blade technique must be worth more than this? It feels as though it holds a prominent position among the third tier of blade techniques." Wang Mingyang rolled his eyes in response, stating, "Quintuple combat strength. Would you not consider that powerful? If it weren't for the stringent mental requirements of this technique, it would hardly be so affordable." Li Xiuxian suddenly understood. Thus, everything fell into place. However, regarding the aspect of mental fortitude, it seemed negligible to him, given that his koi avatar also cultivated spiritual power. Chapter 22. The Dominance Blade Technique. Observing Li Xiuxian's contemplative expression, Wang Mingyang refrained from further commentary. After all, their acquaintance was fleeting, and despite having fought side by side, the decisions of others were not within his purview. Li Xiuxian, preoccupied with thoughts of the Dominance Blade Technique, found little inclination for conversation, and the two stood in line, each lost in their own musings. Soon it was their turn. Li Xiuxian smiled and remarked, "I shall proceed to redeem it first. When time permits, I shall treat you to a drink, Brother Wang." Wang Mingyang chuckled in response, "I shall remember this. You owe me a drink. When the opportunity arises, we must enjoy a proper toast." Nodding, Li Xiuxian swiftly approached the exchange counter and cheerfully said, "Hello, I would like to redeem the Dominance Blade Technique. Thank you." The staff member cast him a peculiar glance and kindly cautioned, "To cultivate this technique, one must possess formidable mental strength. Otherwise, the technique may backfire." Li Xiuxian shook his head, smiling. "No worries. I merely wish to take it back and study the technique. If I cannot cultivate it, I shall simply choose another." The staff member was at a loss, for the individual had explicitly requested this technique and had sufficient merit points to complete the exchange. With a smile, the staff member stated, "The Dominance Blade Technique requires 200 merit points. You currently possess 322 points, which is more than adequate for the redemption. May I inquire what you wish to do with the remaining points?" Li Xiuxian inquired, "How much cash can I receive for my merit points?" The staff member replied, "You have 122 points remaining. equivalent to 12.2 million. If you choose to redeem this amount, it will automatically transfer to your bank account upon your departure.
Li Xiuxian nudda.
Very well, in that case, please convert my remaining merit points entirely into Huaxia currency. The staff member smiled and began the necessary operations, eventually returning his merit card, a token that recorded his achievements each time he entered the wilderness. Combat did not solely occur at the city gates. Many martial artists ventured into the wilderness to slay barbarian tribes, deities, and even ferocious beasts, all of which would be documented, allowing them to earn corresponding merit points. This system provided a form of welfare for the martial artists, yet acquiring these merit points necessitated trading any surplus spoils with the military, a prerequisite for obtaining merit points. Having completed his exchange, Li Xiuxian approached Wang Mingyang, who was not far away, and said, "Brother Wang, I shall take my leave now. I look forward to treating you to a drink another day." Wang Mingyang nodded in acknowledgement. "Return swiftly, rest well, and practice when you have the time." Li Xiuxian was eager to forge a friendship with such a personage. This exceptional individual might prove beneficial in his future endeavors. During the redemption of the technique, Wang Mingyang had even enlightened him about 3 different techniques. Though he found 2 of them unremarkable, had it not been for the mention of the dominance blade technique, he might have remained oblivious to its existence. As Li Xiuxian was preparing to depart, Zhang Shouzuan entered the exchange hall. Upon noticing the technique in Li's hands, his eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "My dear brother, are you truly intent on practicing this technique? It is notoriously treacherous." Li Xiuxian responded with a smile. "As fortune would have it, my cultivation has reached the 6th rank. It is now time for me to refine my skills. I shall delve into this technique and perhaps glean some insights from it." Zhang Shouzuan nodded in agreement. "While practicing, if you sense anything amiss, do not hesitate to cease. This blade technique is reputedly formidable, yet its cultivation requirements are exceedingly stringent. To date, only the Grand Master of the Heavenly Blade has successfully mastered it. However, there are benefits. Should you master the dominant blade technique, you could potentially become a disciple of the Grand Master, as he possesses the complete dominant blade manual, allowing continuous cultivation up to the Grand Master level." Li Xiuxian then realized the significance of this revelation. The Grand Master of the Heavenly Blade was indeed remarkable, having reached the pinnacle of Grand Mastery with an unparalleled combat prowess, reportedly able to withstand the might of celestial beings and make a graceful retreat thereafter. It was said that he was the most likely candidate to attain the realm of transcendent beings. Thus, if Li could cultivate this technique and become a disciple of the Heavenly Blade, it would undoubtedly be a matter of great envy. However, should he discover a technique in the realm of humanity that surpasses this one, he would certainly prioritize the most formidable option. Li Xiuxian promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for enlightening me on this matter. I shall endeavor to try, though this technique seems to be reserved for the likes of the Grand Master. Hence, I harbor little hope. Such techniques are often unearthed from ancient ruins, with some originating from folklore, while many have been painstakingly derived by countless predecessors. The dominant blade technique, for instance, was discovered by an elder in the remnants of a desolate site. The vast expanse of Tianlan Star has revealed many ancient sites, yet most have been thoroughly plundered by now. Of course, there remain other undiscovered ruins that humanity has yet to uncover. Within these sites lie treasures. Yet due to the passage of time, many elixirs and herbs have lost their potency. What remains viable are primarily divine weapons and techniques." After bidding farewell to Zhang Shouzuan, Li Xiuxian promptly departed from the great wilderness entrance. Having battled for over 4 days, he pondered the state of the Tianhe world where Jinli resided. He had occasionally visited, yet remained unaware of the current progress of his clone's cultivation. Upon leaving the great wilderness entrance, he hastened towards his villa without hesitation. This time, he did not activate the high-speed train to Wuda, as it was impractical to do so for just one individual. Once outside, he hailed a taxi, directing the driver straight to his residential community, his heart racing with anticipation. The taxi driver, observing Li's closed eyes upon entering and the aura emanating from him, quickly deduced that his passenger was a martial artist. The driver dared not utter much, for in this world, warriors possess a significant privilege, and he certainly did not wish to offend this group. Indeed, warriors hold a substantial advantage in this realm. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation and achieving notable feats, they may even be granted titles of nobility, though such elevation requires attaining the celestial realm. While the celestial realm may not represent the pinnacle of power in this world, it is akin to the divine beings of the great wilderness. The most formidable adversaries encountered by humanity after their contact with the great wilderness are those at the peak of the celestial level, though this is merely the surface of the matter. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of a high-end residential community, where ordinary taxis are prohibited from entering. The taxi driver, wary of the potential consequences, had no desire to venture inside, as the residents were predominantly warriors. One misstep could lead to grave repercussions. Li Xiuxian, however, did not impose upon the driver, instead making his way towards his villa. He exchanged greetings with acquaintances along the way, for as warriors, they were all cognizant of the existence of the great wilderness, and no one remarked further. Upon returning to his abode, Li Xiuxian indulged in a refreshing shower and then reclined upon his bed, closing his eyes as slumber enveloped him. He was in earnest repose, for after enduring prolonged battles in the great wilderness, both his body and spirit were wearied. Chapter 23. The deal of shrimp and crab in the depths of slumber. Li Xiuxian wielded a bone knife, engaged in a fierce battle against the barbarians. The foes he envisioned were reminiscent of the ancient savages, yet ultimately, they succumbed to his might, falling lifeless at the edge of his formidable blade. Upon witnessing their demise, he could not help but awaken. Glancing at the bone knife beside him, a smile gracing his lips, he reached for his phone to check the time, realizing it was already the afternoon of the following day. Rising, he prepared a meal, devouring it heartily. Having inhabited this world for nearly 2 years, without parents or a partner, he had honed his culinary skills to perfection, never denying himself the pleasures of good food. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room, lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Now at the 6th rank of martial artists, he understood that further advancement required more spiritual materials, exclusively available in the Tianhe world. In the realm of Tianhe at the Moon Reflection Pool within the Moon Reflection Dragon Palace, Li Xiuxian opened his eyes to the familiar surroundings, sensing his cultivation level, and a smile spread across his face. It seemed that the past few days had not been in vain. Soon, he would successfully establish his foundation and reach the Qi refinement stage. By comparing the two realms, the Qi refinement advancement was equivalent to the master-level warriors of Tianlan Star. Li Xiuxian even felt that the cultivation in this world progressed more swiftly than in his previous one. The demonic energy within him was nearing completeness. Although he had not frequented this realm much, the spiritual stones beneath him continually provided the energy he required. It was somewhat regrettable, though, that the moonlight was more conducive for cultivation in this world. Having not ventured outside for 3 days, he mused that bathing in the moonlight for half a month, combined with the energy from the spiritual stones, would undoubtedly lead to the successful establishment of his foundation. Emerging from his cave, he beheld the shrimp soldiers and crab generals stationed outside and chuckled. "I wonder if you two possess any spiritual materials. I would be willing to trade with spiritual stones. What do you say?" The shrimp soldiers and crab generals, both possessing Qi refinement cultivation, regarded him with a hint of disdain. However, given their duty to guard this cave, they recognized that anyone residing within must be of significant stature, as even the turtle commander exercised caution around this individual. They indeed possessed some spiritual materials, remnants from years of service as shrimp soldiers and crab generals. One shrimp soldier inquired, "Do you truly have spiritual stones? Allow me to inform you that my spiritual medicine coral is exceptionally valuable. I require 5 spiritual stones. What do you think?" The crab general quickly interjected, "I have a demonic beast egg here, equally effective as a spiritual material. It is far more precious than his coral and can be consumed directly, valued at 7 spiritual stones. What do you say?" Li Xiuxian was open to their offers, smiling as he replied, "Together, your items amount to 12 spiritual stones. Please wait a moment while I fetch them. Alas, my low cultivation level is truly a hassle." The shrimp soldiers and crab generals observed him and exchanged a resigned smile. At that moment, their disdain for one another had dissipated. Judging by the lavishness of his actions, it was evident that this individual was quite generous, and his background appeared to be formidable as well. In the aquatic realm, both strength and lineage must be exceptionally robust. A powerful being without sufficient backing cannot afford to recklessly provoke others, lest they invite retaliation. Consequently, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals had significantly altered their perceptions of him. At the very least, they no longer regarded him with the same contempt as before, and their eyes now reflected a hint of wariness. In no time, Li Xiuxian produced 12 spirit stones, beaming as he declared, "Here are 12 spirit stones, now belonging to you. Please present your treasures." The shrimp soldiers and crab generals promptly retrieved their spiritual artifacts and beast eggs from their storage bags. Glancing at the cave behind him, they inquired, "Shall we assist you in carrying these into your cave?" Li Xiuxian quickly shook his head. He had several more spirit stones within his cave and preferred not to reveal them to these formidable beings. Although he possessed the bloodline of a dragon, he knew full well that he needed to cultivate to a certain level to subdue them. He understood the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. After contemplating the egg and the spiritual artifact, he hesitated for a moment before placing the artifact in his mouth and closing his eyes, causing the artifact to vanish. Witnessing this, the two shrimp soldiers and crab generals widened their eyes in astonishment. They recognized that this individual possessed a remarkably advanced bloodline, for he could awaken innate abilities without reaching the chi refinement stage. No wonder Commander Turtle had allowed him to reside here and had stationed them to guard him. Casting a glance at the egg, he found himself uncertain about how to proceed. At that moment he yearned for a storage bag, which would enable him to carry the egg back without exerting himself so much. With this thought in mind, he ventured to ask, "How many spirit stones would those storage bags of yours cost?" The shrimp soldiers and crab generals shook their heads and replied, "You cannot utilize them until you reach the chi refinement stage, so you might as well consume the egg now. It will greatly benefit your cultivation." Li Xiuxian gazed at them, puzzled, and asked, "What advantages will it provide me?" The crab general explained, "In truth, this egg is beneficial for your foundational cultivation as well. It is evident that the cultivation technique you are employing is of a high caliber, and consuming this egg will reduce your cultivation time by 10 days. Li Xiuxian was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to return the egg to his main body for cultivation, but he had not anticipated that it could shorten his foundational cultivation time. Hence, he decided to consume it himself. With this resolution, he took a bite of the beast egg, only to discover that the shell was also edible, crackling satisfyingly with a pleasant taste. After making an opening, he savored the yolk, which was remarkably flavorful and fragrant, prompting him to hasten his consumption. Once the entire beast egg was devoured, he smiled and inquired, "Are such beast eggs abundant among our aquatic kin?" The shrimp soldiers and crab generals quickly shook their heads and remarked, "This beast egg belongs to the progeny of the demon clan. It can only be obtained after a fierce battle with the demon tribe. However, there are not many demon beasts in our vicinity, and you have yet to reach the chi refinement stage, making it impossible for you to ascend the shore." Li Xiuxian glanced at himself. He realized that not only was he unable to reach the shore, but even if he did, he would be at a loss regarding how to walk, for he lacked legs. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals, however, despite their inability to transform, possessed legs. According to the records in the dragon transformation technique, once one achieves the chi refinement stage, it is indeed possible to temporarily transform, albeit not completely. This thought filled him with excitement, yet the realization that he had to endure 5 more days before breaking through to the chi refinement stage brought him distress. Nevertheless, the prospect of converting the resources here to enhance his physical form and swiftly elevate his cultivation level for the next great battle in the wasteland instilled him with hope. After comprehending the origins of the beast egg, he bid farewell to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, flicked his tail, and returned directly to his cave dwelling, evoking a sense of envy among the shrimp soldiers and crab generals behind him. They had to patrol to obtain cultivation resources, while this fellow appeared to have it easy. Not only did they stand guard for him outside, but he also amassed a wealth of resources each month. Chapter 24. Stirring of the Demon Clan. The two minions, the shrimp soldier and the crab general, had heard that the turtle prime minister provided 15 spirit stones each month to him for his cultivation, which stirred a profound jealousy within them. However, they recognized that such connections were beyond their reach. Upon returning to his cavern, Li Xiuxian prostrated himself on the ground and commenced his training. He felt his spirit growing ever stronger, while the demonic energy within him was also steadily increasing. At that moment, he realized just how remarkably nourishing the consumption of demon beast eggs was. He resolved to exchange for more in the future and find a way to bring some back for his original body to taste. As he immersed himself in his cultivation, unforeseen events unfolded outside. The demon clan surrounding the reflecting moon pool had gathered, their sights set on the pool itself. They had learned that the Dragon King of the reflecting moon was in seclusion, and it was unlikely he would emerge anytime soon. Their target was not the Dragon Palace, but rather a rich spirit stone mine under its jurisdiction, one that had long tempted the demon clan. In times past, the Dragon King had not been in seclusion, and the reflecting moon water tribe had 4 formidable warriors, which deterred any incursions. However, circumstances had changed. A 3rd warrior at the returning elixir stage had emerged among the demons, posing a significant threat to the water tribe. The leader of the demon clan, a magnificent crimson bird, surveyed the direction of the reflecting moon pool and then glanced back at the more than 300 demons behind him, filled with confidence. "My kin," he proclaimed, "we have endured oppression from the water tribe for far too long. With our newly emerged 3rd strongman, we must drive them back, seize their resources, and expedite our growth." At that moment, a demon at the chi refinement stage inquired, "My lord, the reflecting moon pool boasts 4 powerful warriors, especially their elder Dragon King, who is said to have reached the pinnacle of the returning elixir stage, just a step away from manifesting his primordial spirit." The fiery bird cast a glance at him and replied, "There are many things you do not know. While he may have reached the pinnacle of the returning elixir stage, he is currently striving to breach the divine refinement stage, rendering his emergence impossible. Thus, I am seizing this opportunity to lead us in claiming their spirit stone mine. This is our chance for the demon clan to rise. If the demons of reflecting Moon Mountain wish to prosper, they must either contend with the water tribe for resources or the surrounding human races. The human forces are always mobilizing. We cannot match them and must focus our efforts against the water tribe. Rest assured, this time we shall reap tremendous rewards. We can utilize these resources to enhance our cultivation, foster more strong warriors, and ultimately dominate reflecting Moon Mountain. Do you have confidence in this endeavor?" Having uttered these words, he exchanged a knowing glance with a trusted aide nearby, who immediately understood the unspoken command. The aide rose abruptly, raising his claw and bellowing, "We shall dominate reflecting Moon Mountain. We will break free from its confines, restore the demon clan to its former glory, and subjugate the human race while enslaving the water tribe." His voice resonated in the ears of all the demons, a mesmerizing call that ignited their fervor, reminding them of their once formidable strength that had claimed dominion over this realm. However, as time progressed, the human race ascended, and the aquatic beings seized control of the waters, forcing the demon clans into the depths of the mountains and into barren lands, where they struggled to survive. Nevertheless, numerous demon tribes retaliated. As the human race had only just begun to rise in this realm, their foundation still shaky. This resulted in a territorial conflict between humans and demons across the land. Near the Ingwe Mountain, numerous human troops were stationed, making a direct assault on human territories by the demons unfeasible. Thus, their focus shifted to the affluent aquatic race. The aquatic beings indeed possessed great wealth. Although the land was vast, the waters of this world were even more extensive, with major rivers, lakes, and oceans surpassing the land in size. The resources within the waters had always been under the control of the aquatic beings, with the dragon clan reigning supreme among them. Each river had its own dragon lord, though the power of these dragons varied according to the river's size. For instance, the Ingwe pool was home to the weakest of dragon kings, yet the Ingwe dragon king was on the verge of a breakthrough, which would allow him to ascend to a larger river as a dragon king. Previously, General Heiyu belonged to the higher-ranked commander of the Clearwater River and was exceptionally powerful, equivalent to the cultivation level of the Ingwe Pool's Dragon King. This indicated that he too was on the brink of breaking into the refining spirit realm, and the distance from Ingwe Pool was not great, as Yonglu River connected the two areas, thus lacking a Dragon King. Furthermore, the Yonglu River was too small to support a significant aquatic population. Establishing a dragon palace here would be rather excessive, and the river offered limited resources, serving merely as a conduit between Ingwe Pool and Clearwater River. Li Xiuxian was unaware that a great conflict was imminent. At that moment, he was swimming out of his cave dwelling, inhaling and exhaling under the moonlight, reveling in the fragrance of the moonlight. For Li Xiuxian, the events of the outside world held little significance. His primary focus was on enhancing his cultivation. Once he reached the qi refinement stage, he could begin practicing spells. The dragon transformation technique contained numerous spells, such as mist ascension, brief transformation, soul confusion, and water control. Upon reaching the refining spirit realm, he might awaken his innate divine abilities. As dawn approached, Li Xiuxian finally ceased his activities and returned to his cave dwelling. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he recalled that there was a spiritual entity in his physical form that could aid in his cultivation. So he settled in his cave, directing his consciousness back to his body. In his villa, Li Xiuxian opened his eyes, preparing to cultivate when a knock echoed at his door. Puzzled, he opened it to find Lu Ruohua standing there. Lu Ruohua was no ordinary individual. He was the head of the martial arts department at the Northwest Martial University, having attained the pinnacle of a 9th-grade martial artist, with formidable combat capabilities, ranking among the top 500 within that tier. Li Xiuxian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Director Lu, what brings you here? Please come in and have a seat." Li Xiuxian and Lu Ruohua reside in the same community, yet Lu Ruohua's abode is considerably more opulent and prominently situated. Their interactions have been rather sparse, so it was quite unexpected when Lu Ruohua came to visit. With a smile, Lu Ruohua said, "Teacher Li, pardon the intrusion. Shall we step inside to converse?" Once they entered the room and settled into their respective seats, Lu Ruohua inquired, "Teacher Li, your cultivation has advanced to the 6th rank of martial artist. Have you considered joining the martial arts department as an instructor?" Li Xiuxian pondered briefly before shaking his head. "I prefer to remain in logistics. This way, I have more time for cultivation. If I were to take on a teaching position, I fear my schedule would become too constrained." Lu Ruohua nodded, understanding that the logistics department offers a more relaxed pace, allowing for occasional time off. However, he believed that instructors in the martial arts department need not teach every day, and he was curious about Li Xiuxian's reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Join the martial arts department. The benefits are more appealing, and you wouldn't have to teach daily. What do you think?" Li Xiuxian shook his head again, expressing his true sentiment. "It is not that I am unwilling to join the martial arts department. Rather, I cherish my peace and solitude. Remaining in logistics enables me to strive towards becoming a 7th-rank martial artist more swiftly." Chapter 25. Dominating the world. Lu Ruohua did not elaborate further. He merely nodded and inquired, "In the upcoming period, do you intend to continue working or take some time to rest at home?" Li Xiuxian replied, "If possible, I would like to take a half-month break and resume work thereafter." For those martial artists who had just emerged from the vast wilderness, a half-month respite was customary, a paid leave designed to allow them to recuperate from the fierce battles they had endured. Some martial artists, however, would immediately return to work, finding hope in the students around them, gradually dissipating their inner bloodlust. This varied depending on each individual's method of releasing their pent-up emotions. Li Xiuxian possessed a formidable will and a strong mental fortitude. Naturally, he harbored no murderous intent. However, he required this time for cultivation, seeking to attain the rank of a 7th-tier martial artist. Lu Ruohua nodded, surprised to discover such a talent hidden within the logistics of the Northwest Martial University. Yet, since the young man wished to rest for half a month, they would discuss matters further upon his return. It was evident that he was grappling with his own emotions. After all, many comrades had perished in the battles of the wilderness, and the grief combined with the desire for vengeance against the barbaric tribes and the evil deities needed a proper outlet. "Let us reconvene after your recovery in half a month. If you wish to join my martial arts department then, feel free to seek me out. I shall not intrude on your rest any longer. Farewell." Li Xiuxian hastily suggested, "Shall we share a meal before you depart? I was just about to prepare something." Lu Ruohua shook his head. It was evident that Li Xiuxian lived alone in this villa, and he felt it inappropriate to intrude further. Ultimately, he insisted on taking his leave. As Lu Ruohua departed, Li Xiuxian could not help but curl his lip. It was better to avoid the chaos of managing those troublesome children. He preferred to devote his time to cultivating himself to become a 7th-tier martial artist, which would afford him more leisure in the future. After dining, he retrieved the spiritual item, gazing at the coral. Li Xiuxian sensed that the energy contained within was far superior to that of the blood coral he had consumed previously. He took a bite and began to circulate his internal energy using the cultivation techniques from the 5-tiger disruption blade. As he continued to harness the energy, the piece of spiritual coral he had just ingested transformed into a vast reservoir of power, continuously augmenting Li Xiuxian's strength. The essence refinement stage inherently involved distributing one's energy throughout the body. Now, with an endless stream of energy enhancing his strength, Li Xiuxian's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, undoubtedly surpassing the majority of practitioners at his level. Time slipped away unnoticed until he finally opened his eyes, feeling the surge of energy within him. A satisfied smile graced his face. Although the coral appeared modest in size, sufficient for only 10 bites, each bite had provided him with extensive cultivation time. The remainder would undoubtedly elevate him to the pinnacle of the 6th tier. While reaching only the 6th tier might seem limiting, it was a remarkable achievement in his eyes. With half a month at his disposal, he would be able to cultivate his essence to a significant level, ultimately providing him with greater resources. According to the words of Prime Minister Turtle, as long as he can reach the Qi refinement stage, he will be able to acquire 30 spiritual stones each month. This is no trifling matter, for a single spiritual herb costs merely 5 stones, meaning that with 30 stones, he could procure 6 such herbs, thereby dramatically enhancing his speed. However, rapid advancements in cultivation may not always yield favorable outcomes. Thus, Li Xiuxian decided to store away the remaining spiritual herbs, intending to consume a small portion each day over the next 9 days, while dedicating the remainder of his time to studying the dominant blade technique. The dominant blade technique is exceedingly potent, and Li Xiuxian possesses ample mental fortitude for its cultivation. Yet, he yearns to comprehend the underlying principles of the technique's formidable internal martial arts. When he finally took out the technique for examination, he understood why it was said that without powerful mental control, no one could master it. The energy cultivated through this technique is referred to as blade qi, which boasts formidable lethality. When this blade qi is infused into a combat blade, its combat effectiveness far surpasses that of ordinary internal energy. Unfortunately, cultivating blade qi requires precise mental control. Without it, the qi could inflict harm upon the meridians, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. The methodology for cultivating the dominant blade technique is quite straightforward and aligns with the standard practices of upper-tier techniques. Initially, blade qi manifests, which is sharper and more domineering than typical true energy. Once formed, it must be stabilized for a period before one can utilize mental power to channel the blade qi through the meridians, ultimately achieving a complete circulation before storing the blade qi. In truth, once the true energy circulates completely, the augmentation of true energy occurs at an accelerated pace, significantly surpassing that of the 7th-tier true energy realm, thus making the cultivation of the dominant blade technique swift and its lethality formidable. However, upon reaching the 9th tier, the path to transcending the innate realm becomes considerably arduous. This is due to the fact that breaking into the innate stage with the dominant blade technique necessitates condensing the blade qi into blade yuan force, a concept that was merely glossed over in the text without detailed elaboration. Upon reaching this point, Li Xiuxian exhaled in relief and then directed his attention to the subsequent 3 blade techniques, which are said to represent the only 3 blades within the entirety of the technique. These 3 techniques are dominance over the world, blade without self, and self without blade. They can be viewed as 3 distinct blades or as merely 3 blades. Mastery of any of these 3 techniques allows one to wield them regardless of their cultivation level. The Grandmaster of Heavenly Blade has only managed to cultivate the technique of blade without self, as his formidable mental power enables him to control it. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of the blade technique. Nonetheless, this technique is sufficiently powerful, allowing him to escape with ease from the grasp of celestial beings. In truth, should one cultivate the final technique of self without blade, they could undoubtedly contend with celestial beings, even vanquishing them. After perusing this, Li Xiuxian could not help but inhale sharply. This blade technique is indeed formidable, and it is perfectly suited for his cultivation. Should he succeed in mastering the 3rd technique, surpassing adversaries of higher realms would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, reflecting on the fact that the Grandmaster of Heavenly Blade has reached the pinnacle of mastery while still only attaining the second technique. He could not help but feel a twinge of despondency. Was he truly as formidable as the Grandmaster? Contemplating the existence of divine powers in that world, he chuckled to himself. Mastering such divine abilities must be a daunting task. Given that many have succeeded in that realm, he could not bring himself to believe that his comprehension was so lacking. Upon this realization, Li Xiuxin felt invigorated and began to cultivate the supreme sword technique, Overlord's Supremacy. Despite lacking the aura of a blade at present, he understood that this technique was merely a series of forms to master. As he diligently practiced Overlord's Supremacy, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his 5 tigers breaking the door technique, which filled him with immense joy. Indeed, it was a high-level sword art. While honing Overlord's Supremacy, he gradually developed a unique comprehension of swordsmanship. This technique manifested differently for each individual, as everyone possesses their own insights, and Li Xiuxin was no exception. He sensed that his mastery of the Overlord blade technique surged forth in waves, akin to tumultuous tides. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He infused his cultivated divine dragon's tail into Overlord's Supremacy, feeling a transformation within the technique, alongside an elevation in his understanding of swordplay. At that moment, wielding his bone blade, he unleashed Overlord's Supremacy thrice, each strike following the last with formidable power, leading him to believe that should he face a 7th-rank martial artist with these 3 strikes, he would undoubtedly prevail. Chapter 26. Unexpected benefits. After enduring the 3 strikes, he plopped down onto the ground, realizing that all his strength had been utterly expended. Just 3 strikes. Had there been more, he could only wonder what realm he would need to attain. Sitting there to recuperate for a while, he retrieved the coral from where he had stored his spiritual items, taking a bite. Once the coral settled in his stomach, he felt a significant wave of comfort wash over him. He then resumed his relentless practice of the 5 tiger technique. The cultivation of the 5 tiger technique allowed Li Xiuxin to accumulate an increasing amount of vigor. To his astonishment, after depleting his strength, he found that consuming this spiritual item for cultivation did not destabilize his foundation in the slightest. He was able to advance his practice of the overbearing blade technique without hindrance. Upon completing his training, Li Xiuxin opened his eyes and murmured, "I never anticipated that the overbearing blade technique would yield such unexpected results. No wonder Master Tiandao advanced so rapidly in his training back in the day." Sensing that his internal vigor had reached saturation, Li Xiuxin rose to his feet and grasped his bone blade. This time, rather than practicing the overbearing technique, he began to hone his 5 tiger severing blade. This technique comprised 9 strikes, and he had previously mastered the 6th. To his surprise, with his ongoing practice, he found he could now execute the 7th strike. Although it was still somewhat taxing, mastering it was merely a matter of time. Li Xiuxin gazed at the bone blade in his hand, marveling that merely training in the overbearing technique had enabled him to progress to the 7th strike of the 5 tiger severing blade. This was indeed a significant gain. Had Li Xiuxin possessed the 7th strike prior to venturing into the great wilderness, he could have even turned the tide against a 7th-level totem warrior, albeit one who had only recently broken through to that level. Such an achievement was commendable, considering he was merely a newly promoted 6th-rank warrior, and his combat prowess was already comparable to Wang Mingyang. In terms of battle experience, he could not rival Wang Mingyang. However, once he became familiar with combat techniques, his fighting capabilities would undoubtedly catch up. Yet, it was important to note that Wang Mingyang's level was above his own.
Li Xiuxian pausa.
Reflecting that to further advance the 5 tiger severing blade, he must delve deeper into the overbearing technique. Only through new insights into the blade arts could he hope to transcend the limitations of the 5 tiger severing blade. Choosing not to continue his training, he took a bath and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he picked up his phone and dialed his younger brother Li Shiyuan's number. It was mealtime in the afternoon, so he anticipated that his brother would be available. Given Li Shiyuan's talent, he was surely studying under a reputable master and living a life of considerable freedom. The phone rang only twice before it was answered, and Li Shiyuan's voice came through. "Brother, it's been ages since you last called. What have you been busy with lately?" With a smile, Li Xiuxian replied, "I've been focused on my cultivation." It's been over half a month since we last saw each other. How have you been? How's your training going? Who have you taken as your master? Hearing his brother's words, Li Shuan let out a sigh of relief and excitedly responded, Brother, I've been accepted as a student by Master Jiang Daoyuan. He treats me exceptionally well and has provided me with ample cultivation resources. I'm on the verge of reaching the second rank of warriors. Li Shouxian had undoubtedly heard of the illustrious name of Jiang Daoyuan. Although this master had only recently achieved a breakthrough, his prowess with firearms was indeed formidable. He had once slain a demigod in the vast wilderness. To be accepted as a disciple by Master Jiang was undoubtedly a boon for Li Shuyuan, as he had a profound affinity for marksmanship and, coupled with his exceptional talent, his future accomplishments were bound to be limitless. Very well. Devote yourself diligently to your training under Master Jiang and do not succumb to laziness. I will transfer some funds to you, so do remember to check. Li Shuyuan was somewhat perplexed. He distinctly recalled that, upon his departure, Li Shouxian had entrusted him with all his available resources. It had not been long since then, yet he was receiving more money. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly inquired, Brother, have you been to the wilderness? Li Shouxian replied with a hint of confusion. You haven't even reached the third rank of martial artist. How would you know of the wilderness? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Shouxian scratched his head and said, I overheard my teacher mention it, and I also learned about the dangers of that place. Did you really go there? Li Shouxian chuckled. Seems you have indeed caught wind of that place. I shan't say more. Once you reach the third rank, you will understand. Now pay attention to your account. I must hang up. Without allowing Li Shuyuan to say more, he ended the call, wary of his younger brother's incessant inquiries. The matters concerning the wilderness were not to be disclosed to many. Their conversations were likely monitored. True to his concerns, just as he hung up, Li Shuyuan called him back. With no other option, he answered, and before his brother could speak, he interjected, There is no need for so many questions. I am well. Ordinary people should not be privy to that place, so refrain from discussing it. My true cultivation level is that of a 6th-rank martial artist. I am not in danger. Li Shuyuan was about to respond when he was interrupted by his brother. He had not anticipated that his brother had already reached the 6th rank of martial artist. Furthermore, the matter of the wilderness was not to be spoken of. He recalled his teacher had also cautioned him against it, and he had merely misspoken in a moment of excitement. After Li Shouxian finished speaking, he did not elaborate further, waiting for Li Shuyuan's response. However, at that moment, Li Shuyuan was at a loss for words. After all, his elder brother had already attained the rank of 6th martial artist, and he could not dictate his brother's cultivation path. Brother, please stay safe and take care of yourself at home. I will return during the National Day holiday, Li Shouxian said. Return? What do you mean? I will visit you only after I break through to the 7th rank. Focus on your training with Master Jiang and do not tarnish your elder brother's reputation. Li Shuyuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. He understood that his brother had his best interests at heart. After all, he had just become a disciple of a master, and it seemed unreasonable to return home so soon during his first break. Very well, I shall not return for the National Day holiday. You promised to visit only after your 7th rank breakthrough, so do not go back on your word. Listening to his younger brother's childish remarks, Li Shouxian felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. It was evident that the lad was genuinely concerned for him, wishing to ascertain whether he was in any trouble, yet he insisted on expressing it in such a manner. After conversing for a while, Li Shouxian reclined upon his bed, his consciousness immersing itself into the body of a koi fish. The moon reflection pool is interconnected with numerous rivers, among which the Willow River is the smallest and least resourceful. Besides the Willow River, there lies the Cloud Ocean River, which is twice its size and abundant in resources. Here, the Dragon King has stationed the River Patrol Commander, General Octopus, who is of the Alchemy realm. In addition to the Dragon King and Prime Minister Turtle, the Moon Reflection Pool is also guarded by General Octopus and General Watersnake, all of whom possess formidable powers in the Alchemy realm, constituting the 4 great powers of the Moon Reflection Pool that deter the demon race from acting recklessly. At Cloud Ocean River, General Octopus was leading dozens of aquatic soldiers on patrol when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He glanced in a particular direction and exclaimed, quickly, Hasten to inform the Dragon King. The demon race is attacking the spiritual stone mine at Cloud Ocean River. Not far away, the swiftest squid darted away, propelling itself towards the direction of the Moon Reflection Dragon Palace. Having reached the Chi refining realm, it could fly, yet its speed in the water surpassed that capability. Chapter 27. Each with their own calculations. The squid, adept in speed-based sorcery, assumed the role of a messenger under the command of the General Octopus. No sooner had the general's words echoed than he dashed forth without hesitation. Outside the Yunyang River, over 300 demon clans drew nearer, their fervor ignited by the Crimson Avian, yearning to restore the former glory of their kind. Their eyes glowed a fierce red, and their hearts brimmed with the ardor of battle. At the moon-reflecting pool within the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King was engaged in a discussion with the Tortoise Chancellor. Suddenly, an unexpected figure intruded, a squid monster, who possessed the privilege of entry without prior announcement. Given the urgency of the situation, he barged in unannounced. The Dragon King turned his gaze toward the squid monster, who hastily proclaimed, "Your Majesty, Chancellor, there is trouble. A multitude of demon clans has gathered outside the Yunyang River, plotting to seize control of the Spirit Stone Mine. We beseech your command." A glint of murderous intent flickered in the Dragon King's eyes, for he was aware that another demon king of the alchemical realm had arisen among the demon clans. However, he was taken aback by their audacity to challenge the dragon lineage. He glanced at the Tortoise Chancellor and inquired, "Has word of my secluded breakthrough reached them? Otherwise, such audacity would be unfathomable." The Tortoise Chancellor stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded. "I intentionally let this news slip. Had your Majesty remained in seclusion, it would have never circulated. Now that you have emerged, let us eradicate those scheming demon clans and reclaim the entirety of Moon Reflecting Mountain." The Dragon King nodded, an expectant spark in his gaze. Though the Chancellor acted without his knowledge, the trust he placed in him allowed the matter to unfold as such. "You have done well. Should we acquire the resources of the entire Moon Reflecting Mountain, our own supplies will significantly increase, particularly those waters occupied by them. Though not vast, they must be reclaimed. Let us depart and confront these interlopers." The Tortoise Chancellor smiled and nodded, having already prepared the Water Serpent General. This general, too, bore the bloodline of dragons, albeit diluted. His ability to transform into a dragon depended on his own destiny. Nevertheless, the Water Serpent General, nurtured under the Dragon King's guidance, had reached the mid-stage of the alchemical realm, even though his bloodline remained dormant. Had it awakened, the Dragon King would have reported it long ago. The Water Serpent General possessed formidable combat prowess, particularly in speed, surpassing even the General Octopus, making him the third most notable figure in the moon-reflecting pool. However, awakening his dragon bloodline proved to be a daunting challenge. The dormant bloodline became a source of concern for him, as failure to awaken it might complicate his future breakthroughs into the realm of divine refinement, a truly lamentable predicament. Meanwhile, in the depths of the water near the Yunyang River, a youth with a shadowy demeanor stood submerged. His tongue flickered out intermittently, resembling that of a serpent, strikingly peculiar. A shrimp soldier reported to him, "General, I have heard a rumor that a koi fish with dragon blood has emerged in the reflecting moon lake. He may threaten your position as Dragon King." The young man cast a disdainful glance at the shrimp soldier and coldly retorted, "If he possesses dragon blood, then anyone can be the Dragon King of Reflecting Moon Lake. Do not speak of such matters again." He truly disregarded the position of Dragon King, for since the discovery of his own dragon lineage, he had eagerly sought to awaken his dragon blood and ascend as a ruler. The location of Reflecting Moon Lake was too remote. Even after awakening his dragon blood, he had no intention of remaining here. Originally, the Dragon King of Reflecting Moon intended for him to succeed after his awakening, but he harbored grander ambitions. He would not accept the position of Dragon King of Reflecting Moon Lake. Instead, he awaited the arrival of another with dragon blood, planning to secure the next Dragon King's position before awakening his own lineage. At that time, he could accompany the Dragon King to greater realms, serving as a minor Dragon King under his command. He was well aware of the ambitions of the Dragon King of Reflecting Moon and would never forsake his future for that title. He possessed dragon blood and could adopt the surname Ao. He chose a formidable name for himself, Aotion, signifying a proud existence above the heavens and the earth. Such a grand name reflected his expansive spirit. He would not confine himself to the trivial reflecting moon lake. Waiting here for the next bearer of dragon blood could take an eternity. Aotion had already reached the mid-stage of the alchemical transformation realm. It would not be long before he attained its pinnacle, and once he awakened his dragon blood, he would swiftly reach that height. It was impossible to expect him to wait here for the next Dragon King. The shrimp soldier, frightened, shrank back and quickly said, "Yes, General, I shall never dare again." He understood that meddling in matters of dragon blood was futile, yet he sought to impress Aotion, only to find that the latter was utterly indifferent and reprimanded him. This fellow was rather presumptuous. Given Aotion's strength, discovering the existence of Li Shouxian would be quite effortless. If not for the lack of time, he would have already sought to meet Li Shouxian. Not only did the Dragon King wish to cultivate Li Shouxian, but Aotion also had intentions of his own. He had lingered here for quite some time and hoped that the newly arrived dragon blood-bearer would swiftly awaken their lineage and break through to the alchemical transformation realm, allowing them to depart. Just then, a squid monster darted forth from a distance and halted before Aotion, respectfully stating, "General, Prime Minister Turtle has commanded us to commence our attack. We must capture all the demon clans in one sweep." Aotion nodded and replied, "Understood. Relay the orders to the troops to march towards the Yunyang River, aiming to encircle the demon clans upon their appearance. Not a single one shall escape." The demon clans sought to seize the spirit stone mine of Yunyang River, while the aquatic clans aimed to eradicate them and take over the entire reflecting Moon Mountain. Each side had its own designs. Ultimately, who would prevail remained to be seen in the forthcoming battle. The general of the squid is poised to confront the enemy. However, upon witnessing the sheer number of demon tribes advancing, he is momentarily taken aback. Over 300 of them, likely comprising the entirety of the demon tribes inhabiting the moonlit mountain. The audacity of such a massive assault on the Yunyang River suggests either an unwavering confidence or a reckless thirst for demise. The squid creature has already returned to inform the Dragon King, and it is believed that reinforcements will soon arrive. The general of the squid bellowed, "All aquatic warriors, prepare for battle. The demon tribes are imminent. If we can hold our ground until reinforcements arrive, victory shall be ours." Though the other shrimp and crab soldiers were understandably filled with trepidation, the sight of their unwavering general ignited a fierce resolve within them. Gripping their steel forks, their eyes gleamed with martial spirit. Their general showed no signs of retreat. Thus, they too would not falter. The intelligence of the demon tribes and aquatic races, particularly those at the chi refinement stage, is notably lacking. Should their general abandon the fight, they would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. Yet, as long as their general stands resolute, they shall not retreat. The fiery red bird, observing the aquatic general of the squid, chose not to depart. Rather, it felt a surge of excitement. Should they manage to keep this formidable figure here, the aquatic forces would undoubtedly be significantly weakened. This fiery red bird, bearing the bloodline of the Golden Crow clan, an imperial lineage among the demon tribes, bears the name Jin Wudao, and is regarded as the most formidable being among the demon tribes of Moonlit Mountain, having attained the pinnacle of the alchemy stage. Chapter 28. The flames erupt. Jin Wudao, upon noticing that only the octopus general remained among the aquatic beings at the Dan realm, transformed into his human form and laughed heartily. "So it is merely you, wretched octopus, guarding this place. Truly, heaven has favored me. If you were to ally with me, I could grant you a path to survival. What say you?" The octopus general shook his grotesque head, chuckling as he replied, "You are blissfully unaware of your impending doom. Such foolishness is typical of your kind." Jin Wudao, oblivious to the deeper implications, interpreted the remark as an insult and was consumed by rage. His hands morphed into claws, flames igniting upon them as he charged at the octopus. "Foolish brethren of the demon race, follow me into battle," he bellowed, leading the charge towards the octopus general, with the others eagerly trailing behind, particularly the remaining two from the Dan realm, whose eyes gleamed with bloodlust. They understood that slaying the Dan realm octopus would significantly weaken the aquatic forces, thereby ensuring their own safety. Once the Dragon King emerged from his seclusion, it would not be so simple for him to seek retribution, unless he could attain the divine refinement realm, a feat exceedingly rare in the vicinity of Moonlit Mountain. Neither humans, demons, nor aquatic beings had achieved such a breakthrough. The Moonlit Dragon King's ambition to reach the divine refinement realm without the resources provided from above was nearly impossible. Unless exceptionally gifted, he would have to remain in the Dan realm. As Jin Wudao charged forth, the octopus conjured a long spear, enveloped in a faint mist, and thrust it directly at the advancing Jin Wudao. Fire and water are inherently incompatible. The majority of aquatic beings possess water attributes, while Jin Wudao, bearing the bloodline of the Golden Crow, is of the fire attribute. The two forces collided with tremendous power, causing both the demon and aquatic onlookers to stagger back. The octopus was sent hurtling backward by the sheer force, crashing into the depths of the Yunyang River. Although armed with a magical spear, the octopus's realm was vastly inferior to that of his opponent. Even with the artifact in hand, he remained no match for Jin Wudao. Floating in the air, Jin Wudao coldly regarded the octopus, who was struggling to rise. "Will you submit to my demon race and become one of my esteemed generals?" The demon race of Moonlit Mountain was weak. Otherwise, he would not have deigned to consider the aquatic beings. For now, he had no choice but to subjugate them, leaving future considerations aside. The octopus spat disdainfully. "Pah! I am a proud general of the aquatic race. Why would I ever join your demon kind? Just wait. When my Dragon King emerges from his retreat, he will surely annihilate you." Jin Wudao laughed heartily. "Your old Dragon King is still in seclusion. The remainder of your kind cannot possibly contend with my demon race. You would do well to surrender, lest you meet your end here and now." No sooner had he uttered these words than a familiar voice echoed through the air, sending chills down his spine, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. "Oh, you presume to act with impunity simply because my king is in seclusion? Do you truly believe my aquatic race is so easily subdued? Today, the entirety of your demon clan has gathered here. Thus, let them all remain." Jin Wudao turned to see two figures emerging not far from him, the Moonshadow Dragon King and the Tortoise Chancellor. Although the Tortoise Chancellor's cultivation was merely in the late stage of the alchemy realm, he had awakened a fragment of the Xuanwu bloodline, granting him considerable speed in water. Jin Wudao's expression darkened. He realized he had been ensnared in a trap and understood the significance of the words spoken by the squid earlier. However, he was perplexed as to why the Dragon King had emerged from seclusion. Unbeknownst to him, the Dragon King had resurfaced due to the appearance of a koi possessing dragon blood. Regrettably, they were oblivious to this development. With a grave demeanor, Jin Wudao inquired, "Did you not enter seclusion? What brings you here? Could it be?" Upon seeing the Tortoise Chancellor and the Dragon King together, he knew this matter had escalated. If nothing unexpected occurred, it was undoubtedly a scheme laid out for their demon clan. Surely, the Water Snake General must have arrived as well. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a multitude of water beings appeared in the distance, led by none other than the Water Snake General. Soon, the Water Snake General and his aquatic army approached, and upon seeing the demon clan before him, he chuckled. "I knew you rascals would not behave. I didn't expect all of you to show up. Perfect, this will clear the path for that little one." Jin Wudao was puzzled. He did not know who this little one was, but he recognized that the Dragon King's emergence was undoubtedly linked to him. There was only one possibility. That little one possessed dragon blood. The Water Snake General bowed to the Dragon King and the Tortoise Chancellor, saying, "Greetings, Dragon King, greetings, Chancellor. I did not expect your arrival to be so swift." The Dragon King smiled. "I knew you would arrive in good time, but I did not anticipate your speed." "Excellent. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the mid-alchemy realm. If you awaken the dragon bloodline, you will certainly reach the peak of the alchemy realm." The Water Snake General shook his head and chuckled bitterly. Awakening the dragon bloodline is not so simple. The Dragon King nodded, fully aware of that young man's intentions. It wasn't that the young man could not awaken the dragon bloodline. Rather, he simply chose not to. He preferred to serve as a general under the Dragon King, rather than remain here. "Knowing your thoughts, I will take you along when we leave this time, along with the squid. After all, you and the squid are my prized prot-gs. I could never bear to leave you behind." The Water Snake General eagerly nodded, feeling elated. Awakening the dragon bloodline would significantly enhance his strength. He hoped to achieve this breakthrough in the divine refinement realm, using the formidable power of the bloodline to propel him forward. In truth, achieving the divine refinement realm would qualify one as a formidable expert in this world, while the return to void realm above it represented the true powerhouses, necessitating a journey to resource-rich lands. The tortoise chancellor laughed. "You will soon catch up to me. How swiftly time passes. However, let us first subdue the demon clan, just as you said, to clear the path for that little one. Behold, we have disregarded that creature from the demon clan, whose eyes now seem ablaze with fury. No, they are indeed engulfed in flames." As the Prime Minister of Turtles spoke, Jean Wudao's gaze flickered with a fiery intensity, signaling his readiness to engage in a desperate battle. His aura surged dramatically as he proclaimed, "All my kin, since we have encountered the Water Clan, let us fight. There is a chance of survival through combat. To refrain is to await death." At this juncture, the Dragon King interjected, "Should you choose to surrender to my Dragon Clan, I could extend a lifeline to you. However, if it is battle you desire, then let it be a fight to the death." Although the number of demons exceeds that of the Water Dwellers, the combat prowess of the Water Clan is considerably superior, especially with the presence of a formidable cultivator at the alchemy stage. Naturally, the alchemy stage demon would never consider surrender. They are the demon kings, each possessing their own dignity, and even in death they would refuse to yield. Conversely, the lesser demons, being the most marginalized within their ranks, prioritize survival above all else. Following the Dragon King's declaration, many of the lesser demons began to entertain thoughts of surrender, particularly upon witnessing the mobilization of the entire Water Clan. Chapter 29. The war between two clans. Jean Wudao observed the expressions of the lesser demons from the Demon Clan and instinctively understood their thoughts. He urgently shouted, "Do not be swayed by the words of the Water Clan. Our two races are inherently enemies. If we surrender to the Water Clan, it will be difficult to seek death in the future. We fight for the rise of the demon race. Even in death, there is glory. I trust our descendants will remember us forever. Brothers, follow me. Let us vanquish these detestable water dwellers." With his rallying cry, Jean Wudao was the first to charge forward, his sights set on the Dragon King, for only his strength could rival that of the Dragon King. True Sunfire, blaze forth. This so-called true Sunfire was not the authentic celestial flame. Although he had awakened the bloodline of the Jinwu clan, the true Sunfire was a supreme power, the innate divine ability of the Jinwu. Jean Wudao's bloodline was rather diluted. While he had awakened a portion of the Jinwu lineage, his version of the true Sunfire was a mere shadow, pieced together from fragmented memories of the flame passed down through generations. One must acknowledge his talent. It was indeed remarkable that he could conjure a diminished version of the true Sunfire from mere shards of ancestral memory. The sight of this compromised flame caused the Dragon King's expression to shift dramatically as he sensed its latent power. He raised his hands slightly, and the surrounding moisture began to coalesce, ultimately forming a sphere of water in his grasp. "Let us witness whether your fire is mightier than my water. Flow, waters of the great river." The water sphere erupted instantaneously, transforming into countless water arrows that surged forth to meet the advancing flames, accompanied by a curtain of water. The Dragon King was not lacking in confidence regarding his water-based magic. Rather, he sought to shield his kin from harm. His water was no ordinary liquid. It was the essence of the great river. Having once ventured to the heavenly river, he had captured a drop of its quintessence, which, upon merging with his being, allowed him to wield the great river's water against his foes. As the diminished true Sunfire clashed with the great river's water, what had once been a singular flame exploded into a myriad of sparks, scattering in all directions. The Dragon King's water barrier effortlessly absorbed the errant embers, thwarting Jean Wudao's intentions. He had hoped to diminish the Water Clan's strength with the compromised true Sunfire to bolster morale, but his plans had been dashed. Enraged, Jean Wudao transformed from his humanoid form into a magnificent crimson bird, enveloped in the diminished true Sunfire, exuding an imposing presence. The Dragon King, however, showed no inclination to revert to his true form. While his true nature was that of a bird, his essence was that of a fish dragon. Though he bore the title of dragon, he was still a fish at heart, having not fully awakened his dragon bloodline. In his hands, 2 short spears materialized, their tips resembling the sharp, glimmering mouth of a fish. Neither party moved, both fixated on one another. The other demons and water dwellers had already engaged in battle, with the tortoise chancellor and the water serpent general each confronting a formidable opponent from the alchemical realm, while the octopus general swiftly eliminated the remaining demons. The original advantage of the demon clan, which had once been substantial in numbers, swiftly diminished. Under the relentless onslaught of General Octopus, the lesser demons could no longer hold their ground. Were it not for a few formidable beings sustaining the fight, the rest would have undoubtedly fled in disarray. Engaged in battle with the formidable General Watersnake was a demon who had recently ascended to the realm of Dan, yet faced with the overwhelming might of the general, he found himself utterly powerless, being dominated from the very outset. Had it not been for his recent elevation in rank, he would have surely perished at the hands of General Watersnake. The general commanded, "All warriors of the Water Clan, swiftly encircle the demons and ensure they do not escape." The Minister Tortoise had articulated the necessity of capturing these demons for the extraction of resources, as the spirit stone mines of the Yunyang River were vast and required an increased workforce. The intent behind targeting the demons was to secure more laborers. The surrounding forces of the Water Clan received their orders, effectively surrounding all demons engaged in combat. Except for a few leaders of the Water Clan, they refrained from joining the fray, for the prowess of General Octopus alone sufficed. Although General Octopus had sustained minor injuries during his confrontation with Jin Wudao, these wounds were trivial in the face of his overwhelming superiority. The disparity in realms rendered him capable of dispatching the lesser demons with ease, one after another. The general reveled in this slaughter, seeking to reclaim the sense of frustration he had felt while constrained by Jin Wudao's superior rank. Not far off, Minister Tortoise, with his formidable defenses, held at bay a late-stage demon of the Dan realm. Although he was not particularly adept in combat, his defenses were unparalleled. Observing the enemy's blades strike against his shell, he retaliated with his short sword, which pierced with lethal precision, transforming the encounter into a gratifying experience. He found a thrill in the battle, envisioning the potential to drain the life from his adversary. Meanwhile, the Dragon King and Jin Wudao maintained their intense stare-down, yet their expressions differed markedly. The corners of the Dragon King's mouth curled slightly upwards. He understood that victory in this war was already his. Jin Wudao, on the other hand, surveyed the battlefield and discerned the inevitable demise of the demon clan. Even if he were to slay the Dragon King, he too would ultimately fall victim to the encirclement, and a sense of trepidation began to take root within him. At that moment, a young demon suddenly dropped its weapon and knelt in surrender, pleading for mercy. "Spare me! Spare me! I yield! Do not kill me!" This act of capitulation soon prompted others to follow suit. In no time, aside from a handful of resilient demons still engaged in battle, over 100 lesser demons knelt before General Octopus, having surrendered. Recognizing the futility of their resistance, the remaining demons prepared to flee, disregarding even the orders of their demon king in their desperate bid for survival. Unfortunately, the Water Clan had effectively surrounded the area, and escape proved impossible. Ultimately, apart from the 133 who had surrendered, the rest of the lesser demons were annihilated. The general of the cephalopods has freed his hands, turning his gaze towards the other 3 battlefields. As for the Dragon King, there was no need to elaborate. The 2 combatants had not even engaged. Meanwhile, the clash between General Watersnake and Minister Turtle appeared to be favorably poised. Since his presence was no longer required, he soared towards the direction of Jin Wudao. At this juncture, the demon clan was unable to turn the tide. Should Jin Wudao make his escape, the situation would become quite precarious. He must keep a close watch on Jin Wudao, for this fellow had previously inflicted wounds upon him, and he could not allow him to flee unscathed. Upon seeing the approaching general of the cephalopods, Jin Wudao's expression darkened. If it were merely this individual, he would not have been overly concerned. However, he was acutely aware of the looming threat posed by the Moonlit Dragon King, who was also fixated on him. With a smile, the Moonlit Dragon King addressed the general of the cephalopods. "Your efforts are much appreciated. The battle with General Watersnake is nearing its conclusion. Soon, We shall together subdue this old fool and incorporate the entirety of Moonlit Mountain into our aquatic dominion. The general of the cephalopods quickly replied, "Indeed, my lord." Jin Wudao's eyes flickered with urgency, as if he were desperately seeking an escape route. Aware that the demon clan's fortunes had waned, he understood that failure to flee could jeopardize his very life. After this escape, it seemed he would also need to vacate Moonlit Mountain altogether. Chapter 30. The Demon King's self-detonation. Jin Wudao spoke, "Moonlit Dragon King, release us, and we shall vacate the Moonlit Mountain. What say you?" The Moonlit Dragon King chuckled darkly. "I wonder from where you derive such confidence to utter these words. You came to assault my aquatic kin, and upon suffering defeat, you wish to depart so easily? Such fortune does not befall the likes of you." Jin Wudao retorted coldly, "Do you truly wish for a mutual destruction?" The Dragon King shook his head, replying, "You aspire to engage me in a contest of ruin? Do you truly believe that feasible? Look yonder." As he spoke, he gestured towards the direction of the moonlit pool, where an imposing presence was rapidly approaching. Jin Wudao was struck with alarm, sensing that the approaching entity possessed strength at the pinnacle of the returning pill realm. If he did not flee now, he feared he may never escape. In that moment of distraction, the Dragon King seized the opportunity, thrusting two short spears towards him with unyielding resolve. One was deftly evaded by Jin Wudao, while the other pierced his shoulder with unerring accuracy. Jin Wudao cried out, "Despicable!" He turned to flee, but the Dragon King and the Octopus General would not permit him such ease. The Octopus General intercepted him, while the Dragon King's attacks came from behind. Jin Wudao transformed into a blazing inferno, the intense heat causing the waters of the Yunyang River to begin to evaporate. The Moonlit Dragon King relentlessly assaulted Jin Wudao with his twin short spears, while Jin Wudao dodged. However, he opted to disregard the Octopus General's strikes, knowing he could not evade both simultaneously. Relatively speaking, the Octopus General's attacks were significantly weaker. Although they could inflict harm, they were not lethal. His foremost desire was to escape this perilous situation. A piercing scream echoed, revealing that the unfortunate individual overwhelmed by the Water Snake General could no longer endure, meeting his demise at the end of a spear. Upon hearing the cry, Jin Wudao realized the gravity of his predicament. Indeed, another formidable aura surged towards him, a chilling assault piercing through the flames. With a cry of agony, Jin Wudao felt the spear embed itself in his flesh, prompting him to recognize the urgency of his escape. Otherwise, he might very well perish here, as the force from the direction of the moonlit pool grew ever closer. Jin Wudao bellowed, "You shall await my return." Suddenly, his form began to swell, an overwhelming aura ascending to the heavens, swiftly reaching the zenith of the returning pill realm and then instantly breaking through to the refining spirit realm, his previously diminutive physique transforming into a spherical shape. The Dragon King was taken aback, urgently shouting, "Retreat! We must flee! He intends to self-detonate." As his words fell, he and the two aquatic generals began to retreat at their utmost speed. Unbeknownst to them, amidst their frantic flight, a mere shadow of a small bird emerged from Jin Wudao's form, swiftly soaring beyond the confines of Moonlit Mountain, vanishing from sight. As the ethereal figure vanished, the once bloated crimson bird suddenly erupted, unleashing a formidable force that created a vast pool in the Yunyang River. At this moment, the Tortoise Prime Minister had also vanquished his adversary and, with a heavy heart, approached the scene, observing the casualties among the aquatic and demonic tribes due to the explosion. Yet, amidst his sorrow, joy sparkled in his eyes. From that day forth, his aquatic tribe became the sole inhabitants of the Moonlit Mountain, claiming all its resources as their own. Suddenly, the Tortoise Prime Minister bowed respectfully to the Moonlit Dragon King, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! After years of endeavor, you have finally unified the Moonlit Mountain." The other demonic tribes quickly followed suit, offering their reverent salutations. "Congratulations, Your Majesty!" The Moonlit Dragon King, elated, replied with a smile, "The success of this endeavor is entirely due to your collective efforts. I shall not forget your contributions and will reward you accordingly upon our return." Meanwhile, Li Xiuxian, who was diligently cultivating in the moonlit pool, was startled by a loud explosion from outside. Although he was uncertain of the cause, He recognized that, in this world, where battles could erupt at any moment, it was likely a clash between two powerful beings. Alas, this world is perilous. One must always remain vigilant for their life. Fortunately, I possess the bloodline of the dragon race. Otherwise, that massive bird could have claimed my life. I must focus on my cultivation. With this thought, he resumed his practice, knowing that in just a few days he would reach the chi refinement stage, a threshold that would mark him as a true member of the aquatic tribe. In the realm of aquatic beings, ordinary fish and shrimp were not considered part of their tribe. Only those with wisdom were deemed true members. The same principle applied to the demonic tribes. Otherwise, they would face starvation. While it was possible to sustain oneself with spiritual energy, not all aquatic and demonic beings possessed spiritual stones or resources. They still required sustenance. At that moment, a turtle entered, grinning as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! What joyous news, young brother! Do you know? Our Moonlit Dragon Palace has conquered the entirety of Moonlit Mountain, and our resources will multiply." Li Shouxian quickly inquired, "Was that earlier noise caused by their battle?" The turtle leader chuckled, "You are correct. The Demon King chose to self-destruct, resulting in significant losses for our aquatic brethren. However, our Moonlit Dragon Palace's 4 great warriors remain unscathed." Perplexed, Li Shouxian asked, "Who are the 4 great warriors of the Moonlit Dragon Palace?" The turtle leader suddenly realized he had not informed Li Shouxian about the 4 great alchemists of the Dragon Palace and sheepishly retracted his head. The 4 great warriors are our esteemed Dragon King, the Tortoise Prime Minister, and 2 generals. The Water Serpent General, who has the bloodline of the dragon race, and the Octopus General. Typically, the Octopus General oversees all resource points under the Moonlit Dragon Palace, while the Water Serpent General commands the entire aquatic army, with several leaders falling under his jurisdiction. However, this time, due to the self-detonation of the Demon King, our aquatic tribe has diminished from over 200 to merely 150, requiring a gradual recovery. Li Shouxian nodded thoughtfully. In truth, a reduction in the aquatic tribe of the Moonlit Dragon Palace would result in an increase of resources allocated to him. Yet, if the number of his soldiers remained scant, he could easily fall prey to enemy incursions. Suddenly, Li Shouxian inquired, "Is it true that our Moonlit Dragon Palace can only unearth aquatic beings from our own territory?" The turtle commander nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed, all water bodies are governed by the Dragon King. As for Moonlit Mountain, we once presided over the vicinity of Moonlit Pool, but now the entirety of Moonlit Mountain belongs to us, encompassing numerous water veins that are now under our dominion. It is not impossible for the aquatic tribe to recover swiftly, yet it does require time, as the emergence of both aquatic and demon tribes is quite rare, contingent upon their fortunes. Without having attained the divine refinement realm, we cannot enlighten them." Upon hearing the term enlighten, Li Shouxian quickly asked, "Does it mean that upon reaching the divine refinement realm, one can enlighten a greater number of aquatic beings?" The turtle commander shook his head and replied, "It seems there are additional conditions. The specifics are beyond my knowledge." Chapter 31. The Dragon King's Banquet. The turtle leader, possessing merely the cultivation of the chi refinement stage, was unaware of matters concerning the spirit refinement realm. He only knew that the spirit refinement stage was formidable, capable of enlightening the aquatic races. Beyond that, he had no further insight. Li Shouxian couldn't help but shake his head, realizing that it was improbable to glean any valuable information from the turtle. Nevertheless, the fact that the aquatic race had triumphed over the demon race and seized the entirety of Inghua Mountain was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. However, for the time being, it held little significance for him. Only by reaching the Dan refinement stage and awakening the dragon bloodline could he succeed the position of the Inghua Dragon King. As for the whereabouts of the former Inghua Dragon King, he was equally in the dark. Yet, Li Shouxian clearly understood that should he ascend to the role of the Inghua Dragon King, he believed the current Dragon King would find a more favorable fate, perhaps even some advantageous rewards. Otherwise, this Dragon King would not be so kind to him. The turtle leader chuckled. "In truth, there is no need for such concerns. The demon race and we have never been on amicable terms, primarily due to the competition over maritime resources. However, the human race is our ally. With the demise of the demon race on Inghua Mountain and the relatively favorable relations we share with humanity, we need not fear anything." This was the first time Li Shouxian had heard of the term human race, and he inquired, "Turtle leader, may I ask what precisely is this human race?" With a smile, the turtle leader explained, they were originally a very feeble race, but for some unknown reason, they began to grow formidable, driving the demons from the land and claiming half of it, establishing a standoff with the demon race. They are indeed an impressive race, once merely regarded as sustenance by the demons. Unexpectedly, a prodigy emerged among them, creating their own cultivation method known as the martial path. Of course, they also possess the means of immortal cultivation. After enduring arduous struggles, they finally secured half of the land, where the demon race was either annihilated or driven into desolate mountains and wilderness, making them quite a formidable race. Li Xiaoxian queried, "Martial path? What exactly is the martial path? How does it compare to the immortal path?" The turtle leader shook his head, saying, "In close combat, the martial path possesses extraordinary combat prowess. When cultivated to great heights, it can indeed move mountains and part seas. Although we aquatic beings excel in maritime battles on land, we are not their match." Li Xiaoxian, with curiosity, asked, "Have you ever fought against the human race? I wonder if they possess their cultivation techniques. I would like to see them." The turtle leader nodded and then shook his head. "I have fought against a powerful being of their innate realm, but regrettably, I do not possess their cultivation techniques. However, the Dragon King's treasury must contain them. Once you reach the Qi refinement stage, you should be able to take a look." Li Xiaoxian pondered thoughtfully. He was not far from breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. If he could indeed obtain the martial techniques of the human race and compare them with the martial arts of Tianlan Star, perhaps he could discover superior methods. In truth, the blade dominance technique was already sufficient for him, yet the latter portions of this technique were held by the Grandmaster of the Heavenly Blade. If he could become his disciple, he would undoubtedly acquire a lineage of blade techniques. However, the Grandmaster now existed in a realm of blade and selflessness, which posed some danger. Who could tell when he might be ensnared by the blade techniques? Thus, engaging in actions detrimental to those nearby, it is inconceivable for Li Xiaoxian to take on an apprenticeship before achieving the third strike of "I have no knife." With the knowledge of this world and the understanding that the human race also cultivates martial arts, he pondered whether he could return with this knowledge. The turtle commander interjected, urging him to abandon such thoughts and suggesting they proceed to welcome the triumphant return of the Dragon King. Li Xiaoxian, without further hesitation, followed the turtle commander out of the cave dwelling. However, prior to their departure, he secured all his possessions with his main body, for the safety of the cave was uncertain. Observing Li Xiaoxian's demeanor, the turtle commander refrained from comment and led him outside. At the junction of Jingyue Pool and Yunyang River, more than a dozen water beings awaited. In this fierce battle, the aquatic race had nearly emptied their ranks, leaving only a handful behind, with the turtle commander being the most formidable among them. As Li Xiaoxian beheld the returning aquatic army, he respectfully proclaimed behind the turtle commander, "I humbly welcome the great king's return." The Dragon King laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent! This battle has yielded a resounding victory for us, and all shall be rewarded." Orders were issued. All participating water beings would receive 500 low-grade spirit stones from the two generals, while those at the peak of the Qi refinement stage would receive 100 spirit stones, and the rewards for others would be scaled accordingly. Those who remained at the Dragon Palace would not be neglected. Every member of the clan would receive a reward, which would be distributed by the Turtle Chancellor shortly. Joy erupted among the ranks as they shouted their gratitude to the Dragon King. Li Xiaoxian felt exhilarated. Should he receive spirit stones, he could exchange them with the shrimp and crab soldiers for spiritual herbs, thereby enhancing his own strength, which was currently insufficient. Although his koi form had limited cultivation, it was on the verge of reaching full foundation establishment and breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, thus allowing access to superior spiritual items. In contrast, the efficacy of exchanging for spiritual items at the current stage for the Qi refinement realm was somewhat lacking. The human race possesses the ability to concoct elixirs, while few among the demon and water races possess such knowledge. Once spiritual herbs reach maturity, they are typically consumed directly. Li Xiaoxian was not concerned about the sufficiency of spiritual resources. After achieving the status of the Moonlit Dragon King, he believed he would not lack the spiritual items required for the Qi refinement stage. Once the Dragon King had organized all matters, he smiled and beckoned, Little Koi, come with me. Given his modest stature, the name seemed fitting. Yet, Li Xiuxian was unaware of the Dragon King's intent, though he surmised that the Moonlit Dragon King was perhaps the least likely to cause him harm in Jinghuepool. He promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." The Moonlit Dragon King then called out, "Aotion, you come too," and the octopus as well. The two water generals complied. In the Dragon Palace's Grand Hall, Jinghuepool was but a small locale, and the Dragon Palace lacked the opulent grandeur of the Four Seas Dragon Palace depicted in the Journey to the West. Nonetheless, its interior was spacious enough to accommodate 500 to 600 individuals. The Moonlit Dragon King had a consort, but he did not wish to leave her and their offspring to suffer. Thus, he sought to find a successor with dragon lineage among the aquatic beings. Within the Grand Hall, the Dragon King of the Moon sat majestically upon his throne, while the esteemed figures of the Turtle Prime Minister, the Water Snake General, the Octopus, and Li Xiuxian stood respectfully before him, gazing up at the illustrious Dragon King. The Dragon King gestured towards the 4 tables on either side and proclaimed, "All right, please take your seats. Bring forth the spiritual fruits." As Li Xiuxian and the others settled into their seats, a maiden emerged, gracefully presenting several plates of spiritual fruits. Each individual was served 2 plates, each containing 4 or 5 diminutive fruits. Li Xiuxian's eyes gleamed with desire as he beheld the 9 spiritual fruits before him. They promised to elevate his cultivation on both sides to a higher realm. His physical form required resources to ascend to the 7th rank of warrior, and upon achieving this, the dominant blade technique could swiftly advance to the 9th rank, needing only a few spiritual fruits. However, the situation here was different. Although his cultivation had yet to reach the qi refinement stage, a breakthrough would surely come in a matter of days. With just a few spiritual fruits, he could undoubtedly achieve a perfect foundation and transcend into the qi refinement realm. The Dragon King smiled and remarked, "There is not much I can offer you, but these are the specialties of my moonlit pond: the water spirit fruit and the ascension fruit. The water spirit fruit aids in establishing a solid foundation, while the ascension fruit, as you may know, is a rare and invaluable treasure." Chapter 32. The gift of the aquatic tribe. The Moonlit Dragon King, pondering deeply, addressed Li Xiuxian, "Little Koi, for now, you may only consume the water spirit fruit. Put the rest aside." Li Xiuxian was well aware that his options for spiritual fruits were limited at present. However, with the water spirit fruit in his possession, he was certain he could achieve a perfect foundation and ascend into the qi refinement realm. At that point, he would be able to partake of the ascension fruit. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous bestowal." For the aquatic tribe members in the qi refinement realm, the energy contained within the ascension fruit was substantial, making it the finest resource for cultivation. Regrettably, the tree bearing the ascension fruit was under the dominion of the Moonlit Dragon King. Without his favor, it remained unattainable. The minister turtle and others often indulged in these fruits. For them, the ascension fruit held some value, while the water spirit fruit was of little use, merely offering a pleasant taste. Nonetheless, they all stored away the water spirit fruits, having consumed only 1 ascension fruit. At that moment, the clam maiden presented the wine, a true delight for the aquatic tribe. Li Xiuxian took a sip of the wine and found it reminiscent of beverages he had enjoyed before, yet imbued with a rich spiritual essence, comparable to the spiritual treasures he had previously tasted. After just 2 cups, he felt a saturation of energy within. Casting a longing glance at the remaining jug of wine, his eyes shimmering with desire, the Dragon King chuckled, "Take the leftover spirit wine back with you to savor." For the Dragon King, he had no desire for what others left behind, hence his generous offer. Moreover, these were his loyal subjects. A little spirit wine was of no concern to him, as he possessed an abundance. Li Xiuxian's face lit up with joy. The resources he had obtained could very well elevate his cultivation by a significant realm. The assembly respectfully expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Dragon King replied with a smile, "With our resounding victory, it is time to take control of Moonlit Mountain. The combat prowess of Minister Turtle, General Octopus, and myself on land pales in comparison to Outyen's. Therefore I entrust Moonlit Mountain to you, Outyen. Should you discover any rare treasures, endeavor to bring them back." Outyen responded respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall ensure that all is managed well." He understood that this was an opportunity bestowed upon him by the Dragon King. Moonlit Mountain housed numerous spirit stone mines, albeit small ones. Yet, if he sought to enrich himself, no one would be the wiser. Furthermore, some undiscovered treasures could very well fall into his hands, aiding his swift advancement. Li Shouxian also grasped the significance of the situation, casting a somewhat envious glance at Outyin. However, it was merely envy. Before long, all lands, including Moonlit Mountain, would rightfully belong to him, eliminating any need for jealousy. The thought that these resources would eventually be his, yet were currently being harvested by others, stirred a pang of regret within him, though he knew he must maintain an appearance of innocence. Having only recently begun his cultivation journey, he understood that excessive display could arouse suspicion among others, so he acted with utmost caution. The Dragon King, smiling, concluded, "Now that we have addressed the important matters, allow me to introduce you to a little friend. This young one possesses the bloodline of the dragon. Should we succeed in nurturing him, we may finally depart from this moonlit pond." Li Shouxian appeared somewhat bewildered, yet the other three aquatic beings were filled with elation. The water snake general had long entertained this notion, while the turtle chancellor maintained a more subdued expression, for he was already aware of the situation. The greatest delight, however, came from the octopus general. Being the least skilled among them, the octopus general seemed destined to remain here unless unforeseen circumstances arose. To his astonishment, the Dragon King intended to take him away. Should they cultivate a dragon bloodline adept in the realm of elixirs, they would undoubtedly secure a superior aquatic domain, replete with abundant resources. An increase in resources would expedite their cultivation progress, potentially enabling them to reach the divine refining stage in the future. At this juncture, Li Shouxian hastily declared, "I humbly bow before you esteemed seniors, and I kindly ask for your guidance in the future." The turtle chancellor smiled and nodded, presenting 3 water spirit fruits to Li Shouxian, saying, "These fruits will benefit you. Make sure to cultivate diligently."
Angola tian xuklat, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid, a promising junior."
Should you encounter any matters, do not hesitate to seek me out. These water spirit fruits are also for you. The octopus general, brimming with joy, produced his own water spirit fruit to present to Li Shouxian, exclaiming, "You are quite remarkable, my lad. Here is a water spirit fruit. I see you lack a storage pouch, so take this trinket." Upon finishing his words, the octopus general unveiled a diminutive pouch and 3 water spirit fruits, the pouch being no larger than a pinky finger, appearing far superior to those possessed by the shrimp and crab soldiers. Li Shouxian quickly accepted these gifts and bowed respectfully, stating, "Thank you, esteemed seniors. I shall strive to cultivate earnestly." At that moment, Li Shouxian's heart brimmed with joy. Aside from the 1 water spirit fruit he had consumed, he now possessed 12 water spirit fruits and merely 3 ascension fruits, a significant boon for him. Li Shouxian did not hoard his treasures but directly transferred them to his true body. As they were in different realms, the transfer incurred no magical fluctuations. The others watched in astonishment as Li Shouxian appeared momentarily dazed, and the items he had held vanished entirely. The moonlit Dragon King laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I did not anticipate you possessed such a remarkable innate ability. A storage pouch cannot retain items in a spatial realm. It seems your talent is indeed formidable." Li Shouxian promptly replied, "This ability awakened when I began my cultivation, though it requires some effort to wield." In truth, it was not merely a matter of effort. Each transfer demanded a bit of time, which might have appeared taxing to others, serving as his excuse. The Dragon King shook his head, observing, "It seems you possess not only the dragon bloodline but also the essence of another powerful lineage. You are capable of utilizing your innate abilities so early in your cultivation. However, whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain." His remark regarding fortune and misfortune stemmed from a concern that Li Shouxian might not awaken the dragon bloodline, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. In truth, awakening other bloodlines was not without merit, as many could be as potent as that of the dragons, but that was not his desire. He yearned for Li Shouxian to awaken the dragon bloodline, allowing him to depart from this place after reaping the rewards. The moonlit lake belongs to the fringes of the world, akin to a desolate and inhospitable realm, where even the mightiest among them barely attain the realm of Dan formation. Regardless of whether they hail from the human, demon, or aquatic races, none have transcended the realm of divine refinement. It is not a matter of insufficient talent. Rather, it is the scarcity of resources that confines their aspirations. For those formidable beings in affluent territories, the resources necessary to break through the divine refinement realm are abundant, which elucidates why many cultivators yearn to venture towards prosperous lands. Li Xiuxian, however, remains indifferent. At present, he does not require an abundance of resources. For achieving the Dan formation realm suffices for him. Not to mention, the transformation into a humanoid form at this stage is merely a matter of time. His gaze appears unfocused, seemingly oblivious to their discourse, yet he is fully aware of what the Moonlit Dragon King articulates. He possesses no innate divine abilities. All his treasures are concentrated within his true form. In the grand scheme of this world, the Huaxia nation on Tianlan Star is remarkably secure, particularly within the confines of his villa. Even if someone were to discover his treasures, they would hesitate to seize them openly. Moreover, he serves as an instructor at Northwest Martial University, which is hardly a pushover. Chapter 33. The Tortoise Chancellor gifts spiritual stones. Yun Wuhan, the president of the Northwest Martial University, is a being of Grand Master caliber. In Li Xiuxian's perception, the Grand Master realm should equate to the nascent soul stage in the world of immortals. This is considered remarkably powerful among humanity. However, he lacks the cultivation techniques of the human race. Were it otherwise, he would certainly wish to embark on the path of cultivation, a thought that fills him with a sense of regret. Should the mighty of the human race learn of his aspirations, they would likely scorn him, exclaiming, "You unfilial descendant! Is our martial cultivation not superior to the methods of immortality?" Whether this is true, Li Xiuxian cannot say, but his yearning for this world grows ever stronger. He longs to swiftly achieve his transformation and witness the martial arts of this realm. Since the martial disciplines here can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ways of immortality, it suggests a considerable merit. Seeing the Dragon King's thoughts, the Tortoise Chancellor chuckled. "My liege, there is no need for concern. Even if this world possesses formidable beings, their bloodlines cannot surpass that of our dragon kin. We merely need to focus on nurturing our own." The expression of the Moonlit Dragon King brightened significantly. Should they truly raise a powerful figure from another race, it would be somewhat indefensible. However, this little koi was nurtured from a young age. He believes that even if it awakens its dragon bloodline, it will become a tremendous asset. With this notion, his gaze drifted towards the great general, Aotian, of the water serpent tribe, his intention clear. Although this fellow has yet to awaken his dragon bloodline, his combat prowess is indeed formidable, making him one of his most capable generals. Li Xiuxian observed the Dragon King and then the Water Serpent General, understanding the reason behind the Dragon King's focus on the latter. It appeared that Aotian also possessed a dragon bloodline, albeit dormant due to certain circumstances. The Water Serpent General met Li Xiuxian's gaze with a knowing smile, choosing not to elaborate. Only he understands the reasons behind his unawakened dragon bloodline. While it may be somewhat diluted, awakening it is not beyond the realm of possibility. He simply prefers not to remain here as a Dragon King. The Moonlit Dragon King proclaimed, "I shall continue my seclusion. Matters of the Water Tribe will be entrusted to the Tortoise Chancellor, with General Octopus assisting. As for the affairs of Moonlit Mountain, they will fall to you, Water Serpent. Little Koi, your task is to diligently cultivate and hasten your advancement to the nascent soul stage while also seeking to awaken your dragon bloodline. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Tortoise Chancellor, please send him 100 spiritual stones shortly." The spiritual stones mentioned by the Dragon King are of inferior quality. Even in the nascent soul stage, it is rare to acquire stones of medium quality. Despite being the Dragon King of the Moonlit Pond, he possesses few medium-grade spiritual stones. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not bestow them lightly. Only the Tortoise Chancellor and 2 other nascent soul experts have received them as gifts or spoils of war from the Dragon King. This time, the Water Tribe has amassed a considerable bounty. Not only have they secured Moonlit Mountain, but they have also acquired the storage pouch of the demon race, filled with treasures now rightfully theirs. Li Xiuxian, in a state of bewilderment, descended and upon returning to his cave dwelling, commenced his cultivation. The ethereal wine within him had generated a substantial amount of energy that required gradual refinement. However, He need not exert himself excessively. Merely resting and cultivating in his cave would suffice. After all, he needed to recuperate for 15 days in the realm of his true self, and by that time, he anticipated breaking through to the 7th rank of martial artist, granting him considerable freedom. He was no longer anxious about the lack of spiritual herbs for enhancing his cultivation. Reaching the innate realm would significantly elevate his status at the Northwest Martial University, potentially allowing him to become the vice principal. Motivated by this thought, he positioned himself upon the spiritual stone beneath him. Just as he settled in, a voice from outside echoed, that of Prime Minister Turtle. "Little Koi, open the door quickly. Old Turtle brings you treasures." The 2 guards stationed at the entrance, upon witnessing the Prime Minister's arrival, were taken aback, never having expected such a remarkable background for the little fellow inside. Could it be that they might be able to attach themselves to this powerful figure? While they contemplated this, Li Shouxian quickly interjected, "Prime Minister, please come in. My cave does not have a door." Currently devoid of a physical form, he was unable to open a door even if one existed. Furthermore, with the 2 guards stationed outside, he had generally relocated his valuable possessions to his true self, leaving little in terms of defenses here. Prime Minister Turtle staggered into the cave, surveying the scant few spiritual stones scattered on the ground, and shook his head with a wry smile. "Why are there only so few spiritual stones left?" Li Shouxian promptly replied, "To minimize waste. I have gathered the remaining ones for future use." The Prime Minister shook his head, stating, "What you need to focus on now is not hoarding resources, but rather hastening your cultivation. Here I have 150 spiritual stones for you. 100 are from the Dragon King, and the remaining 50 are from me. I hope you can swiftly break through to the alchemical realm." Li Shouxian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the generous gifts, esteemed king, and thank you, Prime Minister, for your kindness. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and not disappoint the expectations of my elders." He understood that the Prime Minister's provision of additional spiritual stones was a means to expedite his cultivation to the alchemical realm. Those who had already reached this realm were eager to leave this place, showing no attachment, as their cultivation had stalled, and without higher-level resources, they faced a grim fate of stagnation. Unlike the Dragon King, who had awakened the Dragon bloodline, Prime Minister Turtle, despite having awakened the Xuanwu bloodline, had lived too long. To extend his life further, he needed to break through to the next realm. Before Li Shouxian's emergence, all hopes of the aquatic race had rested upon General Watersnake. Yet everyone understood that General Watersnake was unwilling to squander time here, which explained his failure to awaken the dragon bloodline. Simultaneously, he yearned to transcend to a higher realm upon awakening, which would render the process significantly easier. This was also the wisdom of General Watersnake. Everyone was acutely aware of this matter, yet none dared to voice it. After all, water flows downwards, and people aspire to ascend. All hope for a favorable destination rather than languishing in some obscure corner. Were it not for Li Shouxian's obligation to inherit the moon reflection pool, he might well entertain similar aspirations. Nevertheless, in pursuit of rapidly enhancing his own cultivation, he deemed it essential to attain at least the Grand Master realm here, which might enable him to cultivate his successor in due course. After leaving behind the spirit stones, Prime Minister Turtle imparted a few final instructions before hastily departing, leaving only Li Shouxian behind. Observing the Prime Minister's exit, Li Shouxian promptly maneuvered a massive stone to block the cave entrance. It was not that the cave lacked a door. He simply understood that Prime Minister Turtle intended to deliver the spirit stones. Hence he refrained from sealing it off. Now that the spirit stones had been received, he would allow his cultivation here to progress while hastening back to his original body to swiftly elevate its prowess. It was also time to practice the dominant blade technique, as he found it hard to believe that in such a flourishing martial world, no techniques akin to the dominant blade technique existed. For Li Shouxian, the art of the blade represented his intrinsic method of cultivation, and he held a particular affinity for it. Thus, he had no intention of switching to other forms of weaponry, such as spears or swords. The dominant blade technique remained his unequivocal preference. Chapter 34. The return to the great wilderness. The dominant blade technique, which primarily focuses on cultivating blade energy, leads him to believe that there must be similar swordsmanship in this world, especially considering the remarkable sophistication of martial arts here. The martial arts of Tianlan Star were merely derived from the legacies of various sects and ruins, ultimately shaped by the efforts of contemporary warriors to form the modern martial arts. The martial arts ranks, such as the 9th rank warrior, innate master, grand master of Qi, and those of divine beings may differ somewhat on Tianlan Star, yet the hierarchy of strength and weakness should be comparable. After all, the martial arts of this world have been honed through countless years of refinement. In Villa number 108, Li Xiuxian rose swiftly from his bed and hurried to the bedside cabinet, retrieving the jade box he had prepared earlier. As he gently opened it, a smile crept across his face. Inside were 12 water spirit fruits, 3 ascending origin fruits, and he had stored 50 spiritual stones in this location. Though not an excessive amount, it was still modest compared to his current wealth, which included over 100 spiritual stones. With such treasures at his disposal, he felt no need to hoard them. He quickly rose and made his way to the training room, determined to cultivate himself to the 7th rank warrior level in a short span of time, then utilized the dominant blade technique to swiftly break through to the 9th rank warrior. Upon reaching this level, he would possess ample spiritual resources to challenge the innate realm, while also allowing time for a natural breakthrough, as many warriors linger in the 9th rank for extended periods. For Li Xiuxian, the resources were abundant. Once he broke through to the Qi refining stage, he could seek out the martial arts cultivation methods of the human race. All he required was a technique akin to the dominant blade technique to facilitate his breakthrough. If all else failed, he could always seek the tutelage of the Grand Master of the Heavenly Blade. Gripping the bone blade, Li Xiuxian felt his aura surge. Each strike of the dominant blade technique unleashed formidable blade energy that cleaved into the wall. Fortunately, his walls had been reinforced, or they would have shattered under the force. However, the dominant blade technique was not so simple. Even the fortified wall showed signs of damage after such an onslaught. With a wry smile, Li Xiuxian remarked, "I can only unleash 3 strikes of the dominant blade technique, and those 3 alone have drained all my strength. I need time to replenish my energy. Fortunately, with the spiritual fruits in hand, I can recover swiftly. Perhaps I should head straight to the great wilderness." Gazing at the slightly damaged villa, he felt a pang of regret. It seemed that with his growing power, he would need to find a new place to cultivate. Otherwise, his charming little villa could not withstand the destruction wrought by his training. Taking a bite of coral, Li Xiuxian began his cultivation. Waves of energy surged within him, transforming into strength that enveloped his entire being. This invigorating sensation was delightful, drawing him deeper into his practice. However, once he had fully digested the coral, his internal energy reached saturation. While he could consume more spiritual medicine to continue his cultivation, doing so might destabilize his foundation, significantly hindering his future advancement. With a sigh, Li Xiuxian grasped his bone blade and exited Northwest Martial University, driving towards the entrance of the great wilderness. The car, a purchase from his previous life, though not a luxurious sports car, was still worth over $1 million and provided a comfortable ride. Upon entering the entrance of the vast wilderness, Li Xiuxian was halted, yet upon presenting his identification as a teacher from the Northwest Martial University, he was promptly granted passage. For other martial artists, entry was contingent upon the accompaniment of another, a privilege reserved for those affiliated with the military district and the university. As Li Xiuxian approached the spatial rift once more, he observed that it appeared slightly expanded compared to his last venture. While other martial artists might remain oblivious to this change, his mental acuity surpassed that of his peers significantly. This revelation astonished him. If the rift were indeed widening, it indicated a troubling reality, the merging of the vast wilderness with Tianlan Star. Should such a fusion occur, the implications would be dire. Although human martial artists possessed substantial strength, their numbers were woefully inadequate, and martial arts had not been universally embraced. The prospect of the two realms converging posed a grave threat to humanity. Fortunately, the merging of the two worlds was not occurring rapidly. At the current pace, a complete fusion would require centuries. With this thought, he shook his head and proceeded into Liangzhou City. Raising his gaze to the sun in the sky, he did not linger within the city, opting instead to exit promptly. Outside Liangzhou City, the remnants of battle had been thoroughly erased, leaving only faint marks upon the alloy walls. Li Xiuxian couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. reflecting on the intensity of the previous conflict that had gone unnoticed at the time. At that moment, a middle-aged man on the city wall suddenly laughed, remarking, "Young man, this recent battle in the vast wilderness was relatively easy. In the past, such events were far more arduous. Sometimes, battles would rage for months. Grow swiftly, and may you soon become a master." Li Shouxian bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, whose cultivation level was merely at the 3rd tier. Nonetheless, his dedication as a resident martial artist here earned him the respect of all. During each conflict, they stood at the forefront, especially during assaults from the barbarian tribes, enduring the brunt of the attacks, seldom leaving their posts except when on rotation. The vast wilderness, like Earth, experienced day and night, yet the rules governing the two realms differed. Technology was prohibited in this world. "Rest assured, Senior, I shall attain mastery in merely 3 years," Li Shouxian confidently declared. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Young man, what is your name? You possess quite the ambition. I shall keep an eye on you and hope you achieve mastery within 3 years." Though Li Shouxian currently stood at the 6th tier, he refrained from diminishing the man's confidence. He understood well the arduous journey toward mastery. His cultivation had reached the 9th tier, yet breaking through to the innate level remained exceedingly challenging. It was bold for a youth who had yet to reach the 3rd tier to proclaim such aspirations. Even prodigies like Wang Mingyang would hesitate to make similar claims. With a smile, Li Shouxian responded, "Uncle, remember my name, Li Shouxian. Before long, this name shall resonate throughout the vast wilderness, instilling fear in the hearts of the malevolent gods." Suddenly, Zhao Kaixin appeared atop the city wall, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You, young lad, are quite audacious. However, I await eagerly to hear your name resound throughout the vast wilderness, instilling dread in the hearts of the malevolent gods." Ha ha ha. He had been engaged in discussions with several masters within the city, including the Grand Master Li Shentian, who listened intently to the exchange between Li Shouxian and others, piquing their interest. Although Li Shouxian served as a mentor at the Northwest Martial University, Zhao Kaixin had yet to take note of him. Following Zhao Kaixuan's appearance, another Grand Master and 7 masters emerged as well.
Li Shouxian,
Somewhat bewildered by the sudden presence of the masters, scratched his head and murmured, "One must be audacious in youth. Principal Zhao, just you wait. I am determined to surpass you swiftly." Before Zhao Kaixin could respond, Li Shentian chuckled, "Ah, young one, your bravado is commendable. I have heard that you aspire to transcend into the realm of masters within 3 years. I must say, I eagerly anticipate this achievement. Should you truly succeed, I shall bestow upon you a gift." The other masters, upon hearing Li Shouxian's words, displayed expressions of astonishment interwoven with a hint of envy, for the gifts from a Grand Master were anything but trivial. Chapter 35. The Dialogue Master. No matter how envious Zhao Kaixin felt, it was of no consequence. Li Shouxian was a formidable figure of the younger generation. It was commendable for Li Shentian to encourage him, even though this young man possessed a certain arrogance. However, should he truly succeed, humanity would gain yet another masterful warrior. Li Shouxian, taken aback, inquired, "Master Shentian, are you truly serious? I seek nothing more than for you to assist me in acquiring the cultivation techniques following the master level of the Tyrant Blade decision." Li Shentian was momentarily stunned by the audacity of such a request. Yet, his gaze sharpened, and a tremendous surge of mental energy enveloped Li Shouxian, encasing him within its grasp. Suddenly, Li Shouxian felt the air around him begin to solidify, making his breath laborious. Nevertheless, he was not one to yield without resistance. His own formidable mental energy surged forth, forming a protective barrier around him. He understood that his counterpart was merely testing him and would not resort to lethal force in the presence of Zhao Kaixin and the other masters. Li Shouxian's mental energy gradually expanded, pushing back against the pressure exerted by Li Shentian. He exhaled in relief, realizing that despite not knowing the extent of his opponent's power, he was able to withstand it. At that moment, Li Shentian was astounded. The mental energy he had unleashed was approximately 1/5 of his total capacity, yet he could not overpower Li Shouxian. With such mental prowess, the young man could undoubtedly cultivate the Tyrant Blade decision. However, Li Shentian found it perplexing, As one's cultivation level increased, so too did their mental strength, typically manifesting only upon reaching the celestial realm. Yet, Li Xiuxian's mental energy was remarkably potent at this stage. Li Xiantian mused to himself. Given Li Xiuxian's current mental strength, should he attain the master level, he would undoubtedly find it relatively easy to break through to the celestial realm. The celestial realm, an aspiration so lofty that even Li Xiantian, who had already advanced to the master level, dared not contemplate it. Those who could ascend to this realm were the elite of Huaxia, and in the eyes of the imperial family, the celestial realm was akin to a priceless treasure, capable of bestowing titles of nobility. Though in this era, titles did not come with specified territories, only prestige and benefits, it remained a source of great honor, something every warrior aspired to achieve. After much contemplation, Li Xiantian gradually retracted his mental energy. Although his mental force had not yet manifested physically, could still be projected with great intensity. This ability was not exclusive to him. Any innate master-level warrior could do so, but only those who reached the celestial realm could materialize their mental energy for combat. For instance, certain blade techniques, upon reaching the celestial realm, allowed practitioners to condense their mental energy into a blade or engage in long-range attacks, showcasing unparalleled combat prowess, albeit such masters were exceedingly rare. Young lad, I have faith in you. Dedicate yourself to your training. This is the cloud-piercing arrow. Should you encounter peril, unleash it, and I shall come to your aid without delay. By the way, do you have any aspirations of joining the military? As his words lingered in the air, a small arrow, no larger than a hand's span, flew into Li Xiuxian's grasp. He instinctively recognized its significance, realizing it was a safeguard for his life in the vast wilderness. Such arrows that pierce the clouds are only possessed by grandmasters, and it is indeed surprising that he has managed to acquire one from a great grandmaster. In times of peril, should he unleash it, Master Li Xiantian would be able to sense it, whether in the vast wilderness or on Tianlan Star. However, before Li Xiuxian could utter a word, Zhao Caixin interjected, Master Li, you must not poach my esteemed teacher from Northwest Martial University. Your military district already boasts talents like Wang Mingyang and Sun Zhenghua. Do not harbor intentions towards him. From Li Xiantian's words, Zhao Caixin discerned that this young man was far from ordinary. The usually reticent Li Xiantian's interest indicated that the lad possessed some extraordinary qualities, and he was unwilling to let such a prodigy be taken by the military. Li Xiantian remarked, our military possesses the most resources. Even the dominant blade technique can be acquired by our Iron Fist Grandmaster. If that fails, we still have the Northwest Marquis and the North Guardian Marquis to assist. Zhao Caixin was momentarily taken aback, increasingly convinced of Li Xiuxian's rare talent. Therefore, it was imperative that Li Xiantian did not lure him into the military. Young man, as a teacher at Northwest Martial University, should you wish to continue your training in the dominant blade technique, I shall enlist Principal Yun Wuhan to assist you. You are well aware that the military has too many regulations which may not suit you. If necessary, we also have Minister and Ningho from the Ministry of Education. I am certain he would be able to procure the subsequent parts of the dominant blade technique. Li Xiuxian chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Principal Zhao, having chosen Martial University, I shall remain here and not venture to the military. As you said, Northwest Martial University offers greater freedom, ha ha ha. After expressing his gratitude to Master Li Xiantian for the cloud-piercing arrow, he added, nonetheless, I shall not join the military, for I can combat the wilderness and fight for humanity wherever I may be. With that, he turned and departed without waiting for the grandmasters to respond, leaving the middle-aged man who had just spoken to him utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that this young man had the audacity to speak so boldly to the grandmasters, especially to the newly ascended master Li Xiantian. Had it been him, he would have been overjoyed. Nevertheless, he held great admiration for this young fellow, who, even in the presence of several grandmasters, displayed no signs of nervousness, maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, particularly when Master Li Xiantian had unleashed his full aura. The young man did not directly target him, yet he felt overwhelmed. One could only imagine how Li Xiuxian felt, standing at the forefront of it all, indicating the lad's boundless potential. Li Xiuxian strode away with confidence, holding deep respect for the grandmasters. They not only resisted the malevolent gods but remained steadfast even after the human martial artists retreated, guarding against the return of those evil beings. This time, seizing the opportunity presented by the significant losses suffered by the barbarian tribes, he aspired to enter the wilderness, not merely for training but also to reap substantial rewards. As the barbarians were currently nursing their wounds, their deities defeated, their morale diminished, and their combat effectiveness waning to less than 80%. While their specific strength and numbers have not diminished significantly, they have suffered the loss of 8 demigods. The faith of many tribes has been shattered, as their deities have perished in battle. Consequently, the morale of these tribes has plummeted. Bereft of their gods, they lack the motivation to press forward. Their desire for strength is now fraught with peril, as they face the threat of being absorbed by others or, worse, self-destruction. However, there exist some feeble tribes whose devotion lies primarily with divine beings. These celestial entities are unlikely to participate in divine warfare, yet they respond to the summons of demigods or true gods, sending their followers into battle. Should these demigods falter, the weaker tribes may find a glimmer of hope for ascendance, often directing their people to assault those tribes that have lost their demigods, thereby potentially emerging as the next formidable demigod. This is the survival strategy of the Great Wastes. It is through this principle that the divine beings of the region can aspire to ascendancy. If the path to the elevation of the deities of the Great Wastes is obstructed, chaos may ensue. Beyond the higher-tier deities, both true gods and demigods frequently suffer losses, either through warfare between celestial beings or other unforeseen circumstances leading to their demise, thereby granting opportunities to the divine entities. Chapter 36. Slaying the savage python. The man-wolf tribe, a diminutive faction of the barbarian race, has long revered the man-wolf, a once ferocious beast that has been deified through their worship. Originally destined for the path of a fierce creature, the man-wolf, upon attaining divinity, could only pursue the divine route. Otherwise, it would be viewed as a spy by other ferocious beasts. However, becoming a divine entity proved to be a favorable choice for the man-wolf. To gain wisdom, ferocious beasts must evolve to a transcendent level, a feat exceedingly arduous to achieve. In contrast, divine beings could gradually acquire intelligence simply by absorbing the power of faith. Li Xiuxian advanced with utmost caution, for his descent was not solely for the purpose of mastering the art of domination, but also to acquire cultivation resources. Although he was not lacking in such provisions, he could not rely solely on the offerings of that world. He also sought to ascertain whether the resources of this realm could benefit his koi physique. Should they prove advantageous, he would undoubtedly prosper. By utilizing the moon-reflecting pool as a foundation, he intended to scour the resources of the immortal hero world to cultivate his physical form, while simultaneously enhancing his koi physique with the resources from the great wilderness, allowing both endeavors to flourish in tandem. Though this vision was splendid, Li Xiuxian understood that the realization of such aspirations depended on the availability of resources in the great wilderness that could elevate his koi physique. Nevertheless, given that this world housed formidable beings at the celestial and divine realms, it was reasonable to expect the presence of such resources, albeit in limited quantities. Yet, that would suffice. The moon-reflecting pool, his stronghold, would be his sanctuary until his physical form attained the rank of Grand Master. The resources from the two worlds might even serve to complement one another. As Li Xiuxian treaded carefully through the vast wilderness, he encountered neither barbarian tribes nor ferocious beasts, which gradually eased his vigilance. Just as he began to relax, a massive python, the savage python, a formidable 7th-tier beast, lunged at him from behind. Its potent spiritual energy alerted Li Xiuxian to the imminent danger, prompting him to swiftly pivot and evade the attack. He struck with his bone knife, landing a blow upon the creature. Blood gushed from the wound, inciting the wrath of the savage python. Although this injury was trivial to such a mighty beast, it was the audacity of this insignificant creature that provoked its fury. In truth, Li Xiuxian's attack had been rather casual, as the extraordinary sharpness of his bone knife, coupled with his formidable strength, had merely resulted in a superficial wound. Had he employed the 5-tiger severing door technique or the dominance of the world, that initial strike could have inflicted significant damage upon the python. Alas, the situation had unfolded too abruptly. Furious, the savage python charged at Li Xiuxian. Given its immense size, Li Xiuxian was not foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation. Utilizing the fish swimming technique, he deftly dodged the python's assault. Before the creature could turn around, he positioned himself at its side and unleashed a flurry of 7 strikes at its vital point, executing the 7th move of the 5-tiger severing door technique. With a pained cry, the savage python recoiled, curling its body tightly to protect its vulnerable spot, leaving Li Xiaoxian unable to strike. The serpent, now unable to attack, coiled defensively, too fearful to expose its bleeding weakness. Thus, a standoff emerged between man and beast. Li Xiaoxian chuckled. A level 7 ferocious beast. How intriguing. Ordinary beasts hold little value for me, but this level 7 is different. They are known as hybrid blood beasts. Their essence, fangs, skin, and gallbladders all possess considerable worth. For Li Xiaoxian, this encounter was fortuitous, as the python's injury afforded him the opportunity to wear it down. The python, fixated on Li Xiaoxian, feared a sudden strike, well aware of his prowess. Its injury stemmed partly from its own arrogance. Li Xiaoxian wasted no time. He circled the python with remarkable speed, causing the serpent's head to struggle to keep up. With each turn, blood continued to seep from its wound. Employing his agile swimming technique, Li Xiaoxian darted around the savage python, and when it faltered, he unleashed a flurry of 7 swift strikes. Each blow carved a substantial gash into the python's flesh, rendering it increasingly feeble. Soon, the creature was riddled with wounds, its speed faltering, unaware of its only option, escape. As it glared menacingly at Li Xiaoxian, he couldn't help but laugh. "O little serpent, it would be wise to accept your fate and cease this futile resistance. If you continue, you might bleed out completely, such a waste." The blood of ferocious beasts was a potent tonic for warriors, particularly those of hybrid blood, offering benefits even to 9th-tier cultivators. Let alone someone like Li Xiaoxian. How could he not feel a pang of regret? His words seemed to infuriate the python, which lunged at him without hesitation, disregarding its numerous injuries in a desperate bid to swallow him whole and retreat to heal. However, its speed was no match for Li Xiaoxian's, and after evading the python's attack, he struck with 7 quick slashes, severing its already grievously injured spot by half. At that moment, sensing the foul stench emanating from the python's head, Li Xiaoxian swiftly dodged. With a missed strike, the python lashed its tail once more. Had Li Xiaoxian not evaded, he would surely have been sent flying. He chuckled, "It's amusing. I've always been the one to use my tail against others, yet here I am on the receiving end. But I have no time for games. It's time to end this." He positioned his bone knife, channeling all his strength into it, and charged toward the incoming tail. The savage python, whose intellect was already scant, found itself at a loss, inexplicably turning towards its own tail. Was it courting death? The creature harbored immense confidence in its tail, especially as it unleashed a full measure of its strength with a single lash, dismissing any notion that a mere ant could threaten it. Li Xiaoxian, however, was unwilling to prolong the encounter, for the python's blood could very well attract fearsome beasts or the attention of savage tribes. The situation had grown perilous, and he sought a swift resolution. In a climactic moment, one unleashed a final blow with utmost force, while the other, eager to conclude the battle, summoned his formidable prowess. The ultimate confrontation commenced. With a thunderous crash, Li Xiaoxian's bone blades severed the python's tail, but the tremendous impact caused him to lose grip of the weapon, sending him hurtling away to collide with a tree not far off. Spitting blood, Li Xiaoxian quickly regained his footing, employing the agile movements of a fish to retrieve his bone blade from the ground. He then appeared beside the savage python's head, and with a decisive strike, severed it from its body, all while the creature gazed at him in terror. Chapter 37. Dragon Blood Fruit. The savage python, having expended all its vitality in that final strike, offered no resistance when Li Xiaoxian severed its head, leaving only the terror evident in its eyes. After decapitating the creature, Li Xiaoxian swiftly positioned himself over its neck, greedily consuming its fresh blood while maintaining a heightened awareness of his surroundings for any looming danger. Before long, he sensed that the energy within him had reached saturation once more, indicating that he could drink no more. Rising to his feet, he retrieved 2 water bottles, emptied their contents, and filled them with the warm blood of the savage python. Armed with a bone knife, he made his way to the heart of the beast, diligently extracting its essence, which yielded 3 precious drops. The python's skin did not pique his interest, but he did extract its fangs and gallbladder. The gallbladder, in particular, was a valuable treasure for him, serving to enhance his martial prowess or as a foundation for the koi body. After securing all the treasures, he dashed towards the direction from which the python had come. Not long after he departed, the fearsome roar of a beast echoed behind him. Li Xiaoxian exhaled in relief. Had he not sensed the creature's presence, he might have been reckless enough to confront it. Fortunately, his escape was swift. Otherwise, that overwhelming aura would have caught up with him, and he would have stood no chance against it. Furthermore, he had ventured deep into the wilderness. Even with Li Xiaoxian's penetrating arrow in hand, he could not guarantee his survival. Once he had caught his breath, Li Xiaoxian followed the python's scent until he discovered its lair, a vast cavern teeming with smaller snakes. Yet he sensed no immediate threat within. Gripping his bone knife, he cautiously entered the cave, dispatching any attacking serpents with ease, progressing deeper into its recesses. He waved a hand before his nose, overwhelmed by a foul stench. It was hard to fathom how the savage python could endure such an odor. He was thoroughly impressed. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed stone pillars rising within the cave, each adorned with writhing small snakes, a clear indication that their forebear had met its demise at his hands. Aside from the pillars, the walls were draped with vibrant green vines, dotted here and there with a few crimson fruits, causing Li Xiaoxian's eyes to widen with excitement. Although this fruit was not renowned in the martial realm, it was highly esteemed in the world of the koi. This was the dragon blood fruit. While it remained uncertain whether the dragons of the wilderness were true dragons, such a treasure was exceedingly rare in that realm. For humanity, the dragon blood fruit served primarily to bolster physical strength, proving beneficial to martial artists below the 6th rank. However, it held little value for those above. Typically overlooked by the powerful, this was Li Xiaoxian's first encounter with it, and it thrilled him. With an ample supply of dragon blood fruits, the koi body could not only awaken the dragon lineage but could also continuously purify its bloodline. In terms of the bloodline of a koi, it could ultimately evolve into a magnificent dragon. However, should one consume an ample amount of dragon blood fruits, the potential to attain true dragon status, or even divine dragon status, becomes entirely feasible. Moreover, this precious fruit offers significant benefits to serpentine beasts, continuously enhancing their strength. Regrettably, it fell into the hands of Li Xiaoxian. Li Xiaoxian swiftly retrieved several vials of elixirs from his possession and unhesitatingly consumed them. After cleansing the vials near the koi, he commenced his harvesting. There were a total of 21 dragon blood fruits. Originally, there had been more, but alas, Li Xiaoxian arrived too late. Many had been devoured by the savage python, which pained him deeply. Just wait, once I achieve the rank of master, no, Grand Master, I shall undoubtedly acquire dragon blood fruits in abundance. The efficacy of dragon blood fruits remains undiminished for the dragon lineage. Even with an upgraded bloodline, they will still yield considerable benefits, making them invaluable to him. In the moonlit pond, elevating oneself to the divine refinement realm is arduous. However, with an abundance of dragon blood fruits, he could undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. After collecting the fruits, Li Xiaoxian turned his gaze towards a piece of azure stone at the center, which exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy. This energy was imperceptible to martial artists below the master realm, yet Li Xiaoxian could sense it. Approaching the azure stone, he struck it with a fist, and the once smooth surface shattered into fragments, revealing 4 palm-sized spirit stones within. Li Xiaoxian could not help but smile, exclaiming, "What a delightful stroke of fortune." The spiritual energy within these stones is significantly richer than that of inferior spirit stones. They must be of medium quality, which is likely scarce even in the hands of the Dragon King. Truly a windfall. He realized that the vast wilderness harbored abundant resources. Medium spirit stones hold substantial value for those in the returning essence realm, applicable in cultivation, alchemy, weapon forging, and array formations. After securing the 4 spirit stones, he also gathered the shattered inferior spirit stones. For one who had yet to become the Dragon King of the moonlit pond, even the smallest morsel was a boon. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of further treasures. Reluctantly, He cast a final glance at the vine bearing the dragon blood fruits before ultimately exiting the cavern. For Li Shouxian at present, should he attempt to transplant these vines into the Xianxia realm, it would not be long before he met with a grim fate. In that world, these vines would not only be rare but also extraordinarily coveted. Should the Dragon King discover them, he would undoubtedly be the first to eliminate him. He understood the adage that an innocent man may suffer for his treasures. It was only after he fully mastered the Moonlit Pond and ascended to the rank of Dragon King that he would dare to transplant these vines, and even then, he would need to establish a hidden abode unknown to others. Otherwise, if word got out, he would be doomed. As he approached the cave entrance, he glanced back at the vines still thriving within the cavern. The dragon blood fruits matured every 10 years, meaning it would take a decade for them to ripen again. There is still ample time. Even if this place were to be occupied by ferocious beasts, it would matter little. 10 years hence, I may very well have become a Grand Master, and this place will be at my disposal. Time to depart. Suppressing the anguish within, Li Shouxian strode purposefully in a singular direction, his resolve unwavering. However, he remained vigilant throughout his journey, keenly aware of the near ambush he had faced from the serpent, which heightened his sense of caution. The Man-Wolf tribe, with their deity leading the valiant warriors, advanced towards the Mountain Fire tribe, a clan once graced by demigods. Alas, their demigod had fallen, prompting a coalition of divine entities to conspire to conquer them. Though the tribe was vast, its former glory diminished with the loss of their deity. Their totemic symbols had also suffered degradation. Nevertheless, this was a tribe that had once produced warriors of the 8th-tier totem, proving far from easily vanquished. The remnants of the Man-Wolf tribe consisted solely of a scant number of totem warriors alongside the elderly, women, and children, all perpetually on guard against any lurking beasts that might threaten their existence. When the totem warriors of the Man-Wolf tribe departed, they left ample provisions within the tribe to sustain them for an extended period. Yet, unbeknownst to them, peril loomed on the horizon. In truth, the Man-Wolf tribe was modest in size, their deity merely a being of initial pinnacle divinity, and their most formidable totem warriors barely reached the 4th tier. Chapter 38. The Savage Wolf tribe. The Savage Wolf tribe ventured towards the Mountain Fire tribe, not with the intent to engage in conflict, but rather to partake in the commotion and see if they could derive some benefit from the situation. They were acutely aware that they could not compete with the larger tribes, yet even a mere division of the populace would be advantageous. The divine prowess of a deity is cultivated through the accumulation of faith. The more followers they possess, the greater their faith, and thus their ascension is expedited. Particularly for beings of divine nature like them, it is customary for such entities to engage in mutual warfare. Only upon reaching demigod status can they choose to align themselves with a true god, becoming a subordinate deity. It is worth noting that being a subordinate does not necessitate sharing the same attributes. Diversity among deities within a pantheon is commonplace. The Savage Wolf tribe is aligned with the wolf god, yet they themselves remain mere divine entities. Not far from the Savage Wolf tribe, a figure flickered in and out of sight, moving with such extraordinary speed that the ordinary savage tribesmen were utterly oblivious to their presence. Suddenly, this figure halted and prostrated on the ground, observing the nearby savages who were foraging for wild fruits, a cold glint evident in their gaze. The malevolent gods must be eradicated, and the savages must meet the same fate, for they provide the malevolent deities with the power of faith. The divine strength of these wicked beings is derived from the very faith of the savages. Thus, a reduction in their numbers would inevitably weaken the malevolent gods. Gazing upon the 10 or so savages collecting wild fruits, Li Shouxian hesitated for a moment before charging forth. It was not an act of indiscriminate slaughter. Indeed, could there be any innocence among the followers of malevolent deities? Should he spare these savages today, they could later transform into totemic warriors, or their offspring might do so, posing a significant threat to humanity. The 10 or so members of the Savage Wolf tribe were meticulously foraging for wild fruits, completely unaware that they had been marked by a formidable presence. By the time they realized their peril, their consciousness had already slipped away. After eliminating these ordinary savages, Li Shouxian paid them no heed, for they bore nothing of value. His true target was the totemic warriors. Beneath the totem of a totemic warrior lies a totemic pearl, the source of their energy, continuously refining their physique. For humans, acquiring such pearls could facilitate alchemical processes or direct consumption. This resource is crucial for warriors below the master level, but Li Xiuxian regarded it with disdain. He possessed spiritual fruits and items, rendering such resources unnecessary. The energy contained within was often muddled, and while direct consumption was feasible, it would have some adverse effects. In contrast, spiritual items, while potentially losing some energy upon direct consumption, offer a purer essence. Compared to totemic pearls, a greater number of humans preferred utilizing spiritual items. After dispatching a dozen or so ordinary savages, Li Xiuxian began to survey the surroundings. It was evident that a savage tribe resided nearby, as the absence of totemic warriors accompanying these savages indicated that the tribe was not particularly large, perhaps lacking any divine entities altogether. If a divine entity existed within the tribe, they would undoubtedly have totemic warriors present to safeguard them during foraging activities. There exists another possibility, namely that the majority of their totem warriors have ventured out, leaving behind just enough warriors to guard the tribe. This circumstance results in the ordinary barbarians emerging without the accompaniment of totem warriors. Regardless of which scenario prevails, it presents an opportunity for Li Xiuxian. Although he is uncertain of the treasures that lie within their tribe, barbarian tribes invariably retain certain legacies, including resources, ores, and ancient tomes. Surveying the footprints left behind, Li Xiuxian promptly followed them, moving swiftly until he soon beheld a tribe. This tribe was not large, with dozens of stone dwellings haphazardly clustered together, creating a rather chaotic appearance. However, at the center stood a grand stone hall, seemingly a place of worship for deities. Surrounding it were several relatively well-constructed stone houses, likely the abodes of the totem warriors, while the outskirts housed the common barbarians. Encircling the outermost perimeter was a wall of stones, capable of fending off certain ferocious beasts. However, against more formidable predators it would offer little resistance. A mere gentle strike could topple the stone wall, or some lighter beasts might leap over it, wreaking havoc within the tribe. The rationale for placing the ordinary barbarians outside was to afford the totem warriors in the center a moment to react. This reflects the law of survival of the fittest in the wild. In truth, were the deity powerful enough, it could envelop the entire tribe in protection, negating the need for such a living arrangement. Any invading enemy would be sensed by the deity, thereby alerting its followers. The malevolent deity and the barbarians are interdependent. The deity requires the barbarian's faith for protection, while the barbarians seek the deity's blessings. Li Xiuxian sensed no presence of a malevolent deity within, and even the aura of the totem warriors was scant, indicating that the deity had taken the warriors elsewhere. Remaining cautious, he understood that their return was uncertain. Thus, he stealthily approached the wall, producing a bone knife to pierce it, quickly creating a small opening through which he peered. Within the tribe, a few totem warriors patrolled while the rest of the ordinary barbarians busied themselves with tasks he could not comprehend. Once the totem warrior's attention waned, he swiftly scaled the wall and concealed himself along their patrol route. He discerned that the totem warriors were at most of the third rank, insufficient to pose a threat to him. Before long, the totem warriors returned to the area. With a few deft movements of his blade, all the totem warriors collapsed to the ground with a thud. Li Xiuxian immediately realized that his actions had been detected by the barbarians. Yet what of it? They were merely over 200 ordinary barbarians, hardly a match for him. As he observed the approaching barbarians, he charged forth without hesitation. These were the followers of the malevolent deity, and he could not allow them to escape. Run! The demon is upon us. Deity, great deity, save us. At this moment, a number of panicked barbarians began to flee. They were mere superficial believers. The devout worshippers, however, knelt before the central stone temple, fervently paying homage to their deities. Li Xiuxian smiled disdainfully. If their gods were truly present, he might not stand a chance against them, but what could a mere statue do to him? As they bowed in reverence, a statue of a barbarian wolf within the grand hall emitted a radiant beam of light, conjuring a spectral wolf that glared menacingly at Li Xiuxian. Li Xiuxian returned its gaze with a smirk, remarking, "Just a phantom of a beast. I expected something far more formidable. Do you really think you can impede me?" With that, he seized the initiative, charging towards the apparition with his bone knife poised for action. As he approached the ethereal figure, the solidified barbarian wolf lunged forward without hesitation. Slicing through the air, Li Xiaoxian unleashed 7 swift strikes, each landing decisively upon the wolf's form, leaving behind 7 deep gashes. Alas, though the phantom bore the marks of his assault, it was born of divine power, and the wounds only served to provoke the wolf's ferocity further. Chapter 39. Confrontation with the barbaric wolf. The divine beings are far more formidable than the barbarian tribes, and while divine entities may be manageable, the powerful demigods necessitate the obliteration of their divine realms for their destruction. Li Xiaoxian, observing the ferocity of his opponent, slightly shifted his body to evade the oncoming attack, wielding his bone knife to strike directly at the wolf's vulnerable rear. Yet, the barbaric wolf proved to be quite agile, deftly dodging the assault. Having initially underestimated his adversary, he had sustained 7 cuts. Henceforth, he resolved to treat Li Xiaoxian with the seriousness he deserved. As Li Xiaoxian sidestepped the wolf's strike, the creature propelled itself with its hind legs, elegantly drifting to the side, causing Li Xiaoxian's blade to cleave through empty air. Li Xiaoxian was taken aback, recognizing the wolf's extensive combat experience. It had anticipated his counterattack and skillfully evaded his strike. However, his astonishment evaporated almost instantly as he unleashed another barrage of 7 strikes with his bone knife, executing the 7th move of the 5 Tigers Gate cutting technique, a cumulative attack from the 1st to the 7th blow. Sensing the potency of this technique, the barbaric wolf retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding Li Xiaoxian's onslaught. Demon, retreat at once, or when my true self returns, you shall have no place to rest in death, the wolf growled menacingly. Li Xiaoxian chuckled lightly, noting the diminishing vigor of his foe. After all, the creature was a divine entity capable of manifesting words within his mind, a feat not beyond human masters as well. Such a diminutive divine being. Given the size of this tribe of barbarians, it seems you have only recently acquired your divinity. How feeble you are. Even if your true self were to return, what could you possibly do to me? He was aware that the wolf was stalling for time, yet he too awaited the return of its true form. If a battle was to ensue, it ought to be one of equal footing. While the wolf's avatar was not without merit, its duration was disappointingly short. In the midst of their exchange, Li Xiaoxian's avatar dimmed considerably. Had it not been for the nearby barbarians who were incessantly offering tributes to the wolf, gradually coalescing its form, it would have likely dissipated entirely. The barbaric wolf sneered, "You truly refuse to flee? When my true self arrives, you will find escape impossible." Li Xiaoxian replied with a grin, "With my current strength, slaughtering a demigod is nearly impossible. However, your true self is still within reach. It must be drawing near, yes?" The wolf, taken aback, retorted, "You are aware I am stalling for time, yet you remain here waiting. How audacious of you." Li Xiaoxian nodded. "Indeed. However, I shall first claim this fragment of divinity for myself." The barbaric wolf stood momentarily stunned as Li Xiaoxian lunged with his bone knife. The wolf evaded swiftly, but as the blade missed, Li Xiaoxian deftly reversed its trajectory, slicing through the wolf's midsection, rendering its form translucent. With a howl of anguish, the barbaric wolf glared fiercely at Li Xiaoxian and lunged forward, baring its massive jaws. Li Xiaoxian met the charge head-on, executing another rapid series of 7 strikes with his bone knife, each one landing squarely upon the wolf's head. The impact forced him to stagger back a few steps. Yet the barbaric wolf was ultimately reduced to nothingness. As the ferocious wolf succumbed to oblivion, a wisp of golden energy lingered in the space where it vanished. Li Xiaoxian instinctively recognized its essence. Prior to becoming a deity, the malevolent god existed as a demigod and a divine being. The demigods had already ignited their divine fires and established their divine realms, whereas the divine beings cultivated divinity, requiring the attainment of 9 strands of divinity to ignite their divine fires, elevate their realms, and achieve the status of demigod. Each strand of divinity is further divided into 9 filaments. The ferocious wolf was unaware of the exact number of strands it possessed. However, a reduction of even 1 strand would diminish its power. Li Xiaoxian accepted the golden energy without hesitation. While it held no immediate utility for him, it could enhance his mental acuity upon reaching the master level. Moreover, it would benefit his koi body, which was on the verge of breaking through the qi refinement stage. The extent of divinity within the ferocious wolf remained uncertain, yet if it could be refined for the koi body, it would significantly elevate its spiritual essence, subsequently augmenting Li Xiuxian's mental prowess. The advantages derived from the koi form pertained solely to the enhancement of the spiritual essence. As the koi body's essence surged, the original body's essence would also increase by approximately 1/10. How dare that vile demon destroy my avatar? It seeks its own demise. Just as Li Xiuxian's thoughts wandered, a voice echoed in his ears, followed by the sudden descent of a colossal wolf paw aimed at him. Li Xiuxian dared not underestimate the situation. The malevolent god's attacks differed from those of martial artists, primarily manifesting through condensed divine energy. Unless the divine energy was depleted, close combat with its true form was implausible. Evading the descending paw, Li Xiuxian retreated a few steps, observing the deep gashes left in the ground where he had stood. Li Xiuxian felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated the creature's formidable strength. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the temple, where an imposing white wolf stood at the entrance, its cold eyes fixated on him as if it intended to devour him whole. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiuxian tucked the strand of divinity into a vial designated for medicinal pills and pocketed it. Addressing the white wolf, "Thank you for the strand of divinity. Might you bestow upon me another?" The ferocious wolf snorted disdainfully but showed restraint, sensing something peculiar about Li Xiuxian. Although its cultivation realm surpassed Li Xiuxian's, it recognized that his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Li Xiuxian refrained from any rash actions, acutely aware of the pressure emanating from the creature. He knew he could escape if he desired, yet overcoming it would prove challenging. However, time was of the essence. The totemic warriors of the barbarian tribe had yet to return, and once they did, escape would become increasingly difficult. With this in mind, Li Xiuxian consumed a water spirit fruit, its immense energy nearly overwhelming him. However, he needed to unleash this energy. Thus, he wielded the 5-tiger breaking door blade without hesitation, executing 7 strikes. The surging energy followed the trajectory of these 7 strikes, coalescing around the blade and manifesting as formidable blade energies. Having already mastered the supreme blade technique, the formation of blade energy was well within his expectations. As the fierce wolf beheld the approaching bone blade, he instinctively sought to retreat. However, he was unprepared for the lethal energy unleashed by his adversary, and by the time he comprehended the danger, it was too late. 7 streams of blade energy descended upon his head. With a crackling sound, the very bones of the fierce wolf shattered, eliciting anguished cries from him. Howling in pain, Li Xiuxian was engulfed by regret. Had he known the consequences of consuming the entire water spirit fruit, he would have refrained. The immense energy surged violently within him, and had he not been devoid of true qi and unblocked his meridians, he feared his pathways would have been irreparably harmed. His gaze ignited with a crimson hue as he charged forward without hesitation, the bone blade in his grasp cleaving through the air with relentless strikes, while he vociferously declared, "Fierce wolf, perish at my hands." Despite his agony, the fierce wolf summoned his spiritual power to numb the pain, swiftly evading Li Xiuxian's onslaught. At this juncture, Li Xiuxian was too drained to execute any significant techniques. Each swing of his blade merely released energy, manifesting as arcs of blade energy. The fierce wolf perceived his opponent as a lunatic, yet the madman's strength was formidable, and with the relentless gaze fixed upon him, escape seemed impossible. Roaring demon, since you seek your demise, let us discover who prevails. Chapter 40. Slaying the savage wolf, once an embodiment of grace, the divine being found himself reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation with this madman, a lunatic capable of unleashing lethal energy with mere gestures. Before long, the creature's form began to swell, transforming into a colossal white wolf. As the deadly energy surged toward it, the beast made no attempt to evade. Instead, it allowed the blades to strike against its massive body. Raising its enormous paw, it descended upon Li Xiuxian. With a resounding impact, Li Xiuxian saw the massive claw bearing down upon him. He attempted to evade, yet at that moment, he felt an overwhelming loss of control over his own body, and he was forcefully slammed into the ground by the giant wolf's paw. Just when he believed his demise was imminent, an unexpected wave of exhilaration surged through him, illuminating his path for release. In the fleeting moment the wolf raised its paw, Li Xiuxian unleashed a surge of energy that struck the wolf's claw, etching a deep wound upon it. Simultaneously, he erupted from the earth, only to be sent flying once more by the giant wolf's paw. Surprisingly, he felt no pain. Instead, an indescribable comfort enveloped him. Were it not for the surging energy within him, he might have mistaken himself for a masochist. With a thud, he collided with a tree and fell to the ground. The wolf, however, did not pursue him. Its eyes reflected a measure of caution, and at that moment, Li Xiuxian found himself regretting his return. Even if the tribe were to perish, he could gather his totemic warriors and seek out other tribes devoid of divine interference. Why engage in a futile struggle against this madman? As the tumultuous energy within him began to subside, he struggled to regain control. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, wielding his bone knife in a flurry of strikes. Unfortunately, by the sixth blow, he found himself unable to continue. Nevertheless, the formidable might of his 5 consecutive strikes compelled the savage wolf to attempt evasion. Yet its massive size hindered it. As it turned, Li Xiuxian's energy struck true, severing one of its hind legs. The first blow had landed upon the wolf's skull, the hardest bone of its body. Though the cranium fractured, it remained intact. Unlike its hind leg, which was decisively cleaved asunder by the 5 tigers breaking the door technique. How dare you, human? You seek your own demise. The wolf, a being of divine essence, found its form diminished, its corporeal body not yet fully solidified into divine flesh. Such a defeat would render it a target of mockery among its kind, an intolerable fate. Yet, as it beheld the madman charging toward it, a flicker of trepidation surfaced. In that moment of hesitation, Li Xiuxian summoned his most potent technique, the overwhelming supremacy of the world. With the execution of this strike, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift, a colossal wave crashing toward the wolf, leaving it no avenue for escape. Please, human, spare me. I submit. At that juncture, the wolf, bereft of hope and now limping on 3 legs, realized it could not flee. With its skull fractured and Li Xiuxian's overwhelming technique locking onto it, submission became its only option. However, Li Xiuxian did not require submission. What he sought was the divinity of the wild wolf, aiming to harness it to swiftly elevate the spiritual cultivation of the koi. The spirit soul is intrinsically tied to the future primordial spirit, and initiating this enhancement now would undoubtedly yield benefits. With a force that commanded the heavens, he unleashed a strike, channeling the immense energy within him into the bone blade, which manifested a colossal blade aura in the sky, crushing the surrounding tribesmen who were still prostrating before the wild god into mere pulp under the overwhelming pressure. Howl and flee. I must escape. In an unprecedented surge of fear, the wild wolf unleashed a formidable power, stepping back defiantly, revealing its inherent strength. At that moment,
Li Xiuxian Bayuba, /
the bone blade in his grasp descended with ferocity, directing the immense blade aura towards the wild wolf, whose earlier retreat now displayed a visage of despair. With a thunderous roar, a single strike cleaved the wild wolf's form in 2, the force of the blade continuing onward to carve a deep pit behind it. As the wild wolf was bifurcated, its body began to shrink, ultimately reverting to the size of an ordinary wolf. Upon the demise of the wild wolf, the statue of the deity within the stone temple collapsed. With the death of the malevolent god, their idol of faith inevitably crumbled. Li Xiuxian finally exhaled in relief, feeling an emptiness within. Yet at that moment he retrieved Coral, biting into it and holding it in his mouth as he approached the fallen wild wolf. Although the creature had perished, its divinity lingered. This was crucial for enhancing his spiritual cultivation and must not be squandered. Arriving beside the wolf's head, he struck it with a fist, extracting a luminous orb from within, which contained its essence of divinity. With a casual gesture, he crushed the orb, retrieving the divinity contained within. After a brief count, he discerned a thread of 3 strands of divinity. Indeed, the malevolent god is formidable. This is merely a small god with a recently coalesced strand of divinity, and yet it compelled me to unleash my ultimate technique, bolstered by the essence of spirit fruit, Truly impressive. The malevolent gods inherently surpassed the tribes in strength, particularly in their offensive capabilities. Had it not been for the energy from the water spirit fruit enabling him to temporarily manifest the blade aura, he would have surely faced overwhelming suppression. As the battle commenced, he realized that without attaining the rank of a 7th-tier warrior, engaging in combat with divine beings placed him at a considerable disadvantage. After securing his spoils, he turned his gaze toward the wild wolf, recognizing that this was the body of a divine creature, an opportunity not to be wasted. However, without the proper tools, it was cumbersome to handle. He desired to feed the koi body with it, but being unable to depart from the water's surface meant that transporting the corpse would stain his dwelling with blood. Moreover, the energy within his koi form was already saturated. Even if energy were to dwindle, consuming a spirit fruit would suffice, rendering the corpse unnecessary. After much deliberation, he took several sips of blood from the corpse, feeling his energy replenish before halting, casting a regretful gaze at the oozing blood. With a shake of his head, Li Xiuxian made his way toward the tribal settlement. The totem beads are not large and can indeed be gathered together completely. As for the other items here, Li Xiuxian selected several valuable resources to take with him, as he needs to transport the body back. The flesh of divine beings is quite remarkable, and the energy contained within is beneficial to martial artists of the 7th rank and above. It is said that it can be refined into substances that greatly aid martial artists, although Li Xiuxian is unaware of the specifics. However, if he brings the body back intact, it can be exchanged for a considerable amount of resources, which would also assist numerous martial artists in their advancement. Since he has no personal need for it, he would prefer to exchange it for items of his own requirement. The bone dagger he possesses has become somewhat inadequate after reaching the 7th rank, and this time he intends to acquire a new weapon. He favors long swords and possesses the dominant blade technique, so he naturally will not seek other types of weapons. Moreover, in addition to his sword techniques, he also plans to select a set of fist techniques, as one cannot always carry a sword. After scouring the resources, he set off towards Liangzhou City, laden with numerous bundles while dragging along the tied-up Mang wolf. The scent of the Mang wolf's blood attracted several ferocious beasts. Fortunately, none of the formidable creatures dared to challenge him for the Mang wolf's carcass, all of which he dispatched without mercy. Chapter 41. The exquisite bone blade Li Xiuxian departed, carrying the remains of the savage wolf. Soon after his departure, a dozen exhausted tribesmen arrived, only to be met with the harrowing sight of their tribe's devastation. Their anguished cries echoed through the air, particularly upon witnessing the shattered idol of their revered deity, leading to their utter despair as they sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Bereft of divine protection, they realized their perilous journey through the wilderness would be fraught with insurmountable challenges. At that moment, a young 4th-tier totem warrior, with a flicker of audacity in his eyes, conceived a bold idea, though he quickly quelled it. He was not the sole 4th-tier totem warrior in the tribe. 2 others were nearby, lamenting their fate. Despite his youth and devout faith, he harbored his own thoughts, introducing himself as Yuan. After a prolonged journey, Li Xiuxian hastened to the outskirts of Liangzhou City, sighing in relief as he beheld the imposing city walls just before dusk. Entering the city, he made a beeline for the military exchange office, knowing that the military prized such trophies and would offer a generous price in exchange for the remains of divine creatures to bolster their forces. Within the city, many martial artists gazed enviously at the divine corpse slung over Li Xiuxian's shoulder, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. They sensed that his cultivation had not yet reached the 7th rank, yet the divine creature's blood still flowed, indicating a recent kill. They wondered which family this young man hailed from, for he exhibited remarkable prowess. Alas, as fellow 6th-rank warriors, they felt a pang of shame. Indeed, when confronted with divine beings, they could only flee, engaging in battle only with similarly ranked savages. This young man was undeniably courageous. Li Xiuxian paid no heed to their murmurs. The cost of slaying this creature weighed heavily on him. Had it not been for the divine essence, he would have incurred a significant loss. He resolved that he would not act so impulsively again until he reached the 7th rank. Although some divine beings were weaker, even the feeblest required substantial effort to confront. Upon entering the exchange hall, military officials approached him, drawn by the unique aura emanating from the divine remains he carried. Greetings. Are you looking to sell that corpse? We can offer you merit points in exchange. Li Xiuxian had indeed come to sell the body, as it was the most advantageous place to do so, not only for military merit points but also for converting resources into cash. He casually dropped the savage wolf's body, stating, "How much will you offer for this? And please take a look at these as well." He tossed down his various bags as if discarding refuse, knowing they contained nothing of great value, as he had not discovered any spiritual treasures. The military exchange staff examined the 3 large bags on the ground, assigning one individual to tally the contents while the others began inspecting the wolf's remains, noting the excessive bloodshed and the division of the body into 3 parts. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. In the vast wilderness, it is impractical to carry large containers at all times. It is quite normal for blood to flow until depleted. The exchange personnel inquired, "Young man, do you have any divine essence for sale? We can offer precious resources or a handsome sum for it. What do you say?" Li Xiuxian shook his head, replying, "I do not intend to sell. This item is of great use to me. Besides, I am not far from reaching the master realm, and I shall soon need it." The exchange personnel could not help but smile, and from his expression, it was evident that he held little faith in Li Xiuxian's ability to cultivate to the master realm in such a short time. Nevertheless, since the divine essence was not for sale, they did not press the matter further and began to tally the overall value and merit points. Ultimately, the exchange personnel stated, "Greetings, if you sell all these resources, you would receive 63,832 merit points, primarily due to the value of the divine creatures." Li Xiuxian felt quite satisfied. 63 million would suffice to purchase resources to elevate him to a 7th-tier warrior. Furthermore, he had no immediate need for the money and intended to save it for future necessities. "Very well, let us proceed with the exchange. Please transfer the funds to my account. I wonder if these 832 points could be supplemented with cash to acquire an exquisite alloy war blade." The bone knife he wielded, which he initially thought formidable, had shown signs of wear after several uses, and during his encounters with fierce beasts, it had developed numerous cracks. Thus, he was in urgent need of a replacement weapon. The exchange personnel chuckled. "I'm afraid that a premium warblade requires a minimum of 2,000 merit points. You cannot redeem it with your current points." Li Xiuxian asked, "Could I possibly make up for the remaining merit points with money?" The exchange personnel shook his head with a smile. "Premium alloy weapons cannot simply be purchased with money. They must be earned through merit points. 2,000 merit points would only suffice for the weakest of premium alloy weapons." At that moment, 2 individuals appeared at the entrance, prompting everyone to greet them. "Greetings, Grandmaster Shen Tian." "Greetings, Master Kaishian." Li Xiuxian quickly added, "Greetings, Grandmaster Shen Tian." "Greetings, Principal." Li Xientian smiled and remarked, "I heard you managed to hunt a divine creature? Impressive. It seems I may have underestimated you. However, I also heard you require a premium alloy weapon but lack sufficient merit points. How about this? Join our military department, and I shall gift you a remarkable war blade that will certainly surpass the premium alloy one. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kaishian hastily interjected, "Don't listen to him. Our Northwestern Martial University has plenty of fine war blades. I have a blade crafted from the leg bone of an extraordinary beast. I would gladly give it to you." After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Li Xientian, saying, "Grandmaster Xientian, I beseech you, please refrain from poaching from our Northwestern Martial University. Can we not conduct ourselves appropriately?" Li Xiuxian smiled and replied, "Thank you, Principal. I wonder when I might receive the bone knife? I do not plan on venturing out. I urgently need a suitable weapon." Zhao Kaishian gently caressed the bone dagger at his waist, drawing it forth as he spoke. "The bone dagger I mentioned lies upon the ground. However, if you can achieve the rank of a 7th-tier warrior within a month, it shall be yours." Li Xiuxian discerned the formidable nature of this bone dagger, which appeared to be crafted from the remains of an exceptionally powerful beast. Turning to Zhao Kaishian, Li Xiuxian inquired, "Are you truly serious? If I reach the 7th tier within a month, you will bestow this treasure upon me?" Beside them, Li Xientian expressed his astonishment. This treasure was deeply cherished by Zhao Kaishian, and it was unexpected that he would offer it as motivation for Li Xiuxian. Clearly, the Northwest Martial Academy held Li Xiuxian in high regard. Observing this, Li Shentian relinquished any thoughts of competition, although Li Xiuxian possessed considerable talent. Their ranks also boasted remarkable warriors such as Wang Mingyang and Sun Ruoxue, both of whom were capable of defeating foes beyond their level. With such a gem emerging from the Northwest's 5 major powers, should he attempt to draw Li Xiuxian to their military, it was likely that the principal of the Northwest Martial Academy, Yun Wuhan, would pursue him with fervor. Thus, he deemed it best to let the matter rest. Zhao Caixin shot him a glare and declared, "I, Zhao Caixin, am a man of my word. Furthermore, there are numerous warriors here who can attest to this, and Grandmaster Shentian can also verify my pledge. Are you truly concerned that I would renege on my promise?" Chapter 42. Spirit Stones for Serpent Fruits. Li Xiuxian hastily remarked. How could I ever doubt you? However, since you have mentioned it, might I request the esteemed Master Shentian to assist me in finding a quiet, secluded chamber? I wish to initiate my breakthrough at this very moment. The majority of the energy from the water spirit fruit had been expended during his battle with the barbaric wolf, yet a residual portion continued to elevate his cultivation. By the time he returned to Liangzhou City, his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th rank. At this juncture, Li Xiuxian's strength surged throughout his entire being. What he needed now was to concentrate this vigor within his dantian, thereby coalescing it into true qi, the fabled internal energy. Upon breaking through to the 7th rank, the next phase involved the gradual amplification of true qi within the dantian. Once the true qi reached a certain threshold, it could be used to penetrate the meridians. By unblocking any one of the 8 extraordinary meridians, one could then advance to the 8th rank of martial prowess. Do not be misled into thinking that transitioning from the 7th to the 8th rank is straightforward. Apart from techniques akin to the dominant blade technique, the process requires a gradual accumulation of true qi. Aside from certain specialized resources, no superior methods exist. In this world, spirit stones do exist, yet utilizing them for cultivation is the domain of masters. For martial artists who have not yet attained mastery, even an abundance of spirit stones proves futile. Thus, the totem pearls of totem warriors ranked above 7 and the flesh and blood of divine beings serve as the optimal cultivation resources for martial artists above the 7th rank. Although the energy within totem pearls is chaotic, they can be refined into elixirs, maximizing the utilization of their energy. The flesh and blood of divine beings may be consumed directly or transformed into elixirs, with the latter option offering a higher efficiency. These matters held little relevance for Li Xiuxian, as he possessed ample spiritual materials and fruits, alleviating his concerns regarding cultivation resources for the upper 3 ranks. Zhao Caixin chuckled. "Be off with you, but remember, achieve mastery within 3 years and claim the rewards from Master Shentian." Li Xiuxian replied, Indeed. Saving over 800 merit points is quite commendable. Do you have any leg guards? Could you assist me in exchanging for 2 high-grade alloy ones? That should suffice, right? The exchange personnel promptly responded, Absolutely. Rest assured, we will proceed with the exchange immediately. A look of delight spread across Li Xiuxian's face. He could finally utilize the dragon tail maneuver. High-grade alloy weapons are classified as weapons of the upper 3 ranks, which would suffice for him for the time being. This haul was indeed substantial. Suddenly, Li Shentian inquired, "By the way, do you possess any spirit stones? I sense spiritual energy emanating from you." Li Xiuxian nodded, having already transferred 4 medium-grade spirit stones prior to entering the city. As for the situation at Jinli, it would remain undiscovered for the time being, given that the Ingyue Dragon Palace was situated atop a water vein, rich in spiritual energy. Well, this time I have indeed been fortunate enough to acquire some spirit stones, he mused, unconsciously tightening his clothing as if to guard against potential theft. The cultivation of masters requires spirit stones, and grand masters also necessitate them, albeit primarily relying on medium-grade spirit stones. The vicinity of Liangzhou City had been thoroughly scavenged. Medium-grade spirit stones were nowhere to be found, although some low-grade spirit stones remained. Li Shentian smiled. Luck is a form of strength as well. How about this? Are you willing to sell your spirit stones? 10,000 per gram. Are you interested? Li Xiuxian felt a flicker of temptation, yet he quickly shook his head, recalling that he had not only his own cultivation to attend to but also the need to refine his koi physique. "I shall not sell it. It is mine," he declared, casting a wary glance at Li Shentian. as if fearing that Li Shantian might suddenly attempt to seize it. Li Shantian rolled his eyes in response. Although spirit stones held some value for him, the lower-grade stones were of little consequence, and he would only consider competing for medium-grade stones. Upon discerning this, Li Shouxian exhaled in relief, knowing that Li Shantian would no longer pursue his spirit stones. However, Zhao Kaixian's intense gaze sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "Principal, you are not thinking of reclaiming that bone blade, are you?" Zhao Kaixian chuckled with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Since we've come to an agreement, I have no intention of taking it back for now. I merely wish to ask if you would be willing to part with those spirit stones. Our Martial University pays generously." Li Shouxian shook his head emphatically. "I will not part with them. I shall need them once I break through to master level." Zhao Kaixian proposed, "How about I offer you 150,000 per gram? I will buy them all." Li Shantian was unwilling to concede. "I will pay 200,000 per gram. I require them as well." Zhao Kaixian sighed in frustration, recognizing that, despite his position, he could not compete with the financial might of the military. "Old Li, why must you contest me over everything? This item holds little value for you." Li Shantian replied, "This is a scarce resource. Even if I have no use for it, the military's masters certainly will."
Li Shouxian interjecta stili.
"I shall not sell it, but I am open to a trade. One of these for a gram of spirit stone. What do you say?" As he spoke, he produced a dragon blood fruit from his pocket for Zhao Kaixian and Li Shantian to see. Li Shantian recognized the fruit. It was commonly found in regions inhabited by the savage python in the Great Wilderness. While the fruit was quite palatable, it bore no practical use for humans. Why would Li Shouxian be interested in such a fruit? Was it merely for its taste? Yet taste alone could not outweigh the utility of resources. "Are you certain? Do you genuinely require such a fruit? If gathered diligently, one could amass a considerable quantity quite swiftly. Are you truly willing to exchange spirit stones for this?" Zhao Kaixian pressed. "This fruit may not be particularly useful, especially for martial artists, but it is quite delightful, and I feel it has some effect on me. Will you trade or not?" Li Shouxian insisted, nodding vigorously. Zhao Kaixian and Li Shantian exchanged a glance, ultimately nodding in agreement. After all, trading something deemed useless for spirit stones was a prospect that enticed anyone. Moreover, observing Li Shouxian's eagerness to barter, they reasoned that if they did not engage, he would likely seek others to trade with. Zhao Kaixian inquired, "How many grams of spirit stones do you possess?" Li Shouxian replied, "Not too many, just precisely 1 kilogram. 1 kilogram equates to 1,000 grams, and with 1,000 dragon blood fruits at hand, despite their inferior quality and the meager essence of dragon blood they contain, the cumulative effect can be significant." Previously, Li Shouxian had acquired over 20 dragon blood fruits, yet these were insufficient to awaken his dragon lineage, let alone facilitate its evolution. However, possessing 1,000 dragon blood fruits is a different matter entirely. This abundance would undoubtedly awaken his dragon bloodline, granting him the potential to ascend to the status of Dragon King. As for the enhancement of his cultivation, once his dragon bloodline is awakened, the Moonlit Dragon King would certainly invest in his development. Zhao Kaixian remarked, "I will take charge of this at Northwest Martial University. This matter will be resolved swiftly." Li Shantian nodded in agreement, stating, "In that case, let the benefits accrue to Northwest Martial University." While 1,000 grams of spirit stones may hold great value at Northwest Martial University, they are rather commonplace within the military, and he had no intention of contesting for them, wishing instead to provide some cultivation resources to the university. Observing Li Shantian's demeanor, Li Shouxian understood his intentions but chose not to elaborate. His current cultivation was too meager, and even with an abundance of spirit stones, he would hesitate to present them. Thus, offering up 1 kilogram was already a considerable risk. Chapter 43. The underground training room. Li Shouxian refrained from revealing his intentions for the present, yet he harbored aspirations for the future. Once he ascended to the master realm, he would be able to exchange a modest quantity of spirit stones for dragon blood fruits. In the realm of immortals, a single spirit stone weighs approximately 50 grams. Thus, 1,000 grams equates to 20 spirit stones. After reaching the Qi refinement stage, he would effortlessly acquire at least 20 spirit stones each month, rendering him devoid of any deficiency in this regard. Zhao Caixin chuckled. Thank you. 1,000 grams of spirit stones will certainly suffice for a considerable period of training. Speaking of which, you are quite fortunate to have garnered such significant rewards this time. Suddenly, Li Xiantian recalled something and inquired, Are you truly unwilling to part with those divine essences? I could exchange them for snake fruits. Li Xiaoxian rolled his eyes in response, recognizing the shrewdness of the proposal. Divine essences can only be obtained by vanquishing divine beings, and while they are beneficial for enhancing spiritual strength, only a master possesses the means to refine and absorb them. However, a master cannot readily engage divine beings, as their true adversaries are demigods. To assault divine beings would evoke an imbalance akin to bullying the weak. Nonetheless, in the chaos of battle, one could strike at divine beings, for the tumultuous nature of warfare often leads to situations where demigods might also attack practitioners below the master level. In such disorder, accountability wanes. Conversely, if a master were to invade the territory of divine beings and eradicate them during peacetime, they would inevitably attract the wrath of evil gods. Of course, demigods are also barred from engaging practitioners beneath the master level. The agreement established among the celestial guardians of humanity, the great sun deity, and the heavenly fire deity has delineated their respective battlegrounds. True clashes can only occur during monumental conflicts. Otherwise, the overwhelming strength of demigods and masters would pose a grave threat. Each human warrior serves as a guardian of their kind, and the loss of even one is profoundly felt. The barbarian races and divine beings are the sources of power for the evil gods. For instance, the recent loss of 6 demigods will necessitate the replenishment of these positions from the divine beings. The resources and followers accumulated by those 6 demigods over time will be divided among other divine beings. Those 6 demigods have managed their territories for so long, amassing both population and resources. It is likely that the emergence of new demigods will exceed mere numbers. However, the path to divinity through faith requires a protracted period of accumulation. It cannot be achieved instantaneously. This implies that the entrants to the Northwest Wilds will experience a period of tranquility. Until their combat strength is restored, a large-scale offensive is unlikely. The Northwest will enjoy a respite, allowing its warriors time to recuperate, and perhaps a few more masters will emerge. Li Xiaoxian retrieved spirit stones from his pocket and promptly handed them to Zhao Caixin, saying, Principal, here are the spirit stones for you. I must now devote myself to training. By the way, do not forget the snake fruits I requested. Zhao Caixin waved his hand dismissively, saying, Be off with you. Strive to break through to the 7th-tier warrior. Although I am reluctant to part with this bone knife, I shall honor my word if you succeed. Li Xiaoxian added, Master Xiantian, could you assist me in arranging a secluded chamber? One that is tranquil and secure, hehe. Li Xiantian remarked, Bai Feng. Please escort him to the basement and arrange a cultivation chamber for him. The exchange personnel nearby promptly replied, Yes, General.
Li Xiaoxian, Intriga, Musa, Bai Feng.
You are quite the formidable warrior. I never expected to find you working as an exchange personnel here. With astonishment, Li Xiaoxian inquired, You are Bai Feng, the prodigy who joined the military under Wang Mingyang, yet you are here in the exchange hall? In Li Xiaoxian's perspective, the true battlefield for such prodigies should be in the vast wilderness, not in a place like this, as many novels often depict. Bai Feng chuckled. I merely wish to experience the life of a staff member while calming my mind. Li Xiaoxian smiled. Is it to soothe the aftermath of this recent war? You might find it more exhilarating to vanquish a barbarian tribe directly. Bai Feng's eyes flickered momentarily before he shook his head. It was not yet the right time. Furthermore, serving as a staff member was rather agreeable. He decided to remain in a stable environment for a while, allowing his mind to find tranquility. Bai Feng possessed immense combat prowess, being a 9th-rank warrior, and was considered invincible within that realm. He was one of the strongest candidates in the Northwest military who might break through to become a master. However, he found himself stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, lacking any clear path to a breakthrough. Thus, taking on the role of a staff member was also a means to relax and perhaps discover an opportunity for advancement. Li Xiaoxian did not press the matter. Everyone had their own thoughts and paths to pursue, and he refrained from interfering with others' choices. After receiving protective gear and bidding farewell to the two prominent masters, Li Shouxian followed Bai Feng to the basement, where he encountered numerous cultivation chambers. Curiously, he asked, "Do many people come here to cultivate regularly?" Bai Feng replied, "Indeed. Most of the strong warriors in the military train here. Compared to Tianlan Star, the cultivation speed is significantly faster. Your martial university also has training facilities here." Li Shouxian was taken aback. He had been unaware of this. However, it made sense given his lower cultivation level and his previous work in the logistics department, which limited his visits to the great wilderness. Clearly, he needed to come here to cultivate more often. But are these chambers truly robust? Perhaps I could even practice my sword techniques while training here. Bai Feng nodded. Each chamber is equipped with a true qi cultivation room and a martial arts training room. The martial arts training rooms are exceptionally sturdy. Unless you are a grandmaster, you will not be able to break through them. Li Shouxian was astonished. This truly was a prime location. If he could train here regularly, both his cultivation and swordsmanship would advance significantly. However, this opportunity was only granted due to Li Shuantian's influence. Otherwise, entry would typically require at least a 7th rank warrior status. Bai Feng smiled this time. "You have greatly benefited from Master Shen. Training here for just 1 hour requires 10 merit points. If you are to break through this time, try to extend your stay. If possible, continue training for a few days after your breakthrough." Li Shouxian couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Feng was quite amusing. He wondered what expression Li Shuantian would wear upon learning this. However, he had initially planned to take advantage of the exceptional training conditions here. Only a fool would leave prematurely. "Thank you. I'm not sure which training room I should be in," said Bai Feng. "Follow me, and we shall investigate," he continued. Li Shouxian followed closely behind, and they soon arrived at a counter where the staff greeted them with a smile. "Bai Feng, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working upstairs?" Bai Feng replied, "Aren't you in the same situation, Hu Xian? The Grand Master Shen has sent this young brother here for training. We are merely inquiring about the availability of training rooms." Hu Xian expressed his surprise. It seems the Grand Master has taken a liking to this lad. I wonder what exceptional qualities he possesses. Nevertheless, since he comes highly recommended by the Grand Master, room 7 is available. Let him proceed. Li Shouxian gazed at the man in astonishment. Another 9th grade martial artist. It appeared that the military was indeed abundant with such elite warriors. Moreover, judging by Bai Feng's demeanor, this individual was certainly not inferior to him. Bai Feng smiled and introduced, "This is Li Shouxian. Although he is merely a 6th grade martial artist, his strength is formidable. He has slain divine beings." Hu Xian looked at Li Shouxian with astonishment and remarked, "Impressive. A 6th grade warrior defeating divine entities. I'm curious how you accomplished such a feat." "Quite remarkable." Chapter 44. The realm of qi refinement. It is no wonder that Hu Xian was astonished. Indeed, the number of martial artists capable of slaying 6th grade divine beings is exceedingly scarce, with only the most exceptional individuals achieving such feats. In the entirety of Huaxia's 10 districts, the count does not exceed 15. Within the northwest region, the only young talents who can eliminate 6th grade divine entities are Wang Mingyang and Li Shouxian, while many areas boast none at all. Li Shouxian chuckled and remarked, "It was merely luck. You are the true master, brother Hu." Hu Xian rolled his eyes and playfully chastised, "You cheeky rascal, are you doing this on purpose? Do you not comprehend the significance of slaying a divine being of the 6th grade? That is the mark of a true prodigy." Li Shouxian, puzzled, inquired, "Is it truly that difficult to slay divine beings? I observe that many are slain each year." Bai Feng interjected with a smile, "Indeed, while many divine beings are dispatched annually, even Hu and I could manage to vanquish them. However, when we were 6th grade martial artists facing such entities, our best course of action was to flee as far as possible. In all of Huaxia, fewer than 15 young individuals can slay divine beings at the 6th grade level, which means you are among this select few prodigies." Li Shouxian suddenly understood, realizing the implications of such a distinction. Before reaching the 7th grade, it is nearly impossible to emit blade energy, rendering one incapable of harming divine beings. Conversely, divine beings can effortlessly dispatch 6th grade martial artists. Upon encountering a divine being, even the pinnacle of 6th grade martial artists must swiftly retreat. Only those who have cultivated true qi to the 7th grade can contend with them. Bai Feng laughed. Enough of idle chatter. I must return to my duties. Let us proceed to the 7th training chamber. Li Xiuxian nodded, eager to distance himself from the unpredictable individual, pondering how someone on the verge of breaking through to the master realm could squander time in such a manner. Unaware of Bai Feng and Hu Xian's circumstances, he yearned to hasten his advancement to the 7th grade martial artist level, allowing him to evade mundane tasks and devote more time to cultivation. At the entrance of a modest chamber, Bai Feng smiled, I will take you no further. You may enter and cultivate at your discretion. The extent of your progress depends solely on your own efforts. Li Xiuxian nodded gratefully and pushed open the door to the 7th training chamber. Despite the small exterior, the interior was vast, containing 2 training rooms and a storage chamber stocked with provisions sufficient for 2 months, primarily consisting of jerky and compressed biscuits, specifically prepared for those in seclusion. Li Xiuxian first inspected the 2 training rooms. The True Qi training room was modest, approximately 5 square meters, while the combat technique training room was quite spacious, over 80 square meters. Though devoid of furnishings, it was surrounded by top-grade alloys, making it difficult for even a master to breach. He chose not to enter the combat technique room just yet, instead settling quietly in the True Qi training room, contemplating whether to practice the overbearing blade technique. He was confident that he could acquire the subsequent techniques, as he was a prodigy capable of slaying 6th-grade divine beings, and he believed that Principal Yun Wuhan would place great importance on him. However, the cultivation technique for mastering the blade qi possesses its drawbacks. The second strike of the dominant blade technique carries an overwhelming malevolence, causing him to fear becoming a puppet of this art. Yet, at present, it seems he has no alternative but to pursue the dominant blade technique. Another possibility lies in the breakthrough of the koi into the qi refinement realm, enabling the use of the transformation method within the dragon transformation technique to seek out human cultivation methods from the Dragon King. Contemplating this, Li Xiuxian settled in place and closed his eyes, his consciousness merging with that of the koi. The koi, deep in meditation, suddenly opened its eyes, gazing at the spirit stones beneath it, and a smile broke across its face. Amidst a pile of inferior spirit stones lay 4 pieces of superior spirit stones. Although utilizing them now seemed wasteful, he remained unconcerned, knowing that with the elevation of his cultivation, their value would become apparent. Sensing the demonic energy coursing through his body, Li Xiuxian could not help but beam with delight. The energy enveloped him entirely, signaling that it was time for a breakthrough into the qi refinement realm. However, he deemed it wise to first consume the more than 20 dragon blood fruits to enhance his dragon lineage. Given that the Dragon Clan governs the Water Clan and is one of the 3 dominant powers in this realm, he resolved to cultivate into a dragon without exception, dismissing any notions of peculiarity. One by one, he swallowed the dragon blood fruits. While these fruits offer some benefits for ordinary individuals in terms of physical strength, they hold little value for martial artists and cultivators. Yet, for those with a dragon lineage, their advantages are immense. As the 20 or so fruits settled within him, Li Xiuxian felt an inexplicable transformation. First, his blood flow quickened, followed by a notable increase in his stature, now reaching a length of 1.5 meters. This transformation was significant in his eyes, and he sensed his heart's rhythm accelerating with newfound vigor, accompanied by an increase in a drop of golden blood within his heart. With his body fortified, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, enveloping him in a cocoon of spiritual essence, rendering him invisible. Li Xiuxian recognized this as a prime opportunity to break through to the qi refinement realm, as the enhancement of his dragon lineage allowed the water spiritual energy to flow continuously into his body, augmenting his demonic essence. At this moment, it would also be particularly fitting to establish a demonic abode, which the Dragon Clan refers to as a water abode, or more grandly, a dragon palace, given that this space would later serve as the abode of the Dragon Clan. Following the records within the dragon transformation technique, Li Xiuxian summoned his demonic energy, tirelessly carving out the dragon palace within. The process of establishing the palace is no simple task, but his extensive study of the dragon transformation technique equipped him with the necessary knowledge. His formidable spirit allowed him to harness all demonic power, and his experience in controlling physical force translated effectively to managing demonic energy. Unbeknownst to him, Li Shouxian wielded his demonic energy like a battle blade, decisively carving out the Dragon Palace with an unparalleled might. His dominance, unlike any other, resonated with the water attribute, akin to surging waves, relentless and powerful. A resounding roar echoed in Li Shouxian's ears, and before him appeared a 9-inch dragon palace within his being. Apart from the demonic energy required to establish the dragon palace, the remaining demonic essence continuously converged towards it. At that moment, Li Shouxian hastily activated the transformation of the dragon technique, refining the incessant flow of demonic energy into dragon qi, the very essence of the dragon clan's magical power. He realized that he had successfully reached the qi refinement stage. However, Li Shouxian intended to convert all the demonic energy into dragon qi in one go, before attempting to practice the transformation methods contained within the transformation of the dragon technique. The demonic energy within Li Shouxian was considerable, and within the dragon palace, it swiftly coalesced into a mass of dragon qi, which represented his magical power, essential for casting various spells in the future. After utilizing the dominance blade technique, the demonic energy within him was not abundant, and soon it all concentrated in the dragon palace, forming dragon qi. Yet the 9-inch dragon palace remained far from full, barely reaching even 1/10 of its capacity. The qi refinement stage is divided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Currently, Li Shouxian was at the initial level, having just solidified his dragon qi, and he continually sought to fill the dragon palace with it. The intermediate stage of qi refinement requires a gradual refinement of dragon qi, transforming it into a mist-like state, a process known as dragon qi mist. Chapter 45. Cultivating the transformation technique in the late stage of the qi refinement realm. The misty dragon energy began to coalesce once more, revealing liquid dragon energy within the haze, signifying the advanced phase of qi refinement. As for the pinnacle of this realm, it is achieved when all dragon energy has fully liquefied, forming a viscous substance within the dragon palace. At that juncture, one can attempt to condense the dragon pearl and strive for the next level, the elixir of return. Li Shouxian continued his relentless training, and only when the demonic energy within him was entirely depleted did he open his eyes, sensing the meager dragon energy within his body, which prompted a frown of concern. Why is there so little? Furthermore, a 9-inch dragon palace is rather diminutive, is it not? It seems my talent is not particularly remarkable. Were other aquatic or demonic beings to overhear his lament, they would undoubtedly contest him fiercely. For most, achieving a 3-inch demon palace is commendable, while 6 inches marks one as talented, and 7 or 8 inches signifies a prodigy. To establish a 9-inch dragon palace is indeed monstrous. Li Shouxian was acutely aware that expanding his dragon palace could only be accomplished upon breaking through to the elixir of return stage. He believed that, by then, his dragon blood would be well prepared, enabling him to awaken the dragon lineage within him in one fell swoop. The saying "a carp leaps over the dragon gate" holds significance here, as in this world, the heavenly river water palace houses a dragon gate. Any carp possessing dragon blood can attempt to leap through, yet that location is rather distant. Moreover, while the leap may transform a carp into a dragon, it would merely result in the lowest tier of dragons, lacking further potential. It is far more prudent to cultivate step by step, continually activating and purifying one's lineage, ultimately leading to boundless possibilities. When Li Shouxian broke through to the qi refinement stage, Aofeng, the moonlit dragon king residing not far from the dragon palace, sensed the change as well. He noted with surprise that Li Shouxian's dragon lineage had significantly strengthened. If the dragon lineage enhanced during the qi refinement breakthrough, then when he advances to the elixir of return stage, there lies a great possibility of awakening his dragon blood. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he would transform into a dragon fish or something else entirely. Regardless, the crucial point is that if Li Shouxian can awaken his dragon lineage swiftly, it would suffice. Resources for the elixir of return are abundant, but what remains is the need for a water entity capable of awakening the dragon blood. The moonlit dragon king called out, "Minister Turtle, come here." Minister Turtle hurried over and inquired, "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" Both the moonlit dragon king and Li Shouxian shared the dragon lineage, allowing the king to perceive Li Shouxian's breakthrough, while Minister Turtle remained unaware of the developments. However, The expression on the Moonlit Dragon King's face indicated that it was undoubtedly a positive event. Indeed, the Moonlit Dragon King proclaimed, "That young lad has successfully advanced to the Qi refinement stage, and I just sensed a significant enhancement in his dragon lineage. It is evident that during his next breakthrough, he is highly likely to awaken his dragon blood. In light of this, let us lend him our assistance." Minister Turtle, somewhat perplexed, queried, "Your Majesty, how shall we assist him? We have already provided him with ample spirit stones. He does not lack them for the time being. As for spirit fruits, we could offer him some ascending origin fruits, which can expedite his magical prowess. But what else?" Being a wise turtle, he refrained from inquiring about elixirs, as that was the Dragon King's prerogative. He did not wish to overstep his bounds. The Moonlit Dragon King was exceedingly pleased with his chancellor, who possessed a keen awareness of what was appropriate and what was not, far surpassing other aquatic beings. Thus, the Moonlit Dragon King smiled and inquired, "Do you recall the words I spoke previously? Once he transcends the Qi refinement stage, he shall receive a water spirit pill each month. However, given the potential he has displayed, let us enhance his privileges to 2 water spirit pills monthly, and prepare 5 ascension fruits to be sent to him as well." The Chancellor, the turtle, was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such generosity from his sovereign. Yet, contemplating the Moonlit Dragon King's intentions, he found solace in the thought that as long as the little carp could awaken its draconic lineage, they could all depart from this isolated locale. The Chancellor felt elated, for the Dragon King had assured him they would accompany him upon their departure, signifying they would no longer be confined to this remote place. Once they left, he would still hold the esteemed title of Chancellor, with considerable influence. "Yes, my lord, I shall attend to this at once," the Chancellor replied, delight filling his heart as he set off to fulfill his duties. The Moonlit Dragon King gazed towards Li Shouxian's cave, then surveyed the familiar Dragon Palace, ultimately shaking his head. While the Dragon Palace was splendid, it lacked resources. To ascend to the divine refinement stage, he required the rewards from above, and to cultivate to a higher realm, he needed an abundance of resources. Although the Moonlit Pool might not lack for lower-tier resources, high-level resources were exceedingly scarce. Perhaps he could utilize these lower-tier resources to cultivate a greater aquatic army, yet his own strength was insufficient. What would it matter if the aquatic army was numerous if, in the end, they merely served to adorn another's success? The Moonlit Dragon King was astute, fully aware of the significance of personal power, which is why he continually sought to nurture aquatic beings possessing draconic bloodlines. Initially discovered by General Blackfish, Li Shouxian was brought to the Moonlit Pool precisely because his draconic bloodline was thin, rendering his transformation into a dragon improbable. The Clear Water River was vast, harboring a few aquatic beings with draconic lineage, and being a significant river, it boasted plentiful resources. The Clear Water Dragon King was also a master of the divine refinement stage. After Li Shouxian's breakthrough, he did not rush into further cultivation. Instead, he began practicing the transformation technique. Although this technique relied on the dragon energy within his dragon palace to sustain his transformation, it was still preferable to remaining in the form of a mere koi. Before undertaking this, he refined the storage bag, which appeared diminutive yet contained a spacious interior, ample enough to hold numerous items. After placing all the resources within the storage bag, Li Shouxian delved into the transformation technique. The technique was straightforward. By channeling dragon energy into his body and altering his physical structure, he could change form. However, once the dragon energy dissipated, he would revert to his original state. Li Shouxian made an attempt, and indeed, his hands began to materialize, followed swiftly by his legs, until his entire form emerged. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not transform his head to resemble that of a human, which left him somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, he soon dismissed his frustration. He had not anticipated achieving success in his first attempt at the transformation technique, indicating that his comprehension was not lacking. This can be attributed to his mastery over his internal energy, as the cultivation of martial arts necessitates a profound understanding of oneself. After developing his internal force, he continuously navigated and controlled it throughout his body, which in turn endowed him with considerable experience in managing the dragon energy. The dragon energy within the dragon palace was abundant and could sustain him for 1 or 2 hours, which was more than sufficient. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, belonging to the minister turtle. "Is the little koi present? I wonder if the old man might enter for a moment. The Dragon King has asked me to congratulate you on your breakthrough into the chi refinement stage, and to present a gift." The minister turtle was quite eloquent, showing great deference even to someone as seemingly weak as Li Shouxian, which explained why he had become the Dragon King's trusted confidant. Li Shouxian promptly pushed aside the stone at the cave's entrance and stepped outside, saying, "This humble one greets the minister turtle. Please, come in." The minister turtle was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that Li Shouxian, having just attained the chi refinement stage, could already transform. However, he soon realized that Li Shouxian was employing a transformation technique. This revelation astonished him further, as he had not anticipated that the little koi before him possessed such remarkable comprehension, mastering the transformation technique so soon after his breakthrough, thus elevating his regard for Li Shouxian. Chapter 46. The Dragon King's generous gift. Upon entering the cave, Li Shouxian hastily inquired, "Prime Minister, may I ask why I am unable to transform my head into human form while practicing this metamorphosis technique?" The tortoise Prime Minister chuckled. "The fact that you have achieved your current state is commendable. To fully transform, one must reach the divine refinement stage. Even at the elixir stage, one only experiences a partial transformation. Observe my turtle shell and the serpent tail of General Shui. These are remnants of their initial transformation state, as their primordial spirits have yet to fully form. Only upon attaining the divine refinement stage can one achieve complete metamorphosis, so there is no need to rush." Li Shouxian breathed a sigh of relief, content that he would not have to forever bear a fish head. With hands and feet at his disposal, he could wield weapons in battle, which was already quite satisfactory. "Thank you for your guidance, Prime Minister. I did not expect your arrival so soon after my breakthrough. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." The tortoise Prime Minister, somewhat puzzled, replied, "What is it that you wish to know?" Li Shouxian quickly responded, "You see, I have only recently awakened my intellect and wish to learn more about this world. Is there a library or something of the sort?" The tortoise Prime Minister smiled. "Ah, you are unaware. Our Dragon King has a great fondness for the poetry and history of the human race. He often dresses as a cultured scholar to visit nearby cities, collecting various books. I will soon share with you the scripts of both the aquatic and human races, and then we shall inquire if the king would permit you access to his library." Li Shouxian was overjoyed. He had been uncertain whether the writing of this world resembled that of Tianlan Star. Initially, he thought he would be unable to comprehend the local script, but the Prime Minister was proving to be exceedingly helpful. Indeed, the demon race had its own script, and the aquatic race had theirs as well. However, since he sought knowledge from the human and aquatic texts, he needed to understand both. The tortoise Prime Minister gently touched Li Shouxian's forehead, and he felt 2 entirely distinct scripts manifest in his mind. Fortunately, he grasped the general meanings of these scripts. If all learning were this accessible, he might have already gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Once Li Shouxian organized the memories in his mind, he respectfully bowed to the tortoise Prime Minister, saying, "Thank you, Prime Minister." The tortoise Prime Minister replied with a chuckle, "Ah, in my eagerness to converse with you, I almost forgot to present the king's gift. You must still possess a fair amount of spirit stones, but I would be remiss if I did not give you this." He produced a storage pouch the size of a thumb and handed it to Li Shouxian, saying, "This is a vial of elixirs bestowed upon you by the king, containing 24 pills. Using 2 each month will suffice for a year. Additionally, there are 5 ascension fruits, also a gift from the Dragon King, to assist you in your cultivation and hasten your breakthrough to the elixir stage, awakening your dragon lineage." Li Shouxian eagerly nodded and accepted the storage pouch from the tortoise Prime Minister. This time, the Prime Minister had entrusted him with a pouch of modest capacity, which Li Shouxian greatly appreciated. Although it was small, he could store it safely with his main body. Even if he could not open it, the pouch would securely hold his belongings. On the Azure Planet, storage rings do exist. However, they are treasures that can only be possessed by those of the Grandmaster realm. In truth, a master can unlock a storage ring, yet its creation necessitates the divine space of a true god, a process quite intricate. Thus, Only those formidable grandmasters might attain such an artifact. Not every grandmaster has the capability to vanquish a true god, resulting in a scarcity of storage rings among them. While these rings are exceedingly precious, they hold little significance for Li Xiaoxian. He may lack a storage ring, yet he possesses an abundance of storage bags, and with sufficient spirit stones, he can procure as many as he desires. As for the method of their crafting, he remains ignorant, having no skills in artifact refinement. Seeing Li Xiaoxian accept the storage bag, Prime Minister Turtle pondered for a moment before retrieving 3 ascension fruits from his own storage bag and handing them to Li Xiaoxian, saying, "This is a humble gift from the old man. I hope you do not find it lacking." Li Xiaoxian quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Lacking? How could that be? I am in dire need of these fruits." He already possessed 3, and with the 3 bestowed by the Dragon King, plus the 3 from Prime Minister Turtle, he now held 9. These 9 ascension fruits would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of chi refinement, and coupled with the water spirit pill, he could reach that stage in no time. "Thank you, Prime Minister. Your generous gift leaves me at a loss for how to repay you," he expressed, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Prime Minister Turtle shook his head, saying, "These are merely trivial spirit fruits. Now let us proceed to pay our respects to the king. Your current magical power is insufficient to maintain your transformation for long. Allow me to lend you my power for a few days." Without waiting for Li Xiaoxian's response, Prime Minister Turtle patted his shoulder, and Li Xiaoxian felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful to conserve his own magical energy. After expressing his heartfelt thanks, he followed Prime Minister Turtle towards the Dragon Palace. At the entrance stood the 2 guards, but as Li Xiaoxian had transformed, they did not recognize him. The presence of someone worthy of Prime Minister Turtle's guidance must indicate a person of significance. The guards behaved with utmost respect, only discussing among themselves once Li Xiaoxian and the Prime Minister had entered the palace. "Hey, do you know who that aquatic being is? Why would Prime Minister Turtle lead him?" one guard asked. "Perhaps he is a celestial of some sort," the other replied. "Or maybe a descendant of Prime Minister Turtle. But given that he hasn't fully transformed, he must be a fish spirit. Regardless of his identity, we must treat him with utmost respect." Indeed, anyone capable of befriending Prime Minister Turtle is no ordinary figure. Whether a descendant or the progeny of a celestial being, they are certainly not to be trifled with. Li Xiaoxian remained unaware of their conversation, respectfully following behind Prime Minister Turtle until they soon beheld the moonlit Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle bowed respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects to your majesty." The moonlit Dragon King waved his hand, replying, "There is no need for such formality. What brings you here?" The Turtle Prime Minister hastily remarked, "This young man has just mastered the art of transformation and is eager to delve into the history of the celestial river world. Fortunately, I am aware that the king possesses a library, which would provide him with a splendid opportunity to broaden his horizons." The moonlit Dragon King glanced at Li Xiaoxian, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he responded, "Your eagerness is commendable. Once you awaken your dragon lineage, you shall lead a domain. Thus, it would be wise to acquire some knowledge in governance and familiarize yourself with the power dynamics of this world. I shall have the Turtle Prime Minister escort you to my library shortly." Li Xiaoxian was overjoyed, sensing the moonlit Dragon King's high regard for his potential to become the next Dragon King and his commitment to nurturing him. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous support. I shall devote myself to diligent cultivation and the study of management, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations." The moonlit Dragon King nodded approvingly and cautioned, "In the library, you must refrain from employing any spells. Many of the books are crafted from earthly materials and are rare editions. Should any be damaged, I shall hold you accountable." Li Xiaoxian promptly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall remember your warning." Chapter 47. The Dragon King's library. Li Xiaoxian could discern the Dragon King's profound affection for his library. Had it not been for the desire to nurture his potential, even the likes of the Tortoise Prime Minister would find entry exceedingly difficult. This instilled in him a deep sense of gratitude towards the moonlit Dragon King. Alas, his current level of cultivation was woefully inadequate. Even if he possessed means to repay the Dragon King, he dared not present them. Furthermore, The Dragon King's motivation for cultivating him stemmed from the potential to awaken the dragon lineage and gain resources to break through to the divine refinement realm. Li Xiaoxian was a person who understood gratitude, yet he would not place himself in peril. It would be prudent to bide his time and cultivate in seclusion, with hopes of one day repaying the moonlit Dragon King Aofeng. Aofeng waved his hand, signaling that they could depart. The Tortoise Prime Minister offered a slight bow to Li Xiaoxian before heading deeper into the Dragon Palace. Observing Li Xiaoxian's retreating figure, the moonlit Dragon King beamed with joy, for he had noted that Li Xiaoxian's dragon lineage was indeed strengthening, likely to awaken within the Qi refinement stage. Once the dragon lineage awakened, his cultivation would surely soar, and before long they could escape this place. The mere thought ignited excitement within him. The prospect of becoming a dragon king in the vast waters ahead was boundless. Aofeng murmured to himself, "It seems imperative to expedite this young man's cultivation. I have already provided him with spirit fruits and elixirs. I hope the awakening of his dragon lineage does not take long." His gaze shifted towards another direction, ultimately sighing. Had that individual awakened their dragon lineage sooner, he might have already departed this wretched place. Nonetheless, it was perhaps for the best. Once he became the Dragon King of a new territory, he could nurture another water tribe with a dragon lineage, believing that greater rewards awaited him, possibly propelling him further. In the moonlit library, Li Xiaoxian gazed in awe at the vast collection of texts. The library was divided into two sections, one featuring human texts, including bamboo slips, cloth, animal skins, and paper books. The other comprised ancient tomes of the water tribe, all inscribed on jade slips. The Tortoise Prime Minister remarked, "The jade slips of the water tribe contain records of techniques and history, as well as our methods of alchemy and artifact forging. Many of these will be passed down to you. Take your time to peruse them." He continued, "What you should focus on now are the histories of the water and human tribes. A comparative study will reveal the ancient lineage of my water tribe, while the humans are but newcomers. Now I shall take my leave. You may explore here at your leisure." Li Xiaoxian promptly responded, "I bid you farewell, Prime Minister." Once the Tortoise Prime Minister departed, Li Xiaoxian approached the section of human texts, picking up a volume only to find it contained poetry, which he set aside. His current interests lay not in such matters. He sought the cultural histories and martial manuals. As for poetry and prose, those could wait for another time, as they held no allure for him. He moved to the historical texts, selecting a book that detailed the history of humanity, discovering that numerous volumes chronicled the human saga, far exceeding just this one. The human race, regarded as a nascent force by the demon and aquatic clans, possesses immense potential. Initially, they endeavored to develop a method of cultivation by studying the practices of the demon and aquatic races. However, the path of immortality proved impractical for widespread adoption, leading to the emergence of martial arts. Prior to the rise of humanity, they lived in a savage state, often becoming prey for the demons, as human flesh and blood were considered a great tonic for them. Consequently, many demons began to hunt humans and even domesticate them. During this period, humanity was fragmented into numerous small tribes, powerless to resist the demons. It was then that a figure named Yuan emerged, creating a method of celestial cultivation, which granted humanity a fragile means of self-defense. Yet, they remained under the demon's oppressive thumb, who, noticing the superior quality of human cultivators' flesh, eased some of their pressure, allowing humans to practice cultivation. Regrettably, few humans possessed the requisite talent for cultivation, resulting in the majority remaining unable to advance, akin to chives being repeatedly harvested. One fateful day, a man named Wu appeared seemingly out of nowhere, lacking a tribe of his own, and began to teach the martial arts to humanity. When the demons launched their attacks, he valiantly defended against them, buying precious time for his kin. Alas, even his formidable fists could not match the multitude of foes, and ultimately, after vanquishing several demon kings in collaboration with Yuan, the glimmer of hope represented by Wu and Yuan was extinguished. Yet, a single spark can ignite a conflagration. Following the demise of these two beacons of hope, the demons suffered significant setbacks and began to recover. At this juncture, the aquatic clan initiated their own incursions onto land. Originally masters of the celestial rivers and oceans, the aquatic beings, under the leadership of the Dragon Clan, advanced towards the freshwater territories of the land. During this period, they encountered humanity and recognized their vast potential for growth, and their deep-seated enmity with the demons, prompting them to support the human race. The martial arts of humanity also drew inspiration from the Dragon Clan, although they soon discovered that, apart from the most powerful techniques, they were incapable of mastering them. Nevertheless, these martial arts provided an excellent training method for humanity. As the demons retreated under the pressure from the aquatic clan in the waters, humanity began to congregate near rivers, especially along the Celestial River, where human city-states gradually came into existence. Eventually, as the demons faced mounting pressure, they lost interest in pursuing humanity. Meanwhile, humanity, with their formidable reproductive capabilities, grew rapidly in strength and began to launch offensives against the demons. The demons found themselves besieged on two fronts, attacked by the aquatic clan in the waters and by humanity on land, which gradually forced them to withdraw from the Celestial River world. However, the demons possessed deep-rooted resilience. After delineating their territories with the Dragon Clan, humanity entered a period of great prosperity. Yet, with the absence of external threats, internal strife erupted among the human factions, leading to the emergence of numerous feudal states engaged in relentless conflict. The Dragon Clan contemplated intervening, but refrained as it was a matter internal to humanity. In truth, the Dragon Clan harbored fears that humanity might grow too powerful and extend their ambitions toward the waters, so they chose to observe the infighting. As the internal turmoil among the humans reached its peak, the demons gradually regained their strength and began to reclaim lost territories. It was not until they had captured 30% of the land that humanity finally reacted and began to mount a defense against the demons. Yet, by this juncture, the resistance of the human race had become futile, swiftly retreating until they were halted at the formidable Tianhe River. Taking advantage of its treacherous terrain, the demon race, uncertain of the Dragon Clan's intentions, also paused their advance. From that moment forth, the two races governed the south and the north respectively, each continuously amassing strength in preparation to expel the other from the continent. As for the aquatic race, they remained neutral, having already secured dominion over all water bodies within the Tianhe realm. Following their conquest of the southern continent, the demon race eradicated all human presence. However, they refrained from pursuing the aquatic race, which had evidently risen to become the most formidable among the three factions. Since they had already claimed all aquatic territories, the remaining land was left to the two races. Should they unite, the aquatic race might find it challenging to withstand their combined force. Despite the Dragon Clan's vast wealth, their headquarters remained in the Tianhe, the most spiritually enriched locale in this world, which they were reluctant to abandon. Thus, the current state of affairs emerged. The aquatic race inhabited the seas, while the human and demon races occupied the southern and northern continents, respectively, with the Dragon Clan choosing to remain aloof from worldly conflicts. The human and demon races continued their relentless battles, defining the dynamics of the Tianhe realm.
Li Xiuxian,
Having grasped the trajectory of the human race's development in this realm, prepared to delve into the history of the aquatic race. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he halted and cast his gaze upon a disarray of books. Chapter 48. The koi named Aojin amidst a chaotic assortment of tomes lay animal hides and a few paper booklets, precisely the resources Li Xiuxian sought. Upon his arrival, he seized a piece of animal hide and began to examine it, discovering it contained the ancient method of body refinement, which necessitated the infusion of demonic blood and various spiritual herbs, ultimately enabling the practitioner to cultivate an immortal golden body. Upon this revelation, Li Xiuxian could not suppress his elation. This technique proved remarkably practical and did not conflict with the internal arts of Tianlan Star. One focused on internal cultivation while the other emphasized the physical form. Could this be the fabled path to sanctity through corporeal mastery? He was astonished to find such a treasure here. Although Tianlan Star possessed body refinement techniques, they were incomplete, rendering any breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm impossible. Indeed, this presented a promising opportunity. Physical cultivation not only enhanced defensive capabilities, but also bestowed formidable offensive strength, allowing one to vanquish peers with bare hands, a testament to its might. This was the first time he encountered a body refinement technique of this nature. While the martial foundation of Tianlan Star similarly began with body refinement, it diverged at the fourth tier, transitioning into the cultivation of internal energy, thereby refining true qi. This ancient method was known as the Great Wilderness Demon-Slaying Technique, now widely disseminated. Although the Dragon Palace did not house the original creator's writings, it contained meticulously transcribed copies from formidable practitioners of later generations. The Great Wilderness Demon-Slaying Technique lacked explicit tier divisions. Its true combat prowess could only be assessed in comparison with other martial artists or cultivators, as it was originally devised solely for the extermination of demonic beings, devoid of precise hierarchy. Li Xiuxian resolved to cultivate the Great Wilderness Demon-Slaying Technique, indifferent to the extent of his progress, as long as it bolstered his defensive prowess. He promptly stored it within his spatial pouch, recognizing that the moon-reflecting Dragon King did not value such techniques. Otherwise, they would not have been carelessly discarded here. He then picked up another piece of animal hide, discovering a singular sword technique entitled the Demon Slayer Slash. This technique captivated him, revealing itself to be no less impressive than the dominant world technique and, in fact, considerably more profound. Without hesitation, he decided to acquire it, deeming it an invaluable asset worthy of his cultivation. Continuing his search, he found the remaining animal hide techniques commendable yet unsuitable for his needs. His gaze ultimately fell upon the remaining paper manuals, hoping to unearth a technique that aligned with his desires. Regrettably, though the techniques documented therein were commendable and many could advance to the Grandmaster realm, none encompassed the cultivation of sword energy that he sought. Undeterred, Li Xiuxian selected a manual on the Overlord Spear technique to prepare for his brother. Li Xiuyuan, studying under the esteemed Master Jiang Daoyuan at Shenzhou Martial University, would undoubtedly cultivate the Overlord strength. Hence, this spear technique would serve him well upon reaching the 7th tier. The Overlord Spear technique could be mastered to the pinnacle of Grandmaster, and he believed Shenzhou Martial University possessed similar techniques, albeit in limited quantity. This particular technique was ideally suited for his brother, who had a penchant for spear techniques. He recalled that when he initially urged Li Xiuyuan to practice the 5 Tiger Strength, his brother had been quite resistant. Had it not been for the lack of funds to acquire other techniques, Li Xiuyuan would have undoubtedly opted for the spear manuals. Having failed to locate the desired martial arts technique, Li Xiuxian felt a pang of disappointment. However, he also uncovered a secret. Although human warriors lack the legacy jade slips, they possess their own form of inheritance. This inheritance is known as the Dan Shu Tai Quan, which, according to its description, is a peculiar iron tablet. This revelation reminded Li Xiuxian of the piece of iron he had discovered in the Yanglu River. That very tablet lay carelessly discarded in his villa on Tianlan Star. Previously dismissed as mere scrap, the potential significance of the item now filled him with urgency. The Dan Shu Tai Quan requires a special form of true energy for activation, meaning that in order to awaken it, Li Xiuxian must cultivate this unique energy. Fortuitously, the sword energy derived from the Ba Dao Ju qualifies as such. With a wry smile, he mused, I never imagined I would ultimately need to practice the Ba Dao Ju after all. However, if I can activate the Dan Shu Tai Quan with it, I hope it contains the methods for cultivating sword energy. After a moment's reflection, Li Xiuxian did not linger. He promptly exited the cave abode. Upon encountering several shrimp soldiers and crab generals outside, he inquired, Good sir, might I ask what instructions Lord Prime Minister Gue has given? The soldiers, recognizing him as one brought by the Prime Minister, regarded him with respect. The leading crab general responded, The Prime Minister instructed that once you have finished, you should seek him out, as he will arrange a new cave abode for you. Li Xiuxian nodded appreciatively. Thank you, esteemed sir. Since the Prime Minister has issued a directive, I shall take my leave. The crab general replied hastily, No trouble at all. Do hurry to find the Prime Minister. We wouldn't want him to wait too long. Li Xiuxian hastened towards the Prime Minister's palace, which, like the outer hall of the Dragon Palace, was appropriate for his station, as the inner sanctum housed the royal family. Upon arrival, he respectfully announced, Your humble servant seeks an audience with Prime Minister Gue. With a warm smile, Prime Minister Gue beckoned him inside. Come in, young one. I see you can temporarily take on a human form now. I shall arrange a new cave abode for you, as the previous one was too small. Li Xiuxian was profoundly grateful. The former abode had sufficed prior to his transformation, but it was no longer suitable after. Thank you. Prime Minister, thank you. Prime Minister Gue shook his head, saying, You should thank the Dragon King instead. It is he who made the arrangements. Although guided by the command of the Moonlit Dragon King, all arrangements were indeed made by Prime Minister Gue, who was cautious not to usurp the Dragon King's merit. His words served both to reassure Li Xiaoxian and to convey respect to the Dragon King. Li Xiaoxian understood the implication and bowed respectfully in the direction of the Dragon King's residence. "Thank you for your great kindness, Your Majesty." As his words faded, a voice resonated in his ears, unmistakably that of Dragon King Ao Feng. "Focus on your cultivation. Utilize the resources I have provided, and strive for rapid advancement. Should you find the resources insufficient, do not hesitate to seek me out." Li Xiaoxian replied earnestly, "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall devote myself to my training and will not tarnish your esteemed name." The voice of the Moonlit Dragon King resonated once more, proclaiming, "Since you possess the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, awakening is undoubtedly a matter of time. Therefore, you may choose a name for yourself. You may adopt the surname Ao." Li Xiaoxian pondered for a moment, realizing that the name Li Xiaoxian was unsuitable, for this was a realm of immortals and heroes. Should there be any curse or spell, it would likely lead to the demise of his true self, which would be a grave misfortune. Aware that he could not use the name Li Xiaoxian, he resolved to select another. With this determination, he declared, "In that case, I shall be called Ao Jin." The Moonlit Dragon King was quite pleased and replied with a smile, "Ao Jin is indeed a splendid name. Now you may return to your own affairs." Li Xiaoxian quickly responded, "I respectfully bid farewell to Your Majesty." The Turtle Minister chuckled and said, "Ao Jin, congratulations! You now possess a name that belongs to you, and it bears the distinguished surname of the Dragon Clan." Li Xiaoxian hastily waved his hand, saying, "It is all thanks to the king's generous favor. Otherwise, I would never have thought to bestow a name upon myself." The Turtle Minister nodded in satisfaction and led the way out of the Dragon Palace. As Li Xiaoxian was not yet the Dragon King of the Moonlit Dragon Palace, he could not reside within the palace itself. Thus, his dwelling would surely be arranged outside. Chapter 49. The 7th-rank warrior in the enchanting Inue Lake, abundant with spiritual energy. Numerous caverns have been established for convenience. Among them, the abodes of Ao Tian and the octopus are situated in a location rich in spiritual essence, second only to the Dragon Palace. However, surrounding their dwellings are several unoccupied caverns, not due to the arrogance of Ao Tian and his companion, but rather because other aquatic beings dare not reside nearby. The aura they occasionally emanate is overwhelming for the average water creature. The Tortoise Minister guided Li Xiaoxian to this place, pointing to several vacant caverns and remarked, "Ao Jin, feel free to select any of these empty caverns. The one over there belongs to Ao Tian, and not far from it is the abode of the octopus. However, I advise you to choose one further away, as their formidable cultivation may be somewhat intimidating." Li Xiaoxian promptly gestured towards the farthest small cavern and said, "Minister, I shall choose this one." The Tortoise Minister chuckled, "You have a keen eye. Though this cavern is small and secluded, it boasts the densest spiritual energy, making it perfect for cultivation." Li Xiaoxian nodded eagerly, expressing his gratitude to the Tortoise Minister before channeling his magical energy into the cavern's grand entrance. With a series of clicks, the stone door swiftly opened. Upon entering, he was greeted by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far superior to that of his previous abode. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a stone table, stone stools, a stone bed, and a luminous pearl embedded in the ceiling. For Li Xiaoxian, this was more than sufficient, as the environment and spiritual essence greatly surpassed that of his former dwelling, making it ideal for his cultivation. The Tortoise Minister inquired, "How does it feel? If it is unsatisfactory, I can arrange for another." Li Xiaoxian quickly responded, "Thank you, Minister. I am quite pleased with this cavern. I shall take it, hehe." The Tortoise Minister, satisfied, remarked, "The adjacent caverns are also quite good, though 2 of them are occupied by cultivators in the Golden Core stage, who occasionally exude powerful auras that may disrupt your training. The Dragon Palace possesses abundant resources, and these caverns are truly commendable. It is unfortunate that those 2 are occupying them, preventing the cultivation of other aquatic beings. Such a pity indeed." This small cavern was initially prepared for unforeseen circumstances, and it was serendipitous that it is now being utilized. Once those individuals depart, these caverns, along with the entire Dragon Palace, will belong to this young man, and it will be up to him how to manage them. After concluding his instructions, the tortoise minister departed amidst Li Shouxian's profuse thanks. Within the cavern, Li Shouxian eagerly retrieved spirit stones and spread them across the bed, then lay down, allowing his consciousness to return to his true form. In the secret chamber beneath the military exchange hall of the desolate Huangliang prefecture, Li Shouxian opened his eyes and took out the dominant blade technique, perusing it with utmost seriousness. Alas, there were no superior treasures in the possession of the Inuit Dragon King. Thus, he could only cultivate the dominant blade technique, which belonged to a unique category of true energy capable of unlocking the inheritance of the Dan Shu Taekwon. After diligently reviewing the dominant blade technique several times, Li Shouxian closed his eyes to mentally recall its contents, ultimately settling on the ground to commence his cultivation. As the formidable technique of the overbearing blade method commenced its operation, the vital energy surrounding Li Shouxian gradually began to converge towards his dantian. Initially, the energy did not align with the method. However, thanks to Li Shouxian's robust spiritual essence, he managed to exert control over it. As the first wisp of energy coalesced within the dantian, it slowly compressed into blade qi, allowing the subsequent energies to gather with greater speed. The blade qi produced by the overbearing blade method was exceptionally potent, rapidly assimilating the energies entering the dantian. As time elapsed, though the duration remained indeterminate, Li Shouxian's vital energy fully converged within the dantian, solidifying into blade qi, thus achieving the esteemed rank of a 7th-tier martial artist. He refrained from opening his eyes, instead employing his formidable mental prowess to probe towards the dantian, where he soon discerned a blade qi the size of a thumb. The blade qi was remarkably sharp, compelling Li Shouxian to confine it within the sea of qi in his dantian, as he dared not allow it to come into contact with his meridians. At this juncture, the blade qi lacked stability and could not be wielded with precision, rendering the opening of the meridians impossible. It became apparent to him that the overbearing blade method was no easy path to mastery. To successfully open the meridians, one must first strengthen them. While such enhancement elixirs existed, they were exceedingly rare, and only those of substantial means could afford to indulge in them as if they were mere candies. Furthermore, a considerable quantity of restorative elixirs for the meridians was required. It could be said that cultivating the 8th and 9th tiers of the overbearing blade method was a painful ordeal, albeit one that progressed rapidly.
Li Shouxian lamenta.
Am I not merely seeking my own torment by choosing such a method for cultivation? Yet, as if struck by inspiration, the bitterness on his face dissipated, swiftly replaced by a look of elation. He recalled the De Huang El Yao method he had discovered within the Dragon King's library. Indeed, the timing could not be more fortuitous. The De Huang El Yao method, upon initiation, promised a comprehensive enhancement of the body, including the dantian, internal organs, and meridians, effectively serving as a quintessential manual for body refinement. Were it not for the necessity of a substantial quantity of blood from the demon race and some rare medicinal herbs, it would undoubtedly be a popular technique. Although the blood of the demon race was not particularly scarce, many of the requisite herbs had been lost to time. Li Shouxian chuckled. It seems that heaven does not entirely forsake those in need. While the blood of demons may be lacking here, the blood of ferocious beasts and that of the evil gods should suffice. I trust they will be no inferior substitute. As for the precious herbs, the vast wilderness likely harbors a considerable supply. The wilderness, largely untouched by human endeavor due to the omnipresence of evil gods and barbaric tribes, posed significant risks to those who ventured too deeply. Yet it was also replete with treasures. The presence of spirit stones indicated the existence of spiritual energy, and many medicinal materials within were akin to those in the realm of immortal cultivation. The barbaric tribes, with their primitive ways of life, were utterly oblivious to how to utilize these precious herbs. As for the lofty evil gods, they were fixated solely on the power of faith and certain rare minerals. The power of faith could elevate their cultivation, while minerals could forge divine artifacts. To them, the precious herbs held little value. In truth, these herbs were ancient spiritual medicines, only earning the title of precious after achieving a certain age, brimming with energy and immensely beneficial to cultivators. Even the realms of Dan and divine refinement can be utilized. During the nascent rise of the human race in the celestial river world, the demon clan often refrained from employing precious elixirs, opting instead to consume them directly. However, they favored those that had aged significantly. The remaining elixirs were deemed unworthy, as, at that time, they were comparable to mere weeds. The human race was able to swiftly enhance their cultivation and bolster their physiques through the utilization of elixirs and the blood of demons, thereby enabling them to engage in combat with the demon clan. As time progressed, the availability of precious elixirs in the celestial river world dwindled, and eventually, spiritual herbs became exceedingly rare, confined primarily to renowned mountains and blessed lands. The external resources were lamentably scarce. The aquatic regions harbored few spiritual herbs as well, yet, due to their vastness, they contained abundant resources, thus rendering the dragon clan the most formidable race in this realm. In the modest moonlit pond, there exists a small water vein, akin to a spiritual vein, which is the reason the moonlit dragon king could cultivate both the water spirit fruit and the ascendant fruit. Upon departure, the moonlit dragon king would undoubtedly take these two fruit trees with him. However, Li Shouxian would not be concerned, for they are merely two types of spiritual fruits. As long as the water vein endures, he can cultivate numerous spiritual fruits, including the dragon blood fruit. This single variety of spiritual fruit alone is already sufficient to rival most others, and it is perhaps the one he possesses in abundance. Chapter 50. The trading market. After perusing the great wilderness slaying demon technique several times, Li Shouxian diligently committed the medicinal herbs detailed within to memory. However, these substances could not yet be cultivated until he procured the blood of ferocious beasts. Furrowing his brow, Li Shouxian contemplated. It appears wise to first acclimate to the blade aura. Regrettably, I cannot employ the blade aura at this moment. Thus, I require ample ferocious beast blood to cultivate the great wilderness slaying demon technique. Yet, despite being devoid of the status of a medicinal herb, the energy encapsulated within the ascension fruit should suffice to initiate my understanding of the great wilderness slaying demon technique, enabling me to utilize the blade aura. Without the ability to wield the blade aura, his strength had already transformed into that very essence, rendering his combat prowess ineffective. Even if he ventured forth to seek ferocious beasts, he would lack the strength to subdue them. Should he encounter a hunting party from the barbarian tribes before locating weaker beasts, he might face an untimely demise before achieving his goals. Gazing at the ascension fruit in his hand, he felt a pang of reluctance. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He flopped onto the ground and fell into a deep slumber, his consciousness returning to the form of the koi fish. Eagerly, he emerged from his cave, surveying his surroundings, and soon spotted several patrolling shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Li Shouxian approached them and inquired, "Esteemed brothers, might there be a marketplace for trading goods within our aquatic kin?" One of the shrimp soldiers replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, there exists a small trading market at the mouth of the Yunyang River not far from here. You may wish to pay it a visit." They were acutely aware of the significant connection between this koi and the tortoise chancellor, thus treating Li Shouxian with utmost respect, and his question was swiftly answered. "Thank you, dear brother. Please continue with your duties. I shall proceed to the trading market," he expressed gratefully. With respectful glances from the shrimp and crab soldiers, Li Shouxian departed, making his way toward the Yunyang River's mouth. After a few strides, he transformed into a koi, hastening toward his destination. The fixed human form bestowed upon him by the tortoise chancellor was not as swift for travel as his koi form. Though his ability to shift into human form was somewhat brief due to his magical power, it sufficed for his current needs. At the mouth of the Yunyang River, the trading market within the Dragon Palace of the Moonlit Pond operated on principles of fair trade, devoid of treachery or pillaging, which greatly reassured Li Shouxian. Upon entering the trading market, he immediately shifted into a semi-human form to explore. He observed that most transactions involved spiritual herbs and weapons. However, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a particular direction. In that area, he noticed stalls occupied by human cultivators, piquing his curiosity. He approached a member of the clam tribe and asked, "Brother from the clam tribe, may I inquire why those human cultivators have come to our aquatic marketplace?" The clam tribesman glanced at Li Shouxian and smiled. "It seems this is your first visit to the trading market, brother. The elixirs from these human cultivators are quite remarkable. With the Dragon King's consent, they are permitted to trade spiritual herbs and rare materials here." Li Shouxian nodded in understanding. "I see. Thank you for your guidance. I shall take a look and see if there are any useful items available. My apologies for bothering you earlier. The clam tribesman nodded, unconcerned. The aquatic kin shared a harmonious relationship, and the elders were always willing to offer advice to the younger generation. Li Xiuxian strolled through the bustling marketplace, his gaze drawn to the unfamiliar materials and spiritual herbs that tempted him greatly. Such herbs would undoubtedly aid his cultivation, as well as his physical training. However, he refrained from engaging in any transactions, for his purpose on this occasion was not these spiritual items, but rather the blood of the demon clan, though he remained uncertain if it could be found here. The marketplace was devoid of the usual cries of buyers and sellers. Instead, it was filled with the sounds of haggling. As he wandered and observed, he could hardly suppress his desire at the sight of the spiritual treasures. Soon, he came across some meat and approached with curiosity, inquiring, "Brother, may I ask what kind of meat this is?" The vendor replied, "This is the flesh of the fiery bird, a beast of the Qi refinement realm, and it has reached the latter stages of that realm. Let me tell you, had I not been formidable in my cultivation, I would have been slain by it long ago." Upon hearing the vendor's words, the nearby aquatic beings began to shower him with compliments, to which Li Xiuxian added a few praises of his own. Once the others quieted down, he asked, "Might you have the essence blood of the fiery bird?" "Ordinary blood would suffice as well." The vendor regarded Li Xiuxian with a smile, saying, "You must be seeking its blood for some divine ability. Am I right? I do not have ordinary blood, but I have collected 3 drops of its essence blood. Would you be interested?" Li Xiuxian hesitated. 3 drops seemed rather scant, yet sufficient for initial cultivation. After a moment, he inquired, "Very well. How many spirit stones do you require for each drop?" The vendor chuckled heartily. "Seeing that you have a good eye, I shall offer it at 5 spirit stones per drop. What do you say?" Li Xiuxian did not engage in haggling, as 15 spirit stones were a trifling amount for him. He promptly produced the stones and handed them over. The vendor, delighted, quickly offered the essence blood and remarked, "If you require more of this substance, I can assist you in procuring it. Since we have such good rapport, I 1T charge a broker's fee. Same price applies. How does that sound?" Li Xiuxian understood that this price was somewhat inflated, yet he did not mind. It was merely a temporary necessity. Once his body could withstand the blade energy, he would hunt ferocious beasts, confident that their blood would be far superior to that of the demon clan. "All right, I will need 21 more drops. I trust you can find them? Any demon clan essence blood will do, though of course if the grade is lower, the price will not remain at 5 stones. The vendor hastily assured him, "Fear not, brother, wait here for a moment, and I shall return shortly. There are quite a few aquatic kin who obtained essence blood during this great battle. I will gather it for you swiftly." With that, before Li Xiuxian could respond, the vendor dashed away, leaving him somewhat speechless. Did he not fear that Li Xiuxian might abscond with the items at his stall? It was uncertain whether to regard the vendor as straightforward or simply lacking in wit. Nevertheless, acquiring 21 drops of essence blood would cost him 105 spirit stones. He had sufficient spirit stones for now. As for future cultivation, he possessed the dragon blood fruit and 4 mid-grade spirit stones, which would be entirely adequate. Left with no choice, he waited in place, and it was not long before the vendor reappeared, retrieving several vials from his storage pouch, each containing essence blood from various demon clans. The vendor remarked, "Here, there are precisely 21 drops of demon blood, each from a late-stage Qi refinement realm. I wonder, brother, would you be interested?" Li Xiuxian produced 105 spirit stones, collecting all the demon blood with a grateful expression, saying, "In that case, I thank you, brother. I shall return to my cultivation now, and should I require anything in the future, I will certainly seek you out." The vendor hurriedly replied, "We are all brothers of the Water Clan. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I can assist you in locating any resources you require, provided they are indeed obtainable." Li Xiuxian could not help but roll his eyes. After his initial words, he had expected the vendor to be a figure of authority, only to have his last statement reveal him as a mere bronze rank. After exchanging a casual greeting, Li Xiuxian departed from the trading market, swiftly making his way back to his cave abode. The path was secure, patrolled by shrimp soldiers and crab generals along the moonlit pond, and he soon arrived at his dwelling. Upon returning to his cave, Li Xiuxian exhaled in relief, promptly transferring the vials of demon blood back to his main body. He had considered using a storage bag for the transport, but his main body's cultivation level was too low to access it. Chapter 51. 2 months of seclusion in the underground training chamber of Liangzhou City. Li Xiuxian picked up a jade vial, peering inside before releasing a single drop of demon blood. He felt the pressure emanating from it and nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the type of demon blood he sought, a bloodline from a Qi refinement stage demon, ideal for establishing a solid foundation. During his initial cultivation, the blood from demons at the Dan refinement stage proved too violent, while that from the foundation establishment stage lacked potency. The most suitable choice was the blood of demons at the Qi refinement stage, particularly their essence, which was best for those embarking on the path of the great wilderness demon-slaying technique. Li Xiuxian had procured only the essence of late Qi refinement stage demons. Although it could not compare to the essence of peak Qi refinement stage demons, it was the finest he could acquire, as those capable of slaying peak Qi refinement demons were either at the peak of the Qi refinement stage themselves or at the Dan refinement stage, resources he could not obtain. Searching in the training chamber, he found no vessels to hold water, leaving him with the most rudimentary method available, applying the essence directly onto his body before practicing the great wilderness demon-slaying technique to absorb its energy. The effectiveness of this approach would be left to fate, although it felt somewhat wasteful to utilize the demon essence in such a manner. He realized that venturing outside would serve no purpose. The training conditions here were exceptional, and thus he resolved to remain a while longer. Once the essence was evenly applied to his body, he began executing the various movements of the great wilderness demon-slaying technique. The technique comprised only 9 movements, and mastering them in succession granted him entry into its practice. Upon entering, he could absorb the energy from demon blood and medicinal herbs. In the heavenly river world, practitioners typically utilized medicinal baths for the great wilderness demon-slaying technique. However, the conditions here did not permit such luxuries, leaving him no option but to cover himself in essence. With a foundation in body refinement, Li Xiuxian quickly assimilated the 9 movements of the technique. As he continued to perform them, the demon essence on his body began to be absorbed. As he cultivated, a tingling sensation coursed through him, followed by waves of pain that enveloped his entire being. Gradually, even his internal organs began to ache. This discomfort threatened to disrupt his movements. Yet he recognized the critical nature of the moment. No mistakes could be afforded. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Time slipped away unnoticed as Li Xiuxian mechanically executed the 9 movements. Gradually, the sensations of pain and tingling began to subside, ultimately vanishing entirely. Once the pain dissipated, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched as though he had just emerged from a water tank. Finally, it was over. The ordeal had been unbearable, yet the results were astounding. He felt his physical prowess had increased tenfold, particularly in terms of flexibility and strength. He sensed that, relying solely on his physical might, he could contend with a 6th-grade martial artist. This was indeed a natural progression. After all, who among the human race in the heavenly river world could acquire the essence of a late Qi refinement stage demon at the outset of their cultivation? Even if they possessed such essence, it would often be mixed with medicinal herbs, utilized collectively by many practitioners. The strength of his physical body could rival that of a 6th-tier martial artist. Even after exhausting his blade aura, his pure physical power remained formidable, which served as a potent trump card he intended to keep concealed. After resting for a while in the training chamber, he sat up and attempted to direct a wisp of blade aura towards a meridian, hoping to test whether his current meridians could withstand it. To his surprise, upon contact, the aura felt as though it had brushed against leather, exhibiting remarkable flexibility. The wisp of blade aura was unable to pierce through the meridian, which piqued his interest. Human meridians naturally possess numerous obstructions, necessitating the infusion of true energy to clear these blockages, thus allowing the energy to circulate freely within the meridians. Some individuals are blessed with unobstructed pathways, their meridians rarely blocked or even entirely open. Such individuals are regarded as prodigies. Once they cultivate true energy, they can immediately circulate it in a grand cycle, transforming it into innate true energy, thereby achieving the status of innate masters. Li Xiuxian, however, was not such a martial prodigy. His meridians were obstructed by at least 30%, which was not excessive, partly due to his consumption of spiritual substances that helped expel impurities from his body. Notably, the water spirit fruit, despite nearly causing his demise with its overwhelming energy, significantly reduced the blockages within his meridians. Nonetheless, his recent practice of the great wilderness demon-slaying technique had enhanced the flexibility of his meridians, yet it also fortified the obstructions, making it more challenging to clear them. Originally, the blade aura within his dantian was sufficient to open the extraordinary meridians, but now, a greater amount of blade aura was necessary. Li Xiuxian harnessed the blade aura within him and directed it towards the Chong meridian, but the outcome was evident. With the training of the great wilderness demon-slaying technique, the blockages in the extraordinary meridians had become even more fortified, and the blade aura was insufficient to penetrate the Chong meridian. Realizing this, he withdrew all the blade aura back into his dantian, disregarding his discomfort, and promptly bit into a piece of spiritual coral, feeling a surge of immense energy flood his body. Without hesitation, Li Xiuxian settled into a meditative posture and activated the dominant blade technique. The blade aura generated from this technique rapidly absorbed energy, converting it into blade aura at a pace far surpassing that of other methods. After all, the nature of blade aura was rather domineering. As soon as energy came into proximity, most of it would be assimilated. As he practiced, Li Xiuxian found himself increasingly fond of the dominant blade technique. Its rapid cultivation speed and efficiency in impacting the meridians were invaluable. Otherwise, after training in the great wilderness demon-slaying technique, he would find it exceedingly difficult to break through to the master realm with merely ordinary true energy. As time passed, both his physical form and his koi body diligently cultivated. Once the coral was exhausted, he turned to the water spirit fruit. Although the energy from the fruit was substantial, after training in the great wilderness demon-slaying technique, he was unperturbed by its potency. The excess energy was almost entirely absorbed by his body. Even without actively practicing the great wilderness demon-slaying technique, his body instinctively assimilated the surging energy, refining his physique in the process. 2 months later, Li Xiuxian finally ceased his cultivation. Rising to his feet, he stretched leisurely. By this time, he had successfully connected the extraordinary meridians and formed the small zhoutian, thus achieving the rank of a 9th-grade martial artist. The water spirit fruit had been entirely consumed, and as for the ascension fruit, he deemed his fragile physique unworthy of its use. Nevertheless, the enhancement of his blade aura by the water spirit fruit had resulted in an impressive accumulation, with the blade aura filling half of his dantian. Li Xiuxian now possessed a formidable reservoir of true energy, a level that ordinary 9th-grade martial artists could scarcely attain. Particularly as he practiced the blade aura, its lethal potential was substantial. With such a robust blade aura backing him, he could confidently assert his prominence among his peers in the 9th grade. However, he refrained from claiming invincibility within this tier. Despite his mastery of the Overlord blade technique, there existed myriad martial arts across the world, some of which could rival his own. Practitioners of these techniques were not to be underestimated in terms of combat prowess. What lay ahead was the task of unblocking the 12 primary meridians and the remaining minor channels. Once all his meridians were harmoniously connected, he would be poised to break through to the innate realm. In truth, with the current strength of his blade aura, he could readily challenge the 12 primary meridians. Yet, in pursuit of a solid foundation, he chose to pause his advancement. With his present cultivation level, coupled with the Overlord S-Might and Demon Slayer techniques, he was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 52. Cultivation of Spells. Although the great wilderness demon-slaying technique was not in operation, the energy emanating from the water spirit fruit continuously nourished his body. At this moment, Li Xiuxian's pure physical combat prowess could easily rival that of a 7th-grade martial artist. Without resorting to sword energy, Li Xiuxian could indeed engage in combat with a 7th-grade warrior using solely his physical strength, reminiscent of the barbarian's body refinement, yet free from their numerous restrictions. After examining his cultivation results, Li Xiuxian did not hastily venture outside. Instead, he made his way to the food storage area, consuming the compressed biscuits and beef jerky there. Only after satisfying his hunger did he leisurely find a comfortable spot to lie down, entering a meditative state akin to that of a koi. In the moon reflection pond within his small cave dwelling, ever since his last venture to trade for the blood of the demon race, he had refrained from leaving, diligently cultivating within the cave. This behavior greatly pleased the water clan, including Minister Turtle. With the dragon transformation technique in his possession, Li Shouxian merely needed to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy while utilizing medicinal pills and spiritual fruits. As one with dragon blood, he only needed to practice the dragon transformation technique, allowing him to disregard other matters. Each time the energy within him was depleted, he would return for replenishment. Although the consumption of medicinal pills and spiritual fruits was somewhat rapid, the speed of his cultivation was commendable, and it was believed that the Dragon King would also take pleasure in this progress. After 2 months of cultivation, he had gained profound insights into the dragon transformation technique. In truth, this technique is the most fundamental among dragons. To attain superior cultivation methods, one must awaken the dragon bloodline, thereby obtaining the bloodline inheritance. The foundational techniques of the dragon race are primarily contained within their bloodline heritage. The higher the bloodline level, the more potent the inheritance received, which is precisely why all water beings possessing dragon blood aspire to awaken their dragon lineage. Li Shouxian himself yearned to swiftly awaken his dragon bloodline, as doing so would greatly enhance his cultivation level. After 2 months of diligent practice, supported by an abundant supply of resources, he had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of qi refinement. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover before breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Furrowing his brow, Li Shouxian contemplated inside, acknowledging the need to quickly gather dragon blood fruits, as only they could expedite his cultivation progress. His efforts over the past 2 months had primarily focused on his physical body, yielding commendable results. Throughout these 2 months, all his cultivation had been directed towards enhancing his prowess, without any practice in sword techniques or spells. However, he had grasped some understanding of the dominant blade technique from his physical form, endowing him with formidable combat strength. In terms of spells associated with the koi form, his abilities were somewhat lacking. He seemed to possess only the transformation technique. Nevertheless, the dragon energy within him appeared to allow him to wield the dominant blade technique, serving as a viable means of offense. Among the spells within the dragon transformation technique, several caught Li Shouxian's attention, including water escape technique, water arrow technique, water screen technique, and cloud and mist descendants technique. The water escape technique is essential for swift travel and evasion. The water arrow technique serves as an offensive spell. The water screen technique offers defense, while the cloud and mist descendants technique facilitates flight once out of the water. Compared to the demon race's wind technique, the cloud and mist descendants technique exudes an ethereal quality, brimming with an air of sophistication, which is why he was particularly drawn to it. Moreover, the essence of these spells lies in their magical power. As long as the magical energy is sufficient and guided by the spirit, one can successfully cast them. In other words, if circumstances permitted, amidst the vast wilderness, he could harness his own sword aura as a source of magical power to perform these spells. Unfortunately, as merely a 9th-tier martial artist, despite the potency of his spiritual essence, the sword aura had yet to coalesce into sword elemental force, rendering him unable to utilize it. Upon exiting the cave, he sought a suitable location to commence his practice of these spells. Although these incantations were not particularly arduous, coupled with his dragon bloodline, his progress was swifter than that of other aquatic beings. Yet time was still a requisite. Upon observing Li Shouxian emerge from his cavern and practice spells outside, the water serpent general stepped forth from a nearby cave, offering guidance to him for a while. After all, Li Shouxian was destined to become the future Dragon King, and without the means for self-preservation, what would it matter if he ascended to kingship? He could easily fall prey to certain aquatic or demon clans, which would bring disgrace upon their dragon lineage. In Aotion's view, a slower pace of cultivation was acceptable, but his combat prowess must be formidable. After all, he still required time to awaken his dragon bloodline. Remaining here during this period was relatively safe. With Aotion's instruction, Li Shouxian quickly grasped the fundamentals of these spells, which was a pleasant surprise. Undoubtedly, aside from Aotion, the other 3 formidable beings at the alchemy stage would urge him to expedite his training, as they were all eager to depart from this place, indifferent to the nuances of spellcasting. Once familiar with several incantations, Li Shouxian appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall of the Tortoise Chancellor, respectfully stating, "Chancellor of Turtles, Ao Jin requests an audience." The Chancellor's voice resonated, inquiring, "What brings you here, young man? Are you encountering difficulties in your cultivation? If so, speak up, and I shall assist you." Li Shouxian promptly replied, "In response to the Chancellor, it is not an issue of the cultivation technique itself. I merely feel that with higher quality resources, I could break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, given my current resources, I still require some time to achieve this." The Tortoise Chancellor nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the seriousness with which the young man approached his training. Even if he consumed resources, the Chancellor was unperturbed. They had an abundance of low-tier resources. What mattered was that this young man could break through swiftly. "Indeed, I comprehend your situation. I shall report this matter to the king. Please wait a moment, but it is advisable not to rush, lest it undermine your foundation." Yet, inwardly, he harbored different sentiments. He wished for Li Shouxian to cultivate expeditiously, but being of dragon lineage, a gentle reminder was necessary. Otherwise, it would surely lead to complications in the future. Though he would not fear Li Shouxian then. As a prudent chancellor, it was best to avoid unnecessary troubles, for one could never predict what opportunities this young man might encounter. Li Shouxian promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Chancellor." He was well aware of the thoughts that occupied the minds of the Chancellor and others, yet they treated him well. At the very least, the unlimited supply of resources alleviated his concerns. These formidable beings had shown him considerable favor. Otherwise, he would merely be a small koi in the Yanglu River. The tortoise minister departed swiftly and returned just as promptly. Upon his return, he smiled and remarked, "By chance, the Dragon King has formed a close bond with the master of the spirit herb sect, Dan Chinzi, from whom he acquired a breakthrough elixir, known as the transformation pill. Initially intended for the second prince, it now falls into your hands." Li Shouxian recognized that such statements were mere rhetoric. If the Dragon King desired the transformation pill for the second prince, he could effortlessly procure it from the spirit herb sect, given his esteemed status. Such words were but a veiled bestowal of grace upon him. Had he been merely a nascent spirit beast, he would have been overwhelmed with gratitude towards the Dragon King. However, he could only inwardly curse the other as a cunning old fox. Of course, outwardly he had to feign overwhelming gratitude, respectfully bowing towards the palace of the Dragon King and expressing, "Thank you, your majesty, for your generous gift. Ao Jin shall forever remember your kindness, and will not hesitate to leap through fire or plunge into water for you in the future." Yet, once Li Shouxian ascended to the realm of the returning pill and awakened his dragon bloodline, these individuals would inevitably depart. The notion of risking life and limb was one to be discussed later, as he was certain they would not return to the desolate and impoverished land of Inghua Lake. Chapter 53. The ambitions of Ao Feng. After paying homage to the Dragon King, Li Shouxian respectfully bowed to Minister Gue, expressing his profound gratitude. "Thank you, Minister, for your generosity. Ao Jin is deeply appreciative." Minister Gue is the longest-serving member of the Water Tribe under the Dragon King, a stalwart confidant who always prioritizes the interests of the Dragon King. It is through the Dragon King's strength that he, too, reaps the benefits. Aochia, having been nurtured by Minister Gue, unfortunately did not awaken the dragon bloodline during his time in the returning Dan realm, which paved the way for Li Shouxian's emergence. Had Ao Tian awakened his dragon bloodline back then, he might have become the current Dragon King, and although Li Shouxian would still exist, it would be Ao Tian cultivating him, rendering the annihilation of the demon tribe on Inghua Mountain impossible. Thus, it seems that Ao Tian's failure to awaken his dragon bloodline was fated, allowing for the destruction of the demon tribe on Inghua Mountain. The Water Tribe's victory over the demons elevated the reputation of the Inghua Dragon Palace, instilling pride among the Water Tribe. This can also be seen as a merit of the Inghua Dragon King. In the future, when he is arranged to ascend to a higher position, this achievement will be duly recognized, making it a favorable development for the Dragon King. Minister Gue promptly waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Here, take this transformation pill and be diligent in your cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement." Li Shouxian quickly replied, "Of course, Minister. Rest assured. I will enter seclusion to break through. I shall not emerge until I achieve the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, might I trouble you for some spirit stones?" Minister Gue then realized that Li Shouxian had not claimed his resources for the past 2 months, as he had been secluded in his cave, unable to collect spirit stones. Minister Gue responded, "Very well, since you are entering seclusion to break through, I can grant you 5 months' worth of spirit stones all at once. But you must devote yourself to your cultivation." Li Shouxian eagerly nodded. The resources were precisely what he needed. With the 5-month spirit stones from Minister Gue, he could procure various spiritual materials, enhancing both his cultivation of the koi body and his own cultivation level. Once again expressing his gratitude, Li Shouxian accepted the spirit stones and elixirs from Minister Gue and took his leave from the minister's palace. Shortly after he departed, a figure emerged beside Minister Gue. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Inuit Dragon King. "What are your thoughts on him? Is he worthy of cultivation?" the Dragon King inquired. Minister Gue hastily replied, "Your Majesty, have you taken a liking to another talent? 1 Aotion is already sufficient. Otherwise, we would have to wait quite a while. Once we reach the new waters, and if Aotion awakens his dragon bloodline and breaks through to the divine refinement realm, you will have access to even more cultivation resources, perhaps even paving the way to strive for the Void Return realm." A look of yearning appeared in the Dragon King's eyes. That realm, after all, transcends the divine refinement realm, with only those who achieve the Void Return realm being considered true sovereigns. While many from the Water Tribe reach the divine refinement realm, only a select few, such as the Dragon Kings of the 8 desolate seas, the 7 great lakes, and the 5 major rivers, represent the 20 visible strongholds of the Dragon Clan at the Void Return realm. Certainly, the Dragon Clan does not embody the Water Clan. Perhaps their Tortoise Prime Minister and his subordinate water beings are of a similar caliber, yet, on the surface, the number of water beings at the Void Return realm remains fewer than 100. Upon hearing of this realm, the Moonlit Dragon King could not help but exhibit a glimmer of yearning in his gaze, a sentiment echoed by the Tortoise Prime Minister beside him. The Tortoise Prime Minister continued, "Your Majesty, in this desolate and inhospitable terrain, what kind of water beings with dragon lineage could possibly emerge? Once you ascend to a higher domain, I dare say the number of water beings with dragon blood will increase significantly. At that time, ha ha ha." The Dragon King nodded slightly. Having served as the Moonlit Pond's Dragon King for an extended period, he was acutely aware that the probability of dragon lineage appearing here was exceedingly low. To date, only Aotion and Aojin had emerged, and the likelihood of encountering a third was dim. "You are indeed correct. We cannot linger in this wretched place any longer. We must depart swiftly. Let us leave a seedling of the ascension fruit for that young fellow as compensation." The Tortoise Prime Minister hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty is most benevolent." The Moonlit Dragon King harbored his own intentions. He sought to cultivate good relationships. Regardless of whether it was Aotion or Aojin, he held high hopes for their futures, as they both possessed dragon lineage. Perhaps in the future they would ascend to true dragons. By treating them well now, he anticipated that they would lend him a hand once they became powerful. Ao Feng was confident in his own talents. After all, he had managed to cultivate to the returning elixir realm in such a bleak environment as the Moonlit Pond. Given better resources, breaking through to the god-refining realm would pose no challenge. It could be said that once he arrived at a more favorable aquatic domain, he would gain access to superior resources, soaring to great heights thereafter. Ao Feng declared, "If that is the case, let us send him 10 more ascension fruits, informing him that should he swiftly break through to the returning elixir realm, I shall prepare whatever resources he requires." He was resolute. Since he couldn't take Li Shouxian with him, he would expedite his training, enabling him to reach the returning elixir realm and awaken his dragon lineage, allowing them to depart together. The Tortoise Prime Minister was somewhat taken aback but recalled that the Dragon King had been stuck at his current realm for quite some time without achieving a breakthrough, likely yearning for resources to ascend to the god-refining realm. "Your Majesty speaks true. I possess some resources here. Should he require them, I can provide assistance for his swift breakthrough, thus facilitating your own advancement to the god-refining realm." O Feng waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for you to provide resources. I recognize your loyalty. Once I break through to the God-refining realm, I shall undoubtedly aid you in reaching that state and appoint you as my prime minister." The tortoise prime minister beamed, exclaiming, "Thank you, your majesty. I, the little tortoise, am willing to follow you, serving you faithfully." Upon hearing this, Ao Feng could not help but burst into hearty laughter. After acquiring the spirit stones and medicinal pills, Li Xiaoxian made his way directly to the trading market at the Yunyang River mouth, where he spent 50 spirit stones to purchase 10 spiritual items. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he placed the spiritual items into his storage bag and took out the spirit stones, precisely 100 stones, in addition to the 50 he had spent, totaling 150 spirit stones. For 5 months, 150 spirit stones indicate that he can receive 30 spirit stones each month, which is merely 10 stones less than the Turtle Commander. Although the Turtle Commander is only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, his connection with the Turtle Chancellor grants him the position of Commander, allowing him to receive 40 spirit stones monthly. This demonstrates the Dragon King's favor towards him. A typical water creature at the initial stage of Qi refinement would be fortunate to receive 15 spirit stones per month, while those at the mid-stage only receive 30, the same as him. Li Xiaoxian set aside 20 spirit stones for unforeseen circumstances, spreading the remainder across the stone bed. He then consumed a transformation pill, transforming himself into a koi fish and swimming upward, resting upon the spirit stones to begin his cultivation. As a koi, he was not concerned about hunger. After all, this world is rich in spiritual energy, with ample spirit stones and pills to supply him with energy, making fasting entirely feasible. As the dragon transformation technique operated, the medicinal power of the transformation pill gradually released, transforming into strands of dragon energy that filled the dragon palace. Li Xiaoxian's dragon palace was already saturated with dragon energy, which was now being continuously compressed to transform into mist, facilitating his breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. This endeavor was not particularly challenging for Li Xiaoxian, especially with the aid of the transformation pill. Chapter 54. Struck down in the underground training room, Li Xiaoxian pushed open the door and swaggered out, brandishing his bone knife. However, he had become nearly feral. His clothes were hardened and clung to his body, his hair was disheveled, and a beard had grown. Upon seeing him, Hu Xian couldn't help but give a thumbs up, admiringly exclaiming, "Brother, only you could endure this place. A regular person would have long since fled." Li Xiaoxian waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Thank you, Brother Hu, for the compliment. I am no ordinary person. I am indeed a prodigy, ha ha ha." Hu Xian shook his head, adopting a serious tone. "No, I mean you're a freak. In just 2 months, you've broken through from the pinnacle of the 6th rank to the 9th. Only someone like you could achieve such a feat." Li Xiaoxian caught the nuance in his words and asked in astonishment, "Is there really anyone else who could ascend from the 6th to the 9th rank in 2 months? Hu Xian shook his head, and just as Li Xiaoxian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he continued, "It's not merely a transition from a 6th rank warrior to a 9th rank warrior. The individual has directly attained the status of a congenital master." Li Xiaoxian, upon hearing this, asked incredulously, "Brother Hu, surely you jest. How could one possibly break through to the master level directly?" Hu Xian sighed wryly. "Do you not know of a physique called 100 Meridians Unblocked? Though individuals with this physique are exceedingly rare, they do exist. For instance, Wang Mingyang from our northwest is one such case." Li Xiaoxian inhaled sharply, realizing that Wang Mingyang, whom he knew had only been a pinnacle 6th rank warrior during the recent battle, had become a master in just over 2 months. Was this reasonable? Feeling a tinge of existential doubt, Li Xiaoxian lamented, "Brother, let us make a deal. Please prepare 2 more months' worth of food for me in room 7. I intend to continue my training for another 2 months." Hu Xian rolled his eyes, retorting, "Get out of here. Do you really think the training room is your home? You've been in there for 2 months, racking up 10 merit points per hour. The Grand Master Shen Tian has accrued 400 merit points. Do you still wish to take advantage?" Li Xiaoxian gasped, realizing how many merit points he had squandered. How reckless must one be to incur such a cost? Thinking quickly, he forced a smile and said, "Old Hu, I was merely jesting. Perhaps by the time we next meet, I shall have become a master myself. Would you not want to curry favor with me and let me train a few more days?" Hu Xian suppressed the urge to strike him, questioning how shameless one must be to utter such words. He truly wondered if all prodigies possessed such audacity. Wang Mingyang was similarly inclined to take advantage, always eager to pocket resources. Now Li Xiaoxian seemed to surpass him, leading Hu Xian to ponder if only the shameless could become prodigies. Begone. Go and wreak havoc in the training room of Northwest Wuda. Hurry up and leave. Upon hearing the mention of the training room at Northwest Wuda, Li Xiaoxian's eyes lit up, and he remarked, Old Hu, thank you for the reminder. I'll treat you to a drink when I have the chance. I'm off now. Only then did Hu Xian exhale in relief. Li Xiaoxian had just broken through to the 9th rank of martial artists, and the sharp energy emanating from him was rather unstable, which exerted considerable pressure on Hu Xian. He even felt that, in a real confrontation, he might not be a match for Li Xiaoxian. At that moment, Li Xiaoxian suddenly turned around and cheerfully inquired, Brother Hu, is there a place here to freshen up? If not, you must provide me with a change of clothes. I can't possibly go out looking like this. Hu Xian's lips twitched as he thought to himself that Li Xiaoxian had never been one to care about face. Yet here he was worrying about embarrassment. However, considering the other's strength, which was on par with his own, he retrieved a set of clothes from the side and tossed them over. Be quick about it. There's a washing area outside, but it costs 10 merit points. It's not free. As Li Xiaoxian accepted the clothes and was about to express his gratitude, he heard Hu Xian's words and exclaimed, What a rip-off! 10 merit points just to wash up? Are you trying to swindle me? Hu Xian replied, Whether you wash or not is entirely your concern. Li Xiaoxian felt helpless. Fortunately, he still possessed more than 10 merit points. Otherwise, he would have to venture out in such a disheveled state, which would be embarrassing, not to mention the risk of frightening any children. He indeed forgot that within the desolate city of Liangzhou, there were no children to speak of. It was the tribes outside the city that had them. In Liangzhou City, at the military exchange hall, Li Xiaoxian emerged feeling refreshed and greeted by Feng, who was still working there. Hey, Bai Feng, why are you still here? Come on, let us go wander outside the city. Bai Feng smiled upon seeing Li Xiaoxian and remarked, You're quite the relentless one. While I do support you in practicing more, I didn't expect you to train for so long. That must have pained Master Shen. Li Xiaoxian laughed heartily at this, but then curiously asked, By the way, you should be on the verge of breaking through to the Master Realm. Why aren't you preparing for it? Instead, you're here doing these tedious tasks. Bai Feng sighed, Do you think breaking through to the innate realm is so simple? It requires the opening of all meridians. While I've opened most of mine, many of the smaller meridians remain too fragile to forcefully activate. I can only proceed slowly. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well work here and earn some resources. Li Xiaoxian nodded thoughtfully and patted his shoulder, saying, I believe you will break through to the Master Realm soon, but I'll definitely be first. I'm heading out now. Haha. Only then did Bai Feng realize that Li Xiaoxian had already become a 9th-rank martial artist. Judging by his aura, he was certainly not inferior to himself, leaving him astonished. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly called out, Li Xiaoxian, wait. Master Zhao wants you to visit him at the Northwest Wuda campus after you come out. Li Xiaoxian waved his hand and replied, Thank you. I'll go find him right away. He naturally understood that Zhao Kaixian sought him out to ascertain whether he had indeed transcended to the 7th tier of martial artist, as well as to discuss the dragon blood fruits he desperately needed. The thought of 1,000 dragon blood fruits stirred a surge of excitement within Li Xiaoxian. Even if these fruits were of inferior quality, they would undoubtedly activate the dragon lineage within his koi form. Awakening this dragon lineage would significantly enhance his cultivation, and with the foundation provided by these dragon blood fruits, it was highly likely he would directly break through to the alchemy realm, for the dragon blood fruits were treasures of the dragon clan. At the Northwest Martial Arts University in the city of Liangzhou, Li Xiaoxian stood outside, observing that little had changed since his last visit, and he promptly made his way inside. Teacher Li, you are also in the great wilderness? Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Li Xiaoxian turned to see Zhou Haoran. Hey, you rascal! Not bad after 2 months apart. You're on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier of martial artist. Keep up the hard work. Zhou Haoran quickly responded. This level of cultivation pales in comparison to you, Teacher Li. It is said that you have already reached the 6th tier. The entire Northwest Martial Arts University is buzzing about how well you have concealed your prowess. Chapter 55. Slaying the savage bear, Li Shouxian waved his hand dismissively, stating, No, it's not that I'm hiding. I simply prefer to keep a low profile. Let us go inside. Zhou Haoran hurriedly followed suit. The campus of Liangzhou City was modest, comprising only accommodation facilities and the logistics department for resource exchanges. Although Li Shouxian was also a teacher in the logistics department, he had never worked there. After inquiring with the instructors present, he learned that Zhao Kaixian was in the training room, prompting him to head there without hesitation. At the training room of Northwest Martial University, all instructors were granted complimentary training time. As a 9th grade martial artist, Li Shouxian was entitled to 8 days of training each month, which was ample for his needs. Just as he was preparing to train, Zhao Kaixian emerged from the training room. Upon seeing Li Shouxian, he expressed his surprise, saying, You've done remarkably well. In just 2 short months, you've advanced to the 9th grade. While you may not match some prodigies, you're not far behind. Well done, young man. Li Shouxian couldn't help but curl his lip, replying, I thought I was impressive, only to be struck down by reality upon breaking through. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Zhao Kaixian patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, Do not compare yourself to those individuals. They possess innate capabilities that allow them to channel their energy effortlessly. Once they reach the 7th grade, they can directly circulate their qi into innate true essence, soaring to new heights. You've just broken through to the 7th grade and already reached the 9th. You're doing quite well. Li Shouxian shook his head and asked, Principal, what has become of my snake fruits? Zhao Kaixian, puzzled, inquired, You genuinely intend to exchange those spirit stones for snake fruits? Li Shouxian nodded affirmatively. Of course. If I didn't wish to trade those spirit stones for snake fruits, why would I have brought them out? With my current strength, I am not far from becoming a master. Zhao Kaixian opened a drawer and retrieved a wooden box, handing it to Li Shouxian. In that case, your kilogram of spirit stones is mine. Here are the snake fruits you requested. There are 100 inside. Consider the surplus a gift. Taking the wooden box, Li Shouxian sensed a faint dragon's aura emanating from within and smiled. That's splendid. Let us collaborate more in the future. Zhao Kaixian, still puzzled, asked, Are you saying you wish to continue exchanging spirit stones for snake fruits? I happen to know a location with high-quality snake fruits, but unfortunately, it is guarded by a savage python of Grandmaster level. If you possess something that might entice a Grandmaster, it could be worth trading. Li Shouxian felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. Yet he subdued his enthusiasm and replied, I would indeed be interested, but I don't seem to possess anything that would capture a Grandmaster's interest. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Zhao Kaixian nodded, aware that few items could entice a Grandmaster, and that a 9th grade martial artist like Li Shouxian would not have such treasures. Well then, Zhao Kaixian began. But before he could finish, Li Shouxian interjected with a smile, What is a Grandmaster to me? Give me some time, and I shall retrieve those high-quality snake fruits myself. However, you must tell me where that place is when the time comes. Zhao Kaixian, taken aback, nodded mechanically, only coming to his senses after Li Shouxian had departed. This fellow truly exudes an air of dominance. However, it is somewhat regrettable regarding that bone blade. Nevertheless, the technique he has mastered, the supreme blade art, is commendable in its own right and will not bring disgrace to the blade. Li Shouxian did not head towards the training room. Instead, he ventured outside, seeking to refine his skills in the vast wilderness, practicing both the supreme domination and the demon slayer techniques. As for the second move of the supreme blade and self as one, he is not yet prepared to embrace it, as he has not fully comprehended the supreme domination. Beyond the city of Liangzhou, amidst the wilderness, a colossal creature is engaged in a relentless battle with a young man wielding an ancient sword. With each strike of the bone blade in the young man's hand, a formidable wave of blade energy is unleashed, demonstrating immense power. The colossal beast facing him, though bearing numerous wounds, remains vigorous and unyielding, showing no signs of diminishing strength. Supreme domination, triple wave, unleash. The young man executes 3 successive slashes with his bone blade, each blow compounding upon the last, all of their force crashing into the colossal creature. leaving a profound gash upon its form. A creature of extraordinary might, yet not yet at the realm of mastery, cannot articulate human speech. As for divine beings, their communication is not through words but rather through the simulation of spiritual energy via divine power. The young man is none other than Li Xiaoxian, who, with his current prowess, fears not the mixed-blood feral beasts. Beasts of the 7th rank and above are classified as mixed-blood feral beasts, possessing significantly greater combat capabilities. Those that reach the realm of mastery are referred to as pure-blood feral beasts. Many master martial artists favor hunting pure-blood beasts, for their flesh and blood can enhance a master's strength. Regrettably, such formidable creatures are scarce in this vicinity, and venturing deeper into the wilderness, even grandmasters cannot guarantee their survival. This mixed-blood feral creature, the barbaric bear, poses no threat to Li Xiaoxian. However, he is mindful of controlling his own strength and requires a sparring partner. He deliberately refrains from delivering a fatal blow with his supreme domination's triple wave, wishing to prolong the encounter. The wounds inflicted upon the barbaric bear are all results of his supreme domination. Yet the injuries from the first, second, and third waves are distinctly different. In truth, Li Xiaoxian could easily unleash a fourth wave. However, that strike would cleave the massive bear in two, and he still needs it to assist him in harnessing his power, so he refrains from ending its life just yet. Oblivious to the young man's intentions of using it as a training partner, the bear relentlessly lunges at Li Xiaoxian, its claws barely grazing him as he deftly evades. The bear feels no fatigue, encouraged by the notion that it is on the verge of capturing this elusive fly, as it comes tantalizingly close each time. After half a day's struggle, the bear has yet to land a hit on Li Xiaoxian, while its own wounds multiply. Li Xiaoxian senses that the time is drawing near. Though the bears might deters other feral beasts from encroaching, prolonged combat may attract the attention of other beasts or malevolent deities. Despite his confidence in his current abilities, Li Xiaoxian is not inclined to take risks. Supreme domination, triple wave. With 3 consecutive strikes, akin to the crashing of triple waves, Li Xiaoxian unleashed a formidable onslaught, his powerful attacks landing squarely upon the neck of the savage bear. A mournful roar escaped the bear's lips, its eyes filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. It had never anticipated meeting its demise at the hands of such a seemingly insignificant creature. Yet, in the end, it succumbed to the ground. Li Xiaoxian, unfazed by the bear's plight, seized its fallen form and swiftly made his way towards its lair. The savage bear reigned as the dominant force within this territory, and for the time being, no other ferocious beasts would dare intrude. He intended to make use of this interval to accomplish his objectives. Upon entering the bear's den, Li Xiaoxian was met with a noxious stench that nearly caused him to retch. Suppressing his revulsion, he quickly surveyed the interior, finding little of value aside from a single, seemingly fine beast bone. Exiting the lair in haste, he carved out a larger cavity nearby, fashioning a stone basin upon the ground. Dragging the bear's carcass into the basin, he methodically severed its major arteries, allowing the blood to flow freely into the reservoir. Chapter 56. Mid-stage of Qi refinement. Li Xiaoxian gazed intently as the blood of the barbaric bear drained away. Once it had completely bled out, he plunged a dagger into the creature's heart, extracting a single drop of its vital essence and casting it into the pool. From his bag, he retrieved 2 wild ginseng roots, each as thick as an arm, and crushed them before adding them to the pool. To his astonishment, as the ginseng was introduced into the liquid, a jade pendant materialized in his hand. After attempting to infuse it with his blade energy, he tossed it into the pool. Before long, bubbles began to rise from the bear's blood, indicating that the heating process had been successful. Observing the pool, Li Xiaoxian stroked his chin and remarked, "It appears that the human cultivator was indeed correct. Even the true energy of a martial artist can activate this jade pendant, which certainly saves me considerable trouble." Disrobing, he leapt directly into the pool, and upon entry, he nearly recoiled in shock as the blood began to boil, as if it were intent on cooking him alive. Yet, amidst the searing heat, he could discern a wave of energy surging into his body. This energy did not transform into blade energy. Although some of it was fiercely consumed by the blade energy within him, a greater portion seamlessly integrated into his being. Dismissing any lingering thoughts, he commenced his practice of the great wilderness demon-slaying technique, absorbing the essence of the blood and the energy from the ginseng. The ginseng proved to be akin to a precious elixir, albeit with its own unique characteristics. He noted that the ginseng here possessed a degree of spiritual energy, though not as potent as the legendary elixirs recorded in tomes. Nevertheless, it sufficed for his current needs, as he was merely at the threshold of his journey. The Great Wilderness Demon-Slaying Technique is an unparalleled cultivation method within the realm of celestial knights, known for its limitless potential. However, the body-refining aspect of this technique has seen little practice among humans, and those who have attempted it rarely achieved notable success. Yet, Li Xiuxian discovered that this technique was indeed a treasure for him and the martial artists of Tianlan Star. Once cultivated, it influenced the meridians, fortifying them and facilitating an easier ascent to the innate realm. For the time being, Li Xiuxian chose not to reveal the Great Wilderness Demon-Slaying Technique, as his current strength was insufficient for self-preservation, and disclosing the origins of such a technique would pose challenges. He resolved to unveil it only after attaining the rank of Grand Master or a higher echelon, where it could significantly bolster human power. As he immersed himself in his cultivation, time slipped away. By nightfall, the sky outside was adorned with twinkling stars, revealing that the Great Wilderness was likely a celestial body of its own, given the visibility of the constellations. In truth, had a Grand Master-level expert been present, they would have informed Li Xiuxian that the stars he beheld were, in fact, the divine realms of formidable evil deities. Whether or not they constituted a planet remained a mystery. Having completed his cultivation, Li Xiuxian retrieved the jade pendant from the congealed blood at the bottom of the pool, dispersing the blade energy within it. Only after allowing himself to cool down did he stow it away. Emerging from the pool, he surveyed the residual coagulated blood, which represented the remnants of the absorbed essence and was toxic to the human body. Paying it no mind, he donned his attire and exited the cave. Outside, Li Xiuxian assessed his physical prowess and compared it to the realm of martial artists, realizing with great satisfaction that his raw physical strength now rivaled that of a peak 7th-rank martial artist, a remarkable advancement indeed. After all, the previous cultivation had significantly benefited from the blood of late-stage demon beasts, and although this time he incorporated ginseng, the quantity was likely insufficient compared to the potent blood, resulting in a considerably lesser enhancement. Li Xiuxian remained unperturbed, for the gains he had acquired thus far were commendable. At the very least, he had nearly mastered his power. Coupled with the domineering absorption of the blade energy within his dantian, his blade energy had seen an increase. In truth, he possessed 10 more spiritual objects in his possession, which could elevate his cultivation to the master realm. However, he was eager to test the ferocity of his combat prowess and ascertain whether it could rival that of a demigod. The nocturnal sounds of insects brought Li Xiuxian a sense of comfort, though he was acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking within the vast wilderness. Even with his newfound strength, he dared not act recklessly. Gazing at the pitch-black night, he shook his head and retreated into a cave, where he settled into a corner to meditate. Beside him lay the blood-drained corpse of a barbaric bear. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He returned to the bear's carcass and, seizing the bone knife, he struck at its head with fervor. Once he had shattered it, he finally uncovered the blood core amidst the mangled flesh. This item, known as the mixed blood core, was of considerable value. Once processed, it could enhance a warrior's true chi, far surpassing the totem beads of the barbarian tribe. After all, most totem beads came as gifts from the malevolent gods, while the blood cores of ferocious beasts were cultivated through arduous practice, rendering them more refined. After tidying up, Li Xiuxian deemed it best to leave the bear's remains undisturbed. Until he reached the master realm, accessing his storage pouch was impossible. Otherwise, bringing the bear's corpse back could yield additional resources. He settled behind the bear, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. In the moonlit pond within the cave, Li Xiuxian opened his eyes, transforming into a semi-human form as he sat upon the stone bed. He then commenced the rapid refinement of the spirit transformation pill, which he had been consuming for several days without significant progress. It was evident that this pill was brimming with energy. Upon refinement, it would undoubtedly allow his dragon chi to vaporize, propelling him to the mid-stage of the chi refinement realm. Once he broke through to the mid-stage of the chi refinement realm, the 1,100 dragon blood fruits he possessed would surely awaken his dragon lineage. greatly augmenting his combat ability. It was conceivable that he could directly advance to the Dan recovery realm. In truth, if he could cultivate to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm, utilizing such a plethora of dragon blood fruits would enable him to awaken his dragon bloodline simultaneously while breaking through to the Dan recovery realm. Yet, even with the resources provided by the Moonlit Dragon King, ascending to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm would require several years of diligent effort. This was the expedited route. Should he take longer, it could stretch to over a decade, which would not be a worthwhile endeavor. Gritting his teeth, Li Shouxian muttered, "All right, I shall focus on cultivation first. If all else fails, I will aggressively acquire dragon blood fruits. I refuse to believe that when awakening my dragon bloodline, the essence within the dragon blood fruits cannot elevate my cultivation." To him, the dragon blood fruit was not deemed a precious treasure. Although the task of gathering it alone was exceedingly slow, he had the entire city of Liangzhou at his disposal. By simply issuing a quest, numerous warriors would readily assist him in collecting the dragon blood fruit. In the vast wilderness, there was no shortage of the ferocious wilderness python, and wherever these serpents lurked, one could invariably find the dragon blood fruit as well, making the collection process rather effortless. Zhao Kaixian had mentioned that in addition to the ordinary dragon blood fruits, there seemed to exist higher quality specimens. Though guarded by fearsome beasts, as long as Li Shouxian could present treasures that would entice the Grand Masters, many of them would gladly assist in the harvesting. After closing his eyes and embracing silence for a moment, allowing the distractions in his mind to dissipate entirely, Li Shouxian began to cultivate the transformation of the dragon technique, refining the spirit transformation pill within him. As he channeled his cultivation method, the spirit transformation pill swiftly transformed into immense energy, flowing into his dragon palace, morphing into strands of dragon energy that incessantly augmented the density of the dragon essence within. Before long, a mist-like dragon energy began to manifest within the dragon palace. Li Shouxian felt a surge of joy in his heart, for he understood that once he condensed all the dragon energy into this misty form, he would achieve the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm. Time passed swiftly, and with the energy provided by the spirit transformation pill, Li Shouxian's cultivation progressed rapidly. By the dawn of the second day in the vast wilderness, within the dragon palace of his koi form, the dragon energy was on the verge of fully condensing into mist. Chapter 57. Pure coincidence in the vast wilderness. A solitary figure sprinted forward, pursued by several barbaric tribesmen. Above them soared a majestic eagle, imbued with divine essence. Should a master warrior happen to be present, they would undoubtedly recognize this creature as a high-ranking divine being, perhaps not far from achieving demigod status. The vile fiends dared to ambush a follower of the divine. They were courting death. In truth, Li Shouxian harbored no fear, for not far from the eagle lurked a recently ascended demigod from a malevolent tribe. Any clash in such proximity would surely attract the attention of the demigod. Thus, he sought to lure this divine entity to a desolate location for their confrontation, the most suitable being the territory of the barbaric bears. Each time the divine creature attempted to retreat, he dispatched its pursuing followers, compelling it to continue the chase. Should he succeed in vanquishing this divine being, he would then challenge the recently promoted demigod to test the limits of his ultimate combat prowess. Until he unsealed the secrets of the Dan Shu Taiwan, he had no intention of ascending to the innate realm, as this was a crucial time for laying foundations. If the techniques inscribed in the scroll differed from the Ba Dao Ju, it would be considerably more challenging to alter his training later. It would be far more prudent to transition during his 9th grade warrior phase. Soon, he arrived at the territory of the barbaric bears. He produced a talisman, infusing it with a sliver of blade energy to activate it. A transparent barrier enveloped the divine being and the totemic warriors surrounding it. Without hesitation, Li Shouxian stepped into the barrier, his bone blade slicing towards the eagle. This talisman, which he had acquired for 2 spirit stones, was specifically designed to create a combat space. Li Shouxian found it exceedingly practical, especially considering the dangers of fighting in the wilderness, where the threat of discovery by powerful beings loomed constantly. Although ineffective against the Danhua realm, it would remain undetectable to those in the Qi refinement realm. Moreover, the talisman had the advantage of being usable by ordinary warriors, albeit limited to the most basic types, which served humanity well. In the future, as he grew stronger, he could procure more advanced talismans from the human populace of the Tianhe world. As the eagle noticed Li Shouxian charging towards it, it cast a disdainful glance before attempting to take flight. However, as soon as it ascended, it collided with the barrier and fell back to the ground. This barrier was capable of resisting scrutiny from qi refinement cultivators, as the realms of the two worlds compared, with qi refinement in the Tianhe world being equivalent to innate masters of Tianlan Star. For divine beings, this was akin to the foundational realm in the Tianhe world. While nearing perfection, it still fell short of the qi refinement realm. As the divine creature plummeted, Li Shouxian's bone blade was already upon it, delivering a decisive strike to its neck, severing its head from its body in an instant. The nearby totemic warriors, caught off guard, could only watch in stunned disbelief as their deity was slain in a single stroke, swiftly giving way to a surge of rage and sorrow. Their deities have perished, and thus their tribe is on the verge of disbandment. They are destined to become vassals to others, for their totem is the majestic eagle. Regardless of which tribe accepts them, they will merely serve as cannon fodder in the fray. Consequently, these totemic warriors exchanged glances, grasped their weapons, and charged towards Li Shouxian. Alas, they were no match for him. With a single stroke, each of these barbaric totem warriors fell lifeless, leaving Li Shouxian, armed with a bone knife, gazing somewhat perplexed at the lifeless form of the divine being. With a sigh, he mused, "I never anticipated such an irony. Is it you who deserves death, or is it merely my fortune at play? Yet, I have yet to ascertain the true extent of my combat prowess." Regrettably, the eagle divine being was incapable of rising again, for a white orb of light hovered above, containing its essence. Li Shouxian seized it and directly transmitted it to the koi vessel, who had recently advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Whether he refined it or stored it away, it mattered not, as his own form, a mere 9th-grade warrior, was incapable of unlocking the storage pouch. After securing his spoils, he proceeded towards Liangzhou City, pondering that discarding the corpse or extracting its blood for refinement, akin to what he did with the barbaric bear, would be a waste. It was far better to take it back. As for the newly ascended demigod, Li Shouxian chose to disregard him for the moment, intending to prepare thoroughly before confronting him again to gauge his own limits. With his current combat prowess, he could already unleash the 5th wave of dominance, and the late-stage barbaric bear could not withstand even the 3rd wave. He believed that this serendipitously slain divine being could be vanquished with no more than the 4th wave. Upon returning to Liangzhou City after only a few days, Li Shouxian, with the divine being draped over his shoulder, drew envious gazes from passing warriors, for this was indeed a divine entity. He brought it directly back to the Northwest Martial University, choosing not to present it to the military, as he lacked for nothing except for dragon blood fruits. How the school would handle the divine being's remains was their concern. He merely sought to exchange it for the coveted fruits. At the Northwest Martial University, the faculty and students gathered in awe as they beheld Li Shouxian returning with the carcass of the high-ranking divine being. Among the crowd, 2 warriors stared in disbelief at Li Shouxian, who was shouldering the divine corpse. These 2 were Zhou Haoran and Jiang Shengnan. The latter, an 8th-grade instructor at the university, while Zhou Haoran had attained the 4th-grade realm, earning his place as a prodigy of the institution. They had assumed Li Shouxian was merely a 6th-grade warrior, yet here he was, having returned with a high-ranking divine being, an arduous feat to accomplish. Many 9th-grade warriors would flee upon encountering such a divine entity, especially one with wings capable of flight, as ordinary 9th-grade warriors could hardly lay a hand on it. Below the master realm, could be said that they were nearly invincible. A student beside Zhou Haoran exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that Teacher Li from the logistics department? Could he be a concealed master?" His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of all the faculty and students nearby, who regarded Li Shouxian with awe, mistakenly perceiving him as a hidden expert of Wu University. Only a select few were privy to the true nature of Li Shouxian, and among them were not Jiang Shengnan and Zhou Haoran. At this moment, however, such speculation was the only plausible explanation for Li Shouxian's astonishing cultivation speed. Otherwise, his level of prowess would remain a mystery. Li Shouxian, indifferent to the need for clarification, allowed their imaginations to run wild, as he had intentions to engage in a transaction with Zhao Kaixian involving this very corpse. Yet, Zhao Kaixin was not present at the Dahuang campus. Instead, another vice principal, Lu Xiaoro, remained there. Her name exuded gentleness. Yet in battle, she displayed formidable prowess. Particularly striking was her wielding of a Fangtian Huaji, which towered over her, showcasing her indomitable spirit. It was rumored that she had already slain 3 demigod-level evil deities, and her combat strength ranked second among the 4 vice principals. Lu Xiaoro had reached the late stage of the innate master level, nearing the pinnacle, and was among the most promising female martial artists destined to achieve the status of a grandmaster. Chapter 58. Master Lu Xiaoro. Just as he was about to meet Lu Xiaoro, she appeared before him first, observing him with great interest. Upon her arrival, all the teachers and students respectfully greeted her, their eyes brimming with admiration, not for any trivial reason, but due to her formidable cultivation and remarkable achievements. Li Xiaoxian also hurriedly offered his greetings, though internally he pondered. How could Vice Principal Lu Xiaoro, who appears so delicate and gentle, be rumored to be quite violent? It seems incongruous. Lu Xiaoro appeared to be in her 30s. Even with a hint of makeup, she was quite beautiful. Her gentle demeanor certainly clashed with the rumors circulating outside. Nonetheless, she was a master practitioner, and Li Xiaoxian felt it prudent to greet her promptly. Good day, Principal. Do you wish to keep this corpse? If not, I shall send it directly to the military. Lu Xiaoro chuckled lightly. Of course we want it. The military needs to cultivate soldiers, and our Northwest Martial University equally requires the development of students. The elixirs refined from the flesh and blood of divine beings are beneficial for ordinary individuals and martial artists below the 9th rank. However, unlike the military, our school will not grant you merit points for this. Are you certain you wish to sell it to the school? Li Xiaoxian nodded earnestly. If it must be so, then so be it. I am not in need of resources at this moment. I will sell this fellow to the school, but I do not want money. I desire snake fruits instead. How many can you offer? Lu Xiaoro regarded Li Xiaoxian with intrigue. She recalled Zhao Kaixin mentioning that this lad had previously exchanged spirit stones for snake fruits, and at the time she had dismissed it as trivial. To her surprise, he was seeking to trade again. What is it about snake fruits that captivates you so? Nevertheless, I can offer you 500 snake fruits for this corpse. What do you think? Li Xiaoxian inquired, perplexed. Is this divine being's corpse truly worth less than spirit stones? Had I known, I would have scoured for spirit stones instead. Lu Xiaoro rolled her eyes. Do you think spirit stones are as common as cabbages? They are not so easily obtained. To put it plainly, while divine beings hold considerable value, their remains are only useful to martial artists below the master level. Spirit stones, however, are valuable to masters, do you understand? If you intend to sell divine essence, then I can offer you 100 snake fruits per strand. How does that sound? Li Xiaoxian hastily shook his head. Setting aside the fact that he had already bestowed the divine essence to his koi body, even if he hadn't, he would not part with it. This essence could accelerate his cultivation of the koi body. He realized that a powerful soul brought significant advantages. After reaching the chi refining stage, his spiritual consciousness surpassed that of other aquatic beings, allowing him to cultivate spells with greater speed. Principal, I still have use for that divine essence, so let us leave it be. I wonder if there are any snake fruits available now. If not, I shall return another time to collect them. How does that sound? Lu Xiaoro, surprised, asked, Are you saying you plan to venture out again? Li Xiaoxian nodded. Yes, I intend to go out once more. When I return next time, I shall enter seclusion and strive to break through to the master level. Lu Xiaoro acknowledged him with a nod. You are using the divine beings in the great wilderness to hone your swordsmanship, are you not? It is inconceivable that you have mastered the dominant blade technique. I lacked the courage to undertake such a practice myself. I possess 500 serpent fruits. I shall retrieve them for you shortly. I wonder what delightful surprises you may bring upon your next return. Li Xiaoxian chuckled and said, What surprises? Let us hasten to collect the serpent fruits. Once we have them in hand, I shall continue my training. Lu Xiaoro exchanged a few words with a teacher nearby, who then departed with a divine creature. Li Xiaoxian accompanied Lu Xiaoro to procure the serpent fruits, swiftly bathed, changed into fresh attire, and then comfortably exited the campus, making his way out of the city. High above, Lu Xiaoro gazed at the departing Li Xiaoxian and murmured, Such an intriguing young fellow. I wonder what surprises you will bring us. It has been quite some time since a master has appeared at Northwest Martial University. The Grandmaster of Iron Fist appeared nearby, smiling as he remarked, "It seems you have great faith in this lad. While mastering the dominant blade technique and breaking through to the 9th rank warrior is relatively straightforward, ascending to master is quite a challenge. His practice involves blade energy, and those delicate meridians are difficult to open." Lu Xiaoro glanced at him and replied earnestly, "I believe in him." After saying this, she descended towards the great wilderness campus without a backward glance, leaving the Grandmaster of Iron Fist momentarily speechless. He felt he hadn't misspoken. This woman was indeed perplexing. Yet he soon felt a sense of relief. "Thankfully, I am not married. Otherwise, I would be in a world of discomfort. In the great wilderness, within a crevice not far from the divine creature of the eagle, Li Xiaoxian concealed himself before swiftly immersing his consciousness into the form of a koi. At the moonlit pool, he opened his eyes in koi form, rapidly transforming into a half-human shape before stepping out of his cave dwelling. His current objective was a demigod. Although newly ascended, they were not to be trifled with, and complete preparation was essential. Exiting the cave, he quickly arrived at the trading market at the mouth of the Yunyang River. Under the curious gazes of certain human cultivators, he directly purchased 2 sword talismans for 15 spirit stones each. Sword talismans are potent offensive talismans, and Li Xiaoxian sought them for self-defense. Their attack power is equivalent to the full strength of a peak chi refinement stage swordsman. The inherent power of a swordsman is formidable, and a full strike from a peak chi refinement stage swordsman can certainly rival that of a mid-stage cultivator. After acquiring 5 more spirit items, Li Xiaoxian found his spirit stones dwindling, yet he remained unconcerned, for 4 mid-grade spirit stones still rested in his storage bag, unused. The spiritual energy within mid-grade spirit stones is more concentrated than that of low-grade ones. Thus, 100 low-grade stones can be exchanged for a single mid-grade stone, meaning he effectively possessed the equivalent of 400 low-grade spirit stones. Upon returning to his cave, he stored all the spiritual items before presenting the 2 sword talismans to his true self. The koi form lay on the stone bed, its consciousness merging with the original. In the world of the great wilderness, Li Xiaoxian rose from the crevice and gazed towards the nearby barbarian tribe. He wielded a bone knife, advancing step by step towards the barbarian tribe. The malevolent deity of this tribe was a fiery bird, and it was only due to the fall of 6 demigods over 2 months ago that he found the opportunity to ascend to demigod status himself. This individual had only recently attained such power and was in the process of solidifying his cultivation, having yet to join any divine pantheon, a situation that Li Xiaoxian found advantageous. Should he become affiliated with a divine system, any attempt Li Xiaoxian made to slay him would undoubtedly be discovered, making escape exceedingly difficult. The Firebird tribe was a vast community, home to over 6,000 souls. Among them were numerous followers of the fallen demigods, resulting in a division of residents within the tribe. The newly integrated barbarians had yet to fully assimilate into the Firebird tribe, yet they provided the fiery bird with faith, and through years of accumulation, they had also contributed to his rise as a demigod. As Li Xiaoxian approached the tribe's outskirts, he made no effort to conceal his presence, boldly striding into the heart of the settlement. The totemic warriors of the tribe were inherently 2 levels inferior to their malevolent deity, and given that this newly minted demigod had only just broken through, the strongest among the totem warriors barely reached level 7. For Li Xiaoxian, this was akin to slicing through vegetables. Each foe fell with a single stroke of his blade. Chapter 59. Provocation of the demigod. Li Xiaoxian cast a glance towards the direction of the temple of the evil god, his hand showing no mercy as he swiftly dispatched the totem warriors of the tribe, of which few had reached the 7th level. To draw out the evil god, the most effective method was to ruthlessly slaughter his followers. This tribe was comprised entirely of devotees of the flame bird demigod. By slaying enough of them, he could provoke the deity to reveal itself. The barbarian tribe was in chaos. Many devout followers were already kneeling at the entrance of the grand hall, fervently praying. Inside, an elder resembling a priest was performing a ritualistic dance, incessantly chanting incantations. Numerous barbarians fled in panic, whether they were merely superficial adherents or recent recruits to the flame bird tribe. Upon witnessing Li Xiaoxian's display of power, they hastily escaped the tribe, scattering in all directions. Li Shouxian paid them no heed and charged towards the kneeling barbarians, for they were the true adherents of the flame bird, continuously providing faith and power. As he plunged into the throng, all the totem warriors stood resolutely in his path. Those who had become totem warriors were fervent devotees of the evil god, unafraid of death, believing that dying simply meant returning to the divine realm and attaining eternal life, a dream they longed for. Li Shouxian surveyed these fanatics, and with swift strokes of his blade, he soon left no survivors. This action would also eliminate potential interference when he faced the demigod later. If these totem warriors were to intervene, they could cause him unnecessary trouble. It was better to eliminate them now, allowing him to gauge the vast chasm between his power and that of the demigod. After all, he possessed talismans for swift escape and self-preservation. There was no way this newly emerged demigod could hope to slay him. Just as he was engaged in the slaughter of the barbarians, a wave of overwhelming mental pressure emanated from within the grand hall. The evil god had awakened. Li Shouxian paused, gazing intently at the temple of the evil god, where a fiery bird materialized upon the statue. Its gaze fixed upon him with a ferocity that suggested it wished to tear him asunder. Indeed, with all the totem warriors eliminated and the recently joined barbarians fleeing, it was a considerable loss for the flame bird tribe. Had the deity not ignited the divine fire and solidified its divine realm, its power would likely have waned. The fiery bird that appeared was not its true form, but rather an avatar of divine energy. Yet its presence was no less imposing than that of the previous majestic eagle. Li Shouxian's heart leapt with joy. He had not had the opportunity to battle the eagle-like divine creature before, and now he could engage in combat with this fiery bird avatar. The avatar transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Li Shouxian. Gripping his bone knife, he unleashed 3 powerful slashes. 3 waves of dominance. The blade energy surged forth like waves, aimed directly at the fiery bird, while he himself swiftly dodged, uncertain if his 3 waves could withstand the bird's assault. Boom! The fiery bird's charge was momentarily thwarted by the 3 waves of blade energy, yet it continued its relentless advance towards Li Shouxian. A sharp cry echoed across the entire tribe, causing the surviving barbarians to kneel upon the ground, fervently praying to the flame bird, offering their unwavering faith. Li Shouxian deftly evaded the flame bird's assault, leaping into the air, and positioned himself above the creature, brandishing his bone dagger towards it. The dominance of the fourfold wave. The flame bird, missing its strike, prepared to turn and retaliate, yet felt a surge of danger looming above. With a piercing shriek, it swiftly took flight, narrowly escaping with a scratch on its neck, leaving a deep scar on its back, which diminished its form significantly. The flame bird's avatar seethed with rage. Yet, even at its peak, it was no match for Li Shouxian, let alone in its weakened state. Observing the flame bird's avatar, Li Shouxian calculated his combat prowess. The recent fourfold wave could indeed vanquish the creature, provided he struck at its vital point. In that case, you are of no further use to me. It's time for you to perish. As his form faded, he reappeared directly before the flame bird, unleashing for swift slashes with his bone dagger. The flame bird's avatar attempted to evade, but its renowned speed failed to match Li Shouxian's onslaught, catching sight of him only as the attack descended. The avatar sustained 4 strikes, all landing in the same location. Li Shouxian's aim was not its neck, but rather its wings. The flame bird could take flight, while Li Shouxian could not. Thus, severing the wings would leave the creature vulnerable. Despicable fiend! How dare you defy the great deity? You are truly courting death. The flame bird's avatar communicated with divine power, yet Li Shouxian's response was the dagger in his hand, the fourfold wave. As the flame bird spoke, Li Shouxian's assault reached it once more, targeting its neck. Just as the dagger struck, a mighty cry of the flame bird resonated from within the grand hall. A colossal flame bird emerged, merging seamlessly with its avatar. Li Shouxian's fourfold wave attack left no mark, for the impact area had been fortified with armor. Gradually, a layer of golden armor enveloped the flame bird, resembling a divine warrior, gazing down upon Li Shouxian with an imposing presence. Li Shouxian's expression turned grave, while the avatar posed little threat. The true flame bird emanated an aura of invincibility. For others, retreating at a distance might have been prudent, but he was Li Shouxian, To validate his supreme combat strength, he must face this formidable foe. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to strike first, charging toward the flame bird with his bone dagger in hand. His speed was astonishingly swift. Having cultivated to his current level of mastery, any form of movement he employed was extraordinarily fast. The techniques known as the swimming fish technique and the swimming fish steps, which he had extrapolated from the essence of the koi, were pushed to their utmost limits, leaving behind a series of afterimages in his wake. The demigod firebird, upon witnessing his velocity, displayed a flicker of surprise in its eyes, though it was merely a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the fiery wings behind it flared dramatically, summoning a tempestuous wind that imposed significant resistance against the oncoming Li Xiaoxian, thereby diminishing his speed. The silhouette of Li Xiaoxian was swiftly captured by the firebird, which then lunged forward, its massive beak aimed directly at him. With no other recourse, Li Xiaoxian retreated, realizing that he could not even breach the distance to engage his opponent, let alone withstand an actual offensive. Sensing his strength, the firebird relaxed, transforming its entire form into a streak of flame as it charged towards Li Xiaoxian. He had no opportunity to evade, being directly struck by the colossal firebird and sent crashing into the wall of the great hall, where he finally came to a halt. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Before the firebird could close in for the kill, Li Xiaoxian managed to rise to his feet, fully aware now of the chasm that lay between him and the demigod. He pondered whether his utmost combat prowess would suffice to contend with such an adversary, as he had been unable to even approach his foe. Chapter 60. A clear recognition of reality rising to his feet, Li Xiaoxian fixed his gaze upon the approaching flame bird. Although he bore wounds, they were trivial in comparison to the prowess conferred by the great wilderness-slaying demon technique. Though his internal organs experienced a slight tremor, the actual damage was minimal, requiring merely a brief respite for recovery. With the bone knife firmly grasped in his hand, he gradually infused it with his blade aura. At that moment, the flame bird launched its attack. Perhaps underestimating Li Xiaoxian, it charged directly at him, its colossal beak resembling an insatiable maw intent on devouring him. Recognizing this as an opportunity, Li Xiaoxian remained still, awaiting the creature's approach. His focus remained unwaveringly on the flame bird, and as it closed in, he deftly evaded with a swift motion. The inertia of the flame bird propelled it into the wall of the grand hall, resulting in a catastrophic collapse. Li Xiaoxian's eyes sparkled with realization. He had not anticipated the bird would collide with the wall, yet this presented a fortuitous chance. Supreme dominance of the world, fifth wave. This was his most formidable technique to date, refined to the fifth wave of supreme dominance. After executing 5 consecutive slashes, the blade aura within his dantian diminished significantly. In that moment, he retreated, retrieving a spiritual herb from his robes and unhesitatingly consuming it, transforming it into a surge of immense energy. The remaining blade aura in his dantian, as if sensing a nourishing essence, surged towards the newly acquired energy, converting it into fresh blade aura wherever it traveled. In former times, such a spiritual herb would have sufficed for prolonged cultivation, yet his current prowess had reached the 9th rank. The domineering blade aura swiftly assimilated the herb's essence to augment itself, even the wasteful energy being absorbed by his physical form to enhance his strength. Feeling a sharp pain in its neck, the flame bird noticed droplets of golden blood cascading to the ground, each impact creating a deep crater. A profound gash marred its neck, but due to its immense size, the injury appeared trivial, akin to a mere scratch on a human. In truth, for the flame bird, this was not merely a wound. It was an affront that an insignificant insect had dared to harm it. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force erupted from its being, causing Li Xiaoxian, not far away, to sense a formidable pressure. Yet, even the oppressive aura of Li Xiantian had failed to intimidate him. How could this diminutive flame bird pose any threat? With the bone knife hanging low, firmly gripped in his right hand, he propelled himself backward, launching into a sudden leap. Supreme dominance of the world, fifth wave. This was Li Xiaoxian's most powerful sword technique, though it was evident that it could not inflict substantial harm. Nevertheless, he was determined to test its efficacy. The flame bird, already incensed, seethed with fury upon witnessing the audacious insect daring to attack once more. Flames roared around its form, engulfing it in a blazing inferno. As Li Xiaoxian advanced, the flame bird ascended into the air, its massive claws slashing down toward his fifth wave attack. Clang! As the bird's claw collided with the bone knife, it was no surprise that Li Xiaoxian was sent flying backward, a gash tearing through his palm. Yet he clutched the bone knife tightly. With a sharp gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his internal organs already sustaining injuries. However, this was not the time for concern. Just as he was about to rise, a wave of peril surged from above. He quickly rolled to evade the lethal strike. Boom! A colossal claw crashed down where he had just been, the tremendous force propelling Li Xiaoxian several meters away. Seizing the moment, he hastily regained his footing, snatching a spirit item and hastily chewing it before swallowing. No sooner had the spirit item entered his stomach than he was confronted by an enormous fireball, the ensuing shockwave sending him hurtling through the air once more. Were it not for the spirit item he had just ingested, which was absorbed by his body and the blade aura, that blow might have claimed his life. Li Xiaoxian felt a deep sense of resentment. Yet, he was on the brink of collapse, his internal organs injured, his chest caved in. Was this the chasm between myself and a demigod? It seemed I had indeed grown arrogant. Fortunately, the spirit item within him activated, allowing him to stand, but the flaming bird would not grant him respite. Almost as soon as he regained his footing, the fiery avian was upon him. Li Xiaoxian narrowed his eyes as the flaming bird opened its maw, preparing to engulf him. The distance was less than a meter, causing his heart to race. Should he be swallowed whole in his current condition, survival would be improbable. At that critical moment, a folded yellow talisman on his left hand suddenly ignited, propelling him sideways several meters, narrowly evading the bird's assault. The swift movement talisman was commonly utilized by ordinary warriors for travel, easily activated by channeling blade aura, and could sustain its effect for an hour. Understanding that he must utilize the sword talisman or risk death, he reluctantly retrieved one, infusing it with blade aura. The talisman ignited instantly, manifesting as a colossal flying sword apparition. This ethereal sword exerted far greater pressure than the flaming bird, a force that even Zhao Kaixian had never imposed upon him. As the flaming bird missed its strike, it quickly recalibrated, aiming to charge at Li Xiaoxian once more, but it suddenly sensed a wave of danger emanating from the flying sword apparition. Ah! The flaming bird screeched, pivoting to flee, recognizing the overwhelming pressure from the sword. It understood it was no match and prepared to escape. Yet, no matter how swiftly it moved, could not outrun the flying sword. In mere moments, the apparition closed the distance with astonishing speed. The flaming bird hastily conjured a protective barrier with its divine energy. Yet the flying sword was among the most lethal artifacts in the realm of cultivation, far beyond the capability of a newly ascended demigod to withstand. Whoosh! The flying sword cleaved through the void, appearing behind the fiery bird, and without any surprise, it pierced through its body, wreaking havoc upon its innards and divine realm. The divine flame had only just ignited, and the divine realm had barely coalesced when it was mercilessly slain by Li Xiaoxian's sword talisman. A truly lamentable fate. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoxian sighed inwardly, reflecting, alas, the disparity is insurmountable. Had it been Wang Mingyang and his companions, even if they were to falter, they would undoubtedly have the means to escape, whereas I find myself devoid of even that opportunity. This exemplifies the chasm between a master and a non-master. Despite his cultivation of the dominant blade technique, which endows him with strength surpassing that of an ordinary 9th-grade martial artist, he still pales in comparison to a master. In truth, Wang Mingyang was not as formidable as he imagined. At least the Wang Mingyang who has just recently transcended into the master realm is not. However, should the military provide ample resources, once he cultivates his true qi, his combat prowess would undoubtedly amplify. Bracing himself, Li Xiaoxian approached the fiery bird. With its divine realm shattered and divine flame extinguished, its organs obliterated, survival was beyond its grasp. Not far away, the barbarian tribes, still engaged in prayer, beheld the slaying of their deity, their gazes turning towards the statue in the grand hall. They discovered that the statue had dimmed significantly, adorned with numerous cracks, filling their hearts with profound sorrow as they mourned the loss of their divine spirit. Chapter 61. The remarkable efficacy of demigod blood, the defeat in the divine battle, and the fall of deities is an occurrence as commonplace as it is tragic. Merely moments after vanquishing a certain tribe, their god, newly ascended to demigod status, met with an untimely demise, plunging them into despair amidst the tumult of triumph and tragedy. Observing Li Xiuxian's unsteady gait, the barbarian warriors found themselves unable to lift their bone knives. Even the lower-tier totem warriors stood frozen, watching him approach the hallowed ground where their deity had perished. Though it was this very individual who had slain their god, fear held them back from retaliating, as the memory of his final strike loomed ominously in their minds. Li Xiuxian, feeling a pang of anxiety himself, was reassured by the presence of his divine movement talisman, rendering him unconcerned about their actions, for his speed was beyond their reach. Swiftly gathering the crystalline remnants scattered on the ground, he seated himself beside the fiery bird, erupting into boisterous laughter. He then produced a healing spirit herb and consumed it, determined to transport this magnificent creature back with him. As he felt a modicum of comfort wash over him, he turned his gaze to the bleeding wounds of the flaming bird and, without hesitation, leaned in to drink deeply. The avian beast was substantial, and soon his belly was satiated. Yet, he did not take his leave. Instead, he grasped his knife and advanced towards the retreating barbarians. At this moment, the barbarians, consumed by fear and despair, could no longer afford the luxury of grief. They turned tail and fled, wishing fervently for additional legs to hasten their escape. Drawing a deep breath, Li Xiuxian endured the searing pain coursing through his meridians, channeling his energy into the bone knife, which once again brimmed with lethal intent. He unleashed the 5 tigers' breakthrough blade, striking down upon them with relentless ferocity. The blade's energy cleaved through their ranks, and the terrified barbarians, driven by sheer terror, fled without a thought of resistance, resulting in the demise of several, particularly the frail and incapacitated. In short order, the tribe's warriors had nearly vacated the area, allowing Li Xiuxian a moment to exhale in relief. He sank to the ground, adopting a peculiar posture as he began to refine the spirit herbs and the demigod's blood. His earlier insistence on expelling all the barbarians was solely to focus on healing. The great wilderness demon slaying technique would expedite his recovery, and the presence of demigod blood provided the perfect medium for its practice. Repeating the 9 postures over and over, the blood of the demigod melded into his being, while the energy of the spirit herbs was rapidly consumed by the blade aura of his technique. 3 hours later, Li Xiuxian rose once more. Though his injuries had not fully healed, he had regained sufficient strength to carry the flaming bird away. Having spent this considerable time here, the effects of the divine movement talisman were waning. News of the fallen demigod would soon reach the ears of the fleeing barbarians. Hoisting the corpse of the fiery bird, he ignited a divine movement talisman, and his legs propelled him forward as if powered by an engine, racing towards a specific direction, the territory of the barbarian bear. With the bear's demise still fresh, its aura had yet to dissipate entirely, rendering that area relatively safe. Li Xiuxian sought to make use of the pool nearby, eager to ascertain the extent to which the blood of the blazing bird could elevate his great wilderness demon-slaying technique. The speed of the spirit movement talisman was remarkable, allowing him to pass by numerous ferocious beasts unnoticed, underscoring the talisman's life-preserving efficacy. Not far from the bear cave, Li Xiuxian discarded the corpse of the firebird upon the ground, diligently cleansing the pool of its congealed blood. He then made several incisions on the firebird's body, releasing all of its blood into the pool. The precious essence within the bird was also extracted, as it would greatly enhance his cultivation of the great wilderness demon-slaying technique and should not be squandered. It sufficed for him to carry back the remaining portions of the corpse, which could be exchanged for serpent fruits, as the half-divine firebird's body was of considerable value. Although he possessed 600 serpent fruits, to elevate the prowess of his koi form, a greater abundance of resources was essential. While other resources could be procured from the moonlit dragon palace, the only means to awaken the dragon bloodline lay within the dragon blood fruits of the great wilderness. After depositing all the blood into the pool, the jade pendant reappeared in his hand. Infusing it with a surge of blade energy, he cast the pendant into the golden-hued blood. The pool shimmered with a golden hue, and upon the pendant's immersion, the blood began to boil vigorously, accelerating the heating process remarkably. Li Xiuxian leapt into the pool, feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through the golden blood, unable to suppress a groan of exhilaration. He recognized that this was not a time for indulgence. He needed to cultivate the great wilderness demon-slaying technique to enhance his physical prowess while simultaneously healing his injured organs and sternum. The immense impact from the firebird had collapsed his sternum, leaving him little time for recovery. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to fully mend his injuries. He executed the 9 movements of the great wilderness demon-slaying technique in succession, with a continuous influx of blood energy entering his body, particularly from the precious essence, which proved to be a significant restorative. After 7 days and nights, he finally ceased his efforts, having completely absorbed the energy from the firebird's blood. His physical strength had reached the pinnacle of an 8th-tier martial artist, and his injuries had largely healed. Li Xiuxian's wounds had been severe, and complete recovery would require further time for rest. He planned to recuperate after his exit, intending to check on his younger brother, Li Shiyuan. His primary focus would shift towards the koi form, anticipating that once it ascended to the position of Dragon King of the Moonlit Pool, its cultivation would reach the alchemical realm, akin to the Grandmaster level of Tianlan Star. At that juncture, the koi form would transition into the form of a dragonfish, fully manifesting, allowing him to assume the title of Dragon King of the Moonlit Pool and enabling the departure of other alchemical realm experts. By establishing the Moonlit Pool as his domain, he could confidently and boldly utilize dragon blood fruits to continuously purify his bloodline and enhance his cultivation. In truth, the initial step towards awakening the dragon bloodline for the koi is the transformation into the fish dragon form. This phenomenon typically manifests after the dragon bloodline is awakened under normal circumstances, where one exhibits only a hint of draconic traits, such as dragon whiskers. However, the bloodline of the fish dragon is rather feeble, and the inherited traits are subpar, necessitating a further step, the awakening of the dragonfish form, at which point the bloodline inheritance can be significantly enhanced. In the absence of external influences, should Li Xiuxian awaken, he would undoubtedly attain the fish dragon form. Nevertheless, he possesses several dragon blood fruits. Although the dragon blood within is scarce, it has the potential to augment his dragon bloodline, enabling his transformation into the dragonfish form. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Li Xiuxian began to assess his cultivation. Firstly, he focused on his sword aura, which had now completely filled his dantian. After his injuries healed, he would be poised to break through to the innate master realm. His progress in cultivating the great wilderness-slaying demon technique has also been remarkable, with a rapid increase in physical strength. It appears that only the blood of a demigod-level warrior can facilitate his swift advancement, thereby fortifying his resolve to transcend to the master realm. Chapter 62. The protective couple of Anning Marquis Li Xiuxian must transcend to the realm of the Grandmaster. Otherwise, he would have to procure cultivation resources from the Tianhe world. Despite being the future Dragon King of the Yingyue Pool, before he ascends to the throne of Dragon King, he cannot possess an abundance of spirit stones. Yingyue Pool, located in the northeastern corner of the human territory in the northern continent, is an exceedingly impoverished region. Beyond 100 miles lies the desolate borderlands, characterized by a severe scarcity of water, and consequently, there are few dragon kings governing its waters. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The primary concern is the lack of demon tribes in this area. To acquire more demon blood, he must venture towards the heart of the continent. Yet that realm is not accessible to him at present. It is imperative that he possesses formidable cultivation to reach it. The resources of Yingyue Pool are too meager, compelling him to seek the cultivation materials of the Great Wasteland to enhance his koi form. To obtain resources from the Great Wasteland, he must elevate his true body's cultivation, creating a vicious cycle, relying on the strength of his true form to acquire resources from the Great Wasteland, which in turn enhances the cultivation of his koi form, and then using that koi form to gain resources for his true body. Casting a glance at the corpse of the fiery bird beside him, its flames now extinguished, Li Xiuxian disregarded everything else and carried it towards the direction of Liangzhou City. Along the way, the formidable presence of the firebird deterred ferocious beasts and the totem warriors of the barbarian tribes, who kept their distance, for in this region, a demigod is already a remarkably powerful existence. Upon Li Xiuxian reappearing outside Liangzhou City with the demigod's corpse, All onlookers were left agape, staring incredulously at him, his garments stained crimson with blood. Goodness, is that really a demigod? This brother is quite formidable, they murmured. Isn't he the instructor from Northwest Martial University? What was his name again? He is merely a 9th-tier martial artist. How impressive! As their discussions unfolded, several figures appeared in midair, gazing down at Li Xiaoxian in astonishment. Lu Xiaoro, a grandmaster from Northwest Martial University, couldn't help but smile. This is our esteemed teacher Li Xiaoxian from Northwest Martial University, our university's pride. Please let us all make his acquaintance. The other grandmasters nearby rolled their eyes, thinking that if Lu Xiaoro wished to boast, she could simply do so without such an introduction. Nevertheless, they understood her intentions. The Northwest Military District had produced the martial prodigy Wang Mingyang, whose combat prowess was unparalleled. Unexpectedly, he also possessed an extraordinary talent, being adept in all meridians. Once he achieved the rank of 7th-tier martial artist, he could instantly ascend to the status of an innate grandmaster. Northwest Martial University is renowned as the pinnacle of education in the Northwest. Although it has nurtured numerous talents, witnessing one exceptional genius after another emerge from the military district was disheartening. Each year, the Ministry of Education allocated substantial resources to them, and they believed themselves to be on par with the military. However, the military had produced talents like Bai Feng and Hu Xian, as well as the unparalleled genius Wang Mingyang, who was proficient in all meridians. Northwest Martial University, on the other hand, had yet to produce such prodigies. Even among their 9th-tier martial artists, most were over 35 years of age, while Bai Feng and Hu Xian, along with several others, had just crossed their 30s, still remarkably young. The 5 great martial universities of the Northwest had not seen talents of such caliber, let alone a prodigy like Wang Mingyang. Indeed, there exist such prodigies. Among the graduates of Northwest Military University, only a fraction remain at the institution. Many choose to join the military or seek alternative paths, and this majority is composed of individuals with exceptional talents. At present, the emergence of Li Xiaoxian, a remarkable figure who defies the odds as a 9th-tier warrior, has undoubtedly stirred excitement within Lu Xiaoro and invigorated the spirit of Northwest Military University. The institution struggles to retain its students. Even those who graduate often gravitate towards the military or other organizations, primarily because the accomplishments of the faculty at Northwest Military University pale in comparison to those within the military. The Grandmaster of Iron Fist observed Li Xiaoxian, who was carrying the body of a demigod beyond the city walls. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. Young brother Li Xiaoxian, I am the Grandmaster of Iron Fist from the military, and I formally invite you to join our ranks, offering you the position of general. What do you think? A peculiar smile appeared on the faces of several masters nearby, bemused by the Grandmaster's audacity to recruit in front of Lu Xiaoro. As expected, Lu Xiaoro's anger flared, her gaze fixed intently on the Grandmaster as she demanded, have the audacity to repeat what you just said. The Grandmaster of Iron Fist shrugged nonchalantly. Others may fear you, but I do not. I will say it again. Lu Xiaoro regarded him with a disdainful expression, suddenly exclaiming, Father, Mother, someone is bullying your daughter. Aren't you going to do something about it? Lu Xiaoro was not without her own backing. She was supported by the Minister of Education for the Northwest region, Duke Anning, and the Grandmaster of Cloud Sword. Her father, Liu Beixian, the Minister of Education, had reached the realm of the celestial being, while her mother, Tian Yunmeng, a peak Grandmaster, also worked within the ministry with great potential to ascend to the celestial being realm. As the Vice President of Northwest Military University and a master herself, Lu Xiaoro would have readily confronted anyone of similar standing, and she would not hesitate to call out against those of Grandmaster rank or higher. However, in the face of an evil deity, her demeanor would differ. Nonetheless, her father, Duke Anning, surely had left her with some means of protection. As anticipated, upon Lu Xiaoro's words, a timelessly beautiful woman emerged from her side, gazing at Lu Xiaoro with a smile. My dear daughter, which scoundrel dares to bully you? Watch as I take my sword and slay him. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor also appeared, chuckling as he remarked, Yunmeng, be gentle. There is no need for swords. Let's deal with this matter with our fists. The beautiful woman was Lu Xiaoro's mother, Tian Yunmeng, once renowned as the beauty of the Northwest region. The gentle middle-aged man was Lu Xiao's father, who had sensed unusual activity at the entrance to the great wilderness and decided to investigate personally after consulting with several other celestial beings. Lu Xiao was delighted to find her mother present, but she was astonished to discover her father was also there. "Father, that brute is bullying me. You must avenge me." Lu Beixian replied with a smile, "Very well, I shall teach this brute a lesson on your behalf." With that, he approached the Grandmaster of Iron Fist with a playful slap. At this moment, the Iron Fist Grandmaster was utterly astounded. If it were merely Tian Yunmeng, he might have had a chance to resist. However, Lu Beixian was another matter entirely. Who was unaware that this individual was the most formidable figure in the Northwest? Possessing transcendent capabilities, he found himself bereft of any means of resistance. With a thud, the Iron Fist Grandmaster was unceremoniously slammed to the ground. As he attempted to rise, he discovered himself immobilized, an unbearable sensation enveloping him. Yet, he understood that Lord Anning had not truly intended to harm him. Otherwise, he feared he would have been reduced to mere pulp long ago. Lu Xiao then chuckled, "Big fellow, how does it feel to undermine me before my very eyes? Are you enjoying it now?" In truth, Lu Xiao harbored no malicious intent. Her ire stemmed from Iron Fist's audacity to undermine the Northwest Martial Academy in her presence, as if to suggest that it lacked capable defenders. Admittedly, among all in the Northwest Martial Academy, only Yun Wuhan possessed the prowess to contend with the Iron Fist Grandmaster. The others remained merely at the Master Realm, their intentions thwarted by their limitations. As for Yun Wuhan, he was the esteemed founder of the Northwest Martial Academy, a powerhouse of extraordinary combat capabilities, with the potential to ascend to the realm of the transcendent. He had previously slain adversaries of equal standing and was rumored to be on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of Grandmaster status. Chapter 63. The generous Lu Xiao, the Iron Fist Grandmaster, muttered, somewhat disgruntled, "Is this not merely a matter of superiority in realms? Once I refine my powers, I shall surely." Lu Beixian, with a half-smile, interjected, "Iron Fist, what are you mumbling about? Speak up if you possess the courage." The Iron Fist Grandmaster hastily shook his head. "Nothing at all. Your lordship, you are entirely correct." Nearby, several masters whispered to themselves, pondering how protective the Anning Marquis family was, though they still respectfully declared, "We pay our respects to the Anning Marquis." Lu Beixian chuckled, "No need for formalities." Outside the city gates, Li Xiaoxian stared in astonishment at the unfolding events, momentarily at a loss. Lu Xiao descended from the air and landed before him, tilting her head with curiosity as she scrutinized him. "Mr. Li, you are formidable. Is the dominating blade technique truly that powerful?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Xiaoxian replied, "Well, this fellow was gravely injured, which is why I managed to slay him, hehehe." Lu Xiao nodded. "That is commendable. You have only just broken through to the 9th rank of martial artists, not yet a master, yet you have achieved such a feat. Are you not satisfied?" Li Xiaoxian chuckled sheepishly. Had he slain the foe with his own hands, he would not feel this way. The fact that it had been accomplished through a sword talisman made him slightly uncomfortable under the praise. The masters in the air were taken aback by this revelation. It appeared yet another prodigy had emerged. If Wang Mingyang was the paragon of comprehensive talent, then Li Xiaoxian was the embodiment of unparalleled combat prowess. Even a severely injured demigod remained a formidable force. Their spiritual and divine powers were sufficient to obliterate any 9th-rank martial artist, from whom escape was nearly impossible. When 9th-rank warriors encountered a demigod, they would almost invariably flee without hesitation, unable to withstand the confrontation. Who would have thought this lad was so remarkable? The Anning Marquis and Grandmaster Tian Yunmeng, floating above, began to grasp the situation. It seemed the Iron Fist Grandmaster had dared to poach a prodigious teacher from Northwest Martial University in front of their beloved daughter, prompting her to call out to them. The Anning Marquis' eyes widened as he inquired, "Iron Fist, I believe we need more training, do you not agree?" Though this prodigy was not affiliated with the Ministry of Education, Northwest Martial University was, and Iron Fist's audacity to undermine their institution was, indeed, a provocation. Before the Iron Fist Grandmaster could respond, Lu Beixian swiftly seized him and vanished, followed by the sound of his anguished cries.
Li Xiaoxian instinctively recoiled,
glancing towards the source of the screams, and quietly asked, Principal, may we return to the school now? Lu Xiaoro replied with a smile, what is there to fear? That is my father, quite gentle, he wouldn't strike without cause. All the martial artists present could not help but scoff at her words. Despite the Anning Marquis's seemingly refined demeanor, his strikes were known to be quite severe. While he would not inflict lasting harm, he could certainly leave one looking like a swollen mess. Li Shouxian nodded, first greeting all the masters present. Then turning to Lu Xiaoro, he inquired, Principal, do you think our school desires this demigod-esque corpse? Lu Xiaoro looked at Li Shouxian with a bemused smile, which made him feel quite uncomfortable, until she finally spoke. This corpse is quite valuable since its flesh, feathers, and beak remain intact. Otherwise, it would hardly be worth anything. Her words implied that, without these components, it would merely be a skeletal framework. This left Li Shouxian feeling somewhat awkward, especially since he had already taken the crystals and blood left by the divine realm, leaving little of worth. Nevertheless, being that it was a demigod-esque corpse, he could not bear to part with it. It was better to bring it back and exchange it for some dragon blood fruit. Feeling a bit sheepish, Li Shouxian feigned ignorance, asking, I wonder how many snake fruits this corpse could be exchanged for? Lu Xiaoro chuckled and replied, it seems you have a particular fondness for snake fruits. How about this? You hand the corpse over to me, and I shall ensure you receive something worthwhile. What do you say? With no choice but to comply, Li Shouxian dropped the corpse onto the ground. After all, he realized he could hardly refuse, considering Principal Lu was someone he could not contend with, and there was also a mother who favored brandishing a sword and a father who was engaged in a tussle with a grandmaster. Very well, let it be as you say, he acquiesced. Lu Xiaoro, satisfied with his response, produced a booklet from her hand and cheerfully remarked, Here, this is something you should find quite useful. I had to plead with my father to obtain it for you, so make sure to practice diligently. I must take my leave now. Just as Li Shouxian accepted the booklet, he had no time to examine it before Lu Xiaoro seized the demigod-esque corpse and ascended into the air. Once Lu Xiaoro departed, the remaining masters cast a profound glance at Li Shouxian before also taking flight. Tian Yunmeng smiled affectionately and said, Young one, are you practicing the Overlord Blade technique? My daughter went to great lengths to procure it for you, having implored her father for quite some time. You must cherish it. In truth, Lu Xiaoro had only mentioned it to a Ningho twice, but the doting father had promptly gone to the Grandmaster of the Heavenly Blade to acquire the technique. Naturally, if it took her daughter 2 requests to garner his attention, it indicated a considerable effort had been made. Typically, 1 mention from Lu Xiaoro would suffice, and a Ningho would immediately act. If Li Shouxian were aware of this, he would undoubtedly find it quite amusing. Yet given that he had received the Overlord Blade technique, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. The Overlord Blade technique is found in only 2 locations, the Royal Armory of Huaxia, which one can only access through 3 means: achieving great merit, obtaining a noble title, or breaking through to the celestial realm to attain a higher level. And Ning Ho could have utilized the second option to acquire the technique. But the royal palace was too far, and although it would only take a day to reach in terms of celestial travel speed, and Ning Ho had matters to attend to and could not make the trip to the capital. Thus, the Grandmaster of the Heavenly Blade was the most suitable candidate. Although the Grandmaster's character was influenced by his swordsmanship, his mind was sound, and upon hearing Ning Ho's request for the Overlord Blade technique, he readily provided it without hesitation. The esteemed Ning Ho is not one to take advantage of others. He readily shared his insights on cultivation and engaged in a discourse on sword techniques with the Grand Master of the Heavenly Blade. Upon reaching the realm of transcendence, one inevitably gains a certain understanding of various martial arts. In a mere exchange of less than 3 hours, the formidable dominant blade technique was acquired. Unbeknownst to Li Shouxian, even if he had been aware, he would still express his gratitude to Ning Ho. The dominant blade technique holds great significance for him. If the secret arts contained within the Iron Scroll of Elixirs were not as potent as the dominant blade technique, he would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Thanking the Grand Master, Principal Lu, and Ning Ho in one breath, he prioritized his gratitude towards the principal, who had presumably departed, leaving behind her mother. It was only fitting to first extend his thanks to her, given the evident stature she held within the household. Upon hearing Li Shouxian's expressions of gratitude, Tian Yunmeng could not help but smile, waving her hand as she remarked, You are the pride of the Northwest Martial University and the Northwest Education Department. Assisting you in your search for secret arts is our duty. Now, young man, focus on your training. I must go find my dear daughter. Li Xiuxian opened his mouth to respond, but Tian Yunmeng had already soared into the sky. Chapter 64. The marriage of Qimei. Li Xiuxian stared blankly at the small booklet in his hand, unable to suppress the urge to pinch his thigh. He had not anticipated that the dominant blade technique would come to him so effortlessly. This technique was capable of elevating one to the pinnacle of a grand master, far beyond what a mere incomplete demigod corpse could procure. Gripping the booklet tightly, Li Xiuxian mused, Lu Xiaoro, I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. With renewed determination in his gaze, he made his way into Liangzhou City. After a brief and casual grooming upon his return, he ventured out of the great wilderness. On Tianlan Star, he inhaled the air, so different from that of the great wilderness. Here was where he truly felt at ease. Within the great wilderness, he had witnessed the might of the demigods, and that was merely the beginning of their power. What if he encountered a more formidable demigod, or even a true god? At this moment he felt utterly insignificant. Li Xiuxian quickly composed himself, driving back to his villa. Upon arrival, he immediately checked his phone and found numerous missed calls. The majority were from his younger brother, Li Shiyuan, who, knowing his brother might have been in seclusion, did not seem overly anxious. The other calls were from Zhao Qingya, Li Xiuxian's former neighbor, who had always been attentive to him and his brother. Beautiful and in good shape, she was of a similar age. Yet Li Xiuxian was not in the right frame of mind to entertain such thoughts. Crucially, Zhao Qingya, a contemporary of Li Xiuxian, had also been accepted into the prestigious Tianfang University in Shenzhou, a research institution specializing in martial arts, alchemy, and weaponry. Li Xiuxian returned the call to Li Shiyuan, and the connection was swiftly established. His brother's voice came through, filled with excitement. Brother, how did it go? Did you break through? I've reached the 3rd rank of martial artist and will soon accompany my teacher to the Lingyin mountain ruins to search for treasures. I hope to find something worthwhile. Li Shiyuan, untroubled, presumed his elder brother was in seclusion to enhance his cultivation. However, upon hearing of Li Xiuxian's remarkable feat of defeating a demigod at the 9th rank, he was utterly astonished. Li Xiuxian chuckled. You're quite impressive. In less than 3 months, you've attained the 3rd rank. Have you been there yet? Exploring the ruins is a grand endeavor, but it is fraught with peril, so be cautious. Truthfully, Li Xiuxian felt a tinge of envy. Ruins were a rare find, and he had not uncovered any during his time at Northwest Martial University. Perhaps there were some, but he was unaware, for during his tenure, he had not heard of any significant ruins. Li Shiyuan nodded. I've accompanied my teacher there once. It is indeed dangerous. If you decide to go, exercise caution. As for the exploration, most of the dangers have been cleared, and we will merely seek out any overlooked treasures, so it should be relatively safe. Li Xiuxian inquired, Have you seen Sister Qingya at Shenzhou Martial University? How is she? Li Shiyuan hesitated before responding, Brother, Sister Qingya is doing well. After graduation, she remained at the Shenzhou Academy of Sciences. I've met her a few times. She has been very kind to me. However, she has someone she likes and is soon to be married. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian was momentarily taken aback, but soon he wore a wry smile and shook his head. To be honest, when he received this news, there was an undeniable sense of reluctance in his heart. After all, who could resist the charm of such a beautiful girl? Regrettably, paths diverge. Even if they were to be together, it would likely be a case of fleeting encounters. If he were to perish in the wilderness one day, would it be fair to leave her in mourning? Li Xiuxian remarked, That is indeed a cause for celebration for her. Do you have an idea when she might tie the knot? I hope I can make it in time to partake in the joyous feast. Li Shiyuan replied, It's likely to be in about a month. I'll just be returning from my expedition then, so I should be able to attend. Brother, will you be going? Li Xiuxian responded, Of course. How could I possibly miss my Qingya's wedding? Besides, I must ensure she is well taken care of, as she is not a martial artist and does not share our path. Zhao Qingya was indeed not on the same journey as them. For martial artists, who often danced on the precipice of life and death, being with her would invariably evoke worry. Li Shiyuan nodded and said, Brother, you make a valid point. You must come visit me in a month. Li Xiaoxian assured him. Rest assured, you are my foolish little brother. How could I not come to see you? Perhaps I might even surprise you. Li Shiyuan replied, that sounds wonderful, brother. I shall await your arrival. We're about to assemble, so I'll hang up now. Li Xiaoxian cautioned, do take care of your safety. Goodbye. After hanging up, Li Xiaoxian found it difficult to quell his restless heart. To be truthful, he could not quite articulate his feelings for Zhao Qingya. Upon hearing the news of her impending marriage, it felt as though a piece of him had been lost. Sighing, he thought, no more dwelling on this. Since the wedding is a month away, I should focus on healing my injuries and striving to break through to the master realm. He carelessly prepared some food, then lay on his bed, closing his eyes, and soon he found himself in a state akin to that of a koi fish. In this state, he opened his eyes within the cave, surveyed his surroundings, and transformed into a semi-human form, setting out. This time, he sought to find a concealed formation. Otherwise, the scent of the dragon blood fruit would surely attract the Dragon King and the Water Serpent General. After all, its essence holds a unique allure for those of the dragon bloodline among the aquatic beings. Thus, precaution was prudent when it came to its consumption. At the trading market, Li Xiaoxian encountered human cultivators and exchanged 2 medium-grade spirit stones for 2 sets of formations, specifically designed to isolate consciousness and conceal presence. Upon returning to his cave, he tenderly arranged these formations at the entrance and his training area. The moonlit Dragon King would not carelessly inspect his cave, nor would others at the golden elixir stage, yet he needed to prevent the scent of the dragon blood fruit from leaking. In this world, the dragon blood fruit was an exceedingly precious treasure. To the dragon clan, even a single ordinary dragon blood fruit could fetch a medium-grade spirit stone, and the most critical aspect was the rarity of the market. If it were ever auctioned, it could potentially fetch a 100-fold increase. The dragon blood fruit was of paramount importance to the dragon clan. Perhaps just one could awaken or enhance the bloodline of its bearer, albeit with a minuscule probability. Nevertheless, it held an irresistible allure for the dragon clan.
Li Xiaoxian,
without hesitation, returned to his original form after arranging the formation and took out a dragon blood fruit, placing it into his mouth. Subsequently, his consciousness manifested within the body of a koi fish. This way, the dragon blood fruit would materialize directly within the koi's mouth. Even if someone were to observe, what could they discern? Could they truly see inside its mouth? Time passed swiftly, and he consumed and refined nearly 50 dragon blood fruits each day. The energy derived from these fruits continually elevated his cultivation level, although his dragon bloodline had yet to awaken. However, as days turned into weeks, the dragon lineage within the koi's body steadily strengthened, and his cultivation advanced correspondingly, filling him with immense joy. Li Xiaoxian's original form, having ingested the spiritual substance, was also undergoing a gradual restoration, with progress evident on both fronts. After 22 days, he had consumed 1,100 dragon blood fruits, propelling his cultivation to the late stage of qi refinement, reaching its pinnacle. Simultaneously, his dragon bloodline had reached a peak, poised for awakening at any moment. Regrettably, his aspiration to transcend the pinnacle of qi refinement before awakening remained unfulfilled. Chapter 65. Awakening of the bloodline in the tranquil setting of the moon reflection pool. Within the abode of Aotion, he had just completed his cultivation and was preparing to inspect the army, eager to ascertain the progress of the aquatic forces. Before he could venture far, his gaze was abruptly drawn to the dwelling of Li Xiaoxian. He swiftly appeared at the entrance of Li Xiaoxian's residence, directing his attention outward, and summoned his magical artifact, ready to safeguard Li Xiaoxian. With a furrowed brow, Aotion murmured, "This young lad possesses remarkable fortune. To awaken the dragon lineage so effortlessly suggests that his departure from this place is imminent." Just as Aotion finished his reflection, 4 formidable figures of the core formation realm materialized before him: the Dragon King, the Tortoise Chancellor, the Octopus, and the Black Fish General. Aotion was taken aback by the presence of the Black Fish General, yet he bore no animosity. After all, it was he who had bestowed the little koi to the Moon Reflection Dragon King, thus earning a debt of gratitude from him. "What is happening, Aotion?" inquired the Tortoise Chancellor. With a wry smile, Aotion replied, I was just on my way to observe the army's training when I sensed a surge of energy emanating from his dwelling. It appears he is on the verge of awakening. The Black Fish General, his brow knitted in concern, asked, "Isn't this young one merely newly ascended to the Qi refinement stage? How could he possibly be on the brink of awakening?" The Moon Reflection Dragon King shook his head, sensing that Li Xiuxian's dragon bloodline was not particularly robust. For one to awaken their dragon lineage at the core formation stage was already commendable, yet this lad had only just broken through the Qi refinement stage a mere 2 months prior. The Tortoise Chancellor, his eyes glinting with intrigue, pondered aloud, "Could it be that his bloodline is of a hidden nature? We may only perceive a fraction of its true essence. After all, a koi leaping over the dragon gate can indeed transform into a dragon, while the koi's transformation into a dragon is the most basic form of the dragon lineage. It still signifies a dragon. A newly born dragon can achieve the path of immortality, implying that this koi's ancestry may trace back to true dragons." As the Tortoise Chancellor's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the group. It appeared that this young lad harbored immense potential, with a future brimming with possibilities. The Black Fish General, contemplating his next move, had initially intended to accompany the Moon Reflection Dragon King in departing. Although he was a general of the Clear Water River, the territory he oversaw was rather meager, yielding scant resources. Thus, he remained at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, with a breakthrough to the divine refinement realm seeming a distant dream. By handing Li Xiuxian over to the Moon Reflection Dragon Palace, he aimed to cultivate a successor with an awakened dragon bloodline, ensuring his own exit from this place alongside the Dragon King. However, he now reconsidered, opting to wait a while longer until Li Xiuxian matured. After all, aligning oneself with a being destined for greatness was far more advantageous than tethering oneself to a dragon whose ascendance to the void refinement realm was uncertain. Unbeknownst to the Black Fish General's thoughts, the Moon Reflection Dragon King was filled with joy at the revelation of Li Xiuxian's awakened dragon bloodline, for it meant access to the coveted resources he desired. The path to the divine refinement realm would now also include a place for Aofeng. The others in the Moonlit Dragon Palace shared similar sentiments. They were reluctant to remain any longer, uncertain of how long it would take for Li Xiuxian to mature. The emergence of another awakened water tribe with dragon lineage was an unpredictable prospect, and they could not afford to wait. Li Xiuxian, oblivious to the circumstances beyond his immediate surroundings, was taken aback by the magnitude of the upheaval triggered merely by the awakening of his dragon bloodline. As he neared a breakthrough, he consumed 100 dragon blood fruits, and under the immense surge of energy, his dragon lineage awakened instantaneously. A colossal dragon spiraled above him, gazing down for a considerable time before vanishing into his body. Li Xiuxian's form began to transform, his body elongating into a 3-meter-long dragon shape, claws emerging, though his head and tail remained fish-like. This peculiar appearance, albeit strange, exuded a formidable presence, surpassing the cuteness of a koi and embodying a semblance of true draconic essence. As his bloodline further evolved, he would be able to transmute into a flood dragon. While not a true dragon, an additional transformation would allow him to achieve that pinnacle. With the changes in his physique, a plethora of memories flooded his mind, predominantly concerning cultivation techniques and innate divine abilities. Furthermore, he acquired significant knowledge about artifact crafting. The dragon clan predominantly resided in aquatic realms, abundant in spiritual herbs, which they consumed freely, as such resources were plentiful. His cultivation technique was the Shen Yuan water control method, albeit only the first part. Nonetheless, it was potent enough to lead one to the realm of immortality. His innate abilities encompassed the powers of summoning wind and rain, as well as riding clouds and mist. The former could bring rainfall to accumulate merit or unleash toxic storms upon foes, while the latter served as a means of travel or escape at remarkable speeds. The legacy of artifact crafting was formidable. He categorized treasures into 2 or 3 tiers: magical artifacts, celestial tools, and spiritual treasures. Each category, including magical artifacts, was divided into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional, mirroring the celestial tools. The spiritual treasures, too, were similarly classified, but the inherited memories provided only a vague overview, lacking specific crafting methods. Nevertheless, he was confident that upon the next awakening of his dragon lineage, the techniques to forge spiritual treasures would be revealed to him. For now, magical artifacts sufficed, as celestial tools would remain beyond his reach until he attained the refining spirit realm. Additionally, he sought a formidable combat technique, specifically one involving the halberd. To master this art, he would require a personal Feng Tian Hua Ji artifact. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiuxian began to assess his cultivation. First, his physical body had significantly strengthened due to the awakening of his dragon bloodline, though he was uncertain of the exact extent. Crucially, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, poised for a breakthrough into the Dan formation stage. The hesitation to advance stemmed not from an inability but from his desire to first acquire some treasures from the Dragon King. Li Xiuxian transformed into human form and cast a water mirror technique to examine his appearance, which resembled his past life perfectly. He then breathed a sigh of relief. His ability to fully assume human form was largely due to his attainment of the dragon fish body. Otherwise, even achieving the fish dragon body would not have sufficed for complete transformation. Stepping out of the cave, he observed 5 powerful cultivators at the Dan realm surrounding him and hurriedly bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to the king, to General Blackfish, to the chancellor, and to the 2 generals." Ao Feng chuckled, "Please rise." He scrutinized Li Xiuxian for quite some time before speaking again. "Very well, very well. The fact that you can fully transform indicates you have awakened your dragon fish body. However, it is regrettable that your cultivation has not yet broken through to the Dan realm." General Blackfish laughed. "Ingwe Dragon Lord, you are being impatient. How long has this young brother been training? Although he possesses the energy of his bloodline, his cultivation time is still too brief. It seems that to break through to the Dan realm, he will need to exert quite a bit of effort." Ingwe Dragon King appeared unconcerned. While he did not possess an abundance of resources to elevate someone to the Dan realm, he still had enough to assist Li Xiuxian in his breakthrough. Nevertheless, he smiled at General Blackfish and remarked, "Since Ao Jin has awakened his dragon lineage, shouldn't you show your appreciation?" Chapter 66. The Emperor's Celestial Technique. General Blackfish laughed heartily. "Young brother Ao Jin was recommended by me. He has awakened the bloodline of the dragon clan, and I must express my gratitude. Here are 10 spirit cultivating fruits, which are essential for stabilizing one's cultivation after breaking through to the elixir realm. Please accept them." Li Xiuxian was aware of the significance of the spirit cultivating fruits. They are vital for solidifying one's foundation and can benefit any cultivation stage, though consuming them before reaching the elixir realm would be wasteful. The fact that General Blackfish generously offered 10 fruits indicated that his status had significantly risen after awakening his bloodline and transforming into a dragonfish. Quickly, Li Xiuxian responded, "General, I cannot accept such a precious gift." General Blackfish replied with a smile, "These are not precious items. I have no use for them. Just accept them with ease." In truth, even at the god refinement realm, the spirit cultivating fruits would still hold value. However, in order to befriend Li Xiuxian, he was reluctantly parting with 10, all while attempting to appear magnanimous, which caused him some discomfort. Seeing General Blackfish's generosity, King Ingwe realized he could not fall behind. With a smile, he produced 3 ascension fruits and said, "These are ascension fruits which can aid in breaking through the elixir realm. It is not that I am unwilling to be generous. It is merely that I possess too few. I can only offer this much." He had expended considerable effort to obtain these fruits, and his supply was limited as he needed to reserve some for his descendants' cultivation. Thus, offering 3 was already quite commendable. As these fruits were revealed, even General Blackfish expressed a hint of envy, commenting, "I did not expect you to have such fine treasures, old fellow. However, these fruits will indeed be beneficial for Ao Jin." King Ingwe replied with a touch of pride, "Indeed, I worked hard to acquire them. Ao Jin, you must strive to break through to the elixir realm swiftly." This time, Li Xiuxian did not feign modesty and quickly accepted the 3 ascension fruits. These treasures were invaluable. Although he could break through to the elixir realm on his own, these 3 fruits, combined with the dragon blood fruit, would undoubtedly enable him to advance from the early to mid-stage of the elixir realm in a short time. "Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, General," he expressed gratefully. King Ingwe and General Blackfish waved their hands dismissively. "There's no need for thanks. Your swift breakthrough is all we hope for." At that moment, Prime Minister Turtle produced a storage bag and handed it to Li Xiuxian. saying, "Old Turtle has no other treasures, only some spirit stones. Please accept them without disdain." Li Shouxian quickly replied, "Thank you, Prime Minister. How could I ever disdain them? I also appreciate your care during this time." Prime Minister Turtle nodded in satisfaction, patting Li Shouxian on the shoulder before departing. Outyen tossed a storage bag to Li Shouxian, stating, "I have no other offerings, but I do possess some refining materials. There should be enough within for you to craft a magic artifact." Li Shouxian expressed his gratitude once more, astonished that merely awakening his Dragon Clan bloodline had garnered him such numerous benefits. Lastly, it was the octopus who presented spirit items. Though they did not match the quality of the others, their quantity was substantial, which was precisely what Li Shouxian desired most. These spiritual items are all beneficial for those in the Qi refinement stage, and they are precisely what he needs, as his true form is on the brink of breaking through to the Master Realm. To advance to the innate Master level, he requires spiritual stones and resources from demigods. In the vast wilderness, spiritual stones are a rare find. Near the borders of the human territory, there are no abundant spiritual stone mines, only sporadic deposits that depend on luck for harvesting. However, the wilderness is rich in precious medicinal herbs and pure-blooded ferocious beasts, which are excellent resources, yet difficult to obtain. Therefore, Li Shouxian's sole objective must be these spiritual items. After expressing his gratitude to General Octopus, he listened to their talk of diligent cultivation before sending them on their way. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he opened several storage bags. The spirit elevation fruit and the essence cultivation fruit were undoubtedly valuable, but the contents of the other 3 storage bags also brought him delight. Within the storage bag of Minister Turtle, there were 800 spiritual stones. Although by now, in the Dan stage, the utility of low-grade spiritual stones had significantly diminished, Li Shouxian still found them useful. With 20 pieces equating to 1 kilogram, 800 spiritual stones translated to 40 kilograms. According to the transaction he had made with the Academy, these 800 spiritual stones could be exchanged for 40,000 dragon blood fruits. While they might not allow him to transform directly, they could certainly elevate him to the level of a flood dragon. In the storage bag given to him by Aotion, he found numerous refining materials. While these materials were not exceptionally high-grade, crafting mid-grade magical treasures was still plausible. Coupled with the Millennium Black Iron he had previously obtained, forging a top-grade magical treasure would pose no challenge. It wasn't that Aotion was stingy. Even he was still using mid-grade magical treasures. As for the Moonlit Dragon King, after such a long tenure, he possessed only 1 top-grade magical treasure. The same could be said for Minister Turtle and General Octopus, who wielded only the most basic mid-grade treasures. On the other hand, General Blackfish, due to his jurisdiction over the Clear Water River, had access to more abundant resources and owned a top-grade magical treasure. Li Shouxian was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the iron piece he had casually acquired was actually Millennium Black Iron. Could it be that this is due to my role as the protagonist? Li Shouxian mused narcissistically, failing to consider the existence of the Danscript iron certificate in the Yanglu River, along with a remarkably sharp dagger that had remained rust-free after being submerged in water for so long. Surely, it was no ordinary item. These were all aspects he had overlooked. Ultimately, regarding the spiritual items, there were approximately 30 portions, which were entirely sufficient for his cultivation in the innate master realm. If necessary, he still had plenty of spiritual stones at his disposal. After organizing his treasures, Li Shouxian transformed into his dragon fish form and lay upon the stone bed, which was covered with over 200 spiritual stones specifically intended for his cultivation. Closing his eyes, his consciousness returned to his true form. In the villa, Li Shouxian opened his eyes, rising to his feet. His body had fully recovered, and with 8 days remaining, he aimed to challenge the Master Realm. Initially, he had planned to venture to the Divine Continent upon his return, but unexpectedly, his younger brother had embarked on an expedition to the ruins, a splendid place, regrettably one he had never visited. 8 days is ample time. However, before that, he intends to examine the inheritance contained within the iron certificate. He has already reviewed the dominating blade technique, a formidable method of cultivation that grows increasingly perilous to the human body as one progresses. Yet, Li Shouxian possesses the great wilderness demon slaughtering technique, rendering his physique extraordinarily resilient and his meridians remarkably supple, making him impervious to the blade's primal force and its lethal aura. This distinction sets him apart from others. Nonetheless, for Li Xiaoxian, it remains essential to investigate the Iron Certificate, for despite the dominating blade technique's prowess, it can only elevate one to the pinnacle of a Grand Master. With no further techniques beyond that, Li Xiaoxian retrieved the seemingly ordinary iron plate from the safe. Its remarkable ability to resist rust in water for an extended period is undoubtedly extraordinary. As he infused strands of blade energy into the Iron Certificate, a myriad of characters emerged upon the surface, swiftly coalescing into a complete set of techniques. Li Xiaoxian felt a twinge of confusion. Although the techniques inscribed on the Iron Certificate were immensely powerful, they too could only be cultivated to the Master Realm. The technique bore the name Human Sovereign Breaking the Heavens Technique, which similarly harnessed blade energy. Yet, this technique encompassed not only the domineering aspects but also the sovereign path, featuring a particular maneuver known as the Heaven-Slaying Blade Draw. He had heard of the Human Sovereign Breaking the Heavens technique in the annals of the human race's history within the Celestial River realm. It was cultivated by the ancient human sovereign, the Breaking the Heavens Sovereign, who was the second emperor of humanity. Chapter 67. The Breaking of the Celestial Emperor. Initially, the Celestial Emperor was but an ordinary member of a small human tribe. However, after the tribe was annihilated by the demon race, he leapt into a chasm, finding refuge within a grand array where he inherited the legacy left by the martial arts master. Gradually, he began to rise in power. As the war between the demon and human races ensued, and following the demise of both Wu and Yuan, the first generation of the human emperor, Qi, who was Wu's disciple, took up the mantle, leading humanity in their continued struggle against the demons, while also forging alliances with the aquatic beings. Qi was formidable in his own right. Although he could not rival Wu, the demon race had suffered significant losses, with many of their elite either dead or injured. The remaining few were tasked with maintaining the stability of the demon race, thus rendering them hesitant to act. This presented an opportunity for the human race to consolidate under Qi's leadership. However, this advantageous situation was short-lived. Once the demon race's strongest members regained their strength, they launched a fierce assault against humanity. Naturally, Qi, as the mightiest among the humans, rose to resist this onslaught. Under his command, the extraordinary heroes of the human race rallied to battle, but the conflict resulted in devastating losses, leaving even the human Emperor Qi gravely wounded. At this juncture, seizing upon the human race's vulnerability, the demon clan, though similarly weakened, still boasted several powerful beings, whose numbers far surpassed that of the humans. Recognizing the latent potential within the human race, they resolved to extinguish them entirely, denying them any respite. When the cadre of demon elites approached, the human defenders were unable to withstand their might. It was then that the Celestial Emperor emerged, wielding a rusted sword as he strode forth from the imperial city, unheeded by the demon warriors who underestimated him, viewing him merely as another man, regardless of his prowess. Yet they were soon to realize the folly of their misjudgment. The Celestial Emperor, undeterred by fear, brandished his seemingly useless blade, which appeared as nothing more than a piece of scrap iron. Little did they know, this battered weapon harbored immense power, and at that moment, the Celestial Emperor stood at a comparable level to them. As he appeared, several demon warriors charged towards him, determined to prevent any formidable human from emerging, intent on the complete extermination of humanity. With the human Emperor Qi incapacitated and unable to fight, and the remaining elite human warriors similarly diminished, few were left to resist. Just as the human champions faced annihilation, the Celestial Emperor unsheathed his battered sword, and with a single stroke the heavens themselves seemed to shift. The once rusted blade transformed into a divine weapon, radiating an aura of lethal energy. As he drew his sword, a towering surge of blade energy coalesced before him, instilling a chilling dread and an overwhelming sense of mortality within the hearts of the demon warriors. At that moment, they could not fathom that a being of comparable realm could stand against 10 of them. Thus, they summoned their most formidable powers in defense. Indeed, as the Celestial Emperor prepared to strike, those demon warriors who had originally sought to slay human Emperor Qi and the human champions abandoned their intent, instead channeling their utmost strength to counter the Celestial Emperor's impending blow. Even the injured strong ones of the demon clan were enveloped in fear, acutely aware that, despite their wounds, They could not withstand this strike, even if they summoned their utmost strength. However, they believed that their clan's formidable warriors could certainly counter and even retaliate against it.
Even-slaying blade technique.
These 5 earth-shattering words were articulated with deliberate precision, and as they were uttered, the previously rampant blade aura instantly converged, coalescing into a colossal golden sword measuring 40 meters in length. Upon its emergence, this mighty sword surged forth directly towards the assembly of demon warriors. The injured demons found themselves paralyzed by terror, while the uninjured ones realized that escape was futile and chose to abandon their efforts to flee the sword's lethal range. Regrettably, they underestimated the speed of the blade. Out of a dozen or so demon warriors, only 5 managed to escape, while the rest perished beneath its arc. The 5 who fled were also caught in the residual shockwave, sustaining severe injuries. As for the injured warriors of the demon clan, they all succumbed to the might of the blade, much to the delight of the human race, while the demons were left trembling in fear. The demon clan retreated, having believed they could annihilate the humans, only to discover the emergence of such a formidable adversary within the human ranks, which led to their plan's downfall. Moreover, following this battle, the demon clan suffered significant losses, their power irreparably diminished for millennia to come. Watching the demons retreat, once they disappeared from sight, Petion exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring, "For this strike, I have prepared for 500 years." Upon finishing this sentence, Petion collapsed, having expended every ounce of his vitality. He fell to the ground, succumbing to slumber. The severely injured Emperor Qi and the other human prodigies, upon witnessing their savior's fall, disregarded their own wounds and rushed towards him, only to realize that he merely succumbed to exhaustion. They then breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Qi, spitting blood, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Heaven does not forsake our human race. We have finally witnessed the dawn of our resurgence." Although the human race suffered devastating losses in this battle, a considerable number of their strong warriors survived. Conversely, the demon clan, even if the 5 ancient ones escaped, their numbers were likely reduced to fewer than 10 such powerful beings. Moreover, upon witnessing Petion, they would surely be struck with terror. Before long, Emperor Qi succumbed to his grievous injuries and passed away, with Petion succeeding him as the next emperor of the human race. Petion, known as the Emperor Petion, wielded immense power, instilling fear in all demons. During his reign, the human race experienced a period of remarkable stability. The demon clan's strong ones were almost entirely eradicated, and although fewer in number, the human warriors were no longer weak in comparison. Under their emperor's leadership, they gradually ascended to dominance in the celestial river world. However, this emperor was prudent. It was not until a millennium later that the world could no longer accommodate his formidable strength, prompting him to select the next emperor and shatter the void to depart. The life of the supreme emperor of humanity was replete with legendary exploits, as he single-handedly led the human race to ascendancy, claiming half of the celestial river continent and laying a formidable foundation for the 3rd generation of emperors. Regrettably, while the 3rd generation emperor possessed formidable combat prowess and successfully united the human race over the entirety of the celestial river continent, save for the southern 10,000 mountains, his impetuousness proved to be his undoing. In a bid to consolidate power, he decentralized his authority, dispatching his generals in various directions, which swiftly culminated in the conquest of the continent. Yet this also presented opportunities for ambitious individuals to emerge. Not long after the entire continent was secured, the 3rd generation emperor found himself unable to maintain control, leading to the disintegration of the human race into 6 formidable factions. These factions comprised the forces of the 3rd generation emperor and 5 other powerful individuals. The latter refrained from claiming the title of emperor, opting instead for the designation of king. While this title was somewhat lesser, they ensured their dominion by presenting tributes during festivals, thus securing their positions. Even until the moment he shattered the void, the 3rd generation emperor was unable to unify the human race once more. However, shortly after the ascension of the emperor, the 5 kings also transcended into the void. With all 6 of the human race's strongest figures having vanished into the void, the ambitions of their subordinates could no longer be contained, leading to a tumultuous era of feudal lords. This fracturing of the human race provided the demon clan with a renewed opportunity to rise, resulting in the current division between the demon and human factions in the north and south. Chapter 68. A pain in the heart, the technique left behind by the Celestial Emperor, known as the Celestial Emperor's breaking the heavens art, has never been mastered by anyone. It is said that this technique offers a glimpse into the secrets of shattering the void, yet its true nature remains a mystery. Additionally, there exists the skyslaying blade technique, a method that not only teaches the art of wielding a blade, but also emphasizes nurturing the essence of the blade itself, cultivating one's blade aura until it erupts with astonishing might upon striking. This art is immensely powerful. However, the records within Li Shouxian's Dan Shu Taiquan only document a portion pertaining to innate grandmasters. Strangely, as he lamented this limitation, he discovered that the conclusion of this technique bore 8 words. Break through the innate, the technique reappears. These words filled Li Shouxian with elation. For once he cultivated his innate blade essence, he would unlock the subsequent teachings of the technique. This was a pathway directly leading to the shattering of the void. Though Li Shouxian was uncertain of the true nature of this realm, he understood it to be a state that transcends the celestial domain. With such an exceptional technique at hand, Li Shouxian had no intention of practicing the dominating blade technique any longer. However, as he had grown adept at the Overlord blade technique, he would continue to refine it. Having already achieved remarkable prowess with the 5th wave of the Overlord blade technique, Li Shouxian was eager to discover the extent of power contained within the 100 waves. With keen focus, Li Shouxian delved into the cultivation methods of the Celestial Emperor's breaking the heavens art and soon found himself smiling. The art exhibited remarkable compatibility, reflecting various blade techniques and even hints of the great wilderness demon-slaying art, which intrigued him greatly. He pondered whether he could eventually integrate other blade techniques into the breaking the heavens art, particularly the dominating blade technique. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, resolving to diligently follow the prescribed cultivation methods in hopes of achieving a breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. In the Shenzhou region at Lingyin Mountain, a young man was desperately fleeing, pursued by several martial artists clad in black. Had Li Shouxian been present, he would have recognized these individuals as disciples of the evil god cult. The youth was merely a 3rd-grade martial artist, while his pursuers were at least 3rd grade or higher, with the most formidable among them reaching the 6th grade. The leader of the black-clad figures chuckled menacingly. The prodigy of Shenzhou Martial University, you would do well to join us willingly. Otherwise, this ruin shall become your grave. As the young man ran, he retorted defiantly, "Pa, if you have the guts, come and catch me." His movements were remarkably agile, and despite the superior cultivation of his pursuers, they struggled to keep pace with him. "Very well, since you seek death, do not blame me for being ruthless. I have dealt with several prodigies who met their demise at my hands." The youth continued to sprint ahead, oblivious to the limits of his own body. Fatigue was setting in, and if he continued, he would surely collapse. Though several 3rd-grade pursuers had succumbed to exhaustion and were resting on the ground, others among them boasted 4th and 5th-grade prowess. The vitality of the 4th-grade warriors was formidable, while the 5th grade possessed internal energy that far surpassed his capabilities. As the young man pressed on, he suddenly found himself in peril. His foot slipped, and he plummeted into a seemingly bottomless chasm, having failed to perceive the treacherous ground beneath him. The black-clad pursuers halted at the edge of the abyss, furrowing their brows in deliberation, uncertain whether to descend in search of him. The chasm before them was unfathomably deep, shrouded in darkness, and devoid of any source of illumination. Helplessly, they could only gaze into the abyss. The leader of the cloaked figures spat disdainfully into the void, uttering words of ill fortune. "Let us depart and seek our next target." This chasm, known as the bottomless pit, seemed to have no end. Those who fell into it were never seen again, unless one possessed the mastery to soar through the skies. Yet, this young man was merely a 3rd-tier warrior, and the leader was convinced he had perished. Approximately 10 meters down into the pit, the youth clung desperately to a protruding rock face, hanging precariously. He longed to ascend, but his body had reached its limits. Even grasping the jagged stone was a feat fueled solely by the primal instinct for survival. Despair enveloped him as he had initially believed that the expedition to Lingyin Mountain would pose no danger, only to find himself pursued by these sinister figures, leaving him with no avenue for escape. With a crack, as if the heavens conspired against him, The stone he clutched fractured, sending his already unstable form into a perilous descent once more. "Brother, forgive me, but I must take my leave," he thought, visions of his brother's frantic visage flashing through his mind, igniting a fierce will to survive. "No, I cannot meet my end here. If I were to perish, my brother would be heartbroken." Summoning an unknown strength, he propelled himself off the wall, launching toward a nearby stone platform he had noticed during his fall. Though the distance had seemed insurmountable just moments before, the instinct to survive had compelled him to exert every ounce of his remaining energy. Whether he would reach the platform remained uncertain, left to fate. As he plummeted, the stone grew alarmingly close, yet his consciousness began to fade, culminating in a harsh impact with the platform, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, in the city of Liangzhou, Li Xiuxian was deeply engrossed in studying the emperor's breakthrough technique within his villa when an inexplicable pang pierced his heart, causing him to spring to his feet. "What is happening? Why does my heart ache so?" He pondered, a sense of dread washing over him as if he had lost something of utmost importance. Despite his contemplation, clarity eluded him, prompting his consciousness to drift towards Ao Jin. In the depths of the cave, the dragonfish stirred from slumber, contemplating, what could be amiss? Is something significant about to transpire? Surely it cannot involve Xiao Yuan. He has a master of great prowess guiding him. There is no way he could be in peril. Perhaps I am merely being overly cautious. Nevertheless, he resolved to prepare some means of safeguarding himself, for it would be unwise to be caught unawares. Emerging from his abode, Ao Jin, whose identity had evolved beyond that of a mere koi fish, henceforth referred to as Ao Jin in the celestial river world, radiated a formidable aura, firmly established at the pinnacle of the chi refining stage. The turtle leader stationed at the entrance, sensing Ao Jin's overwhelming presence, could not contain his joy, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord! Your cultivation has made remarkable strides." Ao Jin was taken aback to find the turtle leader stationed outside his lair, and even more so by the fact that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, though it still paled in comparison to Ao Jin's own prowess. Ao Jin inquired, "Turtle leader, what brings you here? Moreover, your cultivation has ascended remarkably swiftly." The turtle leader hastily replied, "My lord, you flatter me. Were it not for the esteemed prime minister's guidance, I could not have advanced so rapidly." Ao Jin nodded, fully aware that the turtle leader was a formidable assistant nurtured by the turtle prime minister, which instilled a sense of gratitude within him. Although they were eager to depart from this place and simultaneously sought a path for his distant nephew, the turtle leader had treated him quite well. As for the notion of keeping him as a spy, that was entirely implausible, for the dragon clan is not to be trifled with. Even a mere minor figure like the Well-Dragon King has loyal subordinates, and betrayal is not an option for the prime minister. Most of the dragon clan employs members of the turtle clan as their aides, not out of whim, but due to an ancient pact made between their forebears. As long as the dragon clan endures, the turtle clan shall remain eternally loyal. This bond is of utmost significance to the dragon clan, enhanced by the intellect of the turtle clan. Chapter 69. The innate Grandmaster Ao Jin shook his head and said, "You should return to your cultivation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The turtle leader nodded eagerly, recognizing that this was the individual he would pledge his loyalty to, and thus could not disregard his wishes. "Yes, my lord." With a swift transformation, Ao Jin took on the form of a dragon fish, his 3-meter-long body radiating a faint dragonic majesty that left the turtle leader utterly astonished. Ignoring the leader's shock, Ao Jin became a streak of light and vanished from sight. At the mouth of the Yunyang River, within the trading market, Ao Jin reverted to his human form and strode purposefully towards the human stalls. He sought a formidable human cultivator at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, from whom he had previously acquired talismans. He intended to inquire whether there were talismans that could rival the combat prowess of a grandmaster. Upon seeing Ao Jin, the pinnacle chi refinement human cultivator expressed surprise, saying, "Friend, your cultivation has indeed progressed rapidly. I wonder what peculiar item you seek this time." Ao Jin replied with a smile, "I apologize for troubling you, Yunyang. I am here to purchase talismans capable of slaying those at the Dan realm, preferably sword talismans. Might you have any?" Yunyang was taken aback and chuckled. "Could it be that you have enemies at the Dan realm?" You seem on the verge of reaching that stage yourself. Perhaps. Eugene promptly interrupted. Just tell me if you have them. If not, I shall inquire elsewhere. Yunyang hastily replied, yes, I do have sword talismans. I possess those capable of a full-force strike from the late Dan realm, as well as those from the mid-Dan realm. Which do you require? Furrowing his brow, Eugene asked, do you not have any full-force sword talismans from the pinnacle of the Dan realm? Yunyang shook his head. It's not that I lack them. I merely worry that you may not have sufficient spirit stones. Eugene asserted, as long as you can procure them, I will find a way to gather the necessary spirit stones, regardless of the amount. Yunyang chuckled. This is a life-preserving treasure given to me by my ancestor. I shall not charge you excessively. How does 400 spirit stones sound? Eugene frowned. I shall not haggle. How about 700 spirit stones, along with 2 additional sword talismans capable of a full-force strike from the late Dan realm? Yunyang shook his head. That will not do. I can offer 1 more late Dan realm sword talisman and 1 from the mid-Dan realm at most. After a moment of contemplation, Eugene nodded. Given his limited spirit stones, acquiring this many was already his utmost capacity. Very well, it's a deal. I shall seek you out again when the need arises. Yunyang smiled. You are straightforward, my friend. Here are 3 sword talismans. Take a look. However, you will need Qi refinement stage mana to activate them, and human warriors must possess innate true essence as well. Eugene accepted the sword talismans with satisfaction. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he departed. This time, he did not need to ask. Yunyang had readily shared information, indicating their growing familiarity. He was the first human Eugene had come to know, through whom he learned about the surroundings of the moon-reflecting pond. He discovered that several human towns were located near moon-reflecting mountain, in addition to 3 major sections. The 3 major sects possess formidable champions, yet even they merely reach the pinnacle of the Dan stage, comparable to the illustrious Moonshadow Dragon King. However, they dare not provoke the Dragon Clan, which is why, after the Water Tribe secured Moonshadow Mountain, they refrained from entering. Eugene returned to his cavern, hastily stowing all his belongings into a storage pouch, enveloping them with his divine sense, and transported them back to Li Xiuxian. Within the villa, Li Xiuxian grasped the storage pouch in his hand, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. He possessed several pouches, but this one was the largest, gifted by the Octopus General. Due to its compact size, he had consistently utilized it for transferring resources between his 2 forms. Setting the pouch aside, he settled into a cross-legged position, commencing his cultivation of the human emperor's celestial blade technique. He endeavored to swiftly convert the formidable blade aura of the dominance blade technique within his dantian into the celestial blade aura, subsequently striving to break through to the innate grandmaster realm. The blade aura cultivated through the human emperor's celestial blade technique inherently contained elements of both dominance and sovereignty, resulting in a rapid transformation of the dominance blade aura into the celestial blade aura. The celestial blade aura proved to be exceedingly sharp, yet it lacked the ferocity of the dominance blade technique, which seemed to rend the meridians asunder. Infused with the essence of sovereignty, the celestial blade aura was adeptly controlled, preventing damage to the meridians. Nevertheless, cultivating the celestial blade aura necessitated rigorous physical conditioning, which was inevitable. The human emperor of the broken wilderness emerged from a lesser tribe, undoubtedly lacking access to a broader array of cultivation methodologies. Thus the great wilderness demon-slaying technique became an essential foundation for his training, rendering his physique exceptionally robust. Li Xiuxian's own physique was commendable, sufficiently capable of harboring the celestial blade aura. Although Eugene had yet to refine his divine essence, his mental acuity remained formidable, allowing for proficient control over the celestial blade aura. As the entirety of the blade aura within his dantian transformed into celestial blade aura, Li Xiuxian's eyes narrowed, and he produced 2 spiritual items, swiftly consuming them to commence their refinement. The reduction of the celestial blade aura in his dantian revealed that what was once a full reservoir of dominance blade aura had diminished to a mere 30%. This indicated that the celestial blade aura was at least 3-fold stronger than its predecessor, truly befitting the martial arts of the second-generation human emperor, remarkably potent. The 2 spiritual items were rapidly assimilated and refined by the celestial blade aura, continuously replenishing the blade aura within his dantian. After consuming 10 spiritual items, the celestial blade aura finally filled his dantian to capacity. Li Xiuxian felt an invigorating surge. Should he encounter the flame bird demigod again, even if he could not prevail, he would not be without means to retaliate. Although he had not practiced the heaven-slaying blade technique, the dominance of the 5 waves, combined with the celestial blade aura, would suffice to withstand those who had just entered the realm of demigods. With the celestial blade aura fully stored within his dantian, Li Xiuxian unhesitatingly initiated his breakthrough. The 12 primary meridians were swiftly unblocked under the onslaught of the celestial blade aura. Approaching the remaining delicate meridians, Li Xiuxian exercised utmost caution. Despite his training in the great wilderness demon-slaying technique, he remained vigilant, for blade aura, by its very nature, is exceedingly sharp, and severing a meridian would spell disaster. 6 days later, Li Xiuxian ingested a spiritual item to replenish the celestial blade aura within his dantian, then resumed his assault on the meridians. Only 1/10 of the delicate meridians remained, yet the blade aura in his dantian had been significantly depleted, necessitating prompt replenishment. Li Xiuxian prepared to establish the great circulation today, embarking on the transformation of his breaking heaven blade chi into breaking heaven blade essence, thus attaining the innate realm. After a period of cultivation, he produced a spirit object and consumed it, determined to maintain a state of full breaking heaven blade chi within his dantian. Only in this manner could he ensure a substantial conversion of blade essence at the moment of his breakthrough into the innate realm. As night fell, Li Xiuxian finally unblocked the last slender meridian. The blade chi within his body coalesced into the great circulation. Upon its formation, the breaking heaven blade chi in his dantian began to circulate. Without hesitation, he consumed 3 spirit objects simultaneously, channeling the energy of the great circulation to condense the blade chi into blade essence, with the subsequent blade chi swiftly transforming into essence as well. The breaking heaven blade essence manifested in his dantian as wispy, knife-like forms, which soon amalgamated into droplets of liquid essence, astonishingly achieving a liquid state. The newly formed true essence initially appeared as mist. It required gradual cultivation and compression to attain a liquid state, a hallmark of a late-stage innate master. However, at that stage, liquid true essence was not particularly rare. Although Li Xiuxian's breaking heaven blade chi directly transformed into blade essence, he lamented its scarcity, having only formed 7 droplets within his dantian, falling short of even 1% of its capacity. Nevertheless, his innate master status was now established. Chapter 70. The grim news: the realm of innate masters is divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. In the early stage, true essence is merely mist-like and does not fill the dantian, necessitating continual cultivation to compress the true essence. Only when the dantian is filled with true essence condensed to a mist-like state can one be considered at the mid-level of innate mastery. As for the late stage, it requires the mist-like true essence to be further compressed into a liquid state, filling 1/10 of the dantian. The pinnacle of mastery is achieved when the liquid true essence within the dantian is compressed to a certain viscosity and fills the dantian completely. Currently, Li Xiuxian's status is ambiguous. Within his dantian, he possesses merely 7 drops of liquid blade essence. Although spiritual herbs are continually absorbed and refined, converging into the blade essence, he senses that once he exhausts all the spiritual materials at hand, he may only increase to 18 drops of the divine blade essence. By the evening of the 7th day, apart from the spirit-raising fruit and the essence-cultivating fruit, all other spiritual materials had been depleted. Li Xiuxian's dantian now contained 20 drops of divine blade essence, exceeding his initial predictions. These 20 drops occupy approximately 2% of the dantian's capacity, indicating that to truly reach the late stage of innate mastery, his blade essence must amount to 100 drops. Having completed his cultivation, Li Xiuxian rose, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. Although he had attained the master level and had made a significant breakthrough into the late stage, the insufficiency of divine blade essence in his dantian posed a challenge. The resources required to cultivate 100 drops are immense, and gathering them now seems an arduous task. Even within the realm of the firebird demigod, aside from the demigod of extinguished divine fire, the other resources extracted would only yield 2 or 3 additional drops of divine blade essence at most. Li Xiuxian then produced a crystal, a product of the fusion between the firebird's divine realm and divine essence after its demise. To separate the divine essence and the resources contained within the crystal, one must possess the means of a master. As a teacher at Northwest Marshall University, Li Xiuxian adeptly understood how to extract the demigod essence. He enveloped the crystal with his blade essence and exerted formidable mental strength to segment the divine essence. As for the remaining energy and the power of belief within the crystal, while they could be utilized, Li Xiuxian preferred the cultivation of spiritual materials. If that failed, he would resort to spiritual stones. The thought of spiritual stones brought a smile to his face. Although his reserves were dwindling, once he broke through to the golden elixir stage, he would inherit the entirety of the Moonlit Pond's assets. At that time, the abundance of spiritual stones would be at his disposal. Reflecting on this, Li Xiuxian chuckled. I never imagined that one day, my family would possess a mine. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number, originating from the Shenzhou region. He promptly answered, Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? A sorrowful voice came through the line. Are you Li Xiuyan's brother? I am his teacher, Zhang Daoyuan. He has gone missing while exploring the Lingyin mountain ruins. We are doing everything we can to locate him. Please do not be too distressed. We will definitely bring him back upon hearing the news. Li Xiuxian felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, collapsing onto the ground. His phone unknowingly shattered into pieces beside him. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and made his way to the bedroom, where he picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Master Zhang? Could you enlighten me on what transpired? After a moment of silence, Zhang Daoyuan replied, The Lingyin mountain ruins have long been under the control of the Shenzhou Marshall University. This time, several other Marshall universities applied through the Ministry of Education to gain access, but unexpectedly, cultists from the evil god sect infiltrated the site. Many students from our university have suffered. Alas, this incident marks a grave error on the part of both the Shenzhou Marshall University and the Ministry of Education. The president of Shenzhou Marshall University, Shen Wuho, has directly approached the ministry for an explanation. Shenzhou Marshall University is not akin to the Northwestern Marshall University. We will not be subdued by the ministry. Realizing their fault, the Minister of Education, Shen Dingho, took decisive action, eliminating several strongholds of the evil god sect and even executing a few grandmasters, ceasing only after that. Meanwhile, they initiated a thorough investigation into the other Marshall universities. After all, their entry into the Lingyin mountain ruins was sanctioned by the ministry, yet cultists had managed to infiltrate among them, and not merely one or two. This incident escalated, particularly given that several prodigies from Shenzhou Marshall University had perished, including several disciples of masters who had not yet fully developed their potential. Had they matured, they would undoubtedly have become the mainstay of humanity. Li Xiuxian inquired, I will head over immediately. Master Zhang, please continue your search. Alive or dead, I must see them. Thank you. With that, he ended the call, secured his storage bag, and, wielding his bone knife, stepped outside, radiating an aura of terror. Just as he exited, Lu Xiaoro, the vice president of Northwestern Marshall University, appeared at his doorstep. Observing Li Xiuxian emerging with a knife, she assumed he was heading to the Great Wilderness for training. Teacher Li, are you off to the Great Wilderness for experience? Li Xiuxian glanced at Lu Xiaoro and replied calmly, Not to the Great Wilderness for now. I am heading to Shenzhou Marshall University first. As the vice president, Lu Xiaoro was well aware of Li Xiuxian's younger brother studying at Shenzhou Marshall University and initially thought he was going to visit him. However, she soon sensed something was amiss due to the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Li Xiuxian. Teacher Li, what has occurred? Wait, have you broken through to the Master Realm? Li Xiuxian shook his head. Principal Lu, I must take my leave now. We shall discuss matters later. With that, he soared into the air, heading towards the airport. Lu Xiaoro was taken aback. This speed is certainly beyond that of an initial master. He is a prodigy. No, that killing intent. He cannot be up to something reckless. Can he? This is unacceptable. I must inform the principal and my father. She took out her phone and hastily called her father, and Ningho Lu Beixian. As soon as the call connected, she eagerly exclaimed, Father, do you remember that lad who carried the demigod's corpse? And Ningho, slightly overwhelmed, replied, Yes, The one you sent to procure the blade technique. What does he need now? Lu Xiaoro quickly clarified, no. He has broken through, he has achieved the master realm. The Duke of Aning remarked, there have been numerous individuals who have transcended to the master realm. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss about it? Lu Xiaoro quickly interjected, oh, if it were merely a typical breakthrough, would I need to report it to you? I sense that his newfound realm surpasses mine, having ascended directly to the late master stage within just a month. Transitioning from the initial stages of the 9th grade to the late master stage. Surely, this can only be described as monstrous. Lu Beixian, taken aback, inquired, are you speaking the truth? Bring him to me at once. Lu Xiaoro replied, he has departed for Shenzhou with a blade in hand, seemingly heading to Shenzhou Martial University. I am uncertain what transpired. I must pursue him to ensure his safety. Lu Beixian affirmed, very well, you follow him. I shall also inform Yun Wuhan. I am certain he would be delighted to hear this. After ending the call, Lu Xiaoro soared into the sky, hastening toward the direction in which Li Shouxian had vanished. It was not until she reached the airport that she spotted Li Shouxian, seated in the waiting area with his bone blade in hand. She inquired with the airport staff about his flight and subsequently purchased a ticket to Shenzhou. Chapter 71. The son-in-law of the tranquil Marquis? Lu Xiaoro purchased her ticket and promptly seated herself beside Li Shouxian, awaiting their boarding. Despite their martial prowess, they lacked the privilege of a private charter. Li Shouxian cast a puzzled glance at Lu Xiaoro before closing his eyes, refraining from further inquiries, for he was acutely aware that her presence was motivated by concern over his potential recklessness. In truth, he was uncertain of how to proceed. His brother, Li Xuan, had gone missing on Lingyin Mountain, and the pursuers were affiliated with the evil god sect, a matter unrelated to the Shenzhou Martial University. Moreover, as martial artists, death was a commonplace occurrence. It would be unreasonable to hold the Shenzhou Martial University accountable simply because the individual involved was his sibling. Not only did he lack the strength to do so, but even if he possessed it, he would not act in such a manner. Lu Xiaoro quietly inquired, may I ask what transpired? At that moment, Lu Xiaoro had shed her usual quirkiness, appearing instead as gentle as a devoted wife. Those familiar with her would surely believe they were witnessing an illusion. Li Shouxian, preoccupied with his own thoughts, failed to notice these changes. However, he felt compelled to respond to her kind inquiry. My brother Li Shuyuan is in trouble. I am going to see what I can do. Lu Xiaoro, having surmised the situation, nodded slightly and offered words of comfort. Your brother is destined for good fortune. He shall be unharmed. Li Shouxian acknowledged her words with a nod, the intensity of his murderous intent dissipating somewhat. He murmured his thanks and fell silent once more. Lu Xiaoro, aware of the turmoil within him, chose not to press further, instead remaining quietly by his side as they awaited their flight. The following midday, the airplane touched down at Shenzhou Airport, and the two eagerly made their way towards the Shenzhou Martial University. Initially, Li Shouxian intended to head directly to Lingyin Mountain, but Lu Xiaoro informed him that entry to the site required the university's consent, prompting him to alter his course. At the Shenzhou Martial University, in the principal's office, Marquis Shenwu furrowed his brow and inquired, has Mr. Zhang's student yet been located? A nearby grandmaster replied, Principal, not yet. The search continues. The site is vast, and we cannot ascertain whether they will be found. Marquis Shenwu nodded, stating, continue the search. Our university will not abandon any student. The grandmaster hesitated before adding, Principal, it is not a matter of unwillingness to search. We have scoured the entire site. Even the rodents have been unearthed in nests, but there is no sign of the living or the dead. Marquis Shenwu sighed, do your utmost to find them. Just then, the office phone rang, and the grandmaster quickly answered. Hello, this is the principal's office of Shenzhou Martial University. How may I assist you? A voice on the other end stated, put Zhang Sudong on the line. The grandmaster was taken aback, then seemed to recall something as he looked towards Marquis Shenwu, who indeed was Zhang Sudong. Recognizing that the caller dared to address the Marquis by name indicated they were likely a formidable figure themselves, the grandmaster promptly said, please hold. He then handed the phone to Marquis Shenwu, saying, Principal, it's for you. Upon answering, Marquis Shenwu asked, who is this? The voice on the other end replied, how could you forget my number, Zhang Sudong? The esteemed Lord Shen Wu furrowed his brow slightly, only to break into a smile shortly thereafter. Old Lu, what brings you to seek my counsel? The call had been placed by the venerable Lord and Ning Lu Beixian, who shared a profound camaraderie with Lord Shen Wu of the Shenzhou Martial University. I require your assistance, Lu Beixian began. My daughter, along with the pride of the Northwest, has set forth to Shenzhou Martial University. Please ensure their safe reception and that no mishaps befall them. Moreover, the pride of the Northwest has a brother who is a missing student from your institution, named Li Shuyuan, under the tutelage of Zhang Daoyuan. Should he wish to venture to Lingyin Mountain, do not impede his passage. Consider this a favor owed to me. Lord Shen Wu was taken aback. It was rare for Lord and Ning to owe a favor to anyone. However, upon hearing of the pride of the Northwest, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, a flicker of confusion lingered, for the news of the pride of the Northwest had recently surfaced, apparently named Wang Mingyang, reputed to be exceptionally gifted, surely not Li Shuyuan's brother. Old Lu, is not the pride of the Northwest Wang Mingyang? When did a change occur? Lu Beixian chuckled heartily. Old Zhang, it is not mere boasting. This time, the Northwest boasts more than just Wang Mingyang, and he hardly qualifies as the pride of the region. The one journeying to Shenzhou is the vice president of Northwest Martial University, Li Shouxian, a mere 25 or 26 years of age. Yet he has already attained the master realm. Remarkably, he had slain a demigod, specifically the fiery bird demigod, when he first entered the 9th rank. Zhang Sudong was left utterly astounded. While there were indeed masters under 30 in Shenzhou Martial University, and across other regions to have slain a demigod, particularly a fiery bird, at such an early stage was nothing short of terrifying. Is this truly the case? How have I not received this news? He inquired. Lu Beixian replied, I had sealed the information, as this transpired a month ago. You are the only one privy to it apart from those present at the time. Moreover, his cultivation has, in this month, ascended directly to the late master realm. I cannot fathom how he achieved this, but he practices the dominant blade technique. A month to reach the late master realm while training in the dominant blade technique left Zhang Sudong speechless. Such a prodigy had emerged, and upon arriving in Shenzhou, could he be persuaded to join their ranks? Very well, upon his arrival, I shall extend to him the courtesy befitting the vice president of Shenzhou Martial University. You need not worry, he assured. Lu Beixian playfully admonished, do not try to play me, old friend. Did you not notice he is traveling alongside my daughter? Zhang Sudong let out a bitter laugh, exclaiming, by heavens, you old rascal, employing your daughter as bait. You truly are audacious. Lu Beixian chuckled heartily in response, old Zhang, if my daughter were unwilling, I would not have resorted to such measures. Let fate take its course. The two formidable beings exchanged banter for a short while before concluding their conversation. Following the call, Lord Shen Wu Zhang Sudong commanded, continue the search for that student. Do not relent. Simultaneously, cleanse all strongholds of the cult of the evil gods within Shenzhou. Eliminate all cultists. The Grand Master hesitated for a moment before responding, yes, Principal, but what about the divine stability Marquis? The martial god waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need to concern yourself. He will acquiesce. Otherwise, the peaceful Marquis will have a word with that old fellow. The Grand Master widened his eyes in astonishment. The peaceful Marquis ranks among the top 5 of all transcendent beings in Huaxia. While the martial god is formidable in his own right, in a true battle, he would not stand a chance against the peaceful Marquis. As for the divine stability Marquis, his combat prowess is on par with that of the martial god, and the peaceful Marquis could easily handle him. However, there exists a stabilizing force in the realm of Huaxia, the divine sea Marquis, who holds the second position among transcendent beings, though he is currently in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. The Grand Master, unaware of what the peaceful Marquis had conveyed, quickly replied, yes, Principal, I shall make the arrangements at once. The martial god cautioned, Shaosong, do not rush. The 2 vice principals from Northwest Martial University will be arriving shortly. They are the son-in-law and daughter of the peaceful Marquis. Ensure that everything is well organized. We must avoid any mishaps. That old rascal is fiercely protective of his family, and if his daughter or son-in-law faces any grievances within the Huaxia region, it could spell unrest for the entire realm. Now go. Chapter 72. The fortuitous encounter of Li Shuyuan Shaosong, who is actually Song Xingchen, the vice president of Shenzhou Martial University, only displays such deference in the presence of the Duke of Divine Martial. Outside of this context, he is a revered figure, a pinnacle grandmaster. As Song Xingchen stepped outside, he furrowed his brow, pondering the whereabouts of the missing student. He had cultivated the overlord's might from the Martial University, possessing formidable combat prowess. However, the ruins were limited in scope. Could he really fly? Even a grandmaster could not soar within the Lingyin mountain ruins, leaving him perplexed. Nonetheless, since the Duke of Divine Martial had spoken, he resolved to continue the search. After all, this was the brother of the son-in-law of the Anning Duke. A modicum of preferential treatment was not unreasonable. In a certain depth of the Lingyin mountain, approximately 20 meters from the cave entrance, a young man stood upon a stone platform, gazing up at the faint light filtering from the cave's mouth. He surveyed the smooth stone walls, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Behind him, a cave opening led to a hidden realm, where walls were embellished with luminous pearls, illuminating the interior and dispelling the darkness. Within the sanctuary grew a fruit tree, its bountiful fruits providing sustenance for an entire day and aiding in cultivation. The tree was laden with fruit, sufficient for the young man to survive for an extended period. Yet, he ascended the stone platform each day, yearning to discover an escape. Such a distance would pose little challenge for a 7th-grade martial artist. Even a 6th-grade martial artist could manage to exit. However, he was merely a 3rd-grade martial artist and had attempted to scale the walls, but his strength was insufficient to leave a mark. After observing for a considerable time without witnessing anyone passing by, the young man returned to the cave to continue his cultivation. Although he was alone, the fruits from the tree provided ample resources for his training, greatly benefiting his progress. This young man was Li Shuyuan. Initially pursued by several figures in black, he had inadvertently fallen into this abyss while utterly exhausted. With all his might, he managed to leap onto the stone platform, believing he was destined to perish here. To his astonishment, he discovered a means of survival within this cave. Surviving such perilous circumstances surely heralded future blessings. While this location lacked many things, it was abundant in cultivation resources. The energy contained in a single fruit was more than sufficient for a day's training. Li Shuyuan practiced the overlord's might, which laid a robust foundation for his future cultivation while also enhancing his combat ability. However, this technique required substantial resources for training. Even with the guidance of the master Jiang Daoyuan, his progress was not rapid. In the eyes of others, ascending from a 1st-grade martial artist to a 3rd-grade martial artist in just over 2 months was remarkably swift. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had consumed resources equivalent to 10 times that of others during this period. Some acquired through his own efforts, others bestowed by his mentor Jiang Daoyuan, with the majority coming from his brother Li Shouxian. Now, in this cave, while he lacked many things, he was not deprived of cultivation resources. The energy within each fruit was ample enough to sustain a day's worth of training. After practicing for half a day, Li Shuyuan paused to survey his surroundings. Lacking any suitable weapon substitutes, he opted to refine his foundational boxing techniques, leg maneuvers, and agility. It was imperative for him to not only enhance his cultivation but also to bolster his combat prowess, for who could tell what monstrous entities might lurk within the shadowy depths of the cave. While Li Shuyuan was absorbed in his training, Li Shouxian had already arrived at the Shenzhou Martial University, where he was personally received by President Song Xingchen. Aware of their intentions, the president promptly led them towards Lingyin Mountain. Li Shouxian was pleasantly surprised by the amicable demeanor of the officials, as he had anticipated that access to the ruins would be fraught with difficulty. To his astonishment, without even articulating his purpose, they seemed to grasp his motives. A glance at Lu Xiaoro beside him revealed the likely reason. Vice President Lu had undoubtedly leveraged her father's connections. This revelation left him in awe of the formidable influence wielded by the Anning Marquis. Li Shouxian pondered privately. Once he located Shuyuan, he would seek out the Anning Marquis to request the Dehuang Lu Yaoju, for the assistance he had received thus far was invaluable. Regardless of whether he required aid, the conveniences afforded to him were enough to instill a sense of gratitude in Li Shouxian. Lingyin Mountain was still bustling with individuals searching for Li Shuyuan. Yet no matter how diligently they searched, he remained elusive. Some even speculated about the presence of bottomless pits. But those chasms were utterly unfathomable. The nature of what lay within those depths was a mystery. Even the formidable Shenwu Marquis had been unable to ascertain their depth or destination, leaving them at a loss. Li Xiaoxian and Lu Xiaoro joined the search efforts, which had been cordoned off by Shenzhou Martial University. Several masters stood guard against any potential incursions by cultists of the evil god sect. They scoured the area for half a month, after which many faculty and students returned home, for their primary duties involved cultivation and safeguarding the entrance to the great wilderness. Li Xiaoxian meticulously recorded the names of those who had aided in the search for Xiuyuan, recognizing their goodwill, as this month had cost them precious time that could have been spent on their own training. Although he currently lacked the resources to repay their kindness, he knew that in the future, once Ao Jin ascended to the status of the moon-reflecting Dragon King, he would possess ample spiritual stones and treasures, making it easy to reciprocate. Ultimately, only Li Xiaoxian, Lu Xiaoro, and Zhang Daoyuan remained in their pursuit. Li Xiaoxian was determined to find his brother, while Zhang Daoyuan, as Li Xiuyuan's mentor, was resolute in his commitment to uncover the truth, whether it be through finding him alive or bringing closure in death. Lu Xiaoro chose to stay behind to assist Li Xiaoxian in his search, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. Despite his numerous attempts to dissuade her, she remained steadfast in her decision. One day, Li Xiaoxian approached the entrance of a bottomless pit, peering down into its abyss without discernible findings. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Lu Xiaoro, "Principal Lu, please wait for me here while I descend to investigate." Lu Xiaoro furrowed her brow and retorted, "How many times must I remind you? You may either call me Sister Ro or simply Xiaoro, understood?" Li Xiaoxian nodded in acknowledgement. "Sister Ro, I shall venture down to explore. I have a strong feeling that he is unharmed." Lu Xiaoro cast a sorrowful glance at Li Xiaoxian and remarked, "You may descend, but do not venture too deep. A limit of 100 meters should suffice." Li Xiaoxian nodded in acknowledgement, then soared into the air, a swirling mist forming beneath his feet, a manifestation of the cloud soaring technique from the transformation into Dragon Sutra. This spectacle left both Lu Xiaoro and Zhang Daoyuan, who was not far away, utterly astonished. Had they stumbled into the wrong scene, riding clouds and mist? Such sights belonged only to the realm of mythology. However, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets, neither inquired how Li Xiaoxian accomplished this feat, only deepening the aura of mystery surrounding him in their minds. As Li Xiaoxian entered the bottomless pit, he carefully surveyed the surrounding stone walls before swiftly descending. For an ordinary master, navigating such a vertical chasm would prove challenging, likely resulting in minimal progress. Yet Li Xiaoxian was different. Having practiced the cloud-soaring technique under Ao Jin's guidance, though not a master of it, he could still harness the mist to assist his descent. At the 100-meter mark, Li Xiaoxian found nothing of note, nor did he sense any danger. With the absence of peril, he resolved to continue his descent, uncertain of what lay below, yet feeling that Li Xiuyuan was likely hidden within some abyss. Chapter 73. The indestructible body within the stone cave. Li Xiuyuan diligently practiced his fundamental martial arts for nearly a month, a duration that began to wear on his nerves. In a moment of frustration, he struck the adjacent wall with his fist. To his astonishment, the wall crumbled beneath his blow, revealing an unexpected strength he had not realized he possessed. However, as he peered through the hole he had created, he noticed a glimmer of light emanating from within. The presence of light indicated an exit, filling him with elation. He struck the wall several more times, ultimately forming a passage large enough for a person to pass through. Yet, upon entering, he discovered that it did not lead to the outside world but rather into a vast cavern. In the depths of the cave lay a luminous stone and, beside it, the enormous skeleton of a beast. Li Xiuyuan exclaimed, "By the heavens! This is the corpse of a ferocious beast, so massive. But wait, even in death, it exudes such formidable pressure. How powerful must it have been when alive?" The beast skeleton, long deceased, still radiated a palpable aura of strength. Moreover, a thick chain bound its neck, suggesting that it had been imprisoned here. Surveying the surroundings, Li Xiuyuan noted that apart from the glowing stone, the beast's remains, and the chain, there was nothing else of interest. "I had hoped to find a way out, Yet I have stumbled upon this desolate place, he lamented. Just as he voiced his disappointment, a figure suddenly emerged from the glowing stone. It was a monk, who greeted him with a smile. Amitba, after such a long wait, a visitor has finally arrived. You appear to possess considerable talent, he remarked, gazing at Li Shuyuan as if he were a rare treasure, causing the latter to feel a shiver run down his spine. Li Shuyuan quickly bowed and said, I pay my respects, venerable one. I stumbled upon this place by chance, and I beg your forgiveness for intruding. I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest. The monk, appearing youthful and cheerful, reassured him, Fear not, my boy. I am no villain. I was once trapped here while subduing this beast, and now, with my lifespan nearly spent, I have left behind this relic and my essence, narrowly escaping with my existence. Suddenly, Li Shuyuan recalled something and hastily inquired, Venerable one, you're not intending to seize my body, are you? My talent is quite lacking. You would be better off seeking another host. The young monk paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I wonder from whom you learned of such matters. If it were someone else, they might indeed attempt to possess you. However, I am different. Enough of this chatter. Come here. Compelled by an unseen force, Li Shuyuan found himself drawn towards the monk. The monk placed his hand upon his head and soon laughed joyously. Excellent. You possess great potential. My boy, as my spiritual strength dissipates for the last time, I shall bestow upon you all my teachings. He reached out towards the nearby relic, which soared into his grasp, unleashing a torrent of immense energy that surged through the monk and ceaselessly flowed into Li Shuyuan's body. Unable to contain himself, Li Shuyuan let out a cry, not out of desire but from the sheer agony of the energy infusion. Nevertheless, his cultivation steadily ascended 3rd tier, 4th tier, 5th tier, all the way to the 9th tier without pause. As the energy continued to pour in, he swiftly attained the realm of a grandmaster. At this level, the infusion persisted. His throat had grown hoarse, yet the energy showed no sign of abating, relentlessly elevating his cultivation until he reached the pinnacle of grandmaster. The monk furrowed his brow and remarked, Alas, it is a pity that you have not cultivated the body-refining techniques. If you had, a direct breakthrough to the great grandmaster would have been within your grasp. However, I shall store this relic within you, and you may cultivate it at your leisure. With that, the remaining relic entered Li Shuyuan's body, and the monk's figure began to fade. Remember this, I am Ning Fanqing, with the Dharma name Tuochen. This indestructible diamond body, cultivated both internally and externally, is the sacred technique of our Lingyin temple. I hope you will pass it down. Amitba. Li Shuyuan felt an overwhelming surge of true essence within him, coupled with the appearance of the indestructible diamond body in his mind, leaving him at a loss for words. Initially, he had assumed the monk intended to seize his body, but to his surprise, the monk had come to bestow upon him an opportunity. This left him feeling somewhat awkward, yet by the time he processed this revelation, the monk had nearly vanished. Ning Fanqing laughed heartily. After 200 years of cultivating Buddhism, Tuochen still embodies Ning Fanqing. How can one achieve perfection in this world? I choose to forsake the Tathagata but not you, Shuryen. I have come for you. In the next life, I shall not pursue Buddhism, but shall forever accompany you. As the last words fell, Ning Fanqing's spirit dissipated. Li Shuyuan opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. Soon, however, he knelt on the ground and bowed several times, addressing Ning Fanqing, Senior, I thought you sought to seize my body, but instead, you harbored selfless intentions. Alas, although I already have a teacher, in my heart you are my master. Fear not, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, ensuring the indestructible diamond body becomes renowned throughout the world. With that, he made his way toward the exit, but at that moment, an immense shadow of a ferocious beast materialized behind him. Ha ha ha, this deity is about to break free. Boy, I must thank you, but as a recompense, I shall devour you at the first opportunity. Li Shuyuan was taken aback and hastened his pace toward the exit. It was evident that this creature was an evil god transformed from a ferocious beast, possessing formidable strength. Despite its diminished spirit, it still retained the power of a great grandmaster, far beyond what Li Shuyuan, who had just reached the peak of the innate realm, could contend with. However, at this moment, the creature was still bound by chains, indicating that it would require some time to break free. Thus, he seized this opportunity to escape. Li Shuyuan surged forth without a moment's hesitation, his cultivation having ascended to the realm of a grandmaster, enabling him to soar through the air. Although he had yet to experience flight, a leap of over 20 meters was well within his capabilities. Upon reaching the stone platform at the cave's entrance, he observed that the spectral figure had entirely consumed his remains, its power magnified. The chains, having aged beyond efficacy, were effortlessly shattered by the entity. Without a second thought, Li Shuyuan propelled himself into the air, darting towards the cave's mouth. At that moment, the spectral figure pursued him, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty hunger as it transformed into a streak of light, racing after him. Li Shuyuan descended to a distance of 10 kilometers before halting, not out of reluctance to continue, but because he beheld a terrifying sight. Before him were a pair of crimson eyes, gazing upward, emanating an aura that even surpassed that of the Duke of Anning. This revelation struck him with profound terror, prompting him to ascend without hesitation. The creature below attempted to pursue him, yet it appeared ensnared by an unseen force, unable to break free, and could only watch helplessly as Li Shuyuan escaped. Chapter 74. The powerful sword symbol emerging from the abyss. Li Shuyuan cast a cautious glance back at the chasm's mouth, finding nothing amiss. The formidable creature had not pursued him, which allowed him to exhale with relief. Lu Xiaoro inquired, "Shuyuan, why have you been gone for so long?" After pondering for a moment, Li Shuyuan recounted the astonishing sights he had witnessed below, leaving both of them in awe. They had not anticipated such an entity lurking beneath the abyss. Should it escape, the entire Tianlan star would likely face dire consequences. Zhang Daoyuan asserted, "This is no trivial matter. It must be reported. You two can continue searching here, while I inform Principal Song." He was indeed correct. The gravity of the situation warranted serious attention. If each abyss concealed such a presence, the Lingyin mountain ruins would be exceedingly perilous.
Li Shuyuan nudda.
Then I must trouble Teacher Zhang. Xiaoro, why don't you accompany Teacher Zhang? Lu Xiaoro shook her head. No need. The divine martial marquis has a good relationship with my father. Once he learns of it, my father will naturally be informed. Besides, am I that old? Just call me Xiaoro. Li Shuyuan was somewhat speechless, recalling that she had asked him to address her as Sister Ro or Xiaoro. It was not incorrect to refer to her as Sister Ro given her seniority. However, seeing the threatening glint in Lu Xiaoro's eyes, he acquiesced. All right, Xiaoro, let us proceed to search the next abyss. Lu Xiaoro smiled in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Let us hurry. Just as she finished speaking, a youth suddenly emerged from an abyss, closely followed by a shadowy apparition. The aura of the apparition was formidable, rivaling that of a mid-tier grandmaster. The Iron Fist Grandmaster represented a mid-level warrior, suggesting that this shadow strength was at least comparable. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts, for Li Shuyuan recognized that the fleeing youth was none other than his younger brother, Li Shuyuan. Though he was puzzled by how Li Shuyuan had advanced to the pinnacle of mastery, there was no time for contemplation, as his brother was in imminent peril. He executed the sky-slaying blade technique. For nearly a month, Li Shuyuan had refrained from drawing his blade, instead gripping the bone knife tightly, refining it daily with his blade essence. After nearly a month of nurturing, combined with the fact that the sky-slaying blade technique was the signature swordsmanship of the Heavenly Emperor, his combat prowess was formidable. With a swift motion, he unleashed a massive blade aura toward the apparition, which, given its already considerable size, was struck directly by the attack. Roar! The apparition abandoned Li Shuyuan, its crimson eyes fixating on Li Shuyuan. Fearless, Li Shuyuan stood firm, bone knife in hand, gazing coldly at the towering figure. The apparition, upon noticing Li Shuyuan and then Lu Xiaoro beside him, erupted in laughter. I did not expect that upon my emergence I would find so many offerings. Truly, the heavens assist me. Ha ha ha! Meanwhile, the fleeing Li Shuyuan, upon seeing his brother confronting the apparition, could not help but exclaim, "Brother, I knew you would come." Li Shuyuan spoke in a deep voice. Xiaoro, you must leave quickly. I will hold this fellow off." Lu Xiaoro shook her head and replied, "Shuyuan, let Shuyuan go. I will stay and help you confront him. Your strength is inferior to mine." Li Xiuxian was taken aback by Lu Xiaorou's words. Yet he understood that she was the daughter of the Marquis of Anning and must possess some means of self-preservation, so he did not dwell on it. At that moment, Li Xiuyan interjected, "Brother, sister-in-law, I am now a grandmaster, my realm surpasses yours. I will not flee. If it comes to it, we shall die together." Li Xiuxian rolled his eyes. Discussing life and death at this juncture was futile. He held a trump card and had no fear of demise. He merely wished to test the disparity between himself and his opponent. "I say, you all have had enough. If you intend to stay, then observe from the sidelines. I wish to ascertain my current combat prowess." He overlooked Li Xiuyan's address, but Lu Xiaorou's cheeks flushed momentarily before she regained her composure. Lu Xiaorou inquired, "Are you capable?" Li Xiuyan echoed, "Indeed, elder brother. Can you manage?" Li Xiuxian shot them a glare and retorted, "Whether I can or cannot, one must try." In truth, he had already cursed the two of them in his heart. How could a man admit to weakness? He possessed a sword talisman and had no fear of such a creature. If needed, he could slay it with a single strike. The colossal entity observed the three bickering before him, utterly dismissive of his presence, and his fury surged. He bellowed, "You insolent fools, since you disregard me, watch as I devour you." With a tremendous physique, he charged at the trio, his speed akin to teleportation, appearing before Li Xiuxian and the others in an instant. Prepared, Li Xiuxian swung his bone knife with precision. The supreme wave of dominance, fifth layer. This was his most potent technique, and his combat strength was formidable, especially after his elevation to the innate Grandmaster realm, where its power had multiplied several-fold. As 5 blades surged forth, they collided with the approaching phantom, and Li Xiuxian felt the gap in strength between them, for he, along with Li Xiuyan and Lu Xiaorou, was sent flying. The phantom paused momentarily but remained undeterred. It was evident that Li Xiuxian could not confront it head-on with his current strength. Without hesitation, a jade talisman appeared in his hand, inscribed with the image of a diminutive flying sword. As the talisman emerged, both the phantom and the trio felt an overwhelming sword intent, undeniably at the level of a grandmaster. Li Xiuxian produced a sword talisman from the late stage of the elixir realm, sufficient to contend with a mid-stage grandmaster warrior. The power unleashed by the talisman would be formidable, making it feasible to slay the phantom. Upon revealing the talisman, Li Xiuxian unhesitatingly infused it with his energy and shouted, "Slash!" A blade of sword energy soared skyward, charging directly towards the phantom, its form exquisitely condensed, and the momentum immense, causing the phantom to be taken aback and hastily retreat. Regrettably, he underestimated the formidable power of the sword energy, and once the sword talisman identified its target, it was relentless. Although the phantom moved swiftly, it could not outpace the sword energy, which, without hesitation, lunged forward, piercing directly towards its head amidst the phantom's terror-stricken gaze. "No, this is intolerable. The divine being has only just emerged. I do not wish to perish." Alas, the sword energy offered no reprieve. The sword cultivator was exceptionally powerful, particularly with this sword talisman, which encapsulated the sword energy of a late-stage core formation practitioner, equivalent to the full might of the opponent's strike. This force could undoubtedly annihilate an ordinary late-stage core formation individual. It is not to say that a Grand Master is inferior to a core formation practitioner. Both exist within the same realm, and it is difficult to ascertain superiority. However, the combat prowess of a late-stage sword cultivator closely rivals that of a peak core formation expert. The phantom had just manifested, and its own cultivation had only reached the mid-stage of Grand Master, not yet restored to its zenith. Though its speed was remarkable, it was still merely at the mid-stage of Grand Master, and in comparison to the sword energy, it fell significantly short. Li Xiuxian observed the phantom, once again summoning a sword talisman, poised for action. He was uncertain whether the sword energy could slay the phantom. If it could not, he would prepare another talisman. Chapter 75. The gift of the storage bag. This apparition undoubtedly poses a significant threat. It is far more than just a ferocious beast. By its own proclamation of being a deity, it is likely akin to an evil god. Should it escape from this place, it could wreak havoc upon humanity. The existence of a malevolent cult in the human realm is already a considerable burden. If this entity were to emerge and seize the faith of such cults, it would undoubtedly become a grave danger to mankind. Ah! Roar! The sword aura swiftly struck the apparition, obliterating its ethereal form entirely. Yet, Li Xiuxian and his companions remained vigilant, their gazes firmly fixed upon it. After all, this creature is an ancient entity, and one can never be certain of its hidden trump cards. Allowing it to escape would lead to dire consequences. As expected, the being charged towards a nearby abyss, and Li Xiuxian found himself unable to intervene. Its speed was simply too formidable. However, a peculiar expression crossed Li Xiuxian's face upon realizing that the abyss it fled into harbored a terrifying presence. Residual sword energy lingered within the apparition. One could only wonder if it would inflict any harm upon whatever dwelled below, though perhaps he was merely overthinking. Li Xiuxian glanced at the entrance of the abyss. His brow furrowed as he said, "We cannot descend there for the moment. We must await the arrival of a powerful being from the celestial realm. This incident must remain confidential." He referred to his use of the sword talisman. Should this information leak, it could lead to complications. Naturally, Li Xiuyan would not divulge this secret, for he trusted his elder brother implicitly. Lu Xiaoro, with her characteristic bluntness, chimed in, "Rest assured, I will keep this under wraps for you. But you, my friend, are quite impressive to have such a hidden card up your sleeve. TSK. Lu Xiaoro was perceptive. She refrained from questioning Li Xiuxian further, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets. Li Xiuxian nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. Should we continue to wait here for them, or return?" Li Xiuyan hurriedly urged, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, wait, follow me. I have something extraordinary to show you. Let us retrieve it first." Li Xiuxian, though puzzled, did not inquire further, merely furrowing his brow. "Do not speak nonsense. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Xiaoro, the vice president of the Northwest Martial University." Li Xiuyan quickly acknowledged, I understand. No wonder you have no feelings for Qingya. It seems you have an affection for sister-in-law instead. I see now." Lu Xiaoro seized upon this statement, asking, "Xiao Yuan, who is this Qingya you speak of?" Li Xiuxian felt a headache coming on. What was with this woman? It seemed she had no direct relation to him, yet her interest was solely in his affairs. Li Xiuyan glanced between his elder brother and Lu Xiaoro, explaining, "Sister-in-law, Qingya is my brother's childhood sweetheart, though she is likely married by now. Do not worry." For reasons unknown, Lu Xiaoro seemed to relax slightly, responding with her usual brashness, "Humph, worry? What do I have to worry about? Let us go see where this treasure of yours is." Li Xiuyan nodded hastily and swiftly made his way toward the abyss from which he had just emerged. Glancing at the stone platform, he declared, "I shall descend first. You may follow me." Li Xiuxian and his companion nodded, watching as Li Xiuyan jumped down, landing steadily upon the stone platform. They followed suit, only to discover that this place was indeed a realm of wonder. Li Xiuyan spoke, "Brother, this is the spot. See for yourself." Li Xiuxian gazed at the fruits adorning the trees, yet could not recall the name of this fruit tree, suggesting that Ao Jin's ancestral memories lacked this knowledge. "What properties do these fruits possess?" he inquired. Li Xiuyan replied, "One fruit can sustain a person for an entire day, and the energy contained within is sufficient for a third-tier martial artist's cultivation for a day, facilitating rapid enhancement of their abilities." Lu Xiaoro exclaimed in astonishment, "These are fulling fruits. Not only can they serve as sustenance, but they are also rich in energy, beneficial for martial artists below the 7th tier. They would be invaluable for nurturing students. If we could bring them back to Northwest Martial University, it would be remarkable."
Li Xiuxian interrupted her, stating,
"These belong to Xiu Yuan." Lu Xiaoro chuckled sheepishly. "I was merely too excited moments ago and lost track of my words. He. Li Xiuyan quickly suggested, "How about we divide the fruits above? As for this tree, let it remain here, and when the fruits grow again, we can split them between Northwest Martial University and Shenzhou Martial University. What do you think?" Lu Xiaoro readily agreed, though she noted that her father would need to discuss this with the Marquis of Divine Martial, as it was beyond her authority to decide. Li Xiuxian inquired, "Is this within your purview?" Li Xiuyan scratched the back of his head, realizing that this territory seemed to belong to Shenzhou Martial University, and thus was not his to command. He shook his head and pointed to the scant fruits of summer, saying, What we must do now is devise a way to carry them away. He surveyed his tattered clothing with a sigh, realizing that even if he wished to wrap the fruits, he had no means to do so. Li Xiaoxian glanced at Lu Xiaoro, clearly hoping to see if she possessed any storage bags or similar items. Lu Xiaoro responded, "Don't look to me. I have no means either. Although my father is the Marquis of Peace, I lack storage equipment. Such items are exceedingly rare, even the Grand Masters may not possess them." Li Xiaoxian nodded and closed his eyes for a moment, after which 2 small bags appeared in his hands, which he promptly tossed to Li Xuan and Lu Xiaoro. The two regarded the small bags with curiosity. They appeared somewhat worn, yet knowing they were bestowed by Li Xiaoxian, they presumed them to be valuable. "Indeed," Li Xiaoxian remarked, "these are storage bags, a type of storage equipment. You may use them for now." He had several from Aojin and was not concerned about running short. Moreover, in the realm of immortal heroes, how could there be a lack of storage bags? He believed that if he desired, he could acquire many, and at reasonable prices. Li Xiaoxian even pondered to himself, perhaps I should become a second-hand storage bag merchant? Purchasing them at low prices from that world and selling them at a premium in this one. Surely many martial artists would be interested. Once a martial artist reaches the master level, they can harness true essence to unlock storage bags, a rather convenient item. However, Li Xiaoxian reflected on his past weakness. If he were to reveal an abundance of storage bags then, it would undoubtedly invite unnecessary troubles. When he became more powerful, those meager resources would prove insufficient. After contemplating for a while, Li Shuyuan inquired, "Brother, how does one utilize this item?" Lu Xiaoro also turned her gaze towards Li Xiaoxian, genuinely unaware of its usage. Even though she was the daughter of the Marquis of Anning, she had never been allocated a storage bag, despite having asked her parents many times. Crafting such storage equipment is quite challenging. Even within the divine realms, success is not guaranteed, and the failure rate remains significant, rendering these items exceedingly rare. Although he yearned for one, the Marquis of Anning could not provide it. For instance, Master Iron Fist, despite having reached the mid-stage of mastery, still lacked any storage equipment, underscoring their scarcity. Li Xiaoxian advised, "Channel your true essence into the small bag in your hands, and you will naturally discern its use." Following his brother's guidance, Li Shuyuan soon comprehended the bag's function, discovering 2 spiritual stones within, approximately 100 grams in weight. Lu Xiaoro experienced a similar revelation, finding 100 grams of spiritual stones in her storage bag, casting a puzzled glance at Li Xiaoxian. Chapter 76. The imminent crisis. Upon hearing the inquiry, Li Xiaoxian responded with an air of nonchalance, "I happen to possess a few spirit stones for your cultivation. Beyond that, I have no more to spare." Lu Xiaoro rolled her eyes, contemplating whether these were indeed the words of a human. As the daughter of the Anning Marquis, she was well aware that spirit stones were not in infinite supply, yet here he was, casually offering them as if they were mere trifles. Pondering this, Lu Xiaoro suddenly asked, "By the way, have you perhaps inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse?" Li Xiaoxian considered her words. It was a rather apt explanation, after all. The Emperor of the Broken Sky from the Celestial River realm could indeed be regarded as an ancient mighty figure, and he had indeed received that legacy. Nodding, he affirmed, "Indeed, I have obtained a powerful inheritance, though the true strength lies with Shuyuan. Does it not?" At this, Lu Xiaoro's gaze shifted towards Li Shuyuan, her eyes brimming with astonishment. The information she had received indicated that this lad had entered Lingyin Mountain as merely a third-tier warrior, yet he had now ascended to the pinnacle of mastery, with no discernible differences apart from the instability of his realm. Li Shuyuan, scratching his head, remarked, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure how this came to be. Follow me. There is another remarkable location." The trio followed him to the site where Ning Fanqing had passed away. Gazing upon the vast cavern and the shattered chains, they could not help but inquire, "This must have been the place where that phantom was imprisoned, correct?"
Li Xiuan nudda.
"You are correct, brother. There was once a young monk here named Tuochin, whose true name was Ning Fanqing. He suppressed a malevolent beast here, but alas, he has since passed. Before his demise, however, he imparted his cultivation to me and sealed a relic within my body." Lu Xiaoro exclaimed in astonishment, "Only those of at least the celestial realm can cultivate a relic. He may even have transcended that realm." To receive such a transmission is a profound blessing for you. Now at the pinnacle of mastery, Li Shuyuan needed only to stabilize his cultivation to ascend to the Grandmaster level. Moreover, with the energy provided by the relic within him, it was conceivable that he might even achieve the celestial realm. Lu Xiaoro displayed an expression of envy, yet she felt no jealousy. As long as Li Shuyuan grew stronger, he would better protect humanity. Li Shouxian also felt joy for his brother. Having received a transmission of power, it was likely that he would also inherit techniques, rendering the Overlord spear he had prepared for him of little use. Li Shouxian declared, "Since there are no significant issues remaining here, let us venture out to gather the fruits and hastily depart. I suspect the divine martial marquis is soon to arrive." They nodded in agreement and exited the cavern, swiftly collecting the fruits into their storage bags before leaving the bottomless pit. No sooner had they emerged than the divine martial marquis and his entourage arrived at Lingyin Mountain. The three of them promptly bowed. "We greet the divine martial marquis and esteemed grandmasters." The divine martial marquis scrutinized Li Shouxian and inquired, "So you are the one who discovered the anomalies beneath this bottomless pit?" Li Shouxian quickly nodded, "Yes. My research into the method of flight allows for vertical ascension and descent. I examined the area 5,000 meters below and noted the peculiarities. Yet the entity is far too formidable for me to confront." The god of martial valor nodded and directly descended into the bottomless pit. With his prowess, he could effortlessly navigate the vertical expanse. However, he soon emerged, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained an injury. The onlookers quickly inquired, "Are you all right, god of martial valor?" He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It is nothing serious. I did not anticipate such a terrifying existence lurking beneath this abyss. An ancient malevolent entity likely left over from a bygone era. Alas, my strength is insufficient to vanquish it." The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not expected such a formidable being to persist through the ages. Yet, the true nature of the ancient era remained shrouded in mystery, as much of history is unclear. Much like how ordinary people are unaware of the existence of the vast wilderness, which has existed since the establishment of the Huaxia nation, the struggle between humanity and the evil gods has never ceased. Song Xingchen asked, "My lord, should we seek out the god of the divine state for assistance?" The god of martial valor shook his head, stating, "No, we cannot involve the god of the divine state. He is currently in seclusion striving for a breakthrough, and his strength would not be a match for the creature below." Song Xingchen fell silent. If even the second strongest, the god of the divine state, was no match for the malevolence, then perhaps only the four great sovereigns of Huaxia could contend with it. Lu Xiaoro exclaimed in disbelief, "Even the god of the divine state cannot handle this. Does that mean we must summon the sovereigns?" The god of martial valor chuckled. "That is not feasible. The four sovereigns are preoccupied with their own crucial matters and have no time to address this issue." Li Shouxian asked, "Is there truly no solution?" The god of martial valor shook his head. "The malevolence cannot emerge for now. We can only hope that the god of the divine state and the guardian of the nation can attain the sovereign realm. Otherwise, once this creature breaks free, the entire divine state may face calamity." Li Shouxian exhaled in relief, reassured that as long as it remained contained, perhaps by the time it emerged, he would have ascended to the legendary status of a sovereign. The god of martial valor, observing Li Shouxian's relief, inquired with intrigue, "It seems you possess a plan to resolve this matter?" Li Shouxian shook his head. "No, I merely believe that I could attain the status of a sovereign when it escapes." The god of martial valor regarded him with a peculiar expression, asking, "You are so confident?" Li Shouxian nodded. "Success is determined by effort. We should first investigate the other bottomless pits to ascertain whether they too harbor malevolent entities." The god of martial valor agreed. "Shall we proceed together, my young friend?" Li Shouxian, somewhat bemused, nodded. His cloud mist ascension technique allowed him to ascend and descend effortlessly, and he was willing to lend his strength, especially since the Huaxia Martial Academy had facilitated his entry into Lingyin Mountain. Half a day later, everyone gathered. Though their expressions were grave, they discovered that all the bottomless pits were interconnected. The patterns they had drawn suggested the existence of a vast subterranean world. Though they were uncertain why these entities could not emerge, the urgency within them intensified. If the bottomless pits concealed a colossal underground realm, it was likely that many similar malevolent beings lurked within. The Marquis of Divine Marshal said, "I shall dispatch individuals to secure this location, ensuring that its existence remains concealed from others. Otherwise, it may transform into a realm of desolation, perhaps even more terrifying than the Great Wasteland itself." The assembly nodded in agreement. The circumstances here must not be disseminated, for it could plunge many martial artists into a state of panic and provide opportunities for the nefarious cultists of the evil god sect. Thus, a gag order must be issued concerning these matters, pending the intervention of the four great sovereigns, or the breakthrough of the National Guardian, as the malevolent forces below would require time to attempt to breach the seal. Li Xiuxian and the others departed from Lingyin Mountain, which was swiftly enveloped in secrecy. Casting a glance back at the now concealed Lingyin Mountain, Li Xiuxian inquired, "Xiuyuan, shall we return?" Li Xiuyuan shook her head, stating, "Brother, I prefer to remain at the Divine Martial University. After all, I am still a student there." Lu Xiaoro couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Your strength surpasses that of many instructors at Divine Martial University. With another breakthrough, you could rival their vice president. It seems you may no longer qualify as a student." Song Xingchen added, "Li Xiuyuan, would you be interested in becoming an instructor at Divine Martial University?" Chapter 77. Refining Divinity. Lu Xiaoro quickly inquired, "Li Xiuyuan, would you be interested in becoming the vice president at our Northwest Martial University?" Both Northwest Martial University and Shenzhou Martial University had extended invitations, leaving Li Xiuyuan momentarily at a loss for words. Having only been a student for a mere 3 months, his cultivation had inexplicably soared to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level due to certain unforeseen circumstances. How could he possibly take on the role of a teacher or vice president when he himself was still trying to comprehend his own abilities? It would be a disservice to his students. He found himself in a rather perplexing predicament. Li Xiuxian, observing his younger brother's flustered expression, chuckled, "You all should not put him in a difficult position. Let him remain a student at Shenzhou Martial University for now. Although his cultivation is formidable, his foundation is unstable, and there is still much to learn. We cannot allow him to mislead others." Li Xiuyuan hastily concurred, "What my brother says is true, principal sister-in-law. I am still merely a student myself. How could I possibly hold such a position? Let's just forget about it, haha." With both brothers expressing their sentiments, Song Xingchen and Lu Xiaoro had no choice but to acquiesce, following their lead. Li Xiuxian did not linger long. After spending a day with Li Xiuyuan, he and Lu Xiaoro returned to the Northwest region, as Lu Xiaoro, being the vice president of Northwest Martial University, had matters to attend to. After seeing his brother off at the airport, Li Xiuyuan touched the storage bag in his arms, which contained a trump card given to him by his brother. If used wisely, it could vanquish even the most formidable Grandmaster. "Brother, rest assured, I will swiftly stabilize my cultivation and break through to the Grandmaster realm. I shall not disappoint you." If Li Xiuxian were present, he would undoubtedly retort, "Disappoint? As long as you don't get into any trouble, I will be quite gratified." During the past month, Li Xiuxian had scarcely practiced, not only wasting his own cultivation time but also delaying Ao Jin's breakthrough. The resources required on this side were certainly insufficient. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiuxian resolved that upon his return, he would diligently focus on his cultivation. Whether concerning Ao Jin or himself, both needed to expedite their advancement. This time, Li Xiuxian realized that there were numerous aspects of this world he remained oblivious to. For instance, the malevolent entities suppressed within the ruins. If the Lingyin Mountain ruins harbored such beings, other ruins undoubtedly did as well. Should they erupt in full force, it was likely that they would create chaos among themselves, rendering an invasion by the evil gods of the great wilderness unnecessary. With these thoughts, Li Xiuxian settled into his seat on the plain, leaning back to rest, his consciousness already shifting towards Ao Jin. Ao Jin was not far from the Huandan realm, yet breakthroughs were not achieved in a day or two. The dragon blood he possessed was running low, but the ascension fruits bestowed by the Dragon King were more than sufficient for his cultivation. However, before he could advance to the Huandan realm, he needed to enhance his combat prowess. From the outset, apart from a few spells, he possessed no real fighting capability. Despite currently being at the late stage of the Qi refining realm, without invoking overwhelming the world, His combat strength barely matched that of the mid-stage Qi refining realm, which was rather awkward. In times past, his primary focus was on enhancing his cultivation. With formidable prowess, he could secure greater resources to nurture Li Shouxian. Now that his cultivation had reached a considerable level, a breakthrough to the Dan realm would soon see the departure of the Moonlit Dragon King and others. Without sufficient combat strength at that juncture, how could he command respect? Contemplating this, Ao Jin began his training, guided by the memories in his mind. His first endeavor was to summon the winds and rains. Although this was a divine ability for precipitation, its combat potential was undeniably formidable. However, as he practiced, he discovered that to cultivate this divine art required an ample amount of spiritual power, which he lacked. Even with boundless magical energy, without adequate spiritual strength, he remained unable to progress. Ordinary cultivators, upon reaching the spirit refinement stage, would have already coalesced their primordial spirit, making the cultivation of divine abilities a natural affair. Yet, the situation was different now. Although his spiritual essence was superior to that of typical aquatic beings, it was still insufficient to cultivate the inherited divine arts. Thus, he had two pressing tasks. First, to find a way to enhance his spiritual essence, and second, to pursue the cultivation of spear techniques, even though he currently lacked a Fangdianhua halberd. This thought of the Fangdianhua halberd inevitably brought Lu Xiaoro to his mind. However, the spear techniques passed down through the dragon lineage were exceedingly powerful, far beyond Lu Xiaoro's capabilities. To practice these techniques, he first needed a Fangdianhua halberd, which he lacked at present. While he possessed a fair amount of materials, the issue was that although he had inherited the art of weapon forging, he had yet to learn it. The art of forging was not something one could master in a day or two, which left him sighing at the apparent scarcity of time. Since he could not cultivate the spear techniques, he would first focus on enhancing his spiritual power. There were not many methods to elevate one's spiritual essence, but Ao Jin happened to have a few at his disposal. He possessed the demigod essence of the flame bird and the divine essence of divine beings. These were undoubtedly nourishing to him. Ao Jin also had the means to refine these divine essences, for the dragon lineage's legacy was not merely for show. As he extracted a fragment of divine essence, he felt the energy contained within and could not help but smile. Without hesitation, he grasped it in his hand and began refining it with his spiritual power, slowly enhancing his spiritual essence. Upon reaching the Qi refinement stage, one would already possess spiritual awareness, a manifestation of spiritual strength. The greater the spiritual awareness, the stronger the spiritual essence. To transcend from the Dan realm to the spirit refinement realm, one must condense the primordial spirit. For him, refining divine essence was not a challenge. After all, it was merely extracted from divine beings. For Ao Jin, at the Qi refinement stage, this process was effortlessly manageable. Before long, the divine essence was fully refined, and he could sense a significant augmentation in his spiritual essence. His spiritual awareness had increased by at least 20%. Which was quite commendable. He understood that this was merely the first attempt, and such effects would diminish over time, as the divine essence from divine beings would hold less utility for him. To continue enhancing his spiritual essence, he would need something akin to a divine grade. For him, this was its sole purpose, as a strengthened spiritual essence would also elevate Li Shouxian's abilities by at least a quarter. In the celestial realm where Ao Jin resides, the dragon clan enjoys a position of great reverence. Even among the aquatic beings who possess draconic blood, safety is assured. Apart from the deranged, no other race dares to provoke them. Therefore, Ao Jin's focus can solely remain on his cultivation. In contrast, Li Shouxian must remain ever vigilant against the threats posed by the great wilderness and the abyss, for the celestial blue star does not appear to be entirely secure. With the demigod's divine essence in hand, Ao Jin enveloped it with his consciousness and commenced the process of refinement. This essence is of paramount importance to the malevolent deity. Igniting the soul, consolidating divine essence, and elevating the divine kingdom are essential to achieving demigod status. However, to Ao Jin's surprise, this refinement proved somewhat arduous. Despite his current prowess being considerably superior to that of the fiery avian, the process was unexpectedly challenging. Unbeknownst to Ao Jin, celestial masters on the celestial blue star typically extract the power of faith from the divine essence during the refinement process. After all, The very essence required for solidifying divine attributes hinges upon divinity and faith. Although the power of faith is indeed a valuable asset, it is not suitable for direct refinement, and those other than deities find it exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Aogene, however, possessing the legacy of the Dragon Clan, is capable of refining the divine essence, including the power of faith, as the Dragon Clan in this world can also cultivate through the essence of faith. Chapter 78. The cunning merchant Yun Wuhin. The Dragon Clan governs the reign, which is why there exist Dragon King temples throughout the lands inhabited by humanity. However, the majority of the dragon race harbors a disdain for faith, as they find the belief systems of these mortals to be excessively muddled and fundamentally unworthy. In stark contrast, the tribes of the Great Wasteland revere malevolent deities, striving for mere survival and the acquisition of sustenance to prevent their kin from perishing from hunger. Their belief power is remarkably pure, unlike the faith offered by the people of the celestial river world, which can be directly refined. Furthermore, the two realms are inherently distinct. Even if this belief power were to exert any influence, it would be impossible for the Great Wasteland to affect the celestial river world. Before long, Aogene let out a sigh, stowing away the remaining divine essence, and his consciousness returned to Li Xiaoxian. At the Northwest Airport, Li Xiaoxian opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Xiaoro beside him. He gently patted her shoulder and said, "Xiaoro, we have arrived. It is time to disembark." Lu Xiaoro, having accompanied Li Xiaoxian in search of Li Shiyuan, was quite fatigued from their relentless journey and had fallen asleep on the plane. As a martial artist of the Master Realm, her vigilance was notably high. She stirred awake at Li Xiaoxian's call. "Are we there?" she murmured. "Indeed we are. Let us proceed," he replied. The two exchanged little more, and upon exiting the airport, Li Xiaoxian prepared to return home. Lu Xiaoro quickly intercepted him, saying, "Have you forgotten that you are still a teacher at Northwest Martial University?" Li Xiaoxian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Truth be told, had it not been for Lu Xiaoro's reminder, he might have entirely overlooked his role as a teacher in the logistics department at Northwest Martial University, as he had not visited the institution in quite some time. My apologies. We should head to the university first," he acknowledged. Lu Xiaoro could not help but chuckle, saying nothing further as she guided him in the direction of Northwest Martial University. Upon reaching the Master Realm, they primarily relied on flight, as conventional means of transportation were far too slow, particularly in the congested city of Liangzhou. Moreover, ordinary drivers typically preferred to avoid interactions with martial artists, uncertain of the potential repercussions. At Northwest Martial University, Yun Wuhin had already received the news of Li Xiaoxian and Lu Xiaoro's return. He was eager to ascertain what sort of individual the so-called foremost prodigy of the Northwest was, one who had garnered the attention of the esteemed Ning Ho. Thus, Yun Wuhin stood at the entrance of the school, accompanied by two master-level warriors, one of whom was Zhao Kaixian, and the other, Bai Yu, the vice president of the university, also a mid-level master. Yun Wuhin suddenly inquired, "Kaixian, what are your thoughts on that young man?" Zhao Kaixian replied with a smile, "That fellow is exceedingly arrogant. However, it appears he possesses the merit to be so. I recall during our time in the Great Wasteland, he boasted to me and Li Shentian that he would reach the Master Realm within 3 years. Who could have anticipated that merely 3 months had passed, and he has already attained the Master level, reportedly even at the late stage? He is catching up to me." Yun Wuhin nodded, acknowledging the statement. Indeed, within such a brief span of time, he has managed to cultivate to the late master stage. It seems that it will not be long before a Grand Master emerges from our Northwest Martial Academy once again. Zhao Kaixian concurred, having initially perceived him as merely an arrogant youth, yet he was taken aback by the confidence that underpinned such assertions. Yun Wuhin inquired further, "It is said that your breakthrough to the late master stage was facilitated by a transaction involving some spirit stones from that young man?" Zhao Kaixian affirmed, "Indeed, that lad was fortunate enough to acquire some spirit stones, and I happened to exchange for a few." Bai Yu, filled with envy, remarked, "Impressive. Currently, I rank second to last in the entire Northwest Martial Academy. If it weren't for Sun Biao, who has yet to reach the mid-master stage, I fear I would truly be at the bottom." He pondered, "I wonder if that young man still possesses spirit stones. If so, I would like to procure some. Otherwise, once Sun Biao advances to the mid-master stage, I shall surely find myself in last place. Sun Biao served as another vice president of the Northwest Martial Academy. His prowess limited to the early master stage, yet his combat capabilities were formidable, rivaling those of some mid-master level experts. The four vice presidents of the Northwest Martial Academy, Bai Yu, Lu Xiaoro, Zhao Caixin, and Sun Biao, were all innate master-level warriors. Upon hearing Bai Yu's remarks, both Yun Wuhan and Zhao Caixin exchanged exasperated glances. This fellow was hardly a person, utterly insufferable. Having reached the pinnacle of the master stage, he was not far from becoming a grand master. It remained a mystery how he had acquired the technique to conceal his true cultivation, masquerading as a mid-master, which was imperceptible to genuine experts of the master realm. Initially, Yun Wuhan had also failed to discern this individual's true cultivation, not due to a lack of insight, but because he had not intended to investigate. However, when a Ningho revealed his actual level of cultivation, all were left astounded. Thereafter, no one believed the cultivation he exhibited. Who could say if he had already surpassed the Grand Master level? Zhao Caixin remarked, acquiring spirit stones from him should be quite feasible. He requires snake fruits, and I sense that the greater the quantity, the better. If we can gather enough snake fruits, perhaps we could exchange them for spirit stones. Yun Wuhan, somewhat perplexed, questioned, how can you be certain he still possesses spirit stones? What if he no longer has any? Zhao Caixin chuckled, I may not know much else, but I possess a peculiar sensitivity to spirit stones. Moreover, I am convinced that he undoubtedly has mid-grade spirit stones. Yun Wuhan's eyes flickered with curiosity as he asked, are you certain? Zhao Caixin nodded, it is not just my intuition. I suspect Li Shentian has also sensed the presence of mid-grade spirit stones on him, though no one has dared to voice it. Yun Wuhan nodded in agreement, yet he remained skeptical, for everyone harbored their own secrets. As long as Li Shouxian was a human martial artist, he was undoubtedly one of their own at the Northwest Martial Academy. Zhao Caixin continued, in truth, while this young man seeks snake fruits, he has only managed to collect ordinary ones. If someone could assist him in obtaining higher-grade snake fruits, I am confident he would willingly part with mid-grade spirit stones in exchange. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had truly reached the pinnacle of mastery, and to transcend into the realm of the Grand Master, he must comprehend the essence of Gongqi. Mid-grade spirit stones hold immense benefits for Grand Masters, but for Masters, they also enhance the process of refining Gongqi. Old Zhao, is what you say true? If it is indeed the case, I must give it a try. I happen to know a few locations where high-grade snake fruits can be found, and I could procure some. Yun Wuhan added, that lad is quite impressive. If he has a fondness for snake fruits, we could have all the teachers and students at our school gather them. He could exchange 1 gram of spirit stone for a single snake fruit, and we could purchase the fruits from everyone at a 30% markup. What do you all think? Zhao Caixin opened his mouth, tempted to curse the unscrupulous merchant. After all, acquiring snake fruits at a 30% markup only to sell them to Li Shouxian at full price would yield substantial profits. Truly, he was worthy of his title as principal. In truth, for Li Shouxian, as long as Aojin could become the Dragon King of the Ingwe Pool, he had no shortage of spirit stones. What he lacked was the dragon blood fruit, known here as snake fruit. For the Dragon Clan, the significance of the dragon blood fruit is immense. It is not merely a matter of 1 gram of spirit stone. Even 100 grams or several kilograms of spirit stones would be willingly offered by the Dragon Clan, for such treasures are invaluable and rare. Chapter 79. Vice President Bai Yu could not help but exclaim, President, you truly are an unscrupulous merchant, even profiting from the funds of our school's faculty and students. Only you could do such a thing. Yun Wuhan shot him a glare and retorted, Old Bai, how can you speak so? If it weren't for me, would our Northwest Martial University have reached its current stature? Would you have access to such abundant resources for cultivation? If you find the resources excessive, I wouldn't mind reducing them for you. Shall I revoke all your benefits at Northwest Martial University? Bai Yu was taken aback. How could that be? Although the cultivation resources provided by Northwest Martial University were not particularly remarkable, the cultivation chambers were quite exceptional, with spiritual energy more concentrated than in the Great Wilderness. As the vice president, he enjoyed 3 months of cultivation time each year, which equated to 3 years outside. Only Northwest Martial University, the Ministry of Education, the military, and the garrison had such privileges in the entire Northwest region. If he were to lose this benefit, his cultivation speed would drastically diminish. Realizing this, Baiyu quickly shook his head and said, "How could you possibly be a merchant, President? I meant to say that Zhao Kaixian is the merchant. Yes, indeed. He is a notorious one." Zhao Kaixian, recognizing the diversion of blame, remained silent, knowing he was outmatched by these two. That being said, Northwest Martial University was indeed founded by Yun Wuhan himself. When it was established, Yun Wuhan had just attained the level of innate master. Now, it had become the premier martial institution in the Northwest, boasting a formidable faculty. While only Sun Biao among the vice presidents was trained by him, the most outstanding graduates had already reached the grandmaster level. As Zhao Kaixian reflected on this, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, Li Shouxian and Lu Xiaoro. Yun Wuhan smiled and said, "Come, let us greet our talented instructors." Baiyu murmured, "I fear they will soon become vice presidents of Northwest Martial University." Zhao Kaixian replied, "That is inevitable." With laughter, the three took to the air to meet them. Upon seeing the trio approaching, Li Shouxian was momentarily stunned, then respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, esteemed presidents." Lu Xiaoro, however, did not bow, as they were already quite familiar with one another. Even if she did, Yun Wuhan and the others would likely not acknowledge it. Yun Wuhan chuckled. "Well done, my boy. You have brought honor to Northwest Martial University. Come. Let us discuss further within." The others followed Yun Wuhan as they landed at the school gate and entered Northwest Martial University. The commotion had attracted the attention of numerous faculty and students, some of whom recognized Li Shouxian. Seeing him descend from the sky left them utterly astonished. Soon joy followed, for Northwest Martial University was gaining yet another vice president at the grandmaster level, signifying an enhancement in the institution's strength and an additional force to suppress the formidable beings at the entrance of the great wilderness. "That is Teacher Li from the logistics department. I am acquainted with him, and I never expected him to be so exceptionally talented. Indeed, I know him as well, and I often exchange resources at his window. Who would have thought he is a hidden master? Who could argue otherwise? I wonder if he will continue his tenure in the logistics department. I also ponder whether I might have the opportunity to become his student. Dream on, my friend. Aspiring to be a disciple of a grandmaster without possessing the requisite talent and strength is simply unrealistic. If it were Senior Zhou Haoren, however, there might be a chance. Indeed, Senior Zhou Haoren has already attained the 4th rank, and with a year and a half until graduation, he should be able to reach the 5th rank, perhaps even the 6th. I must ask, have you all lost your way? We are discussing Master Li here." "Ah, quite right." As numerous faculty and students debated the merits of Li Shouxian, he had already entered the principal's office alongside Principal Yun Wuhan. The principal's office occupies an entire floor of a teaching building, comprising approximately 33 offices. Observing the many vacant offices, Li Shouxian inquired, "Why are there so many offices constructed?" Zhao Kaixian chuckled, "This is a peculiar quirk of our principal. When establishing Northwest Martial University, he mentioned that once all 33 offices were filled, he could retire in peace." Li Shouxian noticed that all but 3 doors bore the title of Vice Principal's office, indicating that the principal's aspiration is for Northwest Martial University to simultaneously host 3 grandmasters and 30 masters. He could not help but raise his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "The principal certainly has lofty ambitions. However, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. I believe it will not be long before this dream is realized." Yun Wuhan smiled and replied, "Let us hope so. As long as I live to witness all these offices filled, I will depart with peace of mind." Baiyu rolled his eyes, retorting, "Peace of mind, indeed. Who doesn't he know that a grandmaster's lifespan extends to 500 years? If one passes before reaching that age, it is merely a premature demise." Laughter erupted from everyone. This was indeed true. A martial artist who breaks through to the master realm can live to around 200 years, while those who reach the grandmaster realm may live to 500, and those in the celestial realm can reach a millennium. Thus far, the era of martial arts has only been underway for about a century. Although martial artists existed prior to this era, they did not include Yun Wuhan, which suggests that he is at most just over 100 years old and still has a considerable portion of his lifespan ahead of him. Quite youthful indeed. Yun Wuhan chided playfully, "You old rascal. Every day you seem to relish undermining my authority. It's because I indulge you." Zhao Kaishan scoffed, mumbling, "Isn't it your precious hope for him to break through to the Grandmaster realm?" Yun Wuhan shot him a glance and replied, "Oh really? You dare to challenge my authority now?" Laughter erupted once more. After a brief period of light-hearted banter, Yun Wuhan stated earnestly, "Li Xiuxian, I hereby officially appoint you as the Vice Principal of Northwest Martial University. Do you have any objections?" Li Xiuxian nodded and replied, "I am willing. How splendid it would be to become a Vice Principal, free from the obligation of teaching students and work, allowing ample time for personal cultivation, while also acquiring considerable resources. What is not to love?" Yun Wuhan chuckled and remarked, "Well, now you have a glimpse into the role of a Vice Principal. With you included, there are a total of 6 principals at Northwest Martial University. Each principal is required to guard the Great Wasteland for 2 months, except during periods of seclusion for breakthroughs." Li Xiuxian nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that merely 2 months each year was a trivial matter for him, as the remaining time would mostly be free unless a significant war arose. "Principal, I have no issues here. I wonder if there are any other matters besides these 2 months and major conflicts?" Yun Wuhan laughed and replied, "You wish for additional tasks? Excellent. I happen to have numerous matters that require attention. You could assist me with them." Li Xiuxian quickly shook his head, saying, "Never mind. I'm not suited for that. If there is something to be done, I would prefer to guard the Great Wasteland instead." Yun Wuhan burst into hearty laughter. "Rest assured, my friend. This is indeed the optimal time for your cultivation, and I cannot allow trivial matters to hinder your progress. I recall that you require serpent fruit, correct? I will mobilize all the faculty and students to gather them for you, and you can acquire them from the school at the price of 1 spirit stone per piece. What do you think?" Chapter 80. The true merchant. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuxian realized that this fellow had struck a lucrative deal, undoubtedly acquiring goods at a low price from the students and faculty of Northwest Wu University, only to sell them here at a premium. Truly, a merchant with questionable ethics. However, given that he possessed all the resources of the school, Li Xiuxian felt he could not compete and had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well. 1 snake fruit for 1 gram of spirit stone. Should the quality be superior, I am willing to offer more spirit stones." After speaking, he sensed an inconsistency, for producing such a quantity of spirit stones at present seemed unreasonable. He quickly added, "How about this? You gather the snake fruits first, and I will prepare the spirit stones." Yun Wuhan and the others nodded in agreement, as this arrangement seemed more reasonable. If he could casually produce such a quantity of spirit stones, they might suspect that Li Xiuxian had discovered a spirit stone mine. In truth, they were unaware that Li Xiuxian indeed possessed a mine, although it was not yet his. However, should he desire it, he could prompt Ao Jin to break through to the Dan realm at any time, thus becoming the Dragon King of Ingyue Pond. Yet, until he achieved a certain level of cultivation, even if Ao Jin ascended to become the Ingyue Dragon King, Li Xiuxian would refrain from expending too many spirit stones. He understood the principle of having treasures brings trouble. Yun Wuhan remarked, "No problem. If you require, we can provide you with the snake fruits first, and you can deliver the spirit stones to Wu University when you have them." Li Xiuxian nodded, appreciating that Yun Wuhan wished to assist him. Though Yun Wuhan did not inquire about the purpose of the snake fruits, everyone harbors their own secrets, and Yun Wuhan was too proud to ask. Bai Yu inquired, "When will Principal Li head to the Great Wilderness for duty?" Yun Wuhan turned to Li Xiuxian, asking, "I wonder when you will be available?" Li Xiuxian replied, "I can go to the Great Wilderness at any time." In truth, had it not been for the desire to enhance Ao Jin's strength, Li Xiuxian had intended to reside in the Great Wilderness indefinitely, for it was a convenient place for cultivation and offered opportunities to hunt demigods to bolster Ao Jin's spirit. Within the Great Wilderness, there were fierce beasts, and deeper within lay ancient herbs, which could be utilized to practice the Great Wilderness demon-slaying technique, thereby increasing one's physical strength. His physical combat prowess had already reached the 9th rank of martial artist, and during his breakthrough to the Master Realm, the essence of the Breaking Heavens blade further augmented his physical strength. Next, he needed to collect a substantial amount of demigod blood to elevate his physical power to that of a master. At that point, he would possess a hidden advantage. No one was aware of his physical strength. When they assumed his blade essence was depleted, he could still fight using his physical power, leaving his opponents utterly astonished. In truth, regardless of how formidable his combat strength became, he would not employ it against the human race. Of course, those followers of the evil god sect hardly counted as humanity. They were mere hounds of the malevolent deity. Yun Wuhan nodded, stating, "All right, since you are available at any time, you shall head to the Great Wilderness at the end of this month for a 2-month tenure." Li Shouxian nodded in agreement, as he had indeed planned to go to the Great Wilderness. With the human emperor's breaking heavens technique, he no longer required other cultivation methods. As for the weapon in his possession, this bone blade was sufficiently effective, and there was no need for further replacements. As for the Great Wilderness demon-slaying technique, Li Shouxian felt it prudent to wait a while longer, until Ao Jin achieved a breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. If possible, he hoped to retain a portion of Ao Feng's books, particularly those pertaining to martial arts. In truth, if Li Shouxian were to voice his request, Ao Feng would surely acquiesce, for he regarded those martial manuals as utterly superfluous. Ao Feng had a penchant for poetry, literature, and the cultural heritage of humanity, but he held no affection for the martial arts of humankind. To him, human martial arts were of little utility. The dragon lineage encompassed a comprehensive array of cultivation techniques, formidable spells, and close combat techniques. Furthermore, the martial arts of humans differed from those of dragons, rendering them bland and regrettably dispensable. Li Shouxian chuckled, "In that case, I shall proceed directly to the Great Wilderness. By the end of the month, I will naturally assume the role of Principal Sunday." Lu Xiaoro opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She too had her own matters to attend to, having delayed for over a month. Unlike Li Shouxian, who thrived despite a month of relentless endeavor, she found herself unable to sustain her vigor any longer and needed a proper rest. In the end, Lu Xiaoro said, "Take care of yourself."
Li Shouxian nudda.
Within the Great Wilderness, he harbored no fear of any beings below the demigod level. Even against formidable grandmasters, should he wish to flee, they would be incapable of stopping him. As long as misfortune did not befall him, he would remain safe. Subsequently, several principals began to deliberate on the forthcoming developmental trajectory of Northwest Martial University, while also considering enhancements to faculty and student welfare. Seizing upon Li Shouxian's momentum, they aimed to ignite a fervor for cultivation within Northwest Martial University. Li Shouxian could only smile wryly, pondering whether his pace of cultivation could ever be matched by others. He possessed an alternate self in another realm, aiding in the collection of resources and utilizing numerous spirit materials to attain his current level. Before long, their discussion concluded. Li Shouxian produced the fulling fruits, leaving only a small portion for Lu Xiaoro and presenting the remainder. Observing the 30 or so fulling fruits, Yun Wuhan chuckled. "Ha ha ha, with these, our Northwest Martial University can nurture another genius." He then turned his gaze to Li Shouxian and inquired, "Might Principal Li have any promising candidates to cultivate?" Li Shouxian contemplated for a moment and replied, "I believe Zhou Haoran shows promise. He has already reached the 4th rank of martial artist. With these fruits to enhance his cultivation, he may well attain the 6th rank by graduation. Graduating at the 6th rank is commendable for many, especially at Northwest Martial University, where 6th rank graduates are highly sought after by the military. However, given Li Shouxian's presence, it was likely that most students graduating from Northwest Martial University would choose to remain, as the institution had produced a prodigy, indeed its foremost prodigy. Having set aside the fulling fruits, Li Shouxian departed, for he had little interest in the future developments of Northwest Martial University. It was not a matter of irresponsibility. Rather, the discussions were beyond his comprehension, rendering his time there a futile endeavor. In the vast wilderness within the city of Liangzhou, Li Shouxian returned once more. However, he refrained from exiting the city immediately, for he intended to remain in the Great Wilderness campus for a while. He awaited Ao Jin's successful refinement of the demigod rank, which would elevate him to the realm of the Huandan. Only after that would he venture forth. Once Ao Jin ascended to the Huandan realm, his next endeavor would be to break through to the refining god realm. Others, including Ao Feng, found it nearly impossible to achieve this breakthrough unless they cultivated a dragon lineage and received rewards. There were no alternative means. Yet, Aojin possessed a unique advantage. As long as the great wilderness evil god existed, he could continuously slay evil deities to acquire divine ranks, allowing Aojin to refine them and enhance his divine soul. Coupled with the dragon blood fruit, when he reached the pinnacle of the Huandan realm and awakened his lineage once more, he would undoubtedly attain the refining god realm. In the office of the principal at the Great Wilderness Campus, Li Shouxian scrutinized the young man before him. The youth, appearing to be around 28 or 29, exuded brilliance and possessed formidable strength, marking him as a talented martial artist. Sun Biao, in turn, assessed Li Shouxian, aware of his accomplishments. As a 9th-tier martial artist, he had slain a demigod and subsequently advanced to the late master stage within a month. Unbeknownst to all, Li Shouxian's late master stage was somewhat deceptive. The essence of the sword within his dantian occupied less than 1/10 of it. Nevertheless, his combat prowess was commendable, especially with the unparalleled 5 waves of dominance. Chapter 81. Seeking weapons, Li Shouxian smiled and said, "Hello, Principal Sunday. It is truly a stroke of fortune to finally meet you after spending such a long time at Northwest Martial University." Sun Biao rolled his eyes and replied, "All right, enough with the flattery. We are all comrades here. Just call me Brother Sunday. From now on, you shall be stationed in the Great Wilderness. If a battle arises, do exercise caution." Li Shouxian chuckled awkwardly and asked, "Thank you, Brother Sunday. Are there any specific matters I should be aware of?" Sun Biao responded with a smile, "Honestly, there isn't much to worry about. As long as those malevolent deities of the Great Wilderness do not stir trouble, you can devote yourself to cultivation within the campus. Should any incidents occur, the Grand Masters of the military will detect them promptly, and you will naturally be informed. There is little else to concern yourself with." Li Shouxian nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Sunday." Sun Biao continued, "Since there is nothing more at hand, I shall take my leave. Although the cultivation here is quite satisfactory, it does feel rather monotonous. I still prefer the azure skies of Tianlan Star." Li Shouxian nodded in agreement, but he did not share the sentiment of monotony. His younger brother, Li Xuan, was cultivating at Shenzhou Martial University, leaving him free to focus on his own practice in the Great Wilderness. After Sun Biao departed, Li Shouxian did not exit the office. Instead, he locked it and settled into his chair, allowing his consciousness to enter the body of Aojin. Once Li Shouxian's consciousness detached, he could no longer cultivate, but Aojin was able to practice subconsciously. Although the reason remained unclear, it was still advantageous. Aojin opened his eyes and resumed the process of refining the demigod's essence. This substance could enhance one's spiritual soul. Though it was merely the initial stage of a demigod's essence, it was still beneficial. 5 days passed, and the entire demigod essence was refined. Aojin felt his spiritual soul significantly strengthened, far surpassing Li Xiantian, who had just recently broken through to Grand Master. Rising from his seat, Aojin walked outside. As he exited his dwelling, he spotted the turtle commander waiting outside and inquired, "You are here again? I happen to have a question for you. Do you know where I might find a Fangtian Huaji? Even a common one would suffice." The turtle commander promptly replied, "Yes, there is one, but it resides within the Dragon King's treasury, and it is a mid-grade magical weapon. However, the Dragon King does not favor such weapons. He typically uses swords." Aojin understood that the Moonlit Dragon King indeed had a penchant for the cultured and literate. No wonder there were so many tales of the Dragon King feasting with scholars. It all originated from their interactions. With a smile, Aojin remarked, "Perfect. I possess some materials for weapon forging that could be traded for the Fangtian Huaji in the Dragon King's possession. Since he does not favor it, it would just gather dust in the treasury." The turtle commander hurriedly stated, "I am sure the Dragon King will offer you a favorable deal, especially considering that they intend to." The turtle commander faltered, for it was well known that the Dragon King and his entourage were preparing to depart, leaving Aojin behind. Although he was a Dragon King, the resources of the Moonlit Pool could not compare to those of the destination they were headed to. Aojin chuckled, "No matter, the wealth from the Moonlit Pool combined with the Moonlit Mountain is ample for my cultivation. I will surely need you to keep a watchful eye on things. However, may I inquire how to address you, Turtle Commander?" The turtle leader promptly stated, I follow the surname of Prime Minister Turtle. My name is Gue Tsulai." Li Xiaoxin nodded and remarked, "That's quite a commendable name, Gui Tsulai. Let us first visit the Dragon King and see if we might exchange for that Fangtian Huaji. Otherwise, I shall need to seek alternatives." Gui Tsulai hurriedly suggested, "How about we consult Prime Minister Turtle first?" Ao Jin shook his head, asserting that consulting the Prime Minister was not advisable, as it could tarnish the Dragon King's impression of them. If that were to happen, when he sought to take over the Yingwe pool, the situation would be drastically different. "Let us proceed directly to the Dragon King. I am confident he will consent to the trade," he declared. Gui Tsulai nodded eagerly, having been trained by the Prime Minister himself, and quickly grasped the implications of the situation. He felt a pang of regret for having proposed such a misguided idea to his superior. Resolving to think more carefully in the future, he vowed to refrain from offering unwarranted suggestions to his lord. Ao Jin and Gui Tsulai arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, where he addressed the guarding shrimp and crab soldiers. "I kindly request you to announce my presence to the king. It is Ao Jin seeking an audience." The soldiers nodded promptly. By this time, Ao Jin's name had spread throughout the Yingwe pool, and every aquatic creature recognized that he was likely to become the future Dragon King, which rendered them cautious in their demeanor. Soon, the shrimp and crab soldiers returned, saying, "Lord Ao Jin, the king requests your presence in the Great Hall." However, there was no mention of the turtle leader. Ao Jin nodded and instructed Gui Tsulai, "Please wait here or perhaps visit Prime Minister Turtle. I shall go in to see the king." Gui Tsulai quickly replied, "My lord, please proceed. I will await your return." With that, Ao Jin entered the Dragon Palace and made his way to the Grand Hall, where he soon beheld the Dragon King seated majestically upon his throne. Ao Jin bowed respectfully, wishing the king a swift path to immortality. "Ah, you clever lad," the Dragon King chuckled. "Whoever taught you such eloquence? What brings you here today?" Ao Jin promptly responded, "I have heard that there is a Fangtian Huaji in your possession, and I seek a weapon for self-defense. This is the refining material bestowed upon me by General Watersnake, which is said to be suitable for crafting a medium-grade magical treasure. Might the king be willing to part with it?" The Dragon King laughed and chided, "You audacious boy, daring to covet my treasures. However, that item is of little use to me, so take it. Just remember to leave the refining materials behind." Ao Jin quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my king. Thank you." The Dragon King nodded and called to several nearby shrimp and crab soldiers. "Come, fetch the Fangtian Huaji from my treasury." With that, he tossed a token towards them. "Yes, my king," the soldier replied, taking the token and hastening towards the rear of the Dragon Palace. Within the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace, formidable guardians stand watch, ensuring that no intruders can exploit any opportunities. However, the most crucial element lies in the formations surrounding the vault. Unless one possesses the Dragon King's decree, entry is utterly impossible, particularly for those at the alchemy stage. Ao Feng inquired, "Young one, how fares your cultivation? How long until your breakthrough?" He added, "During this interval, it would be prudent for you to enhance your strength, for the challenges ahead may prove arduous." Ao Jin did not respond directly to Ao Feng's remarks, but instead asked with a hint of confusion, "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" Ao Feng shook his head and replied, "In truth, I have only just received word. Should I achieve my breakthrough, I shall venture to another territory. However, this journey will involve a considerable number of our shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and I fear you may find it difficult to contain the human populace beneath the moon-reflecting mountain." Ao Jin had initially wondered what the issue could be. He believed that once he attained the alchemy stage, with the aid of the Dragon Blood Fruit and the Ascension Spirit Fruit, he could swiftly advance to the mid-alchemy stage. Coupled with the unparalleled skills of the Tyrant's Domination and the Celestial Blade Technique, along with his own legacy of the Fangtian Painting Halberd, he felt confident even against those in the later stages of alchemy. In truth, there were scarcely any peak alchemy experts among the human race surrounding the moon-reflecting mountain. Even if they dared to suppress him, he could simply retreat to the waters and, upon growing stronger, settle the score later. Chapter 82. The Fangtian Painting Halberd. The Yingwe Mountain was originally a territory of the Demon Clan, but it was later seized by the Yingwe Dragon King. Were it not for the formidable strength of the Yingwe pool, the human race could have easily taken it without the Water Clan raising any objections. However, if the humans dared to invade the waters, it would mean enmity with the entire water clan, prompting the Qing Shui River Dragon King to directly command an assault on the human presence surrounding Inghua Mountain. Even other factions of the human race would find it difficult to voice their opinions. Aojin took a deep breath and inquired, "Might I ask how many water troops the king intends to take with him, and how many will be left for me?" Aofing did not respond directly but instead asked, "How long do you anticipate it will take for you to break through to the Dan realm?" Aojin replied, "At most 3 months, as I have been granted the ascendant spirit fruit by the king." Aofing's eyes brightened, and he smiled, "Excellent. In that case, I shall leave you 30 shrimp soldiers and crab generals to safeguard the waters within the Inghua pool. That should suffice." Aojin nodded. 30 shrimp soldiers and crab generals were adequate for him. Often, these soldiers were employed for resource extraction, while true combat required the might of stronger beings. He planned to elevate his cultivation to the Dan realm, and, once Aofing and the others departed, he would train Gue to reach the same level. With 2 powerful beings stationed at the Dan realm, the Inghua pool would undoubtedly stand firm against external threats. With this thought, Aojin expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my king. I shall definitely break through my cultivation within 3 months, allowing you to vacate this wretched place." Aofing shook his head with a sigh. "It is unfortunate that so few of the Water Clan possess the bloodline of dragons. Otherwise, I would have loved to take you with me to the new territories." "Alas," Aojin hurriedly replied, "there is no need for such sentiments, my king. Being able to become the Dragon King of the Inghua pool is already a significant achievement for me. At the very least, I shall be the master of this water domain, a being of high esteem." Aofing gazed deeply at Aojin, recognizing the joy upon his face. It was evident that he genuinely aspired to become the Dragon King of the Inghua pool. Thus, Aofing decided not to dwell on his concerns. In his view, Aojin's intelligence was still lacking. Despite awakening the dragon bloodline, his time spent in cultivation was too brief. He needed to study and learn how to manage the Inghua pool properly. "Let us do this. Every few days, visit my library to explore the texts within. If possible, copy some of them. It would greatly benefit you," Aofing suggested. Aojin was elated, surprised by such a delightful opportunity. He could not fathom why the Dragon King had made this decision, but it was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for him. He was particularly curious about the various strange tales and poetic compositions, eagerly anticipating the day when he could delve into them with enhanced abilities. What he desired most were the martial arts manuals contained within, for they might lead him to the whereabouts of other coveted alchemical texts. If the human race were to discover that he already possessed one such text and was still unsatisfied, they might very well give him a thorough beating, as these alchemical manuscripts were exceedingly rare. According to human knowledge, there were barely 10 copies in existence. Now that Aojin had obtained one, it was indeed quite greedy to seek out others. Yet who could ever have enough of such treasures? Certainly, the more, the better. Among the martial arts collected by the Moonlit Dragon King, there are indeed techniques that can be cultivated to the realm of celestial beings. Although there are only 2 or 3 such methods, they represent a valuable legacy. In the entire Northwest Martial Academy, only a handful of martial arts can transcend the Grand Master level, let alone those capable of reaching the realm of celestial beings. I am confident that upon my return, the other principals will be utterly astonished. Yun Wuhan is on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. Yet he lacks techniques that can elevate him to the realm of celestial beings. While he could seek assistance from the Ministry of Education, it is likely they would not readily provide such resources. Techniques that facilitate ascension to the celestial realm are exceedingly rare across the entire Tianlan star. Each is a precious artifact. To preserve their legacy, stringent evaluations must be conducted, alongside an assessment of the practitioner's qualifications. Within the library of the Moonlit Dragon King, there exist 3 such techniques, not to mention the treasures collected by other Dragon Kings. Should one's cultivation grow formidable in the future, one might visit the other Dragon Kings and endeavor to acquire more martial arts from them. The Moonlit Pool is rather remote, and as far as human martial artists are concerned, their strongest among them barely reach the Grand Master level, with the celestial race yet to make an appearance. Although there are techniques available, the lack of sufficient resources hampers breakthroughs. Thus, most human martial artists, upon achieving Grand Master status, unhesitatingly venture to the fringes of the Heavenly River to safeguard their borders, while also gaining access to more cultivation resources. Aojin promptly replied, "Your Majesty, I have a profound love for literature. Thank you for your gracious favor." Ao Feng waved his hand and said, "Here is the Fong Tianhua halberd you requested. It appears quite hefty, yet its true power is formidable. Otherwise, it would not have secured a place in my treasury." Aojin hastily produced all the materials he had on hand, but refrained from presenting the piece of mysterious iron. If utilized for crafting, it could undoubtedly forge a superior magical artifact, and he was unwilling to part with it at this moment. Most superior magical artifacts are controlled by those in the divine refinement realm, with few even among the pinnacle of the pill-returning realm. However, possessing a millennium-old mysterious iron grants him the opportunity to elevate the Fong Tianhua halberd to the level of a superior artifact, serving as a hidden card in his hand. As they conversed, several shrimp soldiers and crab generals approached, bearing the Fong Tianhua halberd. Although it appeared quite large, it was not as cumbersome as the weapons sought by the monkey in his previous life at the East Sea Dragon Palace. After all, this was merely a magical artifact, and lifting it was a trivial task for the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Qi refinement realm. Admiring the Fong Tianhua halberd, Aojin felt an affinity for it. Its imposing presence was precisely the weapon he envisioned. Ao Feng took the halberd and remarked with a smile, "This artifact is indeed splendid. I hope you shall treat it well. If the opportunity arises, you may elevate it to a superior magical artifact." Aojin quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I too hold this artifact in high regard and shall not disappoint your expectations, nor bring shame upon it." Satisfied, Ao Feng nodded and sent the Fong Tianhua halberd flying towards Aojin, who caught it deftly in his grasp. With a smile, Aojin expressed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. These are materials for crafting." Having concluded his words, he promptly extended the storage bag to Ao Feng, who accepted it without hesitation. With a smile, Ao Feng remarked, "Very well. I understand that you have just acquired a magical artifact and wish to refine it. Do return to your endeavors and refrain from lingering here." Your Majesty. I shall take my leave then." Aojin chuckled, clutching the Fong Tianhua ji as he exited. This was his inaugural magical artifact in the Tianhe realm, and he was reluctant to stow it away in the storage bag. Watching Aojin depart, Ao Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. It seemed essential to guard the secrets of his treasury, for any revelation could attract the covetous eyes of others. The Fong Tianhua ji was merely the artifact he held in the least regard. Trading it with Aojin posed no issue. However, should someone desire his prized possessions, he would find it difficult to decline. This incident served as a valuable lesson for him. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from displaying any treasures, lest they become the object of others' desires. Unbeknownst to Aojin, the Dragon King's thoughts were far removed from his own as he hurried towards his cave abode, postponing his training in the spear technique to first refine the Fong Tianhua ji. Chapter 83. Ao Feng's breakthrough within the cave dwelling. Aojin contemplated the Fong Tianhua ji, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly the legendary magical artifact? A mid-grade artifact. I wonder how many treasure prohibitions it contains. The more, the better." Magical artifacts are indeed classified into levels: lower grade, mid-grade, upper grade, and supreme grade, determined by the number of treasure prohibitions they encompass. For instance, a magical artifact may possess 36 prohibitions, with every 9 constituting a distinct level. A lower grade artifact requires merely 1 prohibition, while a mid-grade artifact necessitates 10. Although Aojin had yet to attain the Dan stage and could not incorporate the artifact into his body after refining it, the act of refinement itself posed no issue, as he possessed a storage pouch to temporarily resolve this dilemma. Once he ascended to the Dan stage, he could then incorporate it. As Aojin infused his consciousness into the artifact, he discovered it contained precisely 15 prohibitions. Thus, with just 4 more, it could be elevated to an upper-grade artifact. Nonetheless, this Fong Tianhua ji was already a commendable mid-grade artifact. By channeling his magical energy and directing it with his consciousness, Aojin refined the first prohibition within the Fong Tianhua ji. Refining only 1 prohibition required 10 days, and to his astonishment, this was merely a mid-grade artifact. He could only speculate how long it would take for upper or supreme-grade artifacts. However, upon completing the refinement of this single prohibition, he would become the master of the artifact and could commence his training in the spear techniques. Exiting the cave dwelling, Jin sought a secluded spot and, tapping his storage pouch, summoned the Feng Tianhua Ji into his grasp. Closing his eyes, he began to comprehend the spear techniques from the inherited memories. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Jin finally opened his eyes, the Feng Tianhua Ji sliced through the water, creating a series of waves that disrupted the once tranquil surface of the Yingyue Lake. As he had only just begun his training, the impact on the water was minimal, and there were no fishermen from the human race present, ensuring no significant disturbances. However, Prime Minister Turtle soon arrived, swiftly suppressing Jin's efforts and chuckling, "Young Jin, you must not practice your spear techniques here. If you wish to train, go outside Yingyue Lake. Otherwise, it could be detrimental to the aquatic beings." The few strikes had already resulted in numerous aquatic creatures perishing from the residual waves, and if any of those were sentient fish or shrimp, it would be a great loss. They could have become the seedlings of a formidable aquatic army. Currently, Yingyue Mountain was under the jurisdiction of the Yingyue Dragon King, and training spear techniques there would attract no objections. With the demon race of Yingyue Mountain having been eradicated, the human and aquatic races had formed a cordial alliance, rendering any ill intentions towards Yingyue Mountain unthinkable. Jin quickly replied, Prime Minister Turtle, I was unaware of that. I shall head to Yingyue Mountain immediately." Prime Minister Turtle nodded approvingly. A teachable child indeed. "Hurry along, and if possible, strive to enhance your strength swiftly. After we depart, it may be quite difficult to preserve Yingyue Mountain." After expressing his gratitude, Jin soared into the air, quickly ascending above the water's surface. The cloud and mist ascension spell, as Li Shouxin soared through the skies, saw a rapid enhancement in its efficacy. Employing this spell proved to be quite beneficial. Upon reaching the shore and gazing upon the moonlit pool, Jin realized just how expansive the pool truly was. Its far edge seemed nearly invisible at a single glance. It dawned on him that being the Dragon King of the moonlit pool might not be such a bad prospect after all. With a sense of direction in mind, he ventured towards a secluded valley, a place where he could cultivate without disturbance. The moonlit mountain was bustling with aquatic beings tirelessly gathering treasures from the heights, indiscriminately taking whatever they could find. Given that Jin might soon be unable to maintain his hold over the moonlit mountain, Tian had not meticulously planned the extraction of spirit stones, instead allowing his subordinates from the aquatic tribe to harvest with full vigor. This approach would yield a substantial amount of resources in a short span. However, it also risked compromising the quality of the spirit stone mines, posing a significant threat to sustainable development in the future. These spirit stone mines were remnants left by the demon tribe, who had been vanquished by the aquatic beings, resulting in the capture of numerous lesser demons. Consequently, the locations of these mines were well known to the aquatic tribe, and they naturally fell into their possession. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 months, the moonlit pool suddenly emitted a powerful aura that left Jin, who was practicing his spear techniques on the shore, utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly the presence of someone in the divine refinement realm. He had only experienced such momentum emanating from Lord Anning, and while it certainly did not match the latter's prowess, it signaled that Aofeng had broken through to the divine refinement realm. It was likely that Aofeng had reported Jin's awakening of his dragon lineage as soon as it occurred. After verification, his rewards were swiftly dispensed, prompting Aofeng to enter seclusion. He had been on the verge of breaking through to the divine refinement realm, and now, with the resources available for a breakthrough, 2 months would surely suffice for him to achieve his goal. Jin murmured to himself, "It is nearly time for my own breakthrough. Now that the Dragon King of the moonlit pool has ascended, once I achieve my own breakthrough, I shall immediately become the Dragon King myself. I hope to gain some benefits after my advancement." As long as he reached the alchemy realm, he anticipated receiving congratulatory gifts from others. Even the most modest of their possessions would be of great value to him, considering his limited resources. Aside from a handful of dragon blood fruits, Jin possessed virtually no other resources. Even after the moonlit Dragon King departed, the spirit stones he possessed would gradually increase, yet they would still pale in comparison to those of the seasoned individuals who had reached the alchemy realm long ago. He swiftly soared towards the moonlit pool, soon plunging into its depths, arriving before the Dragon Palace, where a considerable gathering of aquatic beings had assembled. Among them stood one whom he had not encountered before, yet the aura radiating from this individual was undoubtedly on par with that of Lord Anning. This figure bore the bloodline of the dragon, as evidenced by the subtle dragon pressure emanating from him, indicating that his lineage was far from meager and potentially belonged to the category of flood dragons. Upon noticing Ao Jin's arrival, this individual smiled and remarked, "Ah, this little one must be the newly awakened dragon bloodline known as the Little Koi, correct? Quite impressive. Cultivate well, and should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Ao Jin promptly bowed and replied, "Junior Ao Jin pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Thank you for your kindness." He then contemplated the other few Water Clan members of the alchemy realm, for he was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Despite possessing the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, he dared not let arrogance take hold. The Turtle Prime Minister smiled as he introduced, "This esteemed individual is the Dragon King of the Clearwater River. As our Dragon King is on the verge of a breakthrough, we have invited him to serve as our protector. Henceforth, you shall fall under the jurisdiction of the Clearwater Dragon King. You should pay your respects to His Majesty." Ao Jin hastily responded, "I humbly bow before the Clearwater Dragon King. I, Ao Jin, wish for your swift attainment of the immortal path, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." The Clearwater Dragon King chuckled. "You possess quite the eloquence, young one. Since we share the bloodline of dragons, it would be remiss of me not to present you with a token of our meeting. Here are 2 spirit-infused herbs, capable of enhancing one's cultivation in the alchemy realm. I hope they prove beneficial to you." As he spoke, 2 exquisite herbs materialized in his hands, and as soon as they were revealed, a fragrant aroma enveloped the entire Dragon Palace. The nearby alchemy realm experts couldn't help but swallow hard, for these herbs were indeed treasures in their own right. It must be said that the Clearwater Dragon King's generosity was extraordinary. These 2 spirit-infused herbs could elevate Ao Jin from the early stage to the mid-stage of the alchemy realm in a short time, without any adverse effects. Chapter 84. The Golden Dragon's command. Ao Jin hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty the Dragon King. I shall diligently cultivate and ensure that I do not bring shame upon the Dragon Clan." The Clearwater Dragon King nodded with satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "Then hasten your cultivation. The future of our lineage rests upon the younger generation. We have grown old and lost that ambition."
Ao Jin promptly nodded respectfully.
Yet his thoughts diverged from his words. He suspected that the true ambitions of these elders were far greater, for the majority of resources lay firmly in their grasp. How much could the rising talents possibly access? When the previous Dragon King departed, he might have left behind some foundation for his successors, such as the Water Tribe army. However, upon the departure of the Moonlit Dragon King, he would take most of the Water Tribe with him. Consequently, the younger generation would find it increasingly difficult to rise. Ao Jin, fortunate to possess resources from another realm, was in a better position, while others would have to cultivate slowly. The expanse of the Moonlit Pool appeared considerable, with several low-grade spirit stone mines formed from the water veins absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Yet, despite the abundance of spiritual energy, birthing an intelligent fish or shrimp proved exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, after so many years of the Moonlit Dragon King's reign, the Water Tribe army still numbered only slightly over 200, a testament to the scarcity of sentient, cultivated aquatic beings. Furthermore, the previous demon clans often hunted newly awakened aquatic beings. Otherwise, the number of water cultivators could have increased by several dozen. "I shall not disappoint the Dragon King's graciousness,"
Ao Jin promptly declared.
The other aquatic experts, witnessing Ao Jin secure the 2 spirit herbs, steadied their nerves. They dared not covet such treasures. Ao Jin bore the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, and to snatch the spirit herbs from him in the presence of the Clearwater Dragon King, especially when they had been personally bestowed by him, would be tantamount to slapping their own faces. At that moment, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the Moonlit Pool, as a colossal dragon fish thrashed about. Fortunately, the Clearwater Dragon King had sealed the surroundings. "Congratulations, Brother Ao Feng, on your breakthrough to the God-refining realm, becoming one of our kind," the Clearwater Dragon King proclaimed with a smile. The God-refining realm was akin to immortality, Even in death, one could reincarnate and recultivate, and if aided by a formidable being, restoration of one's powers could occur swiftly. Such powerful entities were plentiful among the dragon clan. Ao Feng descended, transforming into human form, and smiled. "Thank you for your protective grace, Clearwater Dragon King." "No need for such formality," the Clearwater Dragon King replied with a smile. "You have now attained the God-refining realm and will stand on equal footing with me. I wonder where the higher-ups will assign you next." Ao Feng rose in response. He too had reached the God-refining realm. Although his combat prowess might not equal that of others, he had truly entered the ranks of formidable cultivators. "Allow me to introduce you to Brother Ao Ching," he continued. Ao Ching was the name of the Clearwater Dragon King, a revelation to Ao Jin at that moment, as he realized this would be his future superior, given that the moonlit pool fell under the jurisdiction of the Clearwater River. As the two dragon kings conversed, a golden dragon suddenly materialized in the sky, clearly a manifestation of concentrated dragon energy. This golden dragon possessed formidable strength, enough to rival even Ao Ching. Upon his arrival, Ao Ching and the others immediately bowed in reverence to the golden dragon. Without hesitation, Ao Jin followed suit, his mind racing with speculations regarding the purpose of the golden dragon's visit. The golden dragon hovered above the moon-reflecting pool, casting a glance at the multitude of aquatic beings below. With a flick of its claw, a bright yellow edict materialized before it. By decree of the Dragon King of the Tianhe River, it was announced that Ao Feng, the Dragon King of the moon-reflecting pool, had distinguished himself in leadership and was thus appointed to lead his subordinates to the Lingyuan River, becoming the Dragon King of Lingyuan. Meanwhile, Ao Jin, a descendant of the moon-reflecting pool's dragon lineage, was to ascend as the Dragon King of the Moon, with the expectation that he would uphold the legacy of King Ao Feng, fortifying their aquatic kin and strengthening the dragon clan. The assembly acknowledged the decree, affirming, "We shall obey the great king's command." With another wave of its claw, the golden dragon summoned a token from Ao Feng's being, which seamlessly entered Ao Jin. Ao Jin felt a nascent connection to the moon-reflecting pool, signifying the authority to control its waters. He quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, the Dragon King of Tianhe." The golden dragon nodded, dismissing him, for Ao Jin was merely at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Despite having awakened to his dragonfish form, in the eyes of the dragon, he remained insignificant. The golden dragon then turned its gaze to Ao Feng, summoning a token that appeared in his hand, which it unhesitatingly cast towards him, merging into his being. Ao Feng promptly responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty, the Dragon King of Tianhe." He was well aware of the Lingyuan River, a prosperous region abundant in resources, yet fraught with peril due to the constant skirmishes among the human, demon, and aquatic races. His decision to lead the majority of the aquatic beings from the moon-reflecting pool stemmed from the fact that some of their kind had been reassigned, leaving only a few to guard the entrance, as there was no pressing need for a large force. The golden dragon instructed, "Complete your handover within a month and proceed to the Lingyuan River." This pronouncement caused a collective furrowing of brows, as an unsettling sense of foreboding enveloped the assembly. Ordinarily, they would wait for Ao Jin to break through to the Dan refining stage before Ao Feng departed. The issuance of such a command from the Tianhe Water Palace hinted at deeper implications. Exchanging a glance, Ao Feng and Ao Jin respectfully replied, "We shall comply." The golden dragon nodded in satisfaction and vanished in an instant. Ao Feng turned to Ao Ching, inquiring, "Do you possess any insights into this matter? It feels rather extraordinary." Ao Ching nodded. The Qingshui River has also mobilized its aquatic forces. Originally, there were 3,000, but 1,000 have been reassigned. Could it be that a conflict is unfolding somewhere, prompting the reassignment of aquatic troops? Ao Ching shook his head. "I have not received such news, but it is plausible. Thus, dear Ao Feng, exercise caution as you venture to the Lingyuan River." Ao Jin pondered deeply. It seemed this information was being concealed, indicating that it was not merely a battle between the human and demon races. Perhaps this impending conflict harbored secrets that warranted the mobilization of troops. Yet none of those with dragon lineage had been summoned. After much deliberation, the two influential figures were unable to unearth even a hint of clarity. Ultimately, Ao Qing chose to depart, while Ao Feng led the assembly to the Dragon Palace in the Moonlit Pond. Once the aquatic assembly settled, Ao Feng addressed them. The situation is critical. Thus we shall speak candidly. Although the specifics of the events remain shrouded in mystery, we must hasten our journey to the Spirit Source River. For this campaign, I shall leave 30 of our Water Tribe warriors with Ao Jin, along with one peak leader of the Qi refinement stage. The remainder shall accompany me. In compensation, I will bequeath 3 water spirit fruit trees and 1 ascension fruit tree to you. What say you? Ao Jin promptly nodded, expressing, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing." His priority was to secure his own development, and even with a diminished force from the Moonlit Pond, it presented an opportunity for him. The extraction of spirit stones could be distributed with less burden. Moreover, the 4 fruit trees represented a significant boon. Though the water spirit fruit was of little use, could nurture new aquatic beings, and while Ao Jin could not benefit from the ascension fruit, Li Shouxian certainly could. Ao Jin was thoroughly pleased with this arrangement, though he lamented his failure to advance to the alchemical realm. Chapter 85. Arrangements before departure. Ao Feng smiled and remarked, "You are now the Dragon King of the Moonlit Pond, so there is no need to refer to yourself as my subordinate. Simply call me Elder. Should you ever find yourself near the Lingyuan River, do come and seek me out." Ao Jin quickly responded, "Yes, Elder. I, Ao Jin, will certainly pay you a visit whenever I pass by the Lingyuan River." Ao Feng continued, "This time, I shall leave you with 10,000 spirit stones to facilitate your affairs. After all, the forces of the Moonlit Pond are few, while the demon clan numbers in the dozens. If not all are eradicated, they may become a future threat. You may keep a dozen if you wish." Ao Jin understood well that, although the demon clan currently lacked powerful alchemical realm warriors, should an outsider of that caliber appear, the risk of betrayal would increase significantly if their numbers were too great, posing a threat to the Moonlit Pond. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I understand what must be done," he acknowledged, aware that the 10,000 spirit stones were likely a mere fraction of what Ao Feng had acquired from the Moonlit Mountain. Yet he chose not to voice his thoughts. Once he assumed the mantle of Dragon King, he intended to continue the extensive mining of spirit stones from the Moonlit Mountain, uncertain if the human race might covet these resources and seize them from the aquatic clan. If he could not prevent it, he would have to retreat to the Moonlit Pond and focus on its aquatic resources instead. Ao Feng stated, "As for the rest, I shall not leave anything behind. The journey to the Lingyuan River will require considerable resources. I will take those books of poetry, literature, and esteemed writings with me. The remaining historical texts, intriguing accounts, and martial arts manuals shall be yours. If you wish to gather more poetry and literature, you may visit the nearby Kaoshan city, where many literary figures have left their masterpieces, as well as works from esteemed human sages." Outwardly respectful, Ao Jin inwardly rolled his eyes at the thought of those poems and verses. With the wealth of Tang and Song dynasty poetry as timeless classics, he wondered who would value such trivialities. He could not comprehend why the Dragon King placed such importance on poetry. Had it been his choice, he would have focused solely on cultivation, disregarding anything unrelated to it. Seeing Ao Jin's respectful demeanor, Ao Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased with his own mentorship. Reflecting on this, he sighed, "I had originally intended to wait until your breakthrough into the alchemical realm before departing, but it seems I must head to the Lingyuan River sooner. Ao Jin, if you encounter any dangers, use the Moonlit Order to send a message to Ao Qing. He is your superior. If you are wronged, it reflects poorly on him as well. Do you understand?" Ao Jin promptly nodded. "Yes, I understand, and I am grateful for your guidance, Elder." Ao Feng had shown kindness towards Ao Jin, initially with ulterior motives, but now his demeanor resembled that of a nurturing elder. This realization touched Ao Jin. In the vast celestial realm, it seemed only those of dragon lineage could care so deeply for one without blood ties. Though he could not quite grasp the reason, he felt genuinely appreciative of the Dragon Kin's warmth towards their juniors. Ao Feng nodded and said, "Very well. Since that is the case, you may proceed with your cultivation. We shall notify you when we are ready to depart. I will remain in the Moonlight Dragon Palace for a few days and we can discuss matters further then. Shall we?"
Naturale, Ao Jin had no objections.
He had not anticipated that their departure would be delayed by several days. This was indeed fortuitous for Ao Jin, as it provided him ample opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to the alchemy stage before their departure. It was not arrogance that fueled Ao Jin's confidence. He was merely one step away from the alchemy stage, and with the considerable resources at his disposal, including several hundred dragon blood fruits, he anticipated that the breakthrough would be just a matter of days. With a wave of his hand, Ao Jin replied, "You speak as if I wish for you to stay here indefinitely, which is precisely what I desire, as it would allow me to cultivate in peace." His words were not mere flattery. At least until he achieved his breakthrough to the alchemy stage, he genuinely hoped that Ao Feng would remain close. Otherwise, a dragon king of the Qi refinement stage would likely struggle to command the waters of the moonlight pool. In truth, those of the Qi refinement stage among the dragon lineage typically served as rulers of smaller bodies of water, such as the king of the well dragon, the king of the stream dragon, or the king of the pond dragon. However, Ao Jin was different. He was the designated successor of the moonlight dragon king, and with his imminent breakthrough to the alchemy stage, he was destined to become the dragon king of the moonlight pool. After Ao Jin departed, Ao Feng turned to Ao Tian and asked, "Ao Tian, what are your thoughts on Ao Jin?" Ao Tian smiled and replied, "I have a strong feeling that Ao Jin's accomplishments will rival those of the Dragon King. Nevertheless, our journey to the Spirit Source River will present even more opportunities." Ao Feng nodded, his gaze shifting to the Turtle Chancellor as he inquired, "Old Turtle, we are about to depart, and I must admit, I feel a pang of reluctance. However, for the sake of your future, we must proceed to the Spirit Source River." The situation surrounding the Spirit Source River was somewhat complex, yet for Ao Feng, posed no significant challenge. Having broken through to the divine refinement stage, he was filled with confidence in his abilities. Moreover, if Ao Tian were to be nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally. The Turtle Chancellor chuckled, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Even if there is reluctance to leave, we must move on. The resources here are far too limited. If we wish to advance further, we must journey to the Spirit Source River. As for this little one, well, let us see how he fares on his own." After all, as a member of the dragon lineage and with a strong bloodline, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to challenge him. As long as he remained safely within the confines of the moonlight pool, he should be secure from harm. Ao Feng nodded. With the water vein control order in hand, even if Ao Jin were merely at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, his combat prowess in the moonlight pool would rival that of an early alchemy stage practitioner. This was no trivial matter. Harnessing the power of the water veins could elevate a dragon king's strength to a new echelon, serving as a crucial safeguard in times of peril, something not to be trifled with. The water veins formed the very foundation of a water domain. Should one engage them in battle, it would inevitably draw the attention of superiors who might come to assist, yet such actions could also damage the water veins. Generally speaking, no dragon king would dare to undertake such risks. Ao Feng then turned to the squid and asked, "This time we will only